they would recognize on their own. Keep this in mind. What I've just told you automatically gives you in your mind protocols of operations even without knowing anything more about law. Just simply knowing the distinction between the natural, living, breathing, thinking, they would recognize on their own. Keep this in mind. What I've just told you automatically gives you in your mind protocols of operations even without knowing anything more about law. Person that comes from the womb of a mother and the artificial corporate entity constructed by virtue of the 14th Amendment when they closed the Freedmen's Bill, creating what is known as the straw. And what they've done is they've flipped it and listed us as that straw. This is where Negro, Black, and color comes in to identify from a corporate chattel principle, not by bloodline, Christian property, and thus licensed, because they're artificial persons. You understand? Now, it's not complex, but it needs to be refined to people so that they can look at it, so they can use their intelligence. Because if you don't know these things and you walk into those trade courts, and keep in mind, traffic court is trade court. It's slave trade. Traffic means trade. It's commerce. It doesn't deal with rights, it deals with privileges. Are we clear? Privileges must be distinguished from rights. Rights are fundamentally in society unalienable, inalienable, not capable, not rightfully, nor lawfully capable of being sold to or transferred to another. Are we clear? Privileges are the opposite. They can be sold, they can be licensed. That is, that you're taking some liberty that someone gives you that has the power that you don't to grant you that activity, thus the license comes into play. Are we clear? Outside of that venue, the license plays no role. If you understand that, you understand your arguments. Are we clear? Are we clear?
Yes.
Now, so whenever we're talking about writs that you do, or that any conversation that you may have with any corporate entity that's approaching you as the natural person and misclassifying you as a corporate entity, the way they're talking to you, you must recognize the language and must correct them. Not that they don't know, but you must demonstrate that you know. Understand the word civilian. People say, well, I don't know law, but I need to get a lawyer because we're just civilians. No, civilians are required to know the law. And you need to know that. So when you see these so-called leader guys and Grand Siki guys and stuff talking about Raleigh didn't teach civics, etc., all you need to do is read the divine warning by the prophet for the nations, and he says, help me in my mission. Then he tells you what the mission is: to bring my people back into the constitutional fold of government, enforcing our Constitution of the United States of America. That's his statement. And if that ain't civics supreme, nothing else is. However, infiltrators and liars have lied on him, and thus, this is one of the reasons we have to come out in these venues. Because where it should be taught is not taught by virtue of people agreeing with J. Edgar Hoover to undermine Noble Raleigh and use the name absent of the instruction. Are we clear?
Yes.
Keep it clear. Go, man. Finish.
Now, I go to those venues because I'm part of Temple, but I'm part of the nation first. The issue before us is the affairs of the nation. Noble Raleigh told the Moors, study, 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 study well, and when you would have studied well and would ask me what to study next, I would reply, study yourselves. Then he said, be careful, Moors, some of your own people wearing turbans and fezzes will be trying to put you back into slavery. So we already gave you the caveats. All you need to do is pay attention to the principles, and you will see them like neon lights. You need not be confused. We need to be busy about our mothers and our fathers' work. Do you understand? And we need to be on point. We need to understand principles. When you understand principles, you can bring pure When you don't understand principles, you're going to be going to spinning your wheels. And even when you're operating in principle, you're going to have opposition, because all of your strengths will be tested. This is why it's important for us to stay on principle. Are we clear?
Yes.
Now, as you all know, we've delivered to you in past meetings, etc. I don't think we gave you some of Lewis McFadden's stuff, but that's in another book. We'll get that to you later. But we did give you James Traficant's response or dissertation before the floor of the House of Representatives in Congress concerning actually
I'm telling you.
Roosevelt, Franklin Delano Roosevelt's action with the war powers, etc. Even though he didn't go into the details, those who know law and history know what he was talking about. But in his speech, he revealed information that generally has been kept from the public. This is why they set him up and locked him up about 9 years. You understand? This is aside from the fact that all those politicians are either Knights of Malta, Knights of Columbus, etc., you know, Shriners, etc., Blue House Masons, etc., York Masons. Doesn't matter. Certain things they're not supposed to be revealing to the public. And one is the feudal nature of the U.S. democracy system, which is a thorough, absolute imposition, imposter government, thoroughly a fraud, and that's what's been operating here. That's been suppressing our people, that they have been calling racism while looking at people's attitudes instead of recognizing it was the very government that was being used to actually destroy. Do you understand? And then using subdivision states of entity corporations to execute actually inquisition operations in North America and veiling it under law when it was actually color of law, and the DMV is a color of law institution to activate secret treaty of the Roman dictum, particularly targeting our people. This is why it is well known across this country in all the little cities that so-called, we're qualifying, persons branded as Negro, Black, and colored, and Puerto Ricans are the major targets. They sit like spiders behind billboards and stuff, waiting for you to come past. And they pounce on you. In other words, a European can come past 90 miles an hour, they look, let them go, you come in, you're doing 5 miles, now above the speed limit, and they come, lock you down, call 50 parked cars, and make sure you have your hands on your wheel. So they don't use it as a justification to shoot your tires out, starting before they get you. Because this is their operation. And it confuses our people because their immediate thoughts are the morality of this thing. Because they don't know that these people are executing the secret treaty of Rome. They just think they're prejudiced. They don't like black people type mentality. You know, that's the tag. When, one, they're not black. They're executing the Inquisition operations in North America, operating a feudal system, and we're busy thinking about colors, racism, none of which is going on. All of that is designed to keep you busy so that you don't address the real root of the problem. Therefore, you have no cures until you deal with the root of the problem, you see? All right, so you must know where licenses have their origin. They're not founded in Constitution. And keep this in mind, this is very important. Governments are established by men to preserve the rights of the men and women and children of a society. It has no rights to give. It only has obligations and duties, which are spelled out in the Constitution, which is a check system of government. Constitutions do not give you rights. Constitution preserves and secures and protects your right from corrupt government.
Oh. You just said they don't give you rights. So who give you rights? I mean, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like, government is based upon a letter, right? Or letters. The first one was the Articles of Confederation, and the second one was the U.S. Constitution. It starts off with the Bill of Rights. So now you have rights. Like, what is this guy talking about? He's just talking, man. And the thing is, Like black folks got to be educated, because when we're not educated, anybody can sound smart. Anybody can. Yo, please, before you join a lecture, a seminar on a topic, please give yourself about a month of research, a month of YouTube watching, and then go to that seminar. Don't go to that seminar blind, deaf, and dumb. You have no way of telling whether the speaker is incorrect. You have no way. And they're going to sound smart because they know what the average person knows and doesn't know. All right, so here we go with the little audio thing. This happens sometimes. The audio happens sometimes. All right, so let's get the audio right. It's weird. It's weird how that convince. The audio just goes out when it wants to. Funny. All right, we still here in the audio phase. All right, so hold on. All right, still here. Usually it's a sharing issue, right? It's a Zoom. The Zoom has a flaw sometimes. And maybe my signal not strongest. It actually is, because I'm outside and it shows a strong signal. All right, so this is like a Zoom flaw. Right.
And teach the people to enforce the Constitution. And when you fail to enforce that Constitution, it is considered wrongfully, but they do it anyway, that you have waived your rights. Then they start instituting their private corruption, and this is what has happened to North America. In other words, the people have gone to sleep, and the corruptors have thoroughly corrupted the government and have overthrown the government from within. And one of the instruments was the driver's license that appears so innocent. You understand? They've used that instrument alone to enslave people, and it looks so innocent. You understand? Keep in mind,
my boy, just teach about the driver's license.
The U.S. democracy, and as we read last night, in Delaware, it is important. And I'm going to read it again if I have a copy of it right now. That's for those who don't know. And it's not, it's not new news. It's not something that you don't know. But to put this in context, I think it is wise that we be aware of the dynamics of what we're dealing with. I think I have a copy of it. Let me see if I still have it. Now, democracy, now as you know, Islam, go ahead.
So, what's the remedy, since we know that driver's license is an illegal instrument? So what's the remedy of not using it?
To start. The basics that they do, what you have is opposites operating.
Come to the seminar.
Claims that are not based in truth operating. You have Europeans claiming to be Americans, and we have not challenged it. You have Europeans claiming to be white men, and we have not challenged it. Both of them we've supported, which in law constitutes that we're waiving our right, because they're not. Europeans are not Americans, just like Americans are not Europeans.
Right.
Although any one of the people may be in different parts of the world at different times. So we're talking political jurisdiction. We have forgotten that these Europeans that are operating in North America doing all these anti-social activities, biases and prejudices and lynchings and hangings and dragging people behind trucks and blowing up little girls in church, etc., and then killing people like Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, and then shutting down the records and sealing them for 50 and 100 years and stuff like that, and then sending your children around the world to kill other people that are Asiatic in the name of democracy and calling it law of God and country are absolute frauds. The people don't know that because they don't study. The United States Republic is a Republican form of government that's founded on colonial principles, which is opposite of the U.S. democracy, which is in operation now, which is a democracy system, which I'll read you in the war manual.
You're lying. There's no democracy system. You're lying. This is a republic. You're flat out lying at this point.
Their own stuff to let you understand and let you know that by no accident, they absolutely know what they're doing. Our problem is that we don't know. Now, some of you do, but I'm talking about us in general, which is why we have to do these kind of classes. Because your remedy is to first correct your status. Everything starts with status. This is the reason why they misclassify us. This is like Charlie said, why did the European coin the names Negro, Black, and Color, etc.? To steal your birthright. Therefore, you got to study what birthright is to understand the function. Then you got to understand their motive of operations, modus operandi. So most people just
Why is it imperative, right?
based on their education or lack of education, that Negro, Black, and Color are Afrocentric identity. And as soon as they accept that, they just give up their birthright. It's not willingly, it's out of ignorance, but the effect is the same. Meaning that if somebody stomps on your foot deliberately, or they just walk in past and stomp on your foot accidentally, pain ain't less. If somebody wants to play surgeon with you and they don't know nothing about the anatomy of the body, if they start coming at you with a butter knife, it's pretty much wise for you to move. However, if you decide to stay and you know, you're looking one of your cheeks over there, don't get confused about it and don't, you know, my cheeks over there. You know, it's like we gotta stop being naive. You understand what I'm saying to you? Now, for instance, Article 4, Section 4 of the United States Constitution guarantees a Republican form of government for every state in the Union, which means that's a requirement for them to even be a part of the Union. They must have a Republican form of government. Therefore, every state's constitution must be Republican in nature. Anything else is a fraud. Are we clear? Now, what has happened? You hear these politicians walking around always talking about our democracy. Do you see the people contesting it?
Nope.
They're considering.
Okay, so again, this guy's a flat out, he's a piece of shit at this point. Because America used the term democracy, right? And the reason why it's not challenged, because everybody knows that's just a talking point. This is a republic, okay? They say democracy, but it's not, all right? Our government is not, it's in the Constitution, it's everywhere written. It's not a democracy. Dig? So, I mean, you see anybody challenging it? No, so everybody's on board. Stop, bro, everybody's not on board. This country is divided with the people who represent the South, the Confederates, and the people who are pro-states, pro-we the people, and people who are pro-government intervention, government power, all right? That's your division right there. And the people who are pro-states, pro-Confederate lost the war. So they'll always be mad at government. The government beat them. National government beat them in the war. So they'll always be mad. That's your piece of shit whites.
Have waived their rights. So if you don't make a public declaration, an affirmative, it is assumed that you're in that class. In other words, they've created classes of systems to preserve European servitude in the Western Hemisphere. This is one of their tools. Islam.
When I was pulled over, I said, "What are you pulling me over for?" "Oh, you know the procedure." I said, "What procedure?" I said, "What property did I injure? Who did I injure somebody's property or hurt someone?" I said, "What are you pulling me over for?" He goes, "Oh, I said, license." I said, "A license, an illegal instrument, or you want to see my identification?" Oh, he got pissed. And I said that to him. So that's what he told the person I was dealing with, that I got smart with. I said, "I have a right to ask him questions." I said, "I have every right in the world to ask him anything I want." He got mad because I started asking questions.
Now, this is protocols. So write this down.
Don't ask questions. It's wrong.
Protocols, whenever you get stopped in your travels on the public roads and highways, your first protocol is look for the name and the badge number. Right? Don't start running your mouth immediately. Fred Disseldorfer. Is that your name? Okay. You know, that's how you're talking to him. And you always talk with, you know, respectfully. So you don't, not that you don't have a right to, but knowing what their agenda is, because they always try to provoke. because they already know that they are criminals.
Right.
So they're going to try to revert it on you. So your protocol automatically, number one, what is your probable cause for hindering me in my liberties of traveling on the public roads and highways, exercising a right secured by the Constitution?
Okay, stop it, man. Now you heard what he said. Let me back up. Let me back up. He said it's a right to travel or even drive on public roads and highways, and it's secured by the Constitution. He just made that shit up. Like, he's flat out lying. Okay, and when I go into my reading portion of this live, you'll see. And what I'm gonna do is, when I get done my reading, I'm gonna play all the videos that we watched before, even new ones, right, of people getting pulled over. And when I do go over my reading, you'll never respect them again when they get pulled over or going some bullshit lecture like him right here. You'll never see them the same.
Traveling on the public roads and highways, exercising a right secured by the Constitution and treaties.
That's a lie. There were no public highways and roads when the Constitution was written.
Mr. Fred, what's your last name? Dinkeldorfer, badge number 523, whatever it may be. He said, I want to see your stuff. And you say, yeah, the Fourth Amendment warrant signed by a competent judge. Give me your full name while we're talking, right? Because you're asking for my private property.
Now, notice that every Moor has a video of them getting pulled over and them conversing with a police officer, and they're spitting this Morris game. This dude is like 90,000 years old, and he doesn't have one video of showing his followers, his listeners, how to do it the correct way. He doesn't have one video in 90,000 years. Stop it, bro. He's a clown. He's a sick individual, man.
Absent of a Fourth Amendment warrant. Now, let's mark this down. Meanwhile, I want your full name, the district that you're operating from, and your surety bond number.
Yo, he's asking things that he knows the officer is like, what? What district and what surety bond number? What are you talking about? So when the officer say, what are you talking about, surety bond number? He's gonna act like the officer is hiding something on purpose, intentionally. See, yeah, they are hiding it because why he give it to me? Hey, yo, we're black. And some of us live in a black city, a black town, populated by a lot of black folks, and we have black officers. Go ask the guy, the woman who you went to school with, who you seen, you play basketball with, go to the gym with, where you go to family reunions with, or whatever the convention is, the event. Ask that brother, that sister. Like, yo, how come y'all don't tell us your security bond number? Watch what they say. This is off the record. You ain't pulled over. You just chilling. Just like, yo, man, how come when y'all pull us over, y'all don't give us y'all surety bond number? Yo, watch that. Yo, watch that person expression. It's gonna be priceless and memorable. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's nigga talking about.
And then we can trade places. And I'll give you my stuff, and you give me your information. However, if you don't have it available, call your superior. That's if you feel like waiting around. You understand? But those are protocols from the door. Immediately, you all keep this in mind. This is also why we also issue in these packages the oath of ethics that all of them must take. The oath of ethics, they're bound to preserve the rights of the people under Constitutional principle. This is why you also carry that and remind yourself, and this is why we always tell people to have that, and you also take one side of it and make it an exhibit whenever you're dealing with that, and that goes with when they give you a ticket, that goes in the case of the ticket, you put the ticket number on there with an exhibit number on there, etc. And with the and remember, don't call them officers because they weren't elected. They want you to call them officers.
This dude said don't call them officers because they weren't elected. Well, bro, some of them are constables, detectives, There's a whole bunch of peace officers, there's a whole bunch of names you can give them. This nigga said they were not elected. I mean, bro, so what you want to call them? Cops? So you gonna call them, so what they do is their own little stupid codes. They call them policy enforcers. Oh, that's very respectful.
Right? And when you call them officers, that's what you call tacit consent to jurisdiction.
Oh my God.
Because they're not officers, so if you say it, that's sort of like voting them as an officer at the moment while they're dealing business with you. And so then they take the position of the sheriff, which they don't have.
What the hell are you
I'm telling you what's going on. This is why it's important for you to understand language and understand these fundamentals. And even though you already know that they're criminals, don't speak anything like harsh or anything like that, because they want excuses to kill people.
Yes.
Because that's one of the commitments under the Treaty of Verona to reduce the population and to justify it. You know, even if your wallet is the wrong shape, they'll shoot you. You understand? And but they know that they have also the Knights of Columbus judges and Klan members who are operating in the government to back them up. Because they're denying due process because they're not upholding the government. Keep in mind, they're not United States officials. They're U.S. democracy knights for the coast of Rome.
Oh my God. But just tell about the goddamn driver's license. Why we don't need it to drive?
This is why they act arrogant. And so if you know what you're dealing with, you need to...
This is a crazy nut. Okay, for you people who are in a slow town, right, that's beyond, current affairs. If you live in a town where you guys are like 2 years behind, then yeah, you should believe this nigga. Okay? But if you are in a town where you're pretty up to scale, you would know that there's black officers, right? He's talking like every police officer is a Nazi card carrying fool. Some of us got relatives and friends and associates who are police officers. Just ask the police officer that you know. Don't be afraid. I was in Wawa, white Hispanic looking guy. I don't know this guy from shit. But the question was burning inside me, so I had to ask. I said, "Excuse me, sir." I said, "Good morning. Excuse me, sir. Have you ever pulled over a sovereign citizen?" Now this guy don't know me from shit. And guess what? He liked that conversation. We were talking, like I was done with the guy. He kept going and going and going. Like shit, I just opened up a can of worms. He kept going and going and going. I was pretty much done with the guy because he was being redundant. But yeah, like he knew he pulled him over. Like he was no longer on the beat. Like he's more of a detective now. But he was saying, he came across them and like he didn't demonize them. He said some things they're right about, some things they're delusional about. And he said they're very violent and they're crazy because they'll try to put liens on your house. They'll take it personal. And they'll do all type of shit to you or try. He said they're very good at finding loopholes in the law. What he said? After I got what I want, I'm trying to be out. I'm trying to go to the gym. I ain't got time to talking, bro. I'm trying to get to the gym early before people show up so I can get my little drills in. But man, yeah, the average police officer, I don't think any police officer would know what the hell is a surety, a bond. What do you say? Bond, surety, bond, security. What the hell did he say? Yeah, he just made that shit up. Like, why we can't see that on the screen? Some presentation, some website of police officers are supposed to give you, or they even have a surety, security bond. Like, we supposed to just take your word for that, my boy? So proof is just poof. No proof. Proof is poof. Come on, man.
You know fundamental protocols on how to operate with that. And this is also why, even when you're doing any rich, you also have what you call post.
Yeah, nah, he got his hair blown out. That's his little style. It makes him unique. Kind of like Don King, kind of like Al Sharpton. I ain't mad at him expressing his African hair, the way he wants to. But to him, that's done. Like no different than Al Sharpton, Don King. You know what I mean? To him, that's done. Like this is what he likes it, and it's clever because it's like who he is, even in a silhouette. You could say, "Yo, that's Taj Tariq Bey, the Grand Sheik." of the more sovereign citizen movement.
Signers, at least in triplicity, to create that triangle. You understand? And also on your own stuff, and that's why you fly your colors. And you fly your colors because it automatically sets up diversity articles.
Yeah, I wish he just talk about the driver's license more than his other. I gotta say more. More, no pun, than this other foolishness. Dude, it's called driver license fraud. Taj Tariq Bey. Can we talk about the driver license and how you don't need it to travel so I can trip you up and get rid of you? Okay, when I get done reading what I got, you'll never take these Moors seriously. Not all Moors, because you got Temple Moors, which is Tariq Bey, Temple Moors, Sharif Bey, and then you have sovereign citizen Moors or more sovereign citizens, and they are the wacky ones. It's the ones that believe you got the right to travel without a driver's license. They are the sick ones, not the Temple Moors. Okay, make that clear.
3 Section 2 of the Constitution, and it is not a
good look for the Cash App. Yeah, they only gave me one way to approve, to show my gratitude, and it was like the heart shit. Like I couldn't do like the rock symbol. I couldn't do whatever I want to do. It only gave me the heart reply. You dig? I'm like, that's kind of like sus right there.
It is already set forth. You understand? This is another reason why you have the nationality, because it automatically sets diversity. So even if they had a legitimate...
The reason why I'm playing this video, the reason why, because he is the grandfather of the more sovereign citizens. So you got sovereign citizens who are white folks and black folks, and they are separate from more sovereign citizens, by the way. Do not confuse them. Even though they both think they can travel without a driver's license, their reasons are different, okay? The average sovereign citizen, black or white, does not believe they come from Morocco and that they have a peace treaty with the American federal government. They don't believe that, okay? Which makes them worse, which makes sovereign citizens worse. At least the Moors believe there's some treaty there that affords them the right to travel and without a driver's license on public highways and roads. Sovereign citizens are more retarded. It's like, yo, what is your reason why you don't need to travel with a driver's license? They really don't have a good one. I've been listening to them. They really don't have a good one. They both go to the Constitution. They both they pick and choose, cherry pick. But the Moors' arguments are a little more clever than the average sovereign citizen. And it doesn't surprise me. Black people got a little swag. So when blacks hop on something pseudo, we're going to add a little swag to it, a little touch, a little convincing arguments. Sovereign citizen movement, that's white folks. And it's just blatant, it's barbaric, it's cavemanish, it's goofy. Okay, it's trailer park trash, vibes on that one.
The court must go through due process because they have no jurisdiction. They have to set it. And keep in mind that.
Watch it say. Don't see the heart, bro. So look, I gotta play Taj Tariq Bey. I have to play this whole video. We got 30 minutes left because you need to hear it from the horse's mouth. All the Moors who believe this rights to travel stuff, they all respect and look at him as the grandfather of this movement.
Eisenhower in '54 closed down Council reports because they had all the Negro leader preacher guys that they was paying off. You understand? To get the
I was Mace. I gotta play Mace interview with Gilly the Kid on Fabio Foreign, right? Mace was my low key. Tupac is my favorite rapper all time, right? Tupac, and then from Tupac it goes to Eazy-E or vice versa. Sometimes it's Eazy-E, sometimes it's Tupac. I can't renumber them 1 and 2, but Eazy and Tupac are my favorite rappers ever. Okay. Apart from them, and then I go to New York, right? I was never, I'm Jersey, but I was never a fan of New York. Like their attitudes, everything about New Yorkers, I just, and no shot at Tiff, right? This is the collective, this is not individuals. I'm sure there's some great New Yorkers, but the collective, I never rock with New Yorkers. They always feel like they're special when they're around in New Jersey and Philadelphia, the tri-state area. They always feel like they're special. Okay, so I was so glad when Snoop Dogg made, the Dog Pound made that song, New York, New York, where he kicked over the buildings and disrespected New York. And New York ain't been the same since, like Jay-Z said. But apart from Tupac and Eazy-E, I would say Nas would probably be in that fold, and maybe AZ, right? AZ. Carmega will make it number 5, right? So Nas and AZ are Queensbridge, and Nas and Carmega are Queensbridge, and AZ, I think he's Brooklyn. Okay, so my top 5 rappers all time would be Tupac or Eazy-E, any order, but next would be Nas, and then Carmega, and then AZ, right? And that could be any order, to be honest. So the first 2 could be any order, and the bottom 3 could be any order. But Mace got to be my 6th man of the year. Mace is my 6th best rapper. So when I heard Fivio Foreign say something about Mace, and when Mace replied, I love his reply. Like, he just so clear and plain and articulate. And he exposed a lot of the goofiness with these fake drill rappers and just rappers, period. That's just fake. As a matter of fact, one of my lives, I'm going to try to investigate, when did rappers introduce selling drugs as a glorification? Like, when did that happen? Because that's when hip hop took a turn. So I just want to know, when did we start rapping about selling drugs as something like as a badge of honor and shit? So if anybody could help me out, anybody could post in the chat or send a link for me to read something, that'd be great. Okay, but Mace did an excellent job in exposing Fivio Foreign, a lot of fake drill rappers and cowards all together. You dig? So that's a sidebar, but I'm going there, and I also want to do a live about health, right? Good health, because I think that's important. All right, here we go. Good health without the pseudo shit.
Try to get these people to start agreeing to be colored people and Negroes.
And so Scarface was always respectable, but I was more so of a Master P dude, Thirsty Uno. So when we talk about favorite rappers, like my top 5 I just mentioned, and the bottom 5, when I said Master P will be in my bottom 5. Okay, so my top 10, like my top 10, the second half of my best rappers, it would be Mace and Master P for sure. Would be in my bottom 5. And now 3, 4, 5, I'm not sure. All right, 3, 4, 5, not sure, but for sure, Master P and Mace is in my second half of my top 10.
Under the 14th Amendment, so they would march and pray around, and then would not have a venue, because consular court is the only venue in which they're supposed to be dealing with us. You got to understand these things.
I think Bone Thugs and Harmony as a group would go in my bottom 5, second half of the 10. So we can say Mace, Bone Thugs and Harmony as a group, and then Master P.
So to understand the politics on how they're operating. Now, with the Negro preachers, actually working for the... Okay, so now I have to fast forward some of this stuff, right? Because we talking about Negro preachers now, brother. I don't want to know about Negro preachers. Matter of fact, I respect the church. This is my opinion, okay? I respect the church more than any of these offshoots as the what does Unc say? As the what was the terminology as far as religion? The state's religion, right? So in the Black community, I can respect the church as the Black state's religion over everything else. They're the only, and maybe Orthodox Islam is in there, but because they're the only consistent ones. They're consistent. Like you can see them from a mile away. They're not gonna just add shit and take on this. Nah, it's their doctrine. That's it. So Orthodox Islam and Christianity, I can respect as the Black state's religion. If we're gonna do religion at all, I could look at Orthodox Islam or Christianity, right? If I got to choose Christianity, I would say the non-denominational churches, right? So if I had to choose what's the Black state's religion, if you're going to be religious, I would say either Orthodox Islam or, matter of fact, I got non-denominational Christianity is number 1. And Orthodox Islam number 2. Everything else is garbage. I don't respect it. Corporate state and the people thinking they're working for Jesus and God and Allah and all this sort of stuff, they believe these people don't know these people are innocent, and the ignorant people are frantic. You not knowing that, we're working for God? To me by the state of New Jersey. But they're telling you the truth. They're state agents. And the first thing they do, take that marriage.
Saying pastors or state agents. Again, man, like the thing about Moors like this, like they only hang around Moors. They only hang around Moors that think like them, not even his temple Moors. Okay, and that means he's stuck in his bubble. Okay, it's called Islander disease. When you're on an island with somebody, all y'all really knows what y'all know, and that's it. Everything else doesn't exist. And he's suffering from Islanders disease. I'm gonna say islands disease. Where just you on the island, and whatever belief you have, it's just a fact because it goes unchallenged. So this brother does not hang around Christians, Orthodox Muslims, Nation Islam, and other religious folks. He does not. Okay.
Certificate, send it to the Department of Commerce. They listed subcategorically in the Department of Orphans, wards of the state automatically. This is again why they take liberties. Certificate, which is a contract that converts your rights into a crime, which is a, could I ask you for an idea of your bloodline? No. That driver's certificate, which is a contract.
In his mind, the driver's certificate, not a license, the driver's certificate is a contract that does what?
That converts your rights into a crime.
That converts your rights into a crime. Wow. Okay.
And then you present it as identity, and it's not identity.
So you present it as identity, and it's not identity. Like, how the hell is not identity? First of all, you have non-driver's license identification cards, right? It looks exactly like a driver license. The only thing is, it doesn't say anything about commercial driving at all, right? It just no class A, B, C, nothing, no D. It just says non-commercial license, and it's just used for identification. So how is a driver's license any different than any other identification card? The only difference of a driver license and a Morse identity card is that the government is saying, I back that I back this person, that person is who they say they are. We check their credentials. We scrutinize all the paperwork, proof of mail address. We did this. We stamped that this person on this card, the picture, is who they say they are. That's the only difference. Like, now, how is the Moors sovereign citizen movement, not the Temple Moors, verifying that person is who they say they are on their identification card? How are they doing that? Right? Because the CIA could, they're the masters of reprinting money, forging shit like that. So when they also get a Moors card, how do you give me one? How do you know I'm not an actual Moor? Like, what is your vetting process? Like, stop it.
Which makes you a fraud. Therefore, they're innocent because you're giving an instrument claiming it is identification because they said so, and it isn't. So it's a business contract in commerce.
I flipped the script on it.
Yes, because identity doesn't have an expiration date.
That's what he got all bad about.
Do you understand? Not only that, it's not a contract for traveling or not. Your license is expired. What, my identity is expired? People can't even think. They say, give me identification, give me a driver's license. Driver's license is not identification. Right. But they have to groom people to start believing that. And the people become lemmings and actually are delivering their rights without a challenge because they don't know what their rights are. It's one of the reasons why Neutrality taught their rights. So the deal of it is that you must understand that when
the rights he's talking about, I would love for him to write on that chalkboard these rights that you had. Because I'm confused I know the Bill of Rights, I know the amendments, and somehow he got his own set of rights that the Moorish community is supposed to have, and he's not really being clear, at least in this lecture, of what those rights are. So my homework, and if you guys can help me out, my homework is for Grand Sheikh Taj Tariq Bey to point out the rights that we're supposed to have based on the Constitution. I would love to know that so I can compare and contrast.
They approach you that there's a protocol of questions you ask them, and you can say for the record.
So the watcher sent me a little donation. You dig, $20. Good luck, my boy. So I say, all right, let me go ahead and celebrate. You know what I mean? Because I'm happy where shit is going for me right now. It's going It's slow, but it's moving forward. So I went and bought, live right now, bought me something, you know what I mean? I'm sipping on Moors. I don't smoke. So people be smoking on somebody when they're dead. I'm sipping on Moors. And I just moved this cup away from where I kept damn near knocking over my laptop. So I moved it from the left side to the right side. I go grab the off. And I knocked the whole cup over on some goofy shit, man. This is sad. I got to curse right here. I'm trying to refrain from cursing a lot. I want kids to watch this, but I got to curse this one time or this other time. This is some Sagittarius shit, yo. Sagittarius men we got to be the most clumsy men in the world. We are clumsy when it's unnecessary. Like, there's some message you make, it was like foreseen, like, all right, he about to do it, she about to do it. No. Sagittarius men, we make a mess when it was impossible to do it. I moved the cup away from my hand and kept hitting it. I moved it to where my hand is not hitting it. And the first time my hand goes to that direction, I knocked the whole cup on a goddamn floor. Over my Crocs, over everything. This is some goofy shit, man. You dig? Six fingers, peace. I don't do horoscopes. Listen. Hey, Jolanda, peace. Yeah, I'm not going, look, I'm no pseudo, but maybe there's some blood in me, some pseudo blood, because I am highly superstitious. I will not hide that. I won't lie and act like something else. I'm telling you, I'm highly superstitious. When I watch boxing, when I watch basketball, when I watch football, if y'all ever was to hang around me and I'm like really interested in my team to win, I'm really involved, I need this player, this boxer to win, or this player, this football team to win, you would see me not move. I would keep the same stance, sitting stance, standing stance, whatever it was. If I'm holding a cup a certain way and we got some success, you'll see me hold that cup the entire way or stand a certain way or put my hand on my chin a certain way throughout the entire event. I'm highly superstitious. So, brother, even though I'm not the horoscope guy either, I am. I'm not like heavy deep in it, but when I read these characteristics of the horoscope, I just think it's spot on. Especially people I know who are like Aquarius and Geminis, my mom and Virgos. I'm like, yo, that shit, everything my mom is. You dig? That's everything my brother is. Everything my best friend is. Everything this clown is. You dig? So, bro, I'm highly superstitious, and I believe that horoscope shit got some factual stuff in there somehow. Don't get me to give you a presentation. I'm sure Scientist Sean is going to rip me up for that, but I can't prove it. At least I don't believe in aliens. It's Bigfoot. Shit, give me a break. Hey, Julanda, you a Sagittarius? When the last 2 minutes, if I don't watch, they lose. I feel I'm telling you, the watcher, yo, family, Jolanda, the watcher, six fingers. If my team lose or if my favorite boxer lose and I'm not home, you can't convince me that ain't happened because I wasn't home. You cannot, in my mind, is set. We only lost because I was not home. That's why I do not watch important fights, important football games or basketball games that mean a lot to me. I do not leave my house. I don't go to the venue, none of that shit. I don't want free tickets. I don't want to go. I'm staying home because I consider myself a true fan of whoever. And my being a true fan is to stay home because my superstition is going to probably gauge that you're going to win. Being a bad fan to go watch it. Now my superstition can't help you out. Now I'm telling you, I want to put on a record. I'm superstitious. I don't want to hide it and come out later. Like, yo, you lying, you pseudo. I want to put it on the record. I'm superstitious. Always been and never went anywhere. I'm highly superstitious. Okay? I can't fight it. I try to fight it. I did good so far on my no pseudo. I did good on a lot of things. Religion and luck, things like that. But superstitious, I failed. I failed that. Don't do a Sagittarius. I got good balance. Yeah, Jolanda, that's why I said Sagittarius men, Jolanda. She said, don't do a Sagittarius. I got good balance and agility. I'm telling you, man. Yeah, I'm so good. Hey, six fingers. You might call this pseudo. But bro, when I'm at an event and there's another man there, and somehow I'm like, yo, that dude just that vibe he giving off like mine. And you can't ask a dude their horoscope, that type of shit. That's like suspect, but I do it anyway. I'm like, yo, I know he's a Sagittarius. I'm like, yo, let me ask you a quick question, bro. You a Sag? See, how you gotta say it. You don't ask him what's your sign, that's some gay shit. You gotta say, yo, are you a Sag? That's all. Are you a Sag? And I bet 100% or maybe 95%. When I ask a brother that question, I'm like 95% spot on. That's why I think there's some truth to that shit. Some pseudo ghost alien truth to that. She said she got great balance and great agility. Yo. Yo, that is funny, man. So look, give me a second to run in the house to put some more in my cup. I didn't ruin my shit. So 6 fingers or somebody, you know what I mean? You could help me replenish this cup. Yeah, throw some in that cash app. I'll be right back. 1 second. Let me just pour more in the cup. Good looking, the watcher. So this is on you. This early live is the watcher. He sent me something last night. I said, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and do an early one. I'm gonna sacrifice. Now I would love to be at the park right now. It's beautiful. It's windy. I would love to be at the park right now playing basketball or training, doing a drill, working on some moves. But I'm in the backyard live because the brother reached out. So I'm gonna reach back out. Give me a second. Yeah, I almost thought the watcher was a Sagittarius, but the watcher gives me bully vibes. I think the watcher is a low-key bully. And and Sagittarius are not bullies. So I mean, like physically, I think the watcher, I think he intimidates people physically around his, areas. I think that's what he does. And Sagittarius don't do that. So we're more like, we're easygoing people. So that's what threw me off. That's why I knew the watcher wasn't one. Like, nah, I could tell, like, when he's involved in something, he's gonna use his size to like determine whether he's right or wrong. All right. He a Leo. All right. So anyway, all my Pisces homies talk the most shit. We argue the hardest. Them fucks are legit. I'm a nice guy. I think you're nice, but I think you might use your size for some people when it don't go your way. I bet you Rob Bourne, if you're a Leo, Rob Bourne a Leo. Where's each one teach when Rob Bourne? If you're a Leo, he's a Leo. All right, y'all both Leos. Big U vibes. Decent said everyone is easy going until they're not. All right, okay. I'm a Sagittarius. Hey, Decent. Please be honest, right? Everybody's reading the chat, right? The chat's where it's at right now. Be honest. You ain't got a cap for me or the chat. When I say Sagittarius men are clumsy and we create mess when the mess is not even there, do you think I could be slightly misled or misrepresenting Sag, or do you think there's some truth there? Decent. I need that. I need that, Decent. Let me know. And while you give the answer, I'm gonna play the video.
So keep in mind, when you ask them for their name, their badge number.
So now he's giving you civics, right? He's teaching you how to address the police officers. There's nothing wrong with asking for a police officer name and badge, but I just want to be honest with you guys, okay? That's part of your rights, as an American citizen, or even somebody with a visa. That's your right to ask, a police officer for their badge number and name. But let me just tell you, I gotta caution you. That's not a normal procedure from drivers, right? So police officers are not used to that. Like saying good morning to people in America is normal, right? People won't get offended. But if you say aloha or hola to like an English speaking person, that speaks no Spanish, hola, aloha or salam alaikum, that might not be as receptive. You dig? They might not be as warming to you when you say something they don't understand or is not familiar with, right? Or they're not used to. So with an officer, when you ask an officer for their badge number and their name, that can come off as a defensive tactic with an officer like, wait, what's up with you? Like, why are you tripping? So I just want to put it out there. So if you plan on getting out of a ticket, and you ask the officer for his badge number and a name, you're probably sealed your fate for that ticket. Okay, this is Unbiased Sports. I love Black people. I love everybody really that's worthy of my love. And I'm telling you, I only would like to give sound advice. I wouldn't do that. I see that as a defensive tactic, and it could be offensive too. So either as a defensive tactic, that means the officer is coming on strong, and you asking for that, so you can hold him liable of what you believe he might do. He might violate you, or you might be having a bad day, and he might be cool, and you say it, and then she or he is like, "Yo, calm down. License, my badge number and name." So I'm just telling you, if you are trying to get out of a ticket, and you ask an officer for their badge number and name, full name, upon them approaching your car, you probably can guarantee you're paying for a ticket in court, or at least fighting a ticket, like almost guaranteed. All right, let's move on.
And their surety bond. Keep this in mind, oaths and surety bonds go together.
So decent, what you don't want to do is give your national view on everybody else, because I'm from the North. I live in the North. I live near New York. And as you can see from the videos of the MOORgue that's in PA and Maryland, the officers are not aggressive to them at all. So I understand decent that if you're in the South or Midwest and even probably West Coast, the officers tend to be a little aggressive. But when you come to the Northeast, the officers are not, as you can see, they are not that aggressive, my boy. Trust me. Like, you have a chance of talking yourself out of a ticket, even though you're guilty as F. You have a chance of talking yourself out of a ticket if you behave yourself like a respectful person. I can't speak for Georgia, Texas. I can't speak for Kentucky, Arizona, California. I can't speak for those places. Mississippi, Florida, I can't speak for those places. I can only tell you about the Northeast. Northeast, if you are respectful to police officer, there's a 50-50 chance that you get out of that ticket, even though you are guilty. All right? 504 got to be a Leo operating a mother shit. Wind spinner. 504, what's up? All right, let's go.
Oaths are filed of any particular persons that are public servants, and all of them are bound to this. The surety bond is connected to it. This is why when you ask for them.
Okay, you heard what you said? He said when you ask an officer for their identification, their badge number or name, their surety bond is attached to it. Now, I believe he can be right, but that doesn't mean he's right with asking for security. What did he say?
The surety bond is for persons that are public servants, and all of them are bound to this. The surety bond.
Okay, the surety bond. If that is true, the surety bond, I highly doubt if the officer knows his or her surety bond, or if they ever known of it. Okay, so let me just do a quick Google. You see? Officers and their surety bond. Okay. All right. Public official bond. I'm trying to get to a nice website, because these are like MOORgue websites. What is the purpose of a public official's bond? The public official's bond is commonly issued to protect against conduct or omissions by the named public official that constitute a breach of the public official duties of office. Okay. A statutory obligation requiring. Are they talking about? Okay, here we go. No need to guess. The three most common types of contract security bonds are bid bonds, performance bonds, and payment bonds. Bid bonds require that contractors enter into a contract if their bid for a project has been set. Yo, what type of bond is a public official bond? Surety bond. A public official is beyond a type of surety bond that guarantees that an elected government official is certain in a certain position will comply with the governmental rules and regulations. These types of bonds are most likely needed by public officials that handles public. Why the hell would an officer have that? Like, wouldn't that be something in like academy school that they put on their dresser or their refrigerator? That's not something an officer keeps in his car. Like, what the hell?
Is connected to it. This is why.
All right, let me put my chicken in the house. I got a bee keep climbing on my chicken. Hold on. Yeah, my chicken that good. I didn't put no sweetness, no honey, sugar, barbecue sauce, nothing on my grilled chicken. I'm in the backyard, and this bee is just all over my chicken. So it's that good. Nothing, no sweetener. And the bee just like, what's in here? Be right back. All right, we back. We're back. The bee's still over here. God damn. I got this big mess over here. Just spilled the liquor. The liquor got sugar. God damn, man. Oh boy. I made a big mess. I dropped the whole damn cup. Shit crazy. Shit crazy.
When you ask for them, they do not produce them. You know why they don't produce them? Because most of them.
All right. So decent. You from Northeast as well. You don't like police. That's cool. But brother, yeah, you would rather be policed by black folks over white folks, correct? Decent. So decent. This question is just for you. Matter of fact, it's for everybody. Matter of fact, let me make a poll. I got a poll. Would you rather be policed by whites or blacks? Okay. So here you go. There we go. So we're sipping on O'Reilly. So if you know about Bailey's like Irish cream type shit, like the Irish cream type liquor with the cream. Bailey's is like different than Irish cream, but it got the cream, right? What I got is O'Reilly. O'Reilly is like a half the price, but to me it tastes better. But from what I was taught by the liquor store owner, is that Bailey's and O'Reilly's, I think they're both produced in Pennsylvania. They got the same ingredients, everything. It's just that Bailey's is more renowned, right? And that's why they charge what they charge. O'Reilly's got the same shit and everything that they do, and it's half the price. And to me, I drunk both. To me, O'Reilly's is better. I've been drinking O'Reilly every chance I got. Bailey's, I drank about 3 times. I got sick as hell. I stopped drinking Bailey's. O'Reilly's, I drank way more O'Reilly's than I ever did Bailey's, and I've never been sick. It's pretty good. I just want good cops. I don't care what color they are. Yeah, but that's not life, those decent in life. You have human beings. And in this country, if you know the history, well, I'm going to read to you in a second. In this country, you got 2 different types of white Americans. You got some white Americans who were on the side of national government who wanted to abolish slavery. And you got other whites who was part of the Confederate government who felt like slavery is none of the national government business, right? They should butt out. So with that being said, those people never died off. They had kids and kids and kids and kids and kids and kids and kids, and they affect society. They are responsible for white supremacy and other type of racial discriminatory things in America. So good cop, bad cop, that's kind of like a fairy tale. And also these Confederates, when they're in high positions, they pretty much make everybody higher conform to the orders of, the operations of the day. So even though you're not on their time to keep your employment, you foot the bill, so to speak. So I'm drinking Bacardi Gold Straight. Yo, listen, I'm going to end up drinking the straight stuff eventually. Cause I'm getting tired of the sweetness. I'm getting tired of drinking a whole cup. I just want a little bit of something. I don't want a whole cup. I want a little bit of something. and it gets right to the point. So I'm thinking, you let me know, guys, because I don't drink that shit at all. But if I go to some type of tequila or vodka, if I squeeze a lemon in there, like, would it taste better? Because I hate how that shit tastes. If I squeeze a lemon in there, would it taste better? Would I be able to drink it without throwing up? Okay, there you go. He said it. The watcher said it. Yeah, I thought about. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go to like some tequilas or some vodkas. I'm tired of the full cups of some shit. Two cups just to get like a little buzz. I want just to drink a little bit. I don't want a whole bunch, just a little bit. Put on the shelf, and that's it. All right, you know, and you got to go real quickly. I don't want to wait 2, 3, 4 hours. So, like I said, I'm sipping on MOORgue. I don't smoke, so I'm sipping on MOORgue. And yo, Thirsty said that's me. And yo, I got some MOORgue. Listen, I went on Facebook talking the talk, so I got some MOORgue to bite. So I told him at 6 o'clock, I'll send a number to him to call in. Now I purposely say call in because if I send the YouTube link, then they can know what I'm talking about and they'll be free to call in. So if y'all wondering, this is how I got the Nation of Islam to call in. You dig? They called in, by the way. If you think back, they didn't click a link. They called in. So that means they did not hear the show prior to their phone call. So they had no idea what we were talking about. All my drinks meet either vodka or Don Julio for me. 100% agave tequila. All right, let's go.
Don't have them. So they're asking you for insurance under a color of law when the surety.
Now, this nigga making that shit up, man. I'm sorry. They asking you for insurance under a color of law. Oh, by the way, check this out. Let me see. No, that's not it. I got this for you. I know I saved it. Yo, check this out. I just want y'all to see this. Okay, and for y'all that just came in late, I plan on doing a show about when did rappers start to glorify, like when did who was the first well-known rapper to put in his lyrics selling drugs as a glorifying event, glorifying action? I need to know what rapper did that first. So that's my mission nowadays. I'm trying to figure that stuff out. But I don't know what I did with it, but it turned out that the Black's Law Dictionary in 2019, we are at the 11th Black edition. We are at the 11th edition of the Black's Law Dictionary. But you will have these clowns, these more sovereign citizen clowns. You have them quote out of the 4th and 5th edition of the Black Laws edition. I mean, like, that's just disingenuous. Like, yeah, come on, man. Like, these people are quoting from a book that's like 7 to 6 editions old. Cherry pick. That's called cherry picking.
Bond is their insurance that they're supposed to produce when they.
So he just said nothing. I read that the surety bond is their insurance. He said they're supposed to come to you and tell you their badge number, full name, and their surety bond. Yeah, good luck with that. Oh, shit. All right, okay. So the wind is kicking up, so the sound is going. Give me a second. All right, let me stop and go back. A lot of wind.
And if you notice in most of the so-called police departments, they're majority European males.
Right. Yep.
With extreme clan attitudes. You know, sometimes they kind of cover it up, but their arrogance still shows through. You know, and you go to any courtroom any day, and you see the majority of the people is people Asiatics and Puerto Ricans. The majority.
I went to federal court. That's why I said
Any
that.
one of them, they run townships because we're the target.
All right, so okay, so we back to this. I spilled this little liquor, and now this bee just keep. Now I don't want to spray the bee down, but he's really pissing me off. I sprayed one bee down though. I felt bad, but like my man, like really, like go ahead with that. Seriously, you're starting to annoy me.
To make it look like, oh, they're doing it to their own, so therefore, you know, but, and our people even say things like that. However, it doesn't remove the fact that the process is void of law. The court has no constitutional foundation whatsoever. The highest court.
Okay, so the court. So now when I read what I gotta read, remember what he's saying about the court. He gonna say the highest court. So he talking about Supreme Court, and he keeps saying law. Really, he keeps saying driver license requirement, the laws that require a driver license. So I want you guys to imprint or write it down in your head or a piece of paper. He keeps saying there are laws for driver's licenses, and he keep going to Supreme Court. That's a no-no. You're gonna see why. Every time I pause it, it does the goofiness.
The United States have declared all traffic courts as incompetent, and they are administrative clerks pretending to be judges. In fact, they're not only committing impersonation of officers, they're racketeering. Let me finish that and then ask your question. This is the reason why most of the traffic courts do not have records.
That's the reason.
If it doesn't have a record, it's not a court. Keep this in mind. Without the record, you can't appeal. Why? Because an appeal requires a transcript of the record. If you understand these fundamentals, it gives you the
God damn, this wind keep blowing, man. It's affecting my signal out in the back.
consciousness of protocol, which all of our people need to know, and you need to teach it to the children before they're traveling on the road. Not after they get in trouble, etc., and stuff like that, then they're caught in the system, because they're going to be targeted anyway. So if we would teach our people those things necessary to make it better.
Ice-T is the guy I thought Ice-T, right, first. But my boy who reminds me of the Watcher, like, he became my nemesis of late. I have no idea why. The last couple years, you know, listen, let me say this. This is for everybody in chat, because I look at people who at least listens to me, you're smart, right? You're definitely smarter than anybody in this circle. Okay, like your witty, your ability to have your wittiness, your quick thinking, articulate tongue, like you are better fit than your inner circle, most likely. And you probably know that because you talk to them and and they can't keep up. Okay. Anything you excel at, I don't know if it's a Black problem or a national problem or world problem, but there's an issue with anything that you excel at. And those people who are in one of your circles, if they can't keep up, instead of being motivated to like join you in that new endeavor, that new level that you're at, that new evolutionary man you are, woman you are, instead of doing that, they would just rather pull you back down to where they're at. And that pull down could be physical or it could be just hate. Because I have friends that became like, I mean, in chats, like we have like, you know, phone chats, and no matter what I type, they just argue with me. I'm like, what the? They're not at all on my level in anything, any topic I bring up, but they would argue with me anyway. So I'm like, what's going on here? Like, no matter what I say, it's they're the opposite. But I realized, like, damn, yo, I don't know if it's a Black problem, national problem, world problem, but I noticed that, like, damn, everything that I'm actually good at, I'm actually good at. The broad circle of people I interact with, they usually want to argue with me, debate me, instead of just getting there too. Like even with basketball, like when you become better than them, instead of them like working hard on their game, trying to get where you're at, it'd be like arguments about the goofiest shit that concerns basketball. Like, yo. But yeah, so the warning is be careful of excelling in something in the field, because your old friends that can't keep up, your old relatives that can't keep up, they're going to be your biggest haters, and it's going to mess you up mentally. It's like, you know, psychologically, you're like, yo, what the? You supposed to support me, and for some reason, like that been the case in my experiences, at least.
Citizens, then half of these corruptions that are normal.
Yo, Thirsty Uno knows something, because Thirsty Uno, when I had Googled it, it said Melly Mel, but it said him as I didn't read the whole wiki, but it said Melly Mel did have a drug line, but it said that he was like speaking against it. So you could confirm that, okay? So Melly Mel, they said in the 80s were speaking against like cocaine or something like that. So let me know if that's true, or was he glorifying
the selling of coke.
Particularly in our communities, would not exist. As an example, just like when we were coming home last night, right? One of the things that we were talking about when we were coming through South Philly, where in the European neighborhoods down South Philly, they're parked 3 deep, sideways, on the curb.
Now, he's absolutely right about this. This brother is, see, I give them their flowers when they're correct. Okay, I got the chills when he just said this. Yo, Grand Sheik Taj Tariq Bey is 100% correct where he's going right now. I'm going to rewind it. I want you to hear what he said was going on in South Philly amongst the white folks and what's being allowed. He is 100 and he's 1,000,000% correct. The tolerance that police officers have for white folks as opposed to black folks. So where he's going right now, he's 1,000,000% correct. I thought this myself when I go to Newark. So I'm going to rewind it. I want you to listen to his words carefully, what he's going to say right now. He's 1,000,000% correct where he's going right now. I'm so glad he brought this up. Check it out.
Coming through South Philly, where in the European neighborhoods down South Philly, they're parked 3 deep, sideways, on the curb, on the building, wrapped around the pole, and everything, right? You don't see nobody running nowhere with no tickets.
Bro, everything he said just right now, he's not lying. All right. He's 100% correct. Same thing in Newark. They double white folks only. Nowhere in Newark you can do this except the white part of Newark. I'm going to take a picture when I go to Newark again. They double park. I don't know double park. I mean, there's one other area where they double park. It's like kind of like Blackish, but for the most part, like these white people do it disrespectfully, right? It's not even like clean. So he's right. He's right about that. Like there's a high tolerance for white people who disobey the law. There's a high tolerance amongst law enforcement. Okay, because what he's saying is correct. They be parking all type of ways, and because that whole entire area is majority white, there's no citations, no cop over there writing them up. He's 110% right. And let me tell you why they're doing that. Because those white folks are afraid to park that nice car around the corner where they can't see it. Because they like, yo, my car gonna be broken into, which they're correct because they're white, so they're gonna take advantage of them. So that's their logic to double park it on the block. I'm telling you, it's double park on both sides. It's hard to come down that block. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? Trucks in it, pickup trucks, middle of the road. I mean, yo, I'm like, yo, this legal? And yo, he's correct because that's against Newark's policy, laws, whatever, ordinances, and none of them are discouraged to park correctly. So he's 100,000, 1,000,000, infinity% correct on that one. There's a high tolerance amongst white motorists who break traffic laws, traffic violations. You dig? Parking.
On the curb, when we're coming through South Philly, where in the European neighborhoods down South Philly, they're parked 3 deep, sideways, on the curb, on the building, wrapped around the pole, and everything, right? You don't see nobody running nowhere with no tickets.
Okay, he's 100% right. But my boy, you would have a better argument if you was on the right side of the law. You're a more sovereign citizen. So you can't say, hey, they doing their dumb shit, so let me allow to do my dumb shit. That's not how it works, my boy. Stay being a positive, a law-abiding, traffic law-abiding citizen, and then point that out. Call the cops, nigga. You know, have the cops explain why they don't get tickets. Record that shit. And let us hear that. You did bring that to the city. But because you're doing your bullshit, you trying to have a favor for a favor. Scarface. Who said Scarface? Thirsty. He trying to do a favor for a favor. Nah, Scarface and Nas. You dig?
You come anywhere in West Philly, North Philly, etc. People mind their business, car parked in their driveway. Car mind is business. They go find tires and ain't got enough tread on them. Give them tickets for that.
So what he's saying right now, I agree wholeheartedly. Nothing he said was wrong.
there's definitely discrimination on tickets, on who gets tickets by race. So that's hands down.
Like a tinted window in their vehicle, they stop.
That's another 100% correct fact. The watcher, I was coming from a basketball park at 24. My car was tinted, so was his white boy car tinted. And he had loud music. I never had a system, bro. I never, ever had a system because I don't want my car being broken into. So I had 10, he had 10. He actually left before me. Same road, same direction. No pullover. I get pulled over. So now he's correct. He's correct. These it's white, it was an all white town basically also where I left to play ball at. But he's correct. He's correct. Police officers, they go after who's ever black over who's white if they could choose which one they're gonna pull over. It's gonna be the black guy, black woman, guaranteed. And it's gonna be like black, whether it's foreign or domestic black. It's gonna be black above everybody.
Them and call 5 cars, coming on both sides with guns and everything, looking for an excuse to shoot them with tinted windows. You know, they don't even have to be speeding, don't have to be doing anything. Give them 59 tickets,
Right.
do all kinds of traces for them, research them in Afghanistan, see if they was there, see if they paid Santa Claus a labor bill. I'm telling you. But that's all treated as wrong. Do you understand? That's all those operations, all of those operations comes under U.S. democracy.
So now he's correct about what he just said there, but now where he's going right now is just bullshit. Now he's going to conspiracy theory. And that's what indigenous black man does. And that's what I don't like. And I call him before he does it. Y'all get mad at me. I think I'm wrong. But indigenous black men will point out a fact and then don't deal with the facts. He'll go to conspiracy theory afterwards. And that shit just pisses me off. Okay?
They're absolutely disallowed under the United States Republic. Are we clear?
Yes.
Islam.
Knowing this, and knowing that the Supreme Court already said that they're criminals, why are they still operating?
Because the people must enforce the law.
Gotcha.
Keep this in mind.
Okay, now he's making shit up now. People must enforce law. Like, he just making shit up.
Back up again. When the Moors brought the Europeans into
All right, so now he's going to the Moors and the Europeans type history. All right, so now let's hear this bullshit because, bro, you're not a Moorish citizen of Morocco. All right, so let's stop the cap. You're not a Native American. Also, you're not part of their tribe either. Let's stop the cap. You are a Black American or you a foreign Black American, whatever you are, bro. You're not a Moorish citizen, and you're not a member of any indigenous Native tribe. Okay. Let's stop the cat, bro. This is where you go off at. This is why I can't rock with you. You're a bold-faced liar, my boy.
Form of government. And this comes back to some of the things we were talking about earlier, sis. They are deists. Deity, deity, Mercury.
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing the Mercury shit. I'm not doing it.
Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, John Adams, Thomas Barker.
He's talking about the people who are responsible for the Articles of Confederation and the U.S. Constitution. Like they're called framers, right? They're called framers. That's where he's going to now.
As agent of business, George Washington. They were not right-wing Christians. They're deists. That's what qualified them to be part of this government.
I don't know that dumb shit he's talking, but whatever.
United States government was absolutely not founded on Christian doctrines.
Yeah, of course it wasn't. My boy, like you're saying some stupid shit right now. They removed religion from the order of the day. They was getting rid of what they didn't like from Great Britain, and they were keeping what they did like from Great Britain. So our Constitution is really the British Constitution. They just took out what they did not like, and they kept what they did like, or they added what they do like, or what they should like. Okay? So, like, let's not get retarded, man. And that does not mean they were not religious, by the way. They were religious. They just knew better to separate religion from the order of the day. Law. And order.
Deists. What is deist?
Deists are those who what you would call study ancient Asiatic African culture.
Right, he make it, I'm a fast forward. I'm not doing that with you, bro. That lying shit.
Washington's lodge down there in Alexandria, Virginia, got fezzes of all the lodges. Fords down there, Harry Truman,
Yeah, I hope the Moors let me send them the number. I hope they let me send the number. It's gonna be so funny.
President of Mexico in the 1800s, with the Fez over the Allah written on it. It's no secret except to the people here who keep thinking these people are Christians. And then they trying to be Christians.
Okay.
If you understand. This is where we violated ourselves. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because we don't even know the history here. Do you understand? Our concepts are wrong. But it's for the purpose of maintaining servitude. Now, the trading banner, like they call the Star Spangled Banner, people loosely call it the American flag because the Europeans have been calling it the American flag.
So what is it?
What it is an American amity and commerce trade banner, specifically between the Moors and the Christians.
Now, I don't know about that. He might be right. He might not be right. I don't know. You dig? And I refuse to research that shit right there. That's something I'm not going to do. Y'all can do that one. Like some of his claims, I'll just go unchallenged. You dig?
I.e., fundamental to the operations of the United States Republic doing business in Morocco.
Yo, he promised a heaven in this video. High five. Please tell me that. I'll go to that.
Northwest Africa. It is an agreement. It is not the national flag, it is the national commerce flag. Are we clear? Your red stripes represent 7 Elam. It is Moorish. The white flags represent the European nations, Dutch, German.
Yeah, the question, Cannabis, what's your last name? Calm Bliss. That's a good question because every ethnicity would like to be policed by their own ethnicity. If you ask the Russian Americans, they want Russians to police them because they know who they are, they know the culture, everything's similar. Black folks grew up with the black folks, they know the culture, they know the hip hop, they know the slang, and they know who they are. That's similar. Like nobody want to be policed by an outside person who's not part of their culture. Hispanics like to be policed by Hispanics who know their culture, not Hispanics who don't know the culture. So yeah, like you would rather be, because policing is not something that people willfully accept. So if you're going to be policed, if you're going to be regulated, you'd rather be regulated by people who share similar experiences with you. They understand where you're coming from. They're less likely to charge you with these domestic charges or jaywalking. That's not going to happen, believe me, unless they warn you not to do it. So when your own ethnicity, your own group, somebody part of your culture write you a ticket for something like that, it's probably because they warned you 2-3 times not to do it and you did it anyway, right? That's like, and they make you an example out of you.
Germany, etc., England, etc. And their corporate business.
Black and whites, please know. But they act like they don't.
Businesses to do business here, it's a commerce flag. The character upon which it is built. Are we clear? It is not the national flag. That's the Al-Moroccan flag, the American flag.
Okay, you don't, wait, what do you say about the Moroccan flag?
Star in the center, that's the Al-Moroccan flag, the American flag.
Hey, listen, man, Morocco was not on the same level of America. Like, so I don't know why he's acting like they're even. Like, stop it, bro.
Clear. However, when people are first given this information, because it causes confusion, flag, they look at it too right. Let me find it. When that trading banner is properly displayed, it's actually displayed like this. Not this way.
Oh, shit.
We fly it that way.
All right, I'm good with that.
And this for them to do business here.
Oh, shit.
Flag in its operation. When these flags are flying, they're actually supposed to be all 3 of them together.
Right, okay.
Sovereign sanctioned union.
White officer not gonna fit with your
You
girl.
understand? And you will see in their secret societies, like say in
Oh, no, not secret society. No.
in politics, part and parcel really the nobles and the sovereigns of the land who've just been overthrown. This is the foundation of their attitudes towards you that you've been calling prejudice. And once you understand these things, you understand it's not a defense of their activities, you understand their motivations. When you understand their motivations and they cannot know the fact. All right, now, on our side that are selling you out.
Yes.
Do you understand? And keeping you intimidated. Well, you can't do that. You know, that type of stuff. And, you know, when you start submitting to the bull that they feed you. You know what I'm saying? Now, you're given a date. How many years was just flying over Northwest Africa,
Come on, bro.
70, How was this flag doing business here in Northwest Africa?
Oh, nah, not the mortgage. I'm good. I'm not doing
And
it.
so we also have this tendency, out of ignorance, to
I'm not doing it.
they're only taking advantage of people who haven't studied.
10,000 years, my boy.
This is and what it means when you take his hand off his own sword, which means the law that he's bound to. Proves it. You don't get caught with no spurious
Spurious
arguments, 14th Amendment stuff. Therefore, protocols are in order. Red flag.
Indigenous black man is the reason why I fell asleep last night. He comes on live. We're talking about this shit right here. And he can't help himself but to mention some Illuminati, global conspiracy, population control. He just can't do it. He just cannot just talk about the topic at hand. He has to go to his agenda. And he blames other people for going to their agenda. Like, my boy, please deal with the topic at hand.
White canopy, green cedar tree. Red flag, 5-point green stars, operating, which is European, as distinguished from.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, when it comes to these more sovereign citizens, this is my stance on them. Okay, watch this. This gonna be funny. And if you watch football, you're gonna really enjoy this. Okay, this is my stance on Moorish sovereign citizens. Okay.
Vernon just, it was something that I told.
Now look, when he say Vernon, just omit Vernon and replace it with Moorish sovereign citizens.
Vernon just, it was something that I told everybody at the very beginning of the week. I will not tolerate players that think it's about them when it's about the team.
I don't tolerate Moorish sovereign citizens who think it's about them, but it's about black folks globally and definitely nationally.
And we cannot make decisions that cost the team.
Yeah. We can't drive our license that costs the damn black society. We can't all be in court, you dig? We can't all be in court.
And then come off the sideline and it's nonchalant.
And then get your 6 tickets and act like it's nonchalant. Just act like this ain't shit. I'm just gonna pay these in court and it's all good. We can't go with that. That's not the plan for Black America.
No, you know what? This is how I believe, okay? I'm from the old school. I believe this. I would rather play with 10 people.
I would rather join every black organization except for.
And just get penalized all the way.
And just take an L to white supremacy all the way.
Until we got to do something else. Rather than invite. And play with 11 when I know that right now that person is not sold out to be a part of this team.
Rather than invite the more sovereign citizens, the Nation of Islam, the Nubians, who else? The Kemet Hustle niggas, who else? Who else out there? Who we just can't, the anti-vaxxers, who else out there? 5%ers. I just can't win with those guys. I'd rather go undermanned than to side with those people. And there's a few others out there Oh, the alien UFOologists, I'm good with them. I'd rather lose and fight a valiant effort than try to win with these niggas.
It is more about them than it is about the team.
It's more about them. It's more about those guys I mentioned than it's about black folks as a whole.
I play with them. Cannot win with them.
Cannot play with them. Cannot win with them.
Cannot coach with them. It's about the team. Cannot play with them. Cannot win with them.
Can't win with those guys I mentioned. Can't win with them. It's an L. Like you've been seeing these videos. It's an L. Your car will be towed. You will have 1,000 tickets. You have no license. You'll be in court every month. You can't keep a job. If you had your own business, that shit is done.
Cannot coach with them. Can't do it.
Can't do it. Can't do it. You just can't win with those guys, man. The Moors, the Nation of Islam, the 5%ers, the Nuwapians, the Kemet tribes, the Hebrew Israelites. You dig? You can't win with those guys, man. It's a complete L. L-I-A under my umbrella. It's an L all day. I'd rather just go under, man, and we just beat 300. You dig? Let's just fight. Let's get it in.
The true Aboriginal indigenous people of the land, which is two different.
Hey, indigenous black man, I will invite you on the live right now. I will give you the phone number. Okay? You have never mentioned the Articles of Confederation before me. You have never mentioned that. Okay? Hear what I'm saying to you. You've never mentioned that before me. I will invite you on the live now. When it comes to this, when I'm talking about the form of government, bro, you're not on my level to discuss this. So don't cap in the chat. Just enjoy the show. Because I will ask for the number, you got it. Ask for the number, you got it, indigenous. You're not going to cap in the chat. You got to call in. Okay? We're not going to do that. You have not been talking about the Articles of Confederation before me. Stop it. Okay? Matter of fact, civics, period. You have not discussed civics, period, before me. Matter of fact, who in the community? It's like, I remember watching some Sinetta shows where people went on there. It was really Moors. I mean, like, what actual black person outside of Moors dared to teach civics and give us like awareness of your constitutional rights? Name them besides Moors. Name them. Like, stop it, bro. We're not gonna do that in the chat, man. We're not gonna do that.
Statuses cannot be distinguished. Why? Because it's a birthright. Now you understand the principles that you see taking
I'm a damn sure ask you questions. I know you don't know this history, bro. You can't cap today.
place in other governments.
All right, so now look, indigenous. Now I'm gonna give you the number. If you don't call in, I gotta block you because you are distracting me from what I'm trying to deliver today, the message. You did it last night, no problem. Fell asleep, so it was your show, but you won't do it today. All right, so I'm gonna see the number, and we're gonna discuss this. All right, it's one thing on me, bro. When I read something, when I research something, I'm all in. All right. So here you go. Here's a call in. Call in. People stole the information from us 2 years ago. Indigenous, call in. Yo, we had private conversation where he was a good boy, but now he want to act tough. Call in, indigenous, call in. I can't let you coon in the chat, bro.
When they're having problems with colonial operations, and you see the presidents in South America and other countries like Hugo Chavez and Bolivia now are locking their people.
Yo, what is this guy, Tariq Bey, talking about, bro? Talk about driver license.
Down, and then the Europeans, are we clear? Which is why they created the Negro, Black, and Colored brands so that when you start.
Indigenous, call that number, bro. I want to have this Articles of Confederation discussion with you, my boy. Call the number, okay? You can ask me any question you want, and I get to ask you questions, all right? Let's see who folds.
Started arguing rights, and that brand is there, your whole argument is dead. I don't care how eloquently you present it. I don't care how many chandeliers you put up, because they are important that you accept. Meanwhile, they're operating, this is what our problem is, so we clear. And then we turn around saying, that's that white man stuff.
Right, Thirsty. You cannot explain the Articles of Confederation in your own words, in your interpretation. Interpret them the way they were intended to be interpreted, all right? Yeah, that's a good one, Thirsty, yeah. Not in your words, my boy. You gotta explain it the way they were supposed to be interpreted originally. Call in. I gave you the number last night. You called in. Call in right now. That's the phone number. Call in. If you were doing this before me, call in. That means you know more than me. Call in, my boy, and educate all of us. Call in. And matter of fact, you expose the Moors, right? Since you know all this shit, you expose the Moors and all the talking points. You do it. The Moors are done. Like, yeah, I'm sorry, but I don't think any more can mess with me. Any more science, any more who's with the sovereign citizen movement, those Moors. If those Moors want to call in, and I'm gonna hit some up on Facebook because some are replying, I'm gonna have them call in. Indigenous, you want to talk to them instead of me, in replacing me? You want to talk to these Moors in place of me? I bet you don't. They're gonna run laps around you.
Well, they tell me the absolute truth, except that a European ain't a white man, you are. I mean, our
You see, he ain't call in. He called it last night though, because there was no challenge. There's a peace treaty. There was a Moorish peace treaty between me and Indigenous, right? Last night. But today, there's no peace treaty. Call in.
our own biases even undermine losses. You get the point? You go out there wrong, what we attempt to do, but not from the angle that you.
All right, so he's not gonna call in. So I'm gonna go ahead and go with what I got. And when I read off what I got, he's gonna act like he knew it, right? But he had his chance to show us he knew it before I read it. Okay, so now let me go into, because I'm gonna play the videos of the police officers pulling over these Moors, right? But it's important that I read you the history of some of this stuff, right? Some of this stuff about the Articles of Confederation, about the US Constitution, about federalism, okay? Indigenous, they all go hand in hand. The New Deal, they all, you can't know one without the other. So if you know about the Articles of Confederation, that means you also know about the 55 delegates in Philly. It's part of the same reading, right? It's impossible to not know this stuff. So now if you know about that, then you know about the US Constitution. If you know about that, you know about Shays Rebellion. If you know about Shays Rebellion, then you know about the Civil War, and you know about Great Depression and the New Deal. Like all that is part of the same reading. If you read one thing, you know everything. If you're gonna read Shays Rebellion, you're gonna read everything I just said. If you read the US Constitution, you can read everything I just said. If you read about the Great Depression and the New Deal, you're gonna learn about everything I just said. Like it's all part of the same book. That's what I'm saying. It's all part of the same book. That's like knowing about Santa Claus, but you don't know about the reindeers or the Rudolph shiny red nose or the presents or the chimney. That's all part of the same reading. If you know about the Articles of Confederation, that means you know about everything I just said. These are and it's deeper, but this is the basics of what's going on. You have to know about the Articles of Confederation. You have to know about the US Constitution, the 55 delegates in Philly. You got to know what happened there. You have to know about the New Deal. You got to know about the Great Depression. You got to know about some part of the women's suffrage movement, because they're tied to it. You got to know about taxes. You got to even know why the government was weak and how the government gained power. Where it's at today, because the states was more powerful than the government. So how did it switch? And this is what I asked the Moor with Chief X. I'm going to play that conversation later with me and Chief X and the Moor. The Moor was pretty tight. He was tighter than what Indigenous could ever be. So don't cap in the chat. This is your time to shine, Lil Kim. So call that number in and educate us, my boy. Don't wait for me to read off the information. You act like you knew it afterwards. Don't do that. That's disingenuous, black man. I'm gonna call him
Disingenuous black man, not indigenous black man, but disingenuous black man. That's his new name. Okay, it's still IBM for those who are concerned about the name change. All right. So, hey, Mitch, peace, man. Yeah, hey, they don't know about Shades Rebellion, my boy. Hey, yeah, no, the Watcher, no. Don't throw those names I didn't mention. Don't throw Roosevelt out. I was purposely withholding names. Okay, do not throw out names I did not mention. I purposely did not mention when I mentioned the New Deal. I purposely left out Roosevelt. So, bro, do not give this brother any ammunition. I purposely left out names. Okay, I named events and I left out names on purpose. I want him to know these names. and look, I'm not a guy who knows it all my damn self. Okay, but I'm not going to tell somebody who do know it all that I said something before them. I'm not going to do that. I'm not that unwise. So he said he was talking about the articles. I know exactly when I played the role of government. I know when and why I did. It was a video. If you guys was on my channel, some of you actually seen it live. I played a video on the role of government and the formation of government on my channel. I know when I did it. I knew why I did it. Okay. And I know the dates when I did it. So I want to know when this brother mentioned Articles of Confederation, and you can't just mention something, you got to explain it. So now when I played the video, I didn't explain it. Okay. I let the video explain it because I was learning too. But I know why I played it. I know when I played it. Okay. So I was learning as I was playing the video. I didn't think you guys would be interested in the role of government and, the formation of government. I just played it just for the hell of it. And you guys actually showed up and you guys commented positively about what you were learning or seeing. Maybe you knew already, right? But you showed a positive, reaction towards the formation of government and the role of government. Like you guys, it was well received, right, by you guys. So I said, okay. Because you don't know, because all we talk about is Egypt, Hebrews, Christianity, Moors, bullshit. So when I played that, I'm thinking that it had 0 people in attendance listening to it. But people actually showed up. They liked what they were, people complimented the video. So I'm like, oh shit, people like this. So, because I had like a little, I can explain later how I got into the love of the role of government, the formation of it. But I don't just name some bullshit. Like Polite does that. Polite says something and he just leave it like that. Elijah Muhammad says something and leave it like that. They never go into depth of what it's about. So it's because they named it, we called him a guru. It's like, nah, he named it, but did he explain what was it about? No. Okay. So let's do that today. All right. So first of all, I'm gonna give y'all a brief summary, right? First, because the reading, some of us are not studious. Some of us don't have, don't appreciate reading, right? I love reading, especially things I'm interested in. Some of us don't read at all, 0. We read sports, entertainment shit. When I say reading, I'm talking about academia, I'm talking about educational shit that can impact your life or impact someone else's life. That type of reading, we don't like to read. Okay? So it could be boring. That's what I'm trying to say. So let me go ahead and read this for you. So I'm gonna give a summary first. I'm gonna go into great details of everything, even the Moors treaty with the Moroccan treaty with America. Okay, and we're gonna see if these guys got diplomatic immunity. This is funny. So let me spray myself down with this mosquito spray. All right, now look, he's calling in. Now watch this, guys and women. He's going to argue rather than educate. I don't want to argue. You're calling in because you accepted the challenge. All right. So that means I get to dictate the questions. You're calling in because you accepted the challenge. So you're not going to rant about what you want to talk about. You accepted the challenge on everything I named. The Articles of Confederation to start it off. Because I want to continue with the show, but since he's calling in to interrupt, he's bound by those instructions. Here we go. Savage peace. All right, so he's in.
He's in. So now, you said something about the Articles of Confederation. What was your complaint about that?
I didn't call to have a debate with you. I called to catch you up on a fucking lie. I said the Articles of Confederation, and then all of a sudden last night you started talking about it, nigga. You did not say it first. You're a fucking lie. Now maybe before last night, but last night I brought it up, and then all of a sudden you were interested in it. You said you knew about it. I mean, I'm not saying that you didn't know about it. I'm saying you said you knew about it, and you was going to talk about it later on. But I brought up the fucking Articles of Confederation and told you it was the laws that were used to form the first government in 1777, nigga. And then I told you that they stole the shit from the Indians.
It wasn't.
They stole the fucking. They stole the third.
Okay, I got to mute him. He's ranting. I don't want him. I want a dialogue. I want an honest dialogue. It's not. So now he hung up. I muted him. He hung up. See, he just want to rant. It wasn't 1777, my boy. It was 1781. You see what happened when you fuck with me? You get your dates wrong. It was 1781, my boy. It was not 1777. You're wrong. And now, he said he mentioned it last night. Do I gotta mention the same shit over and over and over every night? You guys that pulled up with me, Stu Peas and Chief X, embarrassed that more. Okay? We were talking about the Articles of Confederation. Hey, what's this guy talking about? What's he talking about? When listen, the Moors are gonna always bring not all the Moors. Let me be clear, so some don't get offended. The Moorish sovereign citizens, they're gonna always bring up the Articles of Confederation. Okay. They're going to always bring up Article 4, Supremacy Clause, whatever, and they're going to always bring up Article 6, Supremacy Clause number 2. Okay? That's the Moors talking point, my boy. Now, he hung up when he got muted, because I'm not going to let you rant and lie. So, when the Moor called up with me and Chief X, and that Moor was tight, he knew his stuff. He cherry-picked, so that means like what he didn't like, he left out, but he knew his stuff. Like, make no mistake, that Moor was tight. No different than a Hebrew like Tazariak on the Bible. The Moor was tight on his stuff. He knew his stuff, so he ain't gonna mess up. He might leave something out on purpose, but he ain't gonna mess up. That Moor knew his stuff. All right, so make no mistake, these Moors know their stuff. Now, whether it's true or not, it's a different argument, but that Moors know their stuff. All right? So now we all know that before last night's show, that we had a show with Chief X, 2Ps, and myself on the, I wish Amber would have called in. No, ma'am. But or the Watcher, I wish you would have called in with Chief X. Matter of fact, I was thirsty. I wish whoever calls in regularly would have called in with the Moor. Okay, because sometimes I can get wild. Look, I'm being honest. Maybe I need medicine. Maybe I need a, what's that drug? Adderall. Maybe I need Adderall because sometimes I get hyper and I can't stop. I'm not lying. You dig? Like, I'm kind of crazy. But all of us probably got a craziness in us, but I definitely can testify that I got some crazy in me. All right. So I'm not going to go there with you. So I do get hyper. And sometimes I can't calm down. And I know I can't calm down. Like, damn, chill out. I just can't do it. Okay. So that might have happened. But it's your fault though. The Watcher, Thirsty, and whoever calls in on a regular, Miss Tiff, No Man, Jolanda, whoever calls in sometimes is your fault. Because if you call in like last night, you see I don't trip. I fall back. If you don't call in, then I'm going to trip. I'm going to get excited. I'm going to get hyper and I can't stop. So it's like when you guys call in Sosa, Haskell, Peter Bag Juice, when you guys call in, you, Sheffrin, Concrete Corey, when you guys call in, you kind of like, you guys are my sedative. You dig? When you call in, it's like a natural sedative where I become relaxed and patient and I'm more, you dig, professional and cordial. So it's y'all fault. All right. So anyway, you can talk your shit, I'm not gonna read it. But so let me go ahead and do the brief summary on the formation of government. And believe me, you guys should really, really bookmark this video. It's very educational. Listen, anybody who's an American citizen, anybody who's a foreigner visiting from a visa,
You want to know this history. It's very important. Okay, let's go. The new states decided to work together. The new states, we're talking about the 13 colonies, okay? I can't tell you who they are off top. 13 colonies, which states where they were. Google that shit. All right. And then recently I read about a revolutionary me, she might appreciate this. Recently, I watched a video on the Mexico and the American War. It's pretty good. I think it's a 2-year war. Stu Pease got me into Germania, so I know about 30 years war. Stu Pease. I know about the peace treaty with Westphalia. That's all Stu Pease right there. I know how Rome actually fell. So anyway, the new states, meaning the 13 colonies, they decided to work together. Their system of government was described in the Articles of Confederation. So indigenous, you did not put nobody on, my boy. Okay. In this system of the Articles of Confederation, the states governments, we're not talking about the national government, which we know now is the federal government. The state governments are each state in America. All 50 states got their own state government, okay? They had the most power. So during the time of the 13 colonies, please, everybody, embed this in your mind, write it down if you got a pen and paper. During the 13 colonies, the government states had the most, the state governments had the most power. The federal government, and also sometimes called the national government, was very weak. Part of the disputes that led to the Civil War. So understand why the Civil War was fought. 1861 to 1865. To 1865, that's when you got the 13th Amendment. So, an Emancipation Proclamation. So, this all gonna fit the pieces of your puzzle you already got. So you guys, you black houses got a puzzle, but you got pieces missing, and I'm gonna give you those pieces today. Okay, so the Civil War was a 4-year war. So part of the disputes that led to the Civil War concerned federalism. So when I played the video with Chief X, Stu Pease, myself, and the MOORgue, who was pretty sharp, when I asked him what federalism was, he refused to answer because federalism ties in also. That's like talking about the Bible and don't talk about Moses. Okay? When you talk about government, especially when the origins of government, you are forced to know about federalism, right? Unless you're just a liar, like he was. So now watch this. Okay. Parts of the disputes that led to the Civil War concerned federalism. Many Southerners felt that state governments alone, Southerners are the people who own slaves, are the people who wanted to count every slave as an actual vote that led to the 3/5 compromise that said 3 out of every 5 slaves is 1 vote for the South. But the states can't vote for themselves. The South votes for the slaves for 3 slaves out of 5. Okay. So many Southerners felt that state government alone had the right to make important decisions, such as whether slavery should be legal. So keep this in mind. Keep the narrative, everybody. The Southerners felt like slavery was none of the national government business. National government is the federal government of today. Southerners, right? State governments felt like slavery was none of the government concern. Mind your business. We do what we want to do. It's our state. You do what you do. Okay? Okay. So, if the national government abolished slavery, who's going to be the most upset? Would it be states that own little to no slaves? Or would it be the Southerners who own damn near 80? Well, the South is clear. You guys can Google this shit. The South had 80 black people, period. At 85% lived in the South. All right. So let you know how the hell it is. So if anybody going to suffer from the abolishment of slavery, it's going to be the Southern states. So they're mad at the national government. They're not mad at state government because state government authorized slavery. It was the national government, the federal government, that abolished slavery. So the states, all states like we have today, Texas, Florida, all these controversial states, California, they always had a problem with federal regulations. FDA, shit, FCC, USDA, name it. If it's controlled by federal government, they always had a problem with federal involvement of state affairs. Okay, now we got the narrative. Let's go further. Let's go further. Okay, some of them were actually provinces. Unbiased research, the information, IBM makes it up. We want IBM. We need to do a conspiracy show for us. Yeah, look. Yo, indigenous is always welcome. Matter of fact, indigenous, if you want to, 9 p.m., it could be the indigenous black man show. Because, I argue with him. I don't hate him. I actually like indigenous. I disagree with him, but he can come on 9 p.m. tonight. He could have the indigenous show for 3 hours, right? Stu Pease can join him, Peter Bag Juice, No Ma'am, The Watcher, whoever, because you guys got to join because he's going to call in. So therefore, he can't be a moderator. So you guys got to call in to moderate. Thirsty, you got to call in so I can make you a moderator. So therefore, you can invite other people or accept other people want to hop on. But 9 p.m. tonight, indigenous black man can run this show. He can dog me out. I will be absent. I will have no control of what he says and what he doesn't say. I will be totally absent. So 9 p.m., I'm giving him access to the show. He can name the show whatever he wants. And it'll be his rant. And I will be absent until the next day where I check it out and I'll embarrass him. All right. So anyway, continuing where I left off at, that the states governments were mad that the federal government was involving itself in state affairs. Now, remind you, this is a brief summary before I go into the great details. So anyway, what I'm going to read now is from khanacademy.org, all right? So Khan Academy, they teach everything. I love them. I learned a lot of chemistry. You guys know I love chemistry. So I learned a lot of chemistry from Khan Academy, right? Khan Academy is official. So if you guys don't know, Google Khan, like Farrakhan, Khan Academy. They are, I can't praise them enough. They are legit. They're very concise. They're very elaborative, detailed, and they're very articulate, right? And they're very illustrative as well. So Khan Academy, you want to learn something, you might want to go with them. They are official. Okay. So Khan Academy. Yeah, Khan. So look, guys, Khan Academy. If you guys are true researchers, you had to come across Khan Academy. It's impossible to not come across. They even do a good job on the anti-vaxxers, like the history of the anti-vaxxers and brought to modern day. Khan Academy, they're damn near like Wikipedia, bro. They're official. All right, let me spray myself down. The mosquitoes getting on me. Yeah, Khan Academy is Khan Academy is like a video Wikipedia, to be honest. I go to them all the time. I'm trying to learn something or try to understand something. But they helped me out with a lot of chemistry concepts I couldn't get, that I was just too dumb to understand. Khan Academy helped me out. So anything I'm too dumb to understand on my own, Khan Academy usually helps me out. With that, them and Wikipedia. All right, let me spray myself down. The mosquitoes are biting right now. The mosquitoes usually come out 7 o'clock, but they out early today. You know what's funny, The Watcher? I don't get bit by mosquitoes while the sun's at 90. It's when the sun cools off to about 80, 75 when the mosquitoes come out biting. But they never bite me when the sun's at 90 degrees. They never, ever, ever, ever bite me. It's always at 80, 70, something like that. They come out and bite me. So it cooled off earlier today than it normally would. I gotta free myself down. I'm outside with shorts on, socks, and a wife beater, tank top. Because this spray, is off. This shit works. I'm like, damn it, negative. As long as I spray myself down everywhere with this off, I'm good. I ain't gonna worry about no bites. All right, here we go. Shit, got in my mouth. Kumon, yeah, okay. So Kumon, so The Watcher, a lot of my kids that join my chess program, they also do Kumon, right? So Kumon is in the Northeast, Kumon run shit, okay? They run shit for little kids. And I'm telling you,
Where I'm from, you'll see Kumon. Their registered students will be mostly Indians, probably some Chinese in there, but mostly Indians will run Kumon. Okay, anyway, let's continue on. Indigenous, indigenous, can you give me, now watch this. Indigenous, no man, peace. I use it as a supplement for a lot of my college coursework. They definitely break concepts down superbly. I'm trying to tell you, Khan Academy is ridiculous. So Indigenous says he has promised me a 2-hour show for 2 weeks. He ain't kept. Now it's 3 hours. Shaking my head. Indigenous, where is the inbox where you said, yo, Mbias, what's up? Can we do a show? Where is the inbox? So that's both ways, my boy. That's both ways. All right, let me keep going on. So this is from Khan Academy. In the United States, the two major layers of government are the state and the national levels. Now, mind you, keep this in your memory. National means federal government of tech. So there are two major layers of government are at the state, the national, and the state government. This system where more than one layer of government has jurisdiction over the same territory is called federalism. So when the federal or national government and the state government have territory, right, have this jurisdiction over the same territory, it becomes federalism. It's called, so now let me share a screen so y'all can see what that actually is. It's called federalism. So you can see when they both share territory or share jurisdiction of territory, it's called federalism. I showed this yesterday. And believe me, if you know what federalism is, you know what the Constitution is, and you know what the Articles of Confederation. It all is one in the same breath, man. There's no way to not know it. That's like knowing division, but don't know addition. It's like impossible. Okay. So let me go ahead and share my screen so you can get a better idea on what I mean by the national government, which is federal, and the state government sharing the same, having the same jurisdiction over a territory. Here you go. So I showed this yesterday. Okay, so now obviously anybody who's seen something like this with the circle, the overlap, I should say. What's not overlapping, only one of them, it applies to one of them. When they overlap, it applies to both. Okay, so powers delegated to the national government. Only the national government, the federal government, can declare war, create and maintain armed forces, establish foreign policy, regulate interstate and foreign trade, make copyright and patent laws, establish postal offices, and coin money. The states can no longer do that. The states at one point had the power to do that during the Articles of Confederation. That's why Indigenous hung up. He knows better. Powers reserved to states. Listen, I can just freestyle this stuff for the whole hour, 2 hours, because I love it. I enjoy this information, like I did vaccines. Power reserved to states, right? State government. Establish local governments, right? That's what states can do. Establish and maintain schools. So you got a problem with the schools, that's a state affair. Regulate trade within states, conduct elections, provide for public safety. Now here's the overlap where the circles are red and blue. They both can raise taxes. Because you got state taxes, federal taxes, right? So now they both can provide for the public welfare. They both can be involved in criminal justice. You know, you got a Fed case, you got a state case. You dig? They both can borrow money. That's had all to do with banks. They can charter banks and build roads. Both can build roads. Good. Okay. So when I say federalism, I'm talking about that. So let me go back to my boy, Taharka. Not Taharka, I'm sorry. Tariq. Give me a second. Oh my God, are you serious? I pulled the same thing up. All right, here we go. What the hell is going on here? Okay. Here we are. Oh my God. Not there, I'm here. 3, okay. So now, key points to federalism. Federalism describes the system of shared governance between national, federal, and state governments, okay? The states and the federal government has, so now they saying both, see how they said national, now they saying federal? The states and the federal government have both exclusive and concurrent powers, which help to explain the negotiation over the balance of power between them. The federal government can encourage the adoption of policies at the state level through federal aid programs, okay? Cool, let's go. So now I said indigenous can start at 9 o'clock. He didn't say he accepted. So everybody please ask indigenous, is he gonna accept the 9 p.m. invitation tonight? Yes or no? Okay, cool. In the United States, the federalist system emerged because the states evolved from separate colonies, which had diverse populations and different needs. The framers of the Constitution envisioned that state governments, not the national government, not the federal government, would be the main unit of government for citizens on a day-to-day basis, okay? So the government who governs your day-to-day affairs is not the federal, which some of you already know. It's the state government, okay? That's why when you go to court, you're not going to a federal court, you're going to a state or local court. Okay. In some ways, that's still the case. State issue marriage licenses, so state governments issue marriage licenses and set the terms for divorce. Everybody listen else what state government does. Everybody listen to the next sentence. Everybody listen to the next sentence what state government does. Because this goes with the title. State governments issue driver license and car registrations. So what the hell was Grand Sheik, the most honorable Grand Sheik Taj Tariq Bey, Master Grand Sheik, the most honorable Taj Tariq Bey, talking about with driving in the Constitution? State governments issue, this is part of federalism. So when I asked the brother with Chief X, I'm going to play that real soon. When I asked the Moor, who was very knowledgeable and eloquent on the things I'm talking about, when I asked that brother, what is federalism? He would not answer, because federalism is a balance between state government and federal government. It's a ranking which who has the most power, right? Pretty much. Okay. And also it tells you who does what. I showed you the circles and the overlapping circles. That's what they're responsible for. So state governments, not federal government, state governments decide about driver licensing requirements, okay? Are we clear there? They decide, they also, now watch this, state governments also decide statewide speed limits and inspection requirements for cars, not the national government. But the framers would likely be surprised to discover the extent to which the federal government and state governments are intertwined today. Federalism. The balance of power between the two levels have varied over time as the needs of society have changed. You see, they evolve as well. Now, let's go into some real reading now. So that was a summary. Let's go into it now. Please, hope everybody copy this link, play it later on. The first government, so there's two governments. The first government set up by the Continental Congress was called the Articles of Confederation. Indigenous. No, what's his new name? Disingenuous black man. Articles of Confederation. And it only lasted about 10 years because it wasn't really a framework for a national government, but really a firm league of friendship. So it was the good old boys type shit, indigenous, the stuff you talk about, the Bilderbergers, the DuPont family, all that Illuminati talk. Well, this was the real Illuminati. It was about you my boy, you my boy, you my boy, you my boy. So let's all work it out together. Okay. The article set up a government without a president and judiciary. Okay. So there's no Supreme Court and there's no president, which only consisted of one House body of delegates, right?
There's no Senate, there's no House of Reps. With each state having a single vote. So each state had one vote. So we didn't have the electors today, like California's a big state. It's bigger than New Jersey as far as population. But California at that time would have just had one vote. And New Jersey, as small as we are, would have had one vote. Got it? With each state having a single vote, who acting collectively, who could make decisions on certain issues that affected all states, okay? Any and all decisions required 9 of the 13 congressional votes. So there was 13 colonies, 13 states. All you needed was 9, 2/3 of the states to vote on something, and all states had to comply. Which pretty much guaranteed that no decisions would ever be made. And because of that, no states were ever made because 2/3 never happened. So if you guys are mad at the shit going on now with the Congress, the House of Reps, and the Senate can't get along, nothing gets passed, and we're mad now, shit, we're light years from this right here, 1781, because nothing got passed. they couldn't agree on shit. They could never get 2/3. Okay. So Congress was very limited in what they could actually do. The government can't, at that time, the government still could declare war, conduct foreign affairs and treaties, and it can also coin money. So the government can coin money, but it cannot collect taxes. So the government cannot collect taxes. Only the states could collect taxes. That was a big problem. That was a big flaw in the Articles of Confederation, as you're about to find out. If the government, here's why. If the government needed to go to war with another country, it would then need to ask the states politely, hey, states, 13 colonies, can we go to war, please? Because there's this country that's like really threatening our democracy. The articles could be amended, but that required a unanimous vote. So 0 amendments were ever passed. So they could be amended, but they never got to be amended because it required a unanimous vote, 2/3. So 0 amendments were ever passed in the Articles of Confederation. The government was deliberately weak. This was not a just mishappening. It wasn't evolution. It wasn't, what's the other thing? What's the term in science? Natural selection, right? This ain't natural selection. This was your true conspiracy that these guys, disingenuous black man and other guys ain't gonna talk about. So the government being deliberately weak was a legit conspiracy among the states, the 13 colonies, which follow logically. Why was the government deliberately weak? Because there was a bunch of cowards, the states. They were in fear of a tyrannical government taxing them and quartering soldiers in their houses like Great Britain. So in Great Britain, you owned a home, Amber, Watcher, Thirsty, and whoever else in the chat, Pure Black, Jolanda, you own a home. In Great Britain, it was lawful for soldiers to knock on your door as though they had a warrant and say, yo, we need to rest, and we chose your house. You're the closest house. We need your car to go do our daily activities, and everything else we need in this house, we have access to, according to Britain's law. So that's what they mean by soldiers quartering your houses. That was a big thing in Great Britain. And of course, that they did that to the poorest people there, of course. Yeah, there you go. So, and they were being taxed without proper representation, as you already can guess. So with that said, the Articles of Government or Confederation was a complete disaster because for one main reason, that it could not collect taxes. That's very important for governments to have power, monetary power. So the main thing why the government was weak, why it was perpetually weak, because it did not have the ability or the power to collect taxes. Both the national government, which is the federal today, and the individual state governments have racked up massive debt to pay for the war. What war we're talking about? Indigenous, disingenuous black man. We're talking about the Revolutionary War, okay? So the national government and the individual state governments had racked up massive debt to pay for the Revolutionary War against Britain. And their main source of revenue became tariffs. But because Congress couldn't impose them, states had to do it individually, and this made international trade a nightmare. The states was all screwed up. And these states we're talking about are the Confederate states, I believe, of today. Okay. The problem, or more, majority of them definitely Confederate states. Okay. The problem got so bad that it ultimately led to the Shays Rebellion. Okay. Indigenous. You know about the Articles of Confederation, but you don't know about Shays Rebellion, which is asinine. That's like goofy. That's like knowing about Michael Jordan, but you don't know about Scottie Pippen or Craig Hodges. Like, stop, bro. Okay, so the problem got so bad that it ultimately led to the Shays Rebellion in Massachusetts, which was a series of violent attacks on courthouses and other government properties. So courthouses and other government property. They attacked the government. You're to blame. You hear and see that today. The government is to blame. The federal national government is to blame from these Confederate states. These militias, these white supremacist militias. The federal government is to blame. The federal government is usually supported by Democrats, so we're Republicans. Okay. So the Shays Rebellion started in 1786. Remember, the Articles of Confederation was written into law in 1781. That government was written into law. So now 5 years later, you have the Shays Rebellion in 1786, and it led to a full-blown military confrontation in 1787. So finally, the states got together and formed a military to stop this rebellious people, stop them in their tracks. The rebels were mostly ex-Revolutionary War soldiers turned farmers who opposed state economic policies, causing poverty and property foreclosures. Okay. The rebellion was named after Daniel Shays, a farmer and former soldier who fought at Bunker Hill and was one of the several leaders of the insurrection. Shays Rebellion to most elites. What happened? Shays Rebellion to the people who matter most in this country showed that too much democratic liberty among the lower classes could threaten private property. Okay, so too much democratic liberty to the poor people, the lower class people, the have-nots, that caused the main concern of private property, damaging private property. Also, people who held government bonds were nervous because without tax revenue, they were unlikely to get paid back, because remember, government offer bonds, but they don't collect taxes. They couldn't guarantee you shit. Okay. Subsequently, 55 delegates met in Philadelphia and formed a stronger national federal government. They came up with the 3 branches of government as you know today, which is the executive branch, the judicial branch, and the legislative branch, and should be Republican with representatives rather than a direct democracy. Okay, so we are a republic with representatives, state representatives. This new government was formed to protect against both tyranny by the government, because this is what they experienced in Great Britain. They were still shell-shocked. Okay, and tyranny by the people, because the people, like Shays Rebellion, could do mob justice. You know, we seen that in the 20s, 10s, 30s, 50s. Okay. They didn't want too much. So the people who started the conference in Philadelphia, the delegates, they didn't want the government to have too much power, but they also didn't want the people to have too much democracy, which is why our presidents are still technically elected, not directly elected by the people, but by the 538 members total numbers of the Electoral College. Okay. The government was divided into 3 branches, which I just named: legislative, executive, and judiciary. And the Constitution incorporated checks and balances. Each branch can check the power of the others. Let me explain. The legislator or the legislative branch can make laws, but the president can veto those laws. The judiciary can declare laws void. Okay. 2, they could do it too. But that's a power they had to grant to themselves. It's not in the Constitution. Some shit they gave themselves. Federalism, to my Moorish brother who didn't know what it was or act like he didn't know what it was, is the idea that the governmental authority rests both in the national and the state governments, both state governments and federal government. As Americans, you are the citizen of both the United States and the state you reside in. So you got dual citizenship here in America. You didn't know that, you know it now. The state you reside in, citizenship, and the country you live in, citizenship. Okay? The Constitution also seeks to protect against the radicalism that too much democracy can bring, right? Most rich framers worry that, so the framers are the people who wrote the Constitution, by the way, and the Articles of Confederation. Most rich framers worry that the people, many of whom were poor and in debt, right, in debt, owed money, might vote in Congress people, right, that was also broke and in debt, or a president who was also broke and in debt that would be in favor of redistribution of property. To hedge against this, senators were elected by the states, usually by state legislators. So every state in America has 2 state legislators or senators. Okay. The other hedge against too much democracy is the Electoral College, which many Americans hate because it has the potential to elect a president who did not win the popular vote. Okay, so the Electoral College came with the US Constitution, not the Articles of Confederation. The electors were supposed to be prominent. This is why they could vote in a president, not you. Okay, so your vote, all your vote does as a regular citizen, your vote just elects the elector, the elector who represents your state. That's all. And she or he will take it from there. Okay, because they are the person who owns property, who has the education, who knows about politics, who knows about a lot of shit, and they rep your state, and they know better than your ass. Okay, because if you let a white trailer trash dog pick a president, he gonna want somebody to get him out of the state and bring back slavery. You dig? If you let a blackologist in there, he gonna want to talk about, he gonna want to make some Malachi York, Egypt shit happen in America, and some king and queen shit going on. You dig? So your state representative said, nah, I'll take it from here. Okay. So the electors were supposed to be prominent, educated men of property who were better able to elect a president than the uneducated masses. Okay, so you're voting in your state, all your votes go to somebody who's more properly qualified to vote for the president than yourself. Now, it's okay because most of them go with the vote of the state, the majority of the state. So don't get too spooked out. There's only like 80 times where the electors had voted for against the popular vote. So you're good. Okay, so what are framers? Wait, I'm not done. So then you have, so that's federalism. So you have your anti-federalists, people who are against federalism. Like you got anti-vaxxers and anti-Americans, right? So anti-federalists, unlike the most wealthy federalists, were usually supported by the common people, small framers, that's what we say, farmers, sorry. Let me correct that real fast. So anti-federalists, unlike the most wealthy federalists, were usually supported by the common people, small farmers who weren't as involved in commercial activity. They were called anti-federalists. You have them today, which is your poor white trash class. All right. So let me just fix this real fast. Get out of here. Okay. So what are framers? The framers of the Constitution were delegates to the Constitutional Convention and helped draft the Constitution of the United States in 1789. The main founding fathers were John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, Alexander Hamilton, John Jay, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, and George Washington. Okay. Those were the main framers. So let me read the comments. Let me see what's going on here. All right. So let me catch up. And it's the hell? Why is chat going off? Yeah, how you slow the chat down? Chat going fast as hell. All right. Damn, this chat. All right. Okay. Lego Star Wars. Dr. York from Planet Risk. Okay. Yeah, I'm Ambassador Morris at this point. All right. So let me just read something that stands out. A. Mitch says all power is not vested to the states and federal government belong to the president. Bickens rebellion solidified the rift between the races. I'm biased. I live in London and that shit don't happen. Look, I can't argue you, my boy. You're in London. So I'm a listener to you, right? I'm a student to what happens in London. I can't tell you, I don't live there. A. Mitch says, have you read the Federalist Papers from John Hamilton and John Jay? So that was pretty lengthy. I had that there, but I got still more reading to do. So I don't want to read y'all to death. I want to play these Moorish videos so y'all can understand, because I didn't read the Moorish Treaty, by the way, with America. That's going to really crush everything about them. All right. So we got pizza coming. Indigenous got debunked this shit in a minute. Debunk evolution for this. And look, for me, it's not about a battle or challenge. I'm sharing, listen, no man background is in finance, right? When she come on here, she's the authority, at least to us on that. We become students. We listen to her. The Watcher, Thirsty, all you guys got a lane. Even Indigenous got a lane. Everybody got a lane. And when you go into your lane, we're forced to just listen. Unless it's our lane too. All right. So I've never heard people go into this right here that I'm going to, right? Civics, basically. And this in depth. So I'm thinking this is my lane, it's probably not y'all's, right? So I'm going to share information, and I'm sure that you guys know something about what's going on here. You probably never dared to formulate it to something like this, but you knew what you knew, because I'm reading the chat, so you guys know some stuff. You dig? Probably from college. I've never been to college. So you probably, and most likely, because this is in college, by the way. These government classes are in college. So most likely you guys learn this stuff in college. All right, so unbiased, I see you putting in that there. Oh, from West Africa, peace, my boy. Don't let him be ranting for 3 hours. Yo, he got 3 hours. All right, I will be absent. I'm telling you, if he calls in, I need one other person who's gonna, cause he's calling in. I need somebody who can like click the link, who have time today, Monday night, to dedicate it, to sacrifice it to Indigenous Black men. I need you to be the moderator who has the ability to let people in, mute people, kick people out, right? I need somebody to do that with him because he can't let nobody in. He's calling in. So as long as there's somebody who can call in and also click the Zoom link, then he has 9 o'clock and forever until I get back, which would probably be 12 or 11, who knows? But he has all that time to just spew his rhetoric, unhindered by me, all right? Because he thinks I'm part of some global conspiracy. All right, so let me go ahead and just finish now. I caught up on a reading. All right, so let me just finish. Okay. Anti-federalists saw less need. Listen to who anti-federalists, because I'm going to tell you that anti-federalists are people who hate government involvement. They hate the fact the government involved, federal, national government, involved themselves with state affairs. So I'm arguing that the anti-federalists are your now today Republicans, or not all of them, but definitely the alt-right, those people, the Confederate flag bearing people, the white militia groups. These are your anti-federalists of today, okay? So when I read federalism, think about the Confederate flag, think about white KKK, all these Jordan Peterson, think about those guys, okay? And also that your average poor white Republican, and maybe the rich ones too, but definitely the poor ones. Okay, so anti-federalists saw less need for a strong national government that will foster trade and protect creditors. Also, anti-federalists were very afraid of a strong government, especially one dominated by the wealthy, which I have no problem with that concern. Anti-federalists were only supportive in small governments, okay, meaning state governments. Okay, so let me just fix that typo. So they were only, anti-federalists were only supportive of small governments like state governments. Okay, I'm gonna put like, okay. Cool. So the state government thing, most as because I know man was, and Sosa was talking about voter suppression in Georgia, right? And when people cry out, they want to change, they usually go to federal government to like make a change on state affairs, because the state's not going to do it. Like the state acquitted Breonna Taylor's murderers, right? The federal government said, no, we're going to charge them. So that's how state and federal works, right? So the state is usually suspect. The state's representatives are usually suspected white supremacists, okay? Hardcore. So anti-federalists were, I reread that. Ultimately, the federalists won out. So that means not the anti, the regular supportive of a national government people won out, and the Constitution was ratified, the issue of how large government should be. Cool. That's all I got on that right there, okay? So I'm gonna close that out. I'm gonna close this out. Now, the next thing I'm gonna read is probably the last thing, okay? So this is about the Moorish Treaty, because again, don't forget, I'm going to play the videos we watched before of the Moors being pulled over and even sovereign citizens being pulled over. And when you hear their talking points, you don't know if they're right or wrong. It just sounds crazy. Now we're going to know if they're right or wrong. Okay, because they're going to tell you this. Let me play one for you. Let me go ahead and play one.
Officer Usher, Baltimore County Police. Needs to let you know you're being audio and video recorded. Okay. You know the reason I'm pulling over?
No, I don't.
What's that?
I don't.
It's just your tints, man. Your tints are far too dark and you got tints on the front windshield. You're not allowed to do that.
All right, I get that. I get that
Are
situated.
you the registered owner?
I get that situated.
Are you the registered owner of the car?
May I speak to a supervisor?
You want to speak to a supervisor in
Yes.
reference to what?
I just want to speak to a supervisor.
In reference to? I mean, I can get a supervisor out here. A couple options right now, okay? I can give you a whole bunch of tickets, give you a whole bunch of warnings, or I can make you get out of the car, find another ride, and tow your car because you're driving without a license. That's where we're at right now. So, if
May
you
I
want,
speak to a supervisor?
my supervisor's on the way out here right now.
All right.
Like I said from the very beginning, no big deal. So, is this how we're gonna play? Because I'll go back and I'll start writing the tickets right now. You can go ahead and call for a ride because I'm gonna tow the car. You're driving without a driver's license. So, if you want to keep this charade up, I mean, like I said, I'm cool with towing your car. That doesn't make a difference to me. But you got that all on video. I've been nothing but nice to you. I've explained everything to you.
So decent. This couldn't be an officer that you hate, because this officer gave this dude a fair shake. You dig? He even tolerated his bullshit Morris talking points.
What's it gonna be? My supervisor's on his way out here right now. You want me to go start writing the tickets?
I want you to get the supervisor.
He's on his way out here right now.
All right.
All right, but I'm gonna be proactive and productive and start writing those tickets for you. All right? Do me.
And where the paper that I gave you? Do you guys have it?
that officer has it right there, I believe.
Did you read it?
Yeah, I was reading through it.
right.
Here's my supervisor rolling up right now.
All right.
So it would probably be in your best interest. I know you got your video up and you want to keep that going, but you're gonna have to make a phone call. If I saw, your zip code's 21216.
All right, so his car's gone that day, right?
Work.
getting ready to walk up, but he's going to tell you the same thing.
All right, I would like to speak to a supervisor.
It's the second time he got pulled over. So he asked for a supervisor.
So where's your ID or your license?
I don't have that.
You don't have it on you at all?
I don't have that.
You don't have any identification on you?
I'm not sure if you're familiar or anything with
Huh?
missing juvenile.
You don't have any
I
ID?
would like to speak to a supervisor.
Do you have ID on you? They're going to ask you the same thing. So you can just cut to the chase and you can be on your way. Right?
In reference to the complainant that
You're being audio and video recorded too, just so you know.
I know. So are you guys.
Excellent.
And can I have your badge number?
Nope.
I can't have your badge number?
There's no reason for you to have it.
So there's no reason for you guys to have my ID.
All right.
Your privilege to drive is not complete because you only have what's called a Class C learner. In the state of Maryland, somebody with a privilege to drive is they identified who you are.
So they identified who this dude was because he has a learner's permit. So the officer is going to explain that, dude, in order for you to be behind the wheel legally, you need to have an adult licensed driver with you. You only have a learner's permit. So where did all that Morris shit goes, man? These are fake and phonies who, for some reason, are hell bent on lying to the public of black people, black public. He's acting like he didn't go for his learner's permit. So he has a learner's permit. That means he handed in government documents, okay? The same stuff you would need to get a license, the same stuff you would need to give to an officer who pulls you over for a traffic violation. Listen.
Take an oath to?
Okay, so here's where we are, Mr. Jackson. We positively identified who you are.
But that's not me. That's not me as the flesh.
Right, but that's the name that you had to use to the MVA to get the privilege to drive. Unfortunately, your privilege to drive is not complete because you only have what's called a Class C learners. In the state of Maryland, somebody with a Class C learners needs to have somebody over a certain age with a valid license in the driver's seat to be able to.
I don't know what it is with Baltimore, Maryland, or just Maryland period and PA, but they produce the most Moors. PA and the most Moors who do this driving without license. PA and Maryland.
Continue driving. Okay? So I know that you're not the one that came up with these rules, right? You may not have even, you're a younger man, you may not have even voted for somebody who came up with them. Okay, but they are the rules that we follow here on the streets of Baltimore County.
That you guys follow. They're the rules that you guys, that applies to you guys, not me.
Yeah, unfortunately it applies to everybody that's traveling on the Baltimore County road.
That's true.
Okay?
Well, I'm traveling.
So I know that you sort of wish that this isn't the case, and it might be that through advocacy and through your vote and through your voice, you're able to make changes that you feel would make a better society, but we are currently living and functioning in the society as it stands now.
But those laws doesn't apply to me.
They sure do, okay? So what we're trying to do is work within those laws to cut you as much of a break as possible, okay? Because I understand if you don't self-identify as Mr. Jackson, if you self-identify as something else, the fact that you're going to receive citations today is really going to jam you up because you'll probably FTA for court and it'll become an issue with a warrant.
There's the next officer who's being very nice to this brother, very cordial, very cooperative, who's trying to not jam his brother up over a simple police stop. They just want identification. That's it. They might not even get a brother a ticket. But he's causing a halt time that's unwarranted, so your car gets towed again.
Later on. What we're trying to do is keep this as easy for you as possible.
West too? I don't even know.
Your car is parked blocking a driveway, which gives us the right to tow it because you're not going to be able to move this.
So 504 said something that was key. He said he's lucky they don't rip him out the car. Now my brother, 504, it appears that these white police officers got more tolerance for the black Moorish sovereign citizens than he had for white sovereign citizens. Because what you just said, those white sovereign citizens do not get the same politeness, same respect, cordial breaks. They be beating the brakes off the white sovereign citizens. I already played that. They bust their windshield. They bust their window. They pull them out. They tase them. They put hands and feet all over the white sovereign citizens. They have less tolerance for the white sovereign citizens, by the way. They got more ass kickers than the black ones.
Car because you don't have a valid license. What I would like to be able to do, with your permission, of course, is I would like to move your car into a valid parking spot. That would be a couple of
I
feet
can
back.
move it up.
Okay, so the police officer, listen. For this is for Decent, my boy. There's no need to hate police officers because one does not represent all. One Hispanic, one Puerto Rican does not represent all Puerto Ricans. One Mexican, one African, one Nigerian, one Canadian, one Guyanese person, one African American, one white person, one Portuguese person. One person does not represent all. That's scientific racism. When you let one member represent all. One Jewish person does not represent all. 300 Jewish people do not represent the 6 to 8 million, okay? And 3 Russians don't represent all of Russia. Got it. Or they might represent all of Russia, but they don't represent all of Russians. Okay. So these officers even allowed this brother to park his car so they don't tow it. They allow him to park in a legal parking spot and leave the car. And the officers just said, don't get back in there, but they left. That means he could have got back in there. So the officer didn't even wait for him to get a ride, and like be petty. They said, just park your car and get out. They didn't take the keys. They say, come downtown, get the keys. They ain't do none of that. They let the brother have his car keys. They just said, don't get back in there or we will tow it and arrest you. These are white officers that you guys act like one or a few bad or half bad represent all. Remember, no ma'am, the absolute thing? I'm biased. Don't speak in absolutes, but y'all let these black auditors get away with absolutes. They got the right to absolutely condemn all white people or all police officers based on a small fraction. Let's be universal with our righteousness.
Okay? So then from that point on, if you have a valid licensed driver that wants to swing by and drive this car away, the car is great to do so, right? Your license is valid. It's just a learn.
I don't have a license.
You don't have.
So now I'm going to stop because at this point it becomes embarrassing. And I wish I could pull that nigga by his hair and bring him, to where I'm at. And be like, yeah, man, stupid ass up. You know what I mean? Like, he makes you want to punch him in the face out of love. Out of love. You know, dig? Like, yo, me and Ricardo, like, let's jump this brother out of love. Gangs jump you in. Let's jump this nigga in righteousness. Non-pseudoisms out of love. Let's beat this nigga ass out of love, man, and join him in on the right side. Because, like, this is really embarrassing. So I'm going to go to his third police stop.
Yes,
A sovereign citizen from Morocco. Yo, these dudes ain't Moroccan at all, man. Zero. They got a better argument saying they Native American. They got zero argument claiming it's Morocco shit. That's why. That's what really trips me out. Like, yo, stick with the Dane Calloway argument. Drop that Moorish Morocco shit, man. Please. You got a better chance with Dan Calloway than you got with that Taj Grand Sheik, the most honorable Grand Sheik, illustrious, Your Majesty, Taj Tariq Bey.
Right here.
Go ahead and step out of the car.
So,
All right, Mr. Jackson, go ahead and step out of the car for me.
So this cop ain't playing. Like, from the door, step out the car.
I was signing right here.
I'm sorry?
I was signing right here.
Okay. So I need you to sign. I'll explain these. I'll put an X right here, all right? Where you need to sign. Is that all right with you?
They received an additional call from me, John. Advise the same.
Okay. I need you to sign right here by these X's. This is for must appear citations. You're being issued a must appear citation. This basically acknowledges that within 5 days of receiving these citations, you need to go to speak with a district court commissioner and request a trial date.
District court commissioner, DA, request a trial date.
Okay. You know where the district courthouse is? This is Wilkins Avenue right here. It's about 1.5 miles that way. All right?
I don't. Go ahead. Finish what you're saying.
Okay, so this is the must appear form. Like I said, within 5 days, it says it right here. You have to go see a district court commissioner and request a trial date because there are must appear citations in here, okay? This other half is the notice of advice of rights to counsel for all judicial proceedings.
So in other words, he getting a hell of a bunch of tickets. All right, so now I'm going to move forward. Forward to Exhibit B. That was A, this is B.
I'm also with Pittsburgh Police. My name is South Spain Audio and Visual Recorded, all right?
What you put me on for? You're being recorded too.
Okay, this is South Spain Audio and Visual Recorded.
Yeah.
Now, this brother is not African American. He is he's from Jamaican descent. Now I'm gonna give the Haitian Haitian Americans. I'm gonna give them a lot of respect because Black African Americans and Jamaicans, like they seem to be the most pseudo when it comes to Black affairs, right? I'm talking about when we consider Africa, the islands, Jamaica, Haiti, right? Black America. The Black Americans and the Jamaicans appear to be the most just out of touch with reality over Haitians, over anybody in the African continent. Okay, so Haitians and Jamaicans and Black Americans seems to be the goofiest people amongst the Blacks race.
You didn't come to a complete stop sign back there.
Where?
On Ridgeway Street. The only one on Ridgeway.
Did I hurt someone?
What's that?
Did I hurt someone?
Did you hurt someone?
Yeah.
No, but it's a traffic violation, sir.
I didn't hurt anyone though.
Okay.
You guys supposed to respond to emergencies.
No, we're not. It's a traffic
As a public
violation.
servant,
You're
yeah.
supposed to enforce the law, sir. Do you
What
have a
law?
license registration on you?
I'm not subjected to that law. I'm a Moorish American.
Do you have a license registration on you?
Okay, quiet.
Hold on.
So his girls tell him to be quiet. Like, stop that bullshit you be talking about in the house. This is a real police officer with a real gun and he's white. All right. She's saying, honey, like, yo, stop that Morris shit, man. Just give him your identity credentials. And let's get our ticket and get out of here. She was not pleased with his actions. But the sister's at fault. There's good guys to date. And they don't get mad at me. But our sisters like to choose these guys for some reason.
Okay, quiet.
I'm not. Trust me. I know.
See, so she's trying to talk sense to his bonehead ass, and he acting like he's just the alpha. I got it all control.
Hold on. There you go. I don't want to say nothing else. My attorney gave me that.
Okay. Ma'am, do you have any ID on you?
She had nothing to do with this one.
Now he's right about that. So police officers, some know and some does not know that when you talk to a passenger who's innocent of the traffic violation, they don't have the right to give you any identification. Okay, so he's right about that right there.
Okay. Just letting you guys know you're under an official investigation.
All right.
No. He is, not she is. He's under official investigation. So the officer is misleading. He's lying. Okay, the MOORgue is only under investigation. And it's not really investigation because like every traffic stop is under investigation. You dumb, like the police officers, like at this point, he looks like he could possibly be a newbie, 2, 3, 4, 5-year-old on the force, right? 5 years on the force, 3 years, 5 years less on the force. Dude, every police stop is a detainment. He did investigation. So by him saying that, that's like just some newbie. To me, that comes off as newbie, new cop, 5 years or less, to me.
Can I have your name, sir? What's your name?
Can you put your window down, please?
Okay. No, they don't have to put their window down. Neither one of them. They can put it low enough to bring it to, give them documents and collect a ticket. But no, you don't have to put your window down at all. Like that's a suggestion. That's not a law.
Can I have your name, sir? Can I have your name? I don't know why you're acting suspicious. Why you're not giving up your name? I mean, as a public servant.
All right.
Do you have your ID on you?
You're dealing with me, sir. I don't know. Can I have your name? Can I have your name, sir?
Yeah, Scott.
Now, she has the right to ignore that police officer. And the officer also has the right to ask you for your name and your credentials, right? Your identification. But that doesn't mean you have the right to give it to him. He has the right to ask you questions, and you have the right to deny or reject the questions. You don't want to answer them. You both got rights. You think? America is beautiful.
What? Badge number 4441.
Ricardo said in 20. Ricardo said in Jamaica in 2022, Jamaicans believe that planes don't crash because of God's will, God's authority. Hey yo, Ricardo, I be dying listening to like Jamaican records, like songs that's like based in Jamaica, and they be so against Babylon, so against the beast. And I'm only dying because when you play that in America, we can't relate at all. So any type of American Jamaican, like he's faking because he can't relate. Like his government is not as bad as Jamaica's government. So I understand why Jamaicans would make those songs, Babylon, Babylon, Babylon. But the American Jamaican, he's fake. Listen to that song. He's faking because his government don't do none of that shit. I want him to just say that he's a Moorish citizen. That's all I want him to say. Or the Moorish peace treaty. If he's not going to say it, I'm going to fast forward.
Jeez, did I kill anyone? I don't understand. I have somewhere to be, man. Well, yeah, you're right. I don't understand. Yeah, that was given to me by one of my. I had too many traffic stops. That's why that was given to me. I'm tired of dealing with this. You know.
So I'm gonna ask you one more time. Do you have any ID on you?
Why are you asking me for identification? You haven't got me ID yet either.
Can you do me a favor?
I'm not stepping out the car. I'm going to remain silent, okay? You're being recorded.
You're being recorded also, all right?
All right, but you're a public servant, correct? Are you a public servant? Are you upholding oath of the Constitution?
I'm not gonna lie. This cop is obnoxious, and he's behaving like a piece of shit officer, a pig.
I'll come in peace, just to let you know. I have no intentions to do anything. All right? Can I have your name, sir, as well? 4568.
So now these cops are white supremacist racist suspects, white supremacist suspects, because it is their policy to identify themselves, and like they refuse to do that. So they're acting real unprofessional right now.
Did you take oath to the Constitution, sir? Yes or no? Because you gotta take oath to the Constitution.
No license, no drive.
All right. I just hope that you uphold it today. That's all. Yeah, I know. I'm a Moorish American. I had no idea. He said I didn't stop at the stop sign. But that goes to show him that he was following me.
He was coming from this way?
He said back there. I don't know.
Where you was coming
I'm not familiar with law he's talking about. He said I didn't stop at the stop sign. But I need to know. I'm just documenting this for my safety, okay?
It's okay.
This is for my safety. All right.
Now his girl disapproves of his Moorish bullshit. You can see that she was never sold her because black women are educated in this country. Probably one of the most important. Probably black women are probably the most educated in the country out of all the American citizens. So she'll never do some shit like that. But she's trying to get her man to understand. It's like, women, listen. When you got a man who's into shit like that, he's not for you, okay? You need to stop dealing with deadbeats this dude doesn't work. You stop dealing with deadbeats that does not work. Go get a man who's independent. Stop being afraid of men who are independent. From my experiences, women, it's hard for me to date. Once they realize I'm independent, I run my own shit, I don't need to live with you. I got my own shit. I got my credit good. I don't need your credit. I got my own car. I write my own checks. Once they realize all this stuff, they be afraid to date you because they feel like They don't have leverage over you. You know what I mean? Like, come on, like, stop it. It's almost like they either want to date below them or above them, but never they're equal. I'm just saying, my experiences. That's my story.
Chill out. Nobody's coming at you. You're getting mad, and you're not. It's okay. Nobody's killing you right now. It's okay, man.
I have somewhere to be, man. I really do.
Okay.
I really
cool.
do.
You're fine.
And I'm hindering my right to travel right now. I'm being like violated right now.
Okay.
I'm not. I have somewhere to be, you know.
All right.
Can I have your name, sir?
It's on my chest.
Marcus.
Do you want to zoom in on your camera and take it?
It's on my chest. You see, that's unprofessional from these dogs. Okay, so now I'm going to say these officers are not like those before. These are pigs right here. They're dogs and pigs. They're being unprofessional. It doesn't hurt. It's your job to pull niggas over, okay, officer? And you should know in advance you're going to meet people from all different walks of faith, all different attitudes. So you're supposed to be mentally prepared for all type of motherfuckers, all type of attitudes. Bad ones, good ones, medium. Don't take the shit personal, officers. And they're taking it personal.
Okay, this is just for my safety. That's all.
Hey, yo, not strong. I'm not speaking of strong black women. I'm not speaking of strong black women, don't mind. I'm speaking of average black women. When they realize that that man don't need them for shit, you could actually move in with him, ain't got to pay one bill. You can stack all your dough. When they meet a man like that, they don't know what to do. Because now it's like, yo, you go through my phone for what? Like what leverage you got go through my phone? Like you just dig? Like, why are you so insecure? Like, why you, like, what's the point of going? Like, I'm providing everything. Why are you my phone? At that point, you're looking for like confrontation. I ain't never in all my years had that problem with a woman looking at my phone. I ain't never, ever in my life had that problem. I don't care about a thought, somebody serious. I ain't never had a problem with a woman looking at my phone. I always garner respect from women. All right, friends, associates, cousins. I got zero tolerance. Motherfuckers can't respect me. Okay, I don't mess with their phone. Give me a second. Let me go and bring my nose.
You don't have any type of ID or anything on you?
I identify myself.
Okay, you don't have any type of an identification so we can properly identify you?
I don't understand why. That's private information. I just have somewhere to be, man.
What's that?
I have somewhere to be.
You have somewhere to be? Well, right now you're being detained, okay, on a traffic stop.
What is the
so
problem?
You're not free to leave until we tell you to do so. Okay?
I'm not engaging in any.
I'm sorry?
I'm not engaging in any traffic right now.
Well, as of right now, you're being detained right now, so you're not free to leave until we tell you to do so. Okay?
All right, we back. So I'm gonna skip him. Matter of fact, how does it end?
I'm a spiritual being.
You spiritual being?
Capacity. Seven vehicles behind me.
All right, so the Moors always pause it when they lose. When they get the tickets or the cars towed, you never see it. They always stop the video. They only let the video continue to roll when they are let go. I would love to see the Moors video when this shit doesn't work and they tow their car and they record everything. Moors, come with those videos, all right? Stop these one-sided videos.
Now I ask you, what crime do you suspect me of committing?
I told you that I stopped you because you have a tail light on.
Okay.
I'm trying to be decent. Okay?
You are, listen.
Another police officer who's not yelling like the other last one was very obnoxious. His body language, all of them said everything. This officer is not that type of officer, okay? He's yelling and screaming for getting pulled over for his taillight out. Now, as a Moor, as a Moor sovereign citizen, your belief system is not going to stop police officers and pull you over. So you guys should be mentally prepared to get pulled over and be asked for your credentials and detained. You should be mentally prepared to be detained and for them to keep asking for your credentials. So you shouldn't have this attitude you have right now, my boy. It's not gonna work out for you.
We're having a good conversation.
Okay. So what's the problem?
I would like you to please present your driver's license to me.
Show me I have to.
You have to.
No, I do not.
Driver's license to me.
Show me. Okay. What law is that?
Sir.
What law is that?
He said, what law? That's your state's law, you fool. I believe that's every state in America. I don't know about Alaska, but I do know every state in America that's the state's law to have a driver license. I think every state, I don't know about Alaska or Puerto Rico, but I know every state has a DMV.
Show me your driver's
I don't have to I don't have to identify myself to you. Do I?
And that old boy is very hostile, but I want you to check out this though. Cause your boy unbiased be on point in some things. Check out this. Check out this. You see that? That's his taser on his left side, not his right side. It's offhand. Okay, so I was the person to educate everybody. The officers' tasers are in their offhand, not the strong hand. Okay, so when that woman cop shot my old boy and said it was a taser, nah, sorry, sis. Sorry, not sis. Sorry, lady. You're gonna do prison time because you were trained that offhand equals taser, strong hand equals gun. And by you shooting from your strong hand, your training says gun. So your training didn't kick in. When you blast that gun, taser, but that's your right hand, lady, not your left hand. So this is why you got locked up. Okay? You can't play that game.
What does it say that? What law says that? Sir. Tell me. Sir. I'm asking you a question.
I'm asking you for a driver's license.
Sir.
Atlantis officer.
Sir.
When you're stopped by law enforcement.
Sir, I'm asking you. I said, what law?
He got his hand on his taser.
Incite me the law. Recite me the law.
Sir,
incite me the law.
Okay?
What you a police officer, right? You supposed to know the law, right?
I don't know every law.
Recite it for me.
Okay.
Recite it for me.
Okay, so the officer being faced, I don't know every law. But I do know you got to tail light out, and that's against the law. I don't got to cite that, my boy. You fight that in court. That's what court is for, not the streets. I pulled you over. I recognize no tail light. You could take a picture, do a video, and have that in your favor in court for your lawyer or public defender, whatever, or yourself. Represent yourself. But for right now, it is what it is. I say no tail light. That's it.
Present your driver's
Recite it for me, sir. That's all I'm asking you to.
Yeah, but that's a lot, though.
Can you please?
Can I read something to you? I want to read something to you. Okay. This is the Supreme Court. Okay.
Read that for me.
It said the Constitution is written. Hey, that's the supervisor? Is that your supervisor?
No.
Can I speak to a supervisor?
Now, I've never seen this one before, this video.
Because I want to speak to a supervisor. Is that a problem?
Yo, look what this says. This is a sign on the window. This says security alert. Yo, these crazy Moorish citizens, sovereign citizens, and also non-Moorish sovereign citizens, they be putting these signs in their window. No trespassing, no loitering. You dig? No idle cars running. Like they be having these no trespassing. They be in their windows.
Is that okay? Is that okay? Excuse me.
Sure, just give me a minute. I'm trying to get all my supervisor.
I'm asking you a simple question. Excuse me? Excuse me? Could I get your name and your badge number, please? And your name? Can you spell it? I mean, can you say it for me? Excuse me.
These officers are unprofessional like that. Like now, these are piece of shits right here. Now, if I ever seen this guy in real life, you know, if he was in my neighborhood, well, I would confront this officer, you know, peacefully, of course, in a Wawa or any type of setting. And like, yo, officer, look, I got a question. Why, when people ask for your badge and your name, you don't just say it? Like, why you point to it? You know, that's like being real petty. Like, I would say that. No recording, no, I'm not trying to do it for social media. I would just say it, man to man, man and woman. Like, that's petty. Like, just tell them. Like, that's your policy. Like, you come off as a piece of shit.
Excuse me, sir. See, why he got to be rude?
All I'm asking you is for your driver's license.
I said, why does he have to be rude?
Okay.
I said, why he have to be rude?
He's not being rude.
I asked him to say his name for me.
Okay.
And he just turned his head.
For your driver's license.
But I don't have to.
Yes, you do have
No, I do not. Recite that law for me.
Do you have a valid driver's license?
Listen, I'm gonna tell you what the Constitution of the United States said. I'm gonna show you what the Supreme. I'm gonna show you what the Supreme.
Not the Supreme, the Supreme, right? Got it. And not the clothing brand Supreme. You talking about who?
Court said. Okay.
Please identify yourself.
I'm gonna show you what
Hey yo, please, I'm willing to hear the Supreme Court shit. Please read that to us.
the Supreme Court said.
Have your valid driver's license.
Supreme.
Mind you, you know what I read earlier. The Supreme Court represents federal government, national government. Do national government involve itself in the affairs of the state, the day-to-day actions of the public? No. The federal government allows the state government to involve itself in the day-to-day affairs of the public. Okay? So, for that reason, the state government came up with DMV, and the federal government said, good idea. They seen nothing wrong with that. That's not a violation of your constitutional rights. And DMV says you need a license to operate a motor vehicle because a motor vehicle can kill people and damage property. You got to be liable. So we want to make sure you are trained properly to be behind a vehicle such as that. Okay? State law. State has the right to make laws that concerns the public's day-to-day affairs, my boy, not the federal government or the national government. This is an L.
Supreme Court. If the state convert a liberty, okay, into a privilege, the citizen can engage in the right with impunity.
But your problem is you talking about traveling. The state ain't talking about traveling. The state talking about driving, all right? That's your problem. And you think traveling is driving. And Chief X already explained it's not the same thing. When you're on public roads, public means government, federal government, national government ran roads. When the federal government involves itself in something, it's their policies, okay? So the federal government, when they have public roads and public highways, and we also read that the state can also make roads and highways, then they can require what they need to require to access their public roads. Otherwise, take a shortcut, nigga. That's what they're saying.
Okay, that is Shutterworth versus Bloomington. 373 US 262. Okay. No state shall convert a liberty into a privilege.
Oh, no, Texas ain't gonna do that because Texas, you have Confederate police officers. Okay, these police officers are most likely up north somewhere, Maryland, PA, most likely, and they are going to be non-Confederates. That means they got a little more tolerance than black folks. Confederate officers, Florida, Texas, all that right there. Good luck, Mississippi. Good luck, Alabama, Louisiana, Georgia. Nah. That's your Confederate police officers.
License it and attach a fee to it. That is Murdoch versus Penn. 319 US 105.
That had nothing to do with why he pulled over.
Okay. The claim and exercise of a constitutional right cannot be converted into a crime.
Brother, show me the constitutional right to drive on a public highway and a public road. We're all waiting for that. Show us.
That's Murdoch versus Penn. 319-105.
I'll be right back. He's gonna talk to Sergeant for you, okay?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
I got something for you.
I'm just letting you know. Can I get your name, please? Is that okay?
Yep, Officer Mueller.
Miller. This is Officer Miller. Badge number?
213.
Badge number 213.
Okay, look at this.
He pulled me over for no reason.
Yes, he did.
I did.
I said he pulled me over for no reason. Well, show me. Can you go back there and look for me?
I can take a look.
All right, go ahead.
Just give me just a sec here.
I'm gonna hit the
My
brake.
sergeant's coming up here.
I'm pressing on the brake right now.
Okay, so
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. But I asked you if you could go take a look for me. That's all.
watch it. You got Moors in California.
All right. How you doing, sir?
Hey, what can I do for you?
Can I get your name, please?
Yeah, I'm Sergeant Matt Knudsen, Fairfield Police Department.
Sergeant Matt. How you say your name again?
Man, I hate my home shit, man. You don't need to go. This shit pissed me off. Okay, so I'm trying to show you guys something. Look at this right here. So now, look how deceptive these cowards are. They're going by the Black's Law Dictionary 4th edition. Down here, it shows you the upload in 2019. So why we're not going by the Black's Law Dictionary of 2019, the edition of 2000, why are we going to 4th and not the 2019 edition? Okay, so let's find out. Let's find out why we're not using the Black's Law 11th edition and rather the 4th. Okay. Hey, yo, the latest Black Law Dictionary is the 11th edition. Why are we reading from the 4th edition? Can anybody explain to Unbiased Courts, Swazi Media, why are we reciting from the 4th edition when there's an 11th edition out? I would love to know that. All right, so let me share again because the audio's acting up. Now, this video I've never seen before. First time seeing this video.
204.
Okay, what can I do for you, sir?
Okay. Now, I'm trying to explain to this gentleman. He said he was...
Can you roll the window down so I don't
No,
have to peek?
it's enough right here, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Now, he said he pulled me over because I had
tail light out?
A right brake light out.
Brake light out, yeah.
That's what he said.
Mhm.
Okay. He said it's a courtesy to tell me.
Mhm.
Okay, so he told me I'm trying to be on my way.
Mhm.
I'm trying to go home. I just got off work.
Okay.
I'm trying to go home.
Mhm.
Okay. Now he just pulled me over. He followed me all the way from where my job was at, and then pulled me over right here.
Where's that at? How far?
Genio.
Genio? Okay.
Yeah. And then pulled me over right here. So I'm trying to explain to him, okay, about what the Constitution and what the Supreme Court says about him pulling me over, okay, without suspecting me of committing a crime. This is what I'm trying to explain to him.
Okay.
Okay. So now I'm gonna read this to you.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Sure.
Now, do you believe in the Supreme Court?
Oh my God, this audio, man, this wind kicking up, man. This wind be killing the connection. Crazy, man.
Do you believe that? Okay.
Sure.
Now, do you believe in the Supreme Court?
You believe in the
Do you believe that the Supreme Court is the law of the land? Yes or no?
I'm not going to answer those questions.
What you mean? Federal law trumps state law. So how does it not?
Okay.
Okay, as only if state law violates federal law. You see this slick shit? Yo, y'all gonna be mad as hell if I sit there and prepare police officers for these Morris arguments. I thought about that because then I'm solving two problems. One, the police officer can better have a conversation with these guys. And two, you ain't got to worry about your window being smashed and because they'll understand where you're coming from better. Okay, you just reading the law incorrectly. You dig? But he's talking to a nut. Federal law trumps state law only when state law violates federal law. I just showed you the circles, the bubbles, the overlapping circles. There's something called federalism when they share jurisdiction. And there's something where they're just left alone. The federal government does not hop into state affairs how state affairs governs the right to drive. That's all state. It's not federal at all.
So the Supreme Court is the law of the land. That's even in the Constitution.
I'm not going to sit here and argue with
I'm
you
not.
if I believe in the Supreme Court or the Constitution or not.
Do you believe in the Constitution?
I'm not going to tell
Did you take an oath? Did you take an oath to office? Yes or no?
We're not going to sit here.
Did you take an oath to office? Yes or no? Okay then. So you believe in the Constitution? Yes or no? Okay then. So I'm gonna read to you what the Supreme Court say about the Constitution that you took a oath.
What's your argument?
Okay,
sir?
I just told him if he don't suspect me of a crime, can I be on my way? So are you detaining me? Am I being detained right now, or am I free to go?
We're talking to you to investigate the traffic stop.
Am I being detained, or am I free to go?
Not free to go now. Maybe.
So I'm being.
Dude, you're being detained. You fucking stupid Moor. Like they don't even understand basic police protocol. It's so much in their doctrine. They don't even understand what police officers are taught by the state.
So I'm being detained. Am I being detained?
Not for long term. No.
Am I being detained? Yes or no? It's a yes or no answer.
Right now you're being detained for a couple minutes.
For what crime?
Dude, you don't have to be a crime to detain you, my boy. You got the laws twisted. It's you ask about the crime when they're asking for identification or trying to arrest you. But they could detain you without an official charge of a crime. That's the whole point of an investigation, is to figure out if you committed a crime or not, my boy. You should check in on Unbiased Sports a little more often and learn your rights for real, for real.
I'm asking you simple questions. All you got to do is give me.
Officer is respectful, cordial, polite. Like my man said, he wished these officers was in his city, his state. This officer is not aggressive at all, and he can be. There's officers who had zero tolerance of this bullshit. They bust your window immediately and tase your ass and lock you up. Okay? Why would you snap on the officers who are well-behaved and professional? That's goofy. If you talk to him like a man, he might have let you go.
Me a simple answer.
Yep, and you're kind of being argumentative with me,
How?
which I don't appreciate.
How?
Okay. This officer pulled you over for an equipment violation, which is the tail light out or the brake light out.
I ain't listen.
Okay.
Y'all missing the point.
Equipment violation.
No.
You need to have working tail lights, working equipment on your vehicle.
Okay, he stopped me and told me, and I just told him I'll go get it fixed right
He
now.
probably asked you for a driver's
Okay.
license.
I don't have to show him anything. I don't have to show you that.
Okay.
I don't have to identify myself to y'all.
Okay.
But you have to identify yourself to me, right or wrong. Right or wrong. So who do you work for? Okay then. I pay your bills.
You do?
Okay. So calm now.
Okay, that's the wrong argument to do. Stop. No. You don't pay his bills. You don't pay his bill. Taxes pay his bills. And it's not your bullshit taxes, my boy. You don't make enough to pay his bills. All right? Taxes collectively pay his bills. That means everybody in the goddamn city. So let's not cap.
Is it okay if I read this to you?
Sure.
Now this was
the offer anything. I'm not going to sit and argue with him. Okay. Have a good day.
How we not arguing?
Have a good day, sir.
Wow.
You're now not detained in your.
That's crazy.
Yo, the officer said, "Have a good day," and this stupid effing nigga still wants to argue Morris bullshit law. The sergeant is saying, "Yo, fucking with you ain't worth it. Go, man. Go. Just go home. We know where you work. You dig? We ran your place, whatever you got left. We know who you are. Just go, man. Just go. And this nigga still wants to argue. Listen.
You're now not
arguing.
Have a good day.
Man, this was
the for anything. I'm not going to sit and argue with him. Okay, have a good day.
How we not arguing?
Have a good day, sir.
Wow.
Have a good day. Have a good day. Right? Have a good day. Just be like, thank you, officer. Have a good day, my boy. Just bounce. Stop arguing, you dumb nigga.
You're now
Wow.
not detained and you're free
That's
to go.
crazy.
You're now not detained and you're free to
That's
go.
crazy. Why y'all gotta be like that, man?
You're now not detained and you're free to go. And this piece of shit nigga wants to keep arguing. And this is my problem with niggas, man. This is why I don't rock with niggas. I don't be around niggas. They cannot hang around me. I can only do something mutual with niggas. But after that mutual shit is over, you're never invited to what I do freely. Niggas are never invited to what I do nearly. I don't fuck with niggas. Black men and black women, I rock with. Niggas, I want no relationship with niggas, man. I'm not trying to save y'all. I'm not trying to educate y'all. I give a fuck about y'all. But black people, yes. Yes, I'm rocking with y'all. But niggas, give a fuck about y'all. I love hearing shit happen to you. I hate niggas, man. Okay, call me Bigsby, nigga. I hate niggas, but I love black people.
Okay.
I'm just trying to
be sure you get your taillight fixed, though, or you may be pulled over again by either us or another jurisdiction.
That's okay, but sir,
Okay. Have a good day.
why you have to be like that?
Thank you.
Yeah, the stone ain't.
Wow. And y'all supposed to be men.
Yeah. The wife said Black's Law Dictionary, abridged 5th edition by Black Henry Campbell, 1983. Paperback 3618. 1983, man. This 2000, this guy is sick.
Men of the law.
You know, they let him go and he's still talking shit. Hey, yo, I disagree with Thirsty. I wish he had your police officers. This nigga deserved his fucking jaw broke. Okay? He deserved his jaw broken. They let the man go and he's still talking shit. They let him go, illegally let him go. And he's still talking shit. They deserve to punch that nigga in his face, man. Now, notice what I did not hear. I did not hear of a piece of shit Morris Treaty yet. Okay? That's a bunch of niggas so far, and nobody mentioned the Morris Treaty. I want to hear the Morris Treaty.
Okay, don't supposed to. I'm in a different government.
From looking at your Facebook page and now this traffic stop, I can confidently say that it's you who doesn't know the law.
I hate these niggas, man. 5th edition, 1983.
He's trying to run my license.
Oh, yeah, 83. Don't forget the Moors, this Moorish sovereign citizen niggas. They adopted the sovereign citizen movement in 82. What the fuck is that? What kind of praying mantis is that? It'd be some weird ass bugs. What kind of praying mantis is that? I ain't never see a burgundy rust color praying mantis. What the hell is in this light? It's like smaller. Like a damn scorpion mixed with a praying mantis. Insect engineering.
Oh, these license plates ain't coming back then. Okay, don't supposed to. I'm in a different government.
If you know it's not a legitimate state ID, then why would you hand it over to the cop? They can't verify anything on this because it's fake.
I don't have a contract with you.
If somebody was driving a car from Germany here, would these plates come back if you ran them through?
Like I said, I don't have a contract. He gonna say, I know that. Okay, then, so what's your problem? He gonna tell me my license is not lawful. And we finna find out.
Well, I guess we will. And that nervous laugh tells me you are not as confident as you like to make out.
I never seen this on there, by the way. You record this praying mantis.
Foreign police.
Yo, do praying mantis bite? Because I want to like really get up in his grill.
Let me turn my phone back around.
I'm gonna record this one. I never see a praying mantis.
All our Moors right here rapping. We gonna do this. We gonna do this. We gonna do this.
Hey, wait, where'd it go?
Roll your window up.
Camera shot.
He told me I was being recorded. I said, okay, him too. I guess we both recording. He made a U-turn on us coming from the gas station.
You have insurance on the vehicle, sir?
Let me see that paperwork. Can you get the paperwork out of there? It's my paperwork right here.
Okay, what is this? You gotta take it out of that bagging for me.
You can't take it out?
Hey, yo, y'all want to talk about a conspiracy theory? Yo, I took out my phone to record this praying mantis, and before I could press record, this dude hopped off the chair and disappeared.
Great, more useless and irrelevant paperwork. How hard is it just to say no, I don't have a license or insurance?
Well, like I said, I don't have a contract with you. So therefore, this is what I have with my government.
Yo.
So therefore, I'm giving you all my proper information.
Yeah, this praying mantis, I never seen. I tried to record it.
I believe this stop is
He hopped off the chair and bounced. I can't find him. He's
I
gone.
don't have a contract with you.
I didn't ask for this.
I'm on the patio, so he's gonna jump on the patio.
I don't have a contract with you.
So you don't have insurance.
I haven't told you anything. I just told you I don't have a contract with you.
Look, you do not need a contract for the law to apply to you. You are in the United States, specifically Wisconsin, I think. Therefore, you follow all state and federal laws. There is no legitimate Moorish government, only Facebook pages and web.
Now I can read what I got now. Okay, this fool said the contract. Okay, so I'm going to read the contract. Okay, I'm going to read something that most people never read or thought to read.
And ask for this.
I don't have a contract with you.
You don't have it. You're showing me.
Well, I don't have a contract government, so therefore, I don't have a contract with
Or insurance.
Well, like I said, I don't have a contract with you. So therefore, this is what I have with my government. So therefore, I'm getting
loud piece of shit hoopty car with an engine fix. I can't stand those dusty niggas, man. Well, it's probably some Hispanics at that point. This loud ass piece of shit car with exhaust thing. Can't stand them, man. I wish man, they need to enforce that exhaust law, man. I'm tired of these stupid bum niggas.
And irrelevant paperwork. How hard is it just to say no, I don't have a license or insurance?
Well, like I said, I don't have a contract with you. So therefore, this is
it wasn't an albino. That was not albino. That was a rusted color praying mantis.
What I have with my government. So therefore, I'm giving you all my proper information. What else do you need from me? Because I believe this stop is unnecessary.
That's all I asked you for. You're showing me.
Well, I don't have a contract with you.
I didn't ask for this.
I don't have a contract with you.
You don't have any insurance.
I don't have a contract with you.
So you don't have insurance. Is what you're telling me.
I haven't told you anything. I just told you I don't have a contract with you.
Look, you do not need a contract for the law to apply to you. You are in the United States, specifically Wisconsin, I think.
Let's get into that contract my man's talking about. Finally, Moore who mentioned the contract. All right. So now I'm going to read. I'm at Wikipedia, Morocco, United States relations history. Okay. This is Wikipedia Bowl. Watch this. Get ready. Now, if y'all thought I destroyed the Moors, the sovereign citizen Moors. If y'all thought I destroyed the sovereign citizen Moors, not the temple Moors, sovereign citizen Moors. When I get done with this, they're done. Okay, formal U.S. diplomatic relations with Morocco began in 1787. When was the Articles? When was the first government formulated through the Articles of Confederation? 1787. Okay, so before there was a form of government, they made a peace treaty with the Moroccan government. Okay, so formal U.S. diplomatic relations with Morocco began in 1787 when the Confederation Congress ratified a treaty of peace and friendship between the two nations, which had begun negotiated earlier in 1786. Okay. Renegotiated in 1836. The treaty is still in force, constituting the longest unbroken treaty relationship in U.S. history. So no foreign country had a better relationship with America than Morocco. Okay.
And Tangier is home to the oldest U.S. diplomatic property in the world. Now, a museum, the Tangier American American Legation Museum, is also the only building outside the U.S. that is now a national historic landmark. So, United States rocks with Morocco. Morocco is also one of the few countries in Africa. Morocco's in Africa. Guess where? North, East Africa. Morocco is also one of the few countries in Africa to extend visa-free travel to American citizens. So Morocco allows you to travel freely without a visa if you're an American citizen. Aren't they nice? The U.S. maintains an embassy in Rabat, Morocco. Morocco maintains an embassy in the United States at 1601 21st Street, Northwest Washington, D.C., 20009, 2009, 3 zeros. Okay? So they rock with each other. One of the many letters between America and Morocco was won by first President George Washington. Washington has shown great appreciation for Muhammad ibn Abdullah's diplomatic and active tactics in protection of America's ships from pirates. Hello. These actions are appreciated because the lack of power United States as a country had held at the moment. Morocco was the first Amazigh Arab African Muslim state to sign a treaty with America. America temporarily lacked a navy at the time and could not defend its ships in the Mediterranean. So the Moroccans made it their business to protect the American ships in the Mediterranean from pirates. Okay, they were for the taking. So now you see why they rock with the Moroccans. Moroccans made it possible for America to become America. Okay. American Civil War. During the American Civil War, Morocco reaffirmed its diplomatic alliance with the United States Union. Morocco also became the scene of a colorful foreign relations and political warfare episode involving the Kingdom of Morocco, the United States of America, the Confederate States of America, France, and Great Britain. In 1862, okay, so we're talking about post-US Constitution, Confederate diplomats Henry Myers and Tom Tate Tunstall were arrested. Now, listen closely. We're talking about post-US Constitution, but pre-Civil War. Listen to me. In 1862, Confederate, that means Southerner, that means anti-Federalist diplomats, Confederates, Henry Myers and Tom Tate Tunstall were arrested by Moroccan police. Who are these Confederates? Who are these white Americans arrested by? They were arrested by Moroccan police after making disparaging remarks about the United States and its flag. So they had a problem with the national government. In 1863, the King of Morocco released an official order stating in part, the Confederate States of America are fighting the government with whom we are in friendship and good relations. So the Moroccans, they picked a side. They pick a side. They understand America was fighting amongst itself, and they went with they were loyal to the national government as opposed to the Confederate States. Okay. If any vessel of the, so now this is Moroccans talking to Moroccans. If any vessel of the so-called Confederate States enters your port, it shall not be received, but you must order it away on pain of seizure, or you will act on this subject in cooperation with the United States. So the Moroccans had balls. They said, nah, we allied with the federal government, national, not you niggas.
Around the turn of the 20th century, as European colonizers gazed, so now watch this. So now this is you could say around, before and after World War II, right? European colonizers started gazing hungrily at Morocco's resources and strategically located harbors. The United States strongly defended the kingdom's right to its continued sovereignty at the Conference of Madrid in 1880, and again at the Algeciras Conference in 1906. This is not World War II just yet. So the American government, okay, federal government, the European nations were trying to invade and colonize Morocco and seize their resources. The American government, who you guys call racist, they only care about white folks, actually, they stepped in on white folks to protect an Arab society, African Arab society, from these dust buckets of Europe, these racist cave beasts from Europe. The American government stepped in. Blackologists will never repeat those words. So this American white government stepped in to protect an Arab Muslim country from other white people, other white allies. So not just white people, these were allies of America. So they took a big risk. Okay, look what happened. In fact, the European powers were edging towards engaging in a continental war because of Morocco in 1905. So the European powers like, man, fuck all that. We're going to war. Fuck America. President Roosevelt, this is why I want you to mention him earlier, the watcher. President Roosevelt offered a compromise plan which the European powers accepted. The proposal granted Morocco a greater deal of autonomy and allowed for all European nations to trade with Morocco. So now Morocco is no longer America's equal. Okay? America granted something to Morocco. That's their son now. You dig? Okay? So the peace treaty had everything to do with trades. The proposal granted Morocco a greater deal of autonomy and allowed for all European nations to trade with Morocco. So it was a trade treaty. It had nothing to do with diplomatic immunity. We can't be prosecuted by American laws, and that's all hogwash, that's false, that's bullshit. It was a trade treaty. So they're done. So now, from this point on, going forward, when I play the Moorish videos and they talk about the Moorish government, the treaty, you know that they're full of shit, or they just don't know that the treaty was about trading, not traveling. Okay. Moorish sovereign citizens claim immunity from US federal, state, and local laws because of a mistaken belief that the Moroccan-American Treaty of Friendship, 1786, grants them sovereignty. Listen to my words. Moorish sovereign citizens claim immunity from US federal and state governments and local laws because of a mistaken belief that the Moroccan-American Treaty of Friendship, 1786, grants them sovereignty. That's bullshit. In reality, the 1786 treaty was primarily a trade agreement, had nothing to do with sovereignty or a right of passage. Moorish, so I mean, I can stop right now. Moorish sovereign citizen movement has also expanded to include a few whites. Yeah, I didn't know that. They actually they let whites in now. Tactics used by the groups include filing false deeds and property claims, false liens against government officials, police officers, frivolous legal motions to overwhelm courts, and invented legalese used in court appearances and filings. So the invented legalese, we're gonna talk about that.
Various groups and individuals identifying as Moorish sovereign citizens have used the unorthodox quantum grammar created by David Wynn Miller. Okay? So David Wynn Miller, a white man, the sovereign citizens, the Moorish sovereign citizens, period. All sovereign citizens have borrowed the quantum grammar created by David Wynn Miller, a white man. Who is David Wynn Miller? He was a pseudo-legal theorist and a leader of a tax processor group within the sovereign citizen movement, a self-proclaimed judge. Miller is best known for having created a version of the English language to be used by people involved in judicial proceedings. Okay? His views also include a variation of the straw man theory. So this whole straw man, that ain't me, that's my straw man. That's David Wynn Miller. That straw man talking point that Moors use, that everybody use, sovereign citizens use, that's from David Wynn Miller. People seeking remedy with Miller's syntax in court have not met with success. So David Wynn was a failure, and everybody who followed his bullshit, they failed as well. His language is incomprehensible to most people, and the pleadings that use it are routinely rejected by courts as gibberish. So his court legalese language that sovereign citizens adopt, including the Moors, as seen as gibberish, is fake legalese, it's pseudo-legalese. Since Miller's death, his language has seen continued used by other people within the sovereign citizen movement, including the piece of shit Moorish sovereign citizens. Okay? So that's all, I believe that's all the reading. Let me just save this file. Okay, cool. Now, you guys are probably wondering, like, well, I'm biased. Let us see this guy, David Wynn. I got you. I got you. Let's look at David Wynn. Let's look at David Wynn. Okay. Does this look familiar? This is this is a homemade license plate. So now you see where the Moors got it from.
Explain again your plate.
Okay, so here's how I became it. Okay, so first of all, the Truth in Lending Act, there's a thing called Regulation Z of the Truth in Lending Act. This represents Regulation Z. It means I have a right to cancel contract within 3 days or refuse contract pursuant to Regulation Z. These are called Z plates. See, there's a Z on the bottom, okay? This flag is a civil flag of peace. It means self-government by the people. That's what it means. This seal is a seal of the original 13 colonies of the...
Look at this bullshit. He's dirty fingernails, white trailer trash. Look at this bullshit he's making up.
Of America, okay? Which the United States Corporation stole from America and incorporated into their government, okay? It's actually our seal by
See, he's anti-federal or national government. Now you see why? The losers of the Civil War were mad at the national government for abolishing slavery and taking their rule from them by way of federalism, okay? And then the New Deal completely got rid of them, because once the federal government was able to impose taxes, collect taxes, it was over. The power balance was completely one-sided. So it was already being taken in stages. But 1930, after the Great Depression, the New Deal was signed by President Roosevelt, the watcher. He was given indigenous a head start. That is when the government had complete control of the country. His law was supreme, state second, cities third, private citizen, whatever, fourth. Okay, so the Southerners, the Confederates, were mad and was always mad at, because remember, the government was made deliberately weak. They did not want a strong government. They wanted the states to rule as their own presidents. So the governors of the state was stronger than the governor. They was actually a president, and that president represented one vote of each state in the colony, 13 states. Okay? So when they got destroyed, they always had a gripe with the national government. So now when you look at the news, right wing, alt right, listen to their arguments. It's always anti-government. The government has too much power. Government regulations are bullshit. Oh, the government's forcing mandates of vaccines. It's always the government should not be able to do those things. The government is nothing. It's a piece of shit. The states need to have all the power. That is the Republican talking point. Okay? Unbiased, laid it in plain English for you. So anywhere you see Republican representatives, they're going to be pro-people, less government control. Anywhere you see Democrat representatives and supporters, voters, you're going to see pro-government regulations and control over the people. And that's the difference between a republic and a democracy.
And for the people. This is for the people, a flag for the people. This is our right to refuse contract with police. This is my nationality. I'm a national.
He's a national. Now that same terminology, this white guy says he's a national. And also the black Moors say a national. Who do you think came up with that shit first? Like how is it possible? Think about this. Have you ever heard the KKK and the Black Panther Party or Nation of Islam repeat the same talking points? They might agree on separation, but that's about it. You know, black on black relationship, white on white. I mean, those, but nothing else. No policies are the same. Both of these fools call themselves nationals.
I'm Minnesotan, okay, just like you are. I'm Minnesota national, okay? And here's how you get your Minnesota nationality in a nutshell. You write the State Department and say, I want to be a national, not a U.S. citizen. That's it. That's all it takes.
Yeah, the flag is what not Taharka, I keep saying Taharka, my fault. The most honorable, noble, Grand Sheik, Your Highness, Your Majesty, Your Honor, Taj Tariq Bey. He said the American flag was originally like this. Now, how does white men also believe that? When black folks and white folks agree on the same shit and it's pseudo, who do you think came up with it first?
You're a national.
What do they give you for registration paper?
You heard the question? What did they give you for registration paper? And the video goes out. So that was David Wynn. Now here he is again. This is David Wynn.
They advertise on
Look at the flag now. The flag is regular.
TV. You're taught by your parents.
This is David.
And we learn from example to go out and borrow money to buy a home. If you're fortunate enough to pay cash for it, that's another thing. But maybe only one person in 100 actually pays cash for a home. The rest of the world goes out and they borrow the money.
Exactly. Fannie Mae.
And the home is used as the equity to back up the mortgage itself. But a bank is not allowed to lend money from its investors or its depositors. So the bank has to take your mortgage, and when they present you with a mortgage, I'll use this one here. This document here is your Fannie Mae, Freddie Mae mortgage. Now,
what'd he say? The hell he say?
You with a mortgage, I'll use this one here. This document here is your Fannie Mae, Freddie Mae mortgage.
This stupid nigga said Fannie Mae, Freddie Mae mortgage. Dude, it's Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac mortgage. This is a stupid nigga.
Now, even though you can't see the ABC alphabet from where you sit, you can see color. Anything that's pink is an adverb, and anything that's green on this paper is a verb.
All right, I'm not doing none of that today with this stupid nigga. All right. I want to get back to what we was watching. All right, but first, let me go here first. Look at this devil. Look at this.
Cincinnati police officer in uniform recently released body cam footage here shows Rose Valentino using a racial slur and also admitting to it.
WCPO 9 News reporter Jake Ryle walks us through this footage.
The city manager in a statement said that the body camera footage is disturbing. Officer Rose Valentino called it an isolated incident, her using a racial slur while on duty.
It's April 5th. Officer Rose Valentino is pulling into CPD District 3. Several cars are parked to pick up students at Western Hills University High School. Officer Valentino activated her lights and siren to get the drivers to move.
You gotta move. Ridiculous. Is she gonna just sit there?
A black teen who was leaving school raised his middle finger at Officer Valentino, which set Valentino off.
Oh, I hate him so much. God, I hate this world. I hate it.
Several seconds pass. Valentino then uses a racial slur under her breath.
Hate him.
We dug into Officer Valentino's personnel file. She's a 14-year veteran with CPD. Her
now look at this shit right here that they allow to continue. These piece of shit state officials, man, state legislators, state whoever else is involved.
performance report shows she consistently meets or exceeds standards for patrolling.
So she exceeds standards. Always. No checks and balances on this fucking dog, this white piece of trash.
She trains officers who recently graduated from the academy. Her supervisors say she's dedicated and a hardworking beat officer.
All right, so supervisors should be under investigation as well. Like anybody who look, they told Young Thug, they said you're in for RICO, racketeering, all that good shit, and everybody affiliated is tied in as well. Well, we got to start doing the same shit for white supremacist people like this bitch right here. Everybody who co-signed them, yeah, she's a good woman. They need to be also investigated and tied into her bullshit and be disciplined. You dig? Like everybody should be held accountable for who you co-sign. She's a great, hardworking officer. Deb, you know she's a goddamn racist, you stupid nigga. You heard her talk her shit before. What racists can withhold their racism? Fuck out of here.
Adding, she comes to work with a positive, motivated attitude, which is appreciated, and that she does great work. She's been reprimanded in the past for not turning on her body camera multiple times. And
so she's so much of a great officer. This fucking dog, this piece of shit trash, that she don't turn on her body camera. She turns it off. Like, so what kind of fuck shit was she up to? Like every police stop she ever was involved with the body cam off, those cases should be dismissed. Indigenous, disingenuous black man. This is the argument that people should be gathering and putting forth. Like, yo, let's look at everybody who she pulled over with the body camera off. Those charges should be dropped or lessened.
This is not the first time Officer Valentino has been on the city's radar for an issue involving race. In November 2018, she was one of 3 police officers involved in a lawsuit where Jerry...
One of 3 officers. So this bitch was with a group. Ain't that RICO?
Isham, a realtor, was showing a home to Anthony Edwards. Both are black. Court docs show she escalated the situation by aiming her gun at the 2 men and then putting them in handcuffs. The city settled the case for $151,000. And in March 2020, while off duty, she pushed and punched 2 family members and used an umbrella to damage a car.
Look at this racist piece of shit entitled dog. I hate racists the most. I hate niggas second. All right, if y'all want to know. I hate racists, white racists. Let me be clear. I hate white racists the most. I hate niggas the second most. But I love black people.
He was convicted by plea of disorderly conduct and was referred to a behavioral health center for anger management.
But then this pussy was allowed to go back on the force surveillance, right? Untracked. Just
Continue, nigga. They seen a nigga had a problem with black folks and allowed this pussy to go back on the force without anybody looking behind his work, checking behind him. This is what your states do. Your states always been pro-Confederate, most of your states. Anti-government, anti-federalist. Your government is supposed to be somebody who protect the people from tyrannical states, state governments, local city, police officers.
Fast forward to the April 5th incident. According to the internal report, Officer Valentino acknowledged her statements weren't appropriate and that she was surprised the racial slur came out, and that it didn't represent who she was as an officer or how she felt about African Americans. She claimed to have been desensitized to racially offensive language by music and hearing people talk on the street.
Hey, yo, the worst white person you can ever know of is a racist white person who blames black societal norms, black societal culture for their racism. They are the worst white people of all white people. They are a piece of shits that don't deserve to be in this country.
In that report, she said her job is having a negative impact on her mental health, something she's since sought help for.
According to the city manager, the disciplinary hearing process continues. We'll have more updates when they become available. Jake Ryle, WCPO 9 News.
That piece of shit right there. I feel like you guys, this is the Article 6 is Supreme Law Clause 2 is a lot of Moors run to. All right, so I'm gonna go to the Chief X thing at this point. Wait, not yet.
Therefore, you follow all state and federal laws. There is no legitimate Moorish government, only Facebook pages and websites claiming to be. But that doesn't make it true, does it?
All right, sir, can you step out the vehicle?
Am I under arrest?
Hmm?
Am I under arrest?
You're being detained right now.
I'm doing what?
You're being detained right now. Step out the vehicle.
I'm being detained?
Yep.
You gotta call my government ASAP.
Who's your government?
United States of America Republic. It's on my driver's license. You need to contact my government ASAP. I'm a foreigner.
Okay.
I'm a national.
All right.
So
Step out the vehicle,
therefore,
sir.
you have to do that. Hold this.
Somehow, I don't think they'll be contacting the United States of America Republic national government, re-established in 2015. It's just a hunch.
Record this.
Yeah, you can
Take my
record
phone.
it. You have a right to do that.
Take my phone. Grab the
Just so
phone.
you know, everything's being recorded from our end.
That's
too.
fine.
Just so
That's
you
all
know,
good.
man.
That's all good.
Yeah, you can record it. You guys have the right to do that.
Hold on. Can you step back, please? I shouldn't even get out. That's all good.
Okay, sir, you got anything like this? Stab me or poke me or anything like that?
The raccoon out. I was recording him. Big as hell. Yeah, I believe this is my personal opinion. I believe most white folks who listen to hip hop, they into the N-word.
Let me guess, your quote-unquote Secretary of State was caught
It's funny because white folks be acting like they're offended by the N-word when they hear it. You know, when they hear somebody say it, they act like they're offended. So they listen to hip hop, which is full of the N-word. Like, stop. I also believe most white folks listen to hip hop for the N-word, not to avoid it. That's just, again, my personal opinion.
driving with one of these fake driver's licenses. Also, it's called an arrest, not kidnap. Being arrested by a law enforcement officer doesn't meet the definition of kidnap. I'm sorry, but it just doesn't.
Texas, we go to jail for DWP. All right, come on, I ain't got time for this. Oh, wait, they took him out? I missed that. I turned my head. They got him more in the back seat. At this point, he's probably, he's reading the vending number.
It's kind of routine for backup to arrive when the driver is being non-compliant.
Look at him more in the back seat. They quiet as hell, bro. No talking shit for them. There's a bunch of stupid niggas in the car. Got his keys. Y'all ain't going nowhere. Did he turn his lights off?
And that's the nice way of saying, this car is getting towed.
No sticker. They never got stickers. I hope they got a long walk. But Moors are used to traveling without, you know what I mean? They're used to traveling, so they're good. Did the other Moors leave yet? There you go. Traveling by Moors.
Oh. Make sure you take them. They ain't supposed to drive nobody's car.
Cop in the car driving that thing. Let me take off in this car. Well, they drove it to the station. They took the car and drove it to the station to get towed. There was probably no tow trucks available in the area.
And off he went to jail.
So there you go. That's how that thing ends out. All right, come on. Now this one right here, I watched 30 seconds of it for 1 minute.
How do you turn this around? Shoot.
I feel like this is a good video for Alive.
Okay. License and badge number, please. Sir, license and badge number, please.
What's that?
It looks like Gillum 37.
3739.
Okay, Gillum 37. What's your emergency, sir?
What's my what?
Emergency. What's your emergency?
The reason I stopped you today is because your tag, your license plate has been expired since 2013. When I run it, it shows to have been it got suspended in 2014. That's the reason for the stop.
My question was, what's your emergency? Do you have an emergency? Is there a articulable cause for concern? Why did you pull me over if there's no emergency?
That's why. It's your suspended license plate.
So you don't have an emergency? Because I would love to help.
So this is the Moore's talking points. She asked for the emergency. He gives her the emergency, and she acts like he ain't tell her the emergency.
Help you if you have an emergency.
Your suspended license plate.
So you don't have an emergency? Because I would love to help you if you have an emergency.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
I would love to help you if you have an emergency, sir.
Yes, ma'am. It's a traffic stop. It's not an emergency. Do you have a driver's license with you?
It's a traffic stop. Yo. It's a traffic stop. It's not an emergency. He shut her up with that one.
Well, are you making any assumptions or presumptions here today?
I can't hear you still.
Are you making any assumptions or presumptions here today?
Ma'am, I just need to see your driver's license.
Well, you're under the assumption that I drive.
Am I what?
You're under the assumption that I drive.
Okay.
Do you have a
What's your
license?
articulable reason for stopping me?
Now, you know she couldn't say it correctly, right? So listen, if you are not well versed in anything, you should not really try it out on people when it counts the most, okay? So if you're an actor or actress and you are going for a role, you shouldn't try out the role if you don't know the role, all right? Don't start fucking up. Okay, so she couldn't even say that right. Her articulable reason for suspicion. She was all over the place.
Okay.
He already told her what it was. That was dumb to ask. Like they be asking redundant questions. The police officer already articulated the reason of suspicion. And then she asked him again, like, what is your articulable reason of suspicion? He just told you, stupid ass.
You have a driver's license with you today or an ID? Any form of identification?
I don't drive, I travel, sir.
What's that, ma'am?
I don't drive, I travel.
Okay.
Okay, yo, for one, roll your window down. You got a soft voice like that, Miss LA, roll the window down so he can actually hear what the hell you're talking about. Can't even hear you.
Do you have a driver's license or
I don't drive, so do I have to show you any kind of driver's license by law?
Yes, ma'am.
I have you on camera saying that I, by law, have to show you a driver's license.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that did not intimidate him at all. I have you on camera saying I need to show a driver's license. Yeah, man, this is state law. What else would I be going by? This is state law. You need to have a driver's license to operate a motor vehicle on public roads and highways. Yes, this is the state law. What's up?
That's kind of inaccurate. Can you call your supervisor? And are you familiar? Are you familiar with the consular notification manual?
Am I what?
Are you familiar with the consular notification manual?
Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's some bullshit she made up. I'd never heard that shit. And I'm not saying I know everything. I'm actually new to this as well. I'm just a fast studier. I binge watch, I binge read, you dig? But I have no idea what the hell she's talking about. Consular or whatever. That's like some Moorish shit. That's like some Moorish. Yeah, that's some Moorish. I bet you that's some Moorish. What's the word? That's a Moorish prince. I guarantee you.
Hey, Sergeant. Hey, I need you to come by.
Yeah, this is a new one right here. You guys are ready for this one.
There's no such thing as a sovereign citizen. There's no such thing as a sovereign citizen. It's an oxymoron.
Yeah, we know that. But you're a Moorish sovereign citizen.
We're going to be Katy Freeway, Service Road, outbound, just past very active. So to make
Not the flag. Not the flag.
Law of the flags.
Not the flag. No, you're not a Moroccan citizen. Hey, remember what I read.
Ma'am, I have my supervisor.
Not about being sovereign or having immunity to.
Once again, will you provide me with your driver's license or any form of
Are you making any assumptions or presumptions here today? You don't have an emergency. Are you aware that it is a federal crime to pull over an individual without an emergency?
Okay, stop saying federal crime. Okay, you got to say state crime because the federal government is not involved in some state affairs. This is one of them. The federal government is not involved in driving offenses. That's a state's law, okay? So you're having a big problem here, and I understand why. You guys need to tune in to Unbiased Sports Channel and Swazi Media, and we'll go over all this bullshit you guys be spewing.
See?
What's that, ma'am?
Are you aware that it is a federal crime to pull over an individual without an emergency? You use your lights and sirens, they're still on.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Are you aware that it is against the law? It is a federal crime for you to pull someone over using your lights and sirens where there is no emergency.
Okay, ma'am. I just need to see your driver's
Well, I
license.
put you on notice.
Okay, man, I just need your driver's license. Yeah, this cop is hilarious, yo.
That it is a federal crime. My charge for this stop is $10,000.
Okay.
You agree? $10,000.
Yo, she charged the police officer 10 grand for him stopping her. Wow. Now, I've never heard that shit. This is the first time I heard that before. This is utter retardedness.
Gillum 3739.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
This is smiling.
Hey, you said you turn on what street, and are you on the main lane? I'm sorry, sir.
You turn at Gary Ashford, and you're on the you'll see us.
I can't believe when I need that information, I can't find it.
Yeah, you should have it readily for the officer who's guaranteed to pull you over for your traffic violation. You know, you should definitely have the information. But his job is not to argue with you on the streets. His job is to enforce law. Your argument is with your lawyer, the DA, prosecution, and the judge. That's where you argue that bullshit, not with the police officer. He doesn't care. It's irrelevant. He locks you up or writes you a citation, and you argue it in court, not on the traffic stop. Okay.
Not during the check.
I'm gonna try to look for my documentation. I'm gonna try to look for my documentation in the backseat of the car. I'm not trying to get any weapons. I don't have any weapons. I don't own any weapons. I'm just gonna look in the backseat to see if I can
what
find
documentation are you
the documentation I need to give you.
Yeah, look at the police officer. He's petty as fuck, yo. He's petty as fuck. He back there looking like she gonna really grab a Uzi or some shit. That's it.
Where the heck could it go? And just so you know, I'm just gonna go ahead and wave the flag.
Okay.
Oh my god, yo. Who feels like me? This is embarrassing to black people all over, man. I'm gonna wave the flag just so you know. He's like, okay, whatever. Like, yeah, just do what you do. I'm just waiting for my supervisor to lock your ass up or tow your car, whichever one he says.
I don't know how I'm gonna get it to stay there. Let's do it right here.
Yeah, she's trying to get the flag to stay outside the car. Yo, oh my god. Yo, if this sister ever come out the Moors Nation, she's gonna be embarrassed she ever done this shit.
That's good enough for me. That's my flag. American flag, the true American flag.
Were you able to find the document?
No, I think I might have put it underneath the seat, and I can't really grab it right now. It's like a bunch of paperwork. I must have put it in the back seat, in the trunk, and I can't get out. Oh, let me give you this. Oh wait, let me put it in the camera real quick.
What is this?
Let me put it in the camera real quick. Give me my property back.
Well, I'll show it to you.
Give me my property back really quick, please. Okay. So I can put it in the camera, sir. And he won't give my property back.
Hello, ma'am. Good morning.
Name and badge number?
Houston Police Department.
Sergeant Ham?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your badge number?
How are you doing today?
Good. What's your badge number, please?
I'm sorry?
Badge number?
I can't hear you.
Your badge number.
Okay. Supervisor don't have badge number. It's just Sergeant Ham, ma'am.
Okay, Sergeant Ham. Got you. So he took my property, just so you know.
Okay.
You might want to review that information.
Okay, ma'am. Just give me 1 second.
I also have this.
What's that? The bullshit Morse card.
This information too. I'm waiting to give them this. I don't know that they need it because I gave them my travel card.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I asked them if they were familiar with the consular notification manual. He didn't seem familiar. He didn't even. It doesn't even seem like he knew what it was.
Well, no, it's a made up bullshit that you and your charter.
So we gonna prove this shit again. Because the last time I did this shit, I didn't have a camera rolling. I was too nervous, and it worked out just fine. Actually, the cop was trying to get a little aggressive. I noticed that he was reaching for his gun, and he said, "Oh no, this is my taser." I'm like, "No, taser looks completely different. I'm telling you right now, you are."
No. Just look at his left hand and right hand. Left hand taser, right hand service weapon. You need to check out Unbiased Sports Channel, okay?
Not reaching for your taser, sir. Do you have any intentions of harming me, harming my property, damaging me, killing me? Do you have any intentions of doing any kind of harm to me whatsoever? And then he got nervous. I asked him to call his supervisor. They also let me go. And it's a federal crime. They pulled me over. He ran my information without any crime, and they have their lights and sirens on.
No, they definitely.
Well, he had the sirens on.
They definitely got a crime on it. Definitely got you for a crime.
Let's see. What I do?
When they come back.
Okay, Miss Littles, you get one citation. What's that?
Amra.
What's that?
Amra.
Okay, ma'am. You're getting one citation.
No, I do not accept.
Okay, Amra, your name is Littles. Okay, Miss Littles.
Okay, that's okay.
I do not accept. You don't have jurisdiction.
Not having valid driver's license, not having proof of financial responsibility, and then your tags being expired.
I do not accept.
Date, time, and court location, all right here. Attach all the pamphlet. There's a website
I
and phone
need
number to
the
call.
name and badge number of all the individuals here.
This is
gonna
Sergeant
cost you $10,000 each of you.
Officer Salih.
No, I asked for name and badge number.
And Matthew McMurtry.
8728 Sally SALLE.
Would you like to sign in the yellow box? This is not a plea of guilt. You're saying you're going to show up for court.
Absolutely not. I do not consent.
Okay. Have a safe day, ma'am.
No, I don't want it.
Do you want your card?
I do not consent. I'll write down whatever you need. Give me my card. Give me my card. I need my property.
Yeah, if I know these cops, they will throw that shit in their car.
I will write down whatever you need.
I can't hear you.
You can hear me just fine.
I cannot hear you.
Well, I believe that you can.
You gotta speak up a little bit. I cannot hear you,
I
ma'am.
believe that you can.
I can't.
Well, I don't want to raise my voice or yell because you might try to say that I'm trying to be combative. I'm not trying to be combative. Can I have my property, please?
Okay. You're also getting a citation. If you
No, I do not consent.
You
do not have jurisdiction.
Hold on. Just listen real quick.
I do not consent.
If you throw the citation on the ground and you litter, you will be going to jail.
No, I will
Don't do
not.
that.
You don't
Okay.
have jurisdiction.
All right, ma'am.
I am Amra. I do not consent.
No, we're not doing that.
Please do not do that, sir.
Yeah, we're not doing that. Y'all gotta admit, this is a sickness of retardation. We're, what they call it, devolving. We're going back. We're going to retardedness, man. This is where we're headed as a black people. Until we start getting on board, we're going to the state of retardedness.
Do not. You cannot force me to contract with you. You cannot force me.
Have a great day, man.
You cannot force me to contract with you. No. I do not consent. I do not consent.
She threw on the ground anyway. Yeah. This lady is crazy, man.
I do not consent. You do not have jurisdiction.
Yeah, she got a more.
All right, ma'am. Have a great day. You're also getting a ticket for littering. You don't want this?
I do not consent. You do not have any consent over my situation. Okay. You do not have jurisdiction.
Flag. Oh my God. I wish they was in Texas because they can see how we work the right way. Bust her damn window. He ran back out the door. It's just retardedness, man. Retardation. Hope they don't stay around me. Right. You get 10,000 US dollars. It ain't no damn.
This is the card.
Salvador dollars. Morris coins. Look. That's the card. Oh my God.
They can act like they don't know, but they know.
So they can act. So like that's the disingenuous black man talking point. They act like they don't know, but they know. They know because we were taught they know. And every white person is on board. They're all part of the Illuminati conspiracy global plan. Every last white person.
Especially the so-called supervisor. And I forgot to ask the supervisor if he's familiar with the consular notification manual. And that's what I'm.
The fuck is that? That's some Morris bullshit that she's talking about.
about to ask them when they come back.
We ain't got enough video.
We're gonna get the consular a part of this conversation.
All right, ma'am. That's for you.
Absolutely not.
You're already getting another
Absolutely not. Are you familiar?
He went back and wrote her an additional ticket for littering. Yo, this is crazy. So I think the consular, I'm thinking my boy that hopped on the live with us, I think that's his shit. I think. I'm not correct. I'm not sure I'm correct.
Familiar with the consular notification manual?
Ma'am.
Are you familiar with the consular notification manual? It's going to cost you $10,000 for this stop. $10,000, sir, for this stop. And the motherfucker walked away. Just like I told you, you don't take no fucking contracts. You cannot be forced into contract.
So she take this as a win. And this is the stupidity amongst these people. Black and white. This is just the stupidity. She take this as a win because they didn't lock her dumb ass of a taser and bust her window out. She take it as a win.
Fucking lying ass bitches. Trying to force me. Fuck y'all.
Yeah, well, you have issues with
Stupid motherfuckers.
Well, guess what, Amora? Your next stop, that bench warrant gonna show. And good luck. Yeah, I want to see your channel. That's your channel? Oh hell yeah. Look, now her name is hey yo, I know she didn't do that. Look at this heifer. Look at this heifer. She said her name is Amora on that card, but her YouTube name is Ashley Littles, her government. That's her honorable name. She got an honorable name on her damn YouTube channel, but on her national card, her national Moors card, she got Amora, some Egyptian shit. Yo, what's up with these people, man? So I hit up a couple Moors for my post. We're gonna see if one are bold enough to call up. All right. Look at this chick, is crazy.
Think they can trick me. They gonna fucking trick me. I already know this shit works. Can you fucking tell me? Motherfuckers. And that's how you do it.
But you didn't do it though. You got tickets. And you're gonna have a bench warrant. So next time you get pulled over, your ass going to jail. Oh no, I know she ain't do the hemorrhoid body right here. Oh my God. No, sis. No, not the sexy walk pro layout. No, this ain't what you went to, is it? All right, let's check it out. Oh boy.
Okay, everyone, we're going to start with just simple walks and spins around this hole, and then we might get into like maybe a basic spin or two. I just want to let you know that everything you do on the pole is going to be a little more exaggerated than your normal
Shit, I hate these fucking Macs, man. Not even pressing.
everyday kind of movements. So, like when you're walking and you're switching, switching your hips as you're walking and things, you want to exaggerate that hip. Push that hip out a little bit. Kind of sway, move into it, kind of just almost at times. Just an FYI. So I'm going to kind of be far away, so you won't be able to hear me as well, so I'm not going to really speak once I get up there. I'm just going to show you the moves. I'm going to do it fast the first time, and then I might do it step by step just for you guys. Okay?
You got a decent body.
That was just like a basic walk. Things you can do as well is little spins. You have your spins here. And here. Okay. You also have your spins like this. Just regular things like that. You can glide around the pole. Okay. A basic spin would be left hand high, left leg high. You want to spin and turn into the pole like so. Hop on. And this is the position you want to be in. Okay? So we're walking around the pole.
Okay.
So again, you're walking around the pole. Left hand high. Step with the right foot.
Her pole skills are trash though, so I need her number.
Okay, that's how you do it slow. And again, it ends up looking like this. So when you do your moves, you want your body to be like a snake. So when you come up, when you're down here and you come up, you want to kind of dip your butt out. Make everything really hippie.
Yeah, where'd she learn this shit from? Yeah, that was not a good video. Okay, she's pretty cute, but that was not a good video. Let's give her a chance to redeem herself. Yeah, she's pretty cute. We can't hear you though. Oh shit, she got a video. We can't even hear the shit. Yeah, her dance skills are pretty trash. Like, it's not a turn on at all. Nothing about her dancing is seductive, but she's pretty cute. Tim's peace. Yeah, that lamp is some bullshit. All right, let me get a video where she's like talking. Okay, that was horrible. Hey, yo, the Q one's always crazy as shit though.
Okay, the next thing we're going to learn is the front hook, the back hook, and so basically you're going to have the right hand high, the left hand across your breastbone, the back of the right knee on the pole.
Let me send her ass a YouTube note.
You're going to fall forward. Once you get to that position, that point where this foot, the left foot, is about to leave the ground, you want to push off just a little bit and bring your knees together. So here we go. Fall forward, push off, bring your knees together. And that's the front hook. Get down. Sorry, that's practice, everybody. Okay, next we're going to have the back hook. Okay, so for the back hook, all you're going to do is you're going to turn your body this way. The left knee will be rested about below. The right hand's going to reach high. And the back of the left knee is on the pole. All you have to do is fall backwards and then push off. Once the right foot is about to lay the right foot, push off. And we need to open your knees together, wide open. Video. And then arch your back. And there you have the back hook.
Yeah, she need better lighting.
After the cradle.
She need better lighting. Yeah, yo, listen.
Way to the cradle. Left hand high.
Yo, she's like indigenous black man trying to teach some shit. Like, ma'am, you might want to first be an expert on the pole before you share what you learned, because you look like a complete beginner. Like you're in your first day of class. Like you should not be in the teacher's seat at this point, ma'am. You don't look sexy. You don't look appealing. You don't look like people should want to follow or listen or, you know, mimic what the hell you're doing. You look really bad. Yeah, lighting is poor.
Go in the direction. Same direction as the pole. What you're going to do is you're going to
The next time wear a thong bikini, you might get more views.
lift the left leg up and then top on the right leg.
That was horrible.
And then this part of your thigh is going to focus on the pole and you're going to lean your body over.
I guarantee you, only men watch this video. Not one woman watches this video to learn about pole dancing. If I go to the comments, I guarantee you it's all men. And she got a shit dog. She got a piece of shit dog in the way. Yeah, she's like polite. Polite reads one thing that's catchy, that's trending, and he becomes a guru on that topic, on that talking point. Look at her ass. She looks horrible.
Okay, the next part is called the carrot cycle. A little more difficult. You're going to be doing something called a half bracket.
Pole looks so sturdy.
Like so, and right hand high. And this is the half bracket. Just holding yourself up. So just your arms. The half bracket. This is what the move looks like.
All right, no. Like she kicked her dog out the way. Yeah, you should put a nigga in a cage. Uh-oh. Get a dog. Who said that? Get a dog. I hope you're not single, because like, no. But facts. As a single man, I would never date a woman with a dog. I don't give a fuck if it's a mutt or like a protecting dog. Like, why would I want that dog around? All the talking points I agree with. Like, no, so we can't ever vacation. You gotta feed the fucking dog. Like, no, I'm good with that. No. Let's become a family first before a dog. Let's not be dating partners with the dog. Let's just become a family where we're legit, we're together. Okay, then it's a household thing. But no, I can't hang with you, or you gotta go home because of fucking dog. No, I'm good. I'm good with that. All right, so let's see what the hell is this?
Hello everyone, my name is Littles. Hi there.
Littles, I thought you was Amora. This This shit got bigger where you got there.
Here on YouTube, I'm going to have like a little bit of a journey. I just got it from an Asian food market. Like I just saw it one day and I was like, ooh, I'm in.
What's that?
Well, they're both food. Like clearly I'm running out of this one. And it's just, I got this, it's like a food grade. Well, they're both food grade castor oil. This one's lax.
Is that FDA regulated? Hell no, right?
Me. Castor oil. I just got it from an Asian food market. Like I just saw it one day and I was like, ooh, I'm gonna try that. But I usually use this castor oil on my hair. But since I bought another one at Whole Foods, Now Solutions castor oil, it says 100% pure, versatile skincare, skin softener, multi-purpose.
All right, yeah, I ain't, whatever that shit is. All right, what's this video here about?
Hello everyone, my name is Littles. Hi there. I
thought you was a more
every other day regimen. So here we have.
Oh, this is the same video.
I usually use this castor oil on my hair. They're kind of costly, a little bit. I mean, for each wrap, it is kind of.
She gained that. Yeah, she see you were pole dancing, and now you started to eat a little more without the exercise.
Costly.
Cheating.
So here we go again. This looks.
Yeah, what the fuck happened to her, yo? Yeah, she had a nice body. Yeah, that's why I gotta do a video. I promise you, I gotta do a video on obesity affecting the Black community, Black society. Yo, what the fuck happened to her, yo? This bitch turned to a gorilla. Yo, she had a nice frame, nice body. What the fuck is that? Bitch talking about her hair, yo. You serious?
Not good. But here we go.
You gotta be pregnant.
Side profiles and the back.
You gotta be pregnant.
All the way around. Okay, so I'm gonna apply the hemorrhoid cream. I'm just gonna do a little bit.
Let me see.
I don't really know. I didn't really research that much about the hemorrhoid cream.
I bet you didn't.
I just looked at a couple of videos. Was like, okay, I got it.
Oh, you gotta
It's the same thing as a castor oil pack, basically, what they're trying to say, but you're using hemorrhoid cream instead.
What is that going to do?
So here we go. And I'm also going to be putting it in the back on the sides as well, because I have a little bit of lower back fat.
Yeah, I'm going to, a little bit of lower back fat. Bitch, you ain't had that shit in that video. You was pole dancing. What happened to the pole? Like, yo, motherfuckers just can't not control their, like, worst desires, eating fucking Twinkies and shit. Donuts, Krispy Kreme donuts. How you get that disgusted over, like, a couple months? Yeah, that's my biggest fear committing to a woman. Is a woman doing some shit like this. I met her, she's fine. 8 months later, she's like this shit right here. That's my biggest fear on being committed. That's why I was like, you know what? Maybe I just gotta just date. I can't even commit it. Because I cannot put up with nobody out of shape. I just can't. She had a nice body not too long ago. It's like Miss Jones now. What's that cream supposed to do though?
Now, the reason why I warmed it is because, like,
what the fuck happened? Oh, no wonder she looked. Remember I said she looked better in her pole videos than the latest one? That's because the latest one was 3 months ago. That chick gained like 25 pounds. Yeah, you gonna do the filters now. She's gonna gain all that fucking weight and do filters. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you gonna do filters now. Wow. I hope she's pregnant. What was so damn, man? She went from a nice chick, nice body to a fucking wildebeest. What happened?
how do you turn?
Okay, ma'am. Just give me 1 second.
The Morse flag. ain't even, what the?
I also
Oh yeah,
have,
look how fat her face got. I hope she's pregnant. Yeah, I gotta do a video on obesity and affecting the Black community. I gotta do it, man. Where was I? I was in Wawa earlier, and every Black person, it was mostly women. Every Black woman I see in Wawa was fat, obese. Like, this shit is crazy, man. It's like we are killing ourselves off of just preventable health issues. You dig?
this.
God damn, she got big. All right. God damn. Sheesh. Let me write her something. Write something. That Moore's sovereign BS doesn't work, sis. Come to my channel and let's educate you correctly. I hope you take the offer. Peace. Oh my God. I don't know what the fuck happened to her, man. Damn, she got big. She gotta be pregnant. All right, so here we go. Here we go to the Brother Keith thing. I mean, not Brother Keith, Chief X.
Yeah, why not?
Oh, no, I ain't showing
Are you
my
going?
face.
Are you going to share?
I'm not going. I can share my screen, but I won't share my face. But I definitely share my screen in case I gotta like show y'all whatever y'all need to see.
All right. So let me. So right now I'm in the car, running to the store. So just get. So just, you could talk, and then when I come back, we can I could unshare my screen. You could share yours. So what's going on, brother?
I hope like hell that she was pregnant and she ain't just get lazy. It's like eating that Moore's doctrine got her ass stressing in jail, lost the car, and her ass license suspended, warrant, bench warrant. She started eating fucking donuts all day. Oh my God, she was very cute, nice body. Now she looked undesirable. Oh no. Undesirable to a fit man, I should say.
So you watched some of the shows. You was referred here by your
Man,
boy Keith L. Bay.
I respect what y'all doing, man. Definitely, man. Y'all seen y'all show.
All right, so guys, you and women, you was around where I read all about the formation of government, right? How it came to be. Okay. You was around when I read about the Moorish Treaty. Okay, now let's hear his shit now. Now we know all that in advance, but we can't be ambushed. Let's hear how. Let's see if it makes sense now.
What was it, yesterday?
Yeah.
Sent it to me, and I saw, y'all going through the videos and stuff, man. That's what's up, because I'm glad y'all talking about it. I'm not worried about if y'all talking against it or not.
I'm gonna go to his video too with the police officer. I'm gonna go to his video.
As long as it's being talked about.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I learned from
Can I ask you your age and where you from?
Yeah, I'm 38, and I'm from the District of Columbia.
Maryland.
I'm from the belly of the beast, huh?
How long you been with the MSTA, or are you?
No, I'm not a member of the Moorish Science Temple of America.
Okay, he's not a Temple Moor. He a Moorish sovereign citizen. There's only two Moors, all right, according to state officials, and you know what I mean, and they identify them as, and they distinguish them as Temple Moors. They have no problem. They have no issue with Temple Moors. The state officials and federal government identify these Moors right here, the Moorish sovereign citizen Moors, as or Moorish sovereign citizens as domestic terrorists, along with sovereign citizens, the domestic terrorists. So when he said I'm not part of the Moorish Science Temple, we know, because the Moorish Science Temple doesn't teach this stupid shit. All right, they're more religious. They're not this traffic violation stuff.
Okay. I actually went there in the beginning of joining the movement in 2011, And before I went there, I heard Grand Sheikh Taj Tariq Bey speak about why he had to disperse the information on the outside of the temple, because a lot of the heads of the temples were sold out. You know, they were.
What do you mean by the heads of the temple were sold out? He means that they were not buying Taj Tariq Bey bullshit about driving and traveling. Okay, the Moors of the temple said, "Nah, hell no. What's wrong with you, bro? We get a license. We comply. We're just a religious group. What are you talking about?" You dig? And Taj Tariq Bey was like, "All right, well, I'm out." Like kind of like Father Allah with the Base of Islam. You dig? They had their own agenda.
With COINTELPRO, and not all of them, but a lot of them. And if you all don't know what COINTELPRO is, that's counterintelligence program started by J. Edgar Hoover for the FBI.
Yeah, we OGs over here.
Okay, yeah, just all good. So y'all already know. So it was infiltrated.
Yeah.
And when I went there, now see me myself, I don't get involved in things until I study it.
Right.
I used to work for the United States Department of State. I was a federal employee, not police or military or anything like that. I was a regular federal employee. I went to what was it, the Passport to Work program when I was a teenager. You know, because my mom was working there for years. So I've met ambassadors, I've met public ministers, I've met consuls, I've seen embassies. I've always saw the flags on their pins when they wear suits, flags in front of the embassies, in front of their houses, flags in front of their cars. I never understood it, but they always made sure their flag was shown whenever they came in the room, on the road, whatever, even on their paperwork. So when I got in this movement, it was familiar to me. I just didn't know what I was looking at back then when I was young, working for State Department. And, you know, this was, I worked all the way up to where I got pictures with Colin Powell when Hillary Clinton was in office, the Secretary of State.
Okay.
And so when I came into this movement, I started studying the Circle 7, the Holy Quran, or the Moorish Science Temple of America. I studied the 101 Questions. I studied the Moorish literature. The Moorish literature.
Right. Yeah, once I get done with this is the last video. Once I get done, I'll send you the phone number. Let me send a link for Miss No Ma'am or the Watchers so they can invite people else that want to hop on. Okay, hold on. Damn. So, No Ma'am, if you're free, you want to join Indigenous Black Man in his ranch, you're free to moderate and invite and disinvite people as they click the link. So that's for you, No Ma'am, or whoever thirsty, whoever else that want to hop on with Indigenous Black Man when he goes into his rant. Your temper tantrum. Now, I didn't post a number. Now, see, that's what I'm trying to say. I didn't post a number when he first came in the chat. This guy, man. I posted when he first hopped in the chat, I posted a number, but he don't want to take it down. That's a clown. Let me go and find a number. Now I got to look all the way back. Wasting time here.
Talks about how this was a civic organization before it was a religious organization. And I looked up what civics is. Civics is the science that teaches citizenship, law, government, and the protection of our rights. And, you know, you got a right to do anything just as long as it does not infringe on the rights of someone else. You know what I mean? So then there's a such thing as.
You said?
God damn.
Say that again.
You said anything?
Yeah, anything that you are able to do. Like you can't just jump up and not come back down. The law of gravity is going to take an effect.
Yeah.
But anything that you.
This computer is hilarious. It should be freezing in the mix of me trying to do something. All right, No Man, what'd you say?
Yeah, I can stay on as long as I don't have to like talk and stuff. Like if you just need me on here as to let people know and stuff, then I can do that.
Yep. I'm gonna put the link in the back. I'm gonna give it to you right there. I'm gonna get a phone number to this guy as soon as this video is over, and
you are able to do, like you're able, if you're competent, if you're able to be an architecture and you can build something and you're able to do that, then you can do it. That's what I mean when I say able, not just anything like ignorantly, because there's a such thing as a law of cause and effect. If you infringe on my rights, I have a right to defend myself. You understand what I'm saying?
I thought you were alluding to like you can break the law.
Hell no, nah. No. There's now when it comes to that, because a lot of people
you're saying do anything, like if I want to start a toilet paper company, I can do it if I put my mind to it. Is that what you're trying to say?
Right, without having a license. Because you don't need permission from anybody to start a toilet paper company. Otherwise,
in business, you can't be that slow, my brother. I said once the video is over, I'm going to give you the number. I don't want you to interrupt this video. I have yet to finish this. It was supposed to be done yesterday, but you, the watcher, and Rashu were talking. So I delayed it till today. So let me finally finish this video. So I'll be done with the MOORgues totally. All right. So I can give you the number. So relax. You'll get the number. Let me finish with the video.
otherwise, that'll make you a subject or somebody's slave. Think about it. You're a subject to the will of somebody else or a will of a group of men that you had nothing to do with, but for some reason, you're bound to this legislation or this rule that you had no say-so in. Remember, we're still in the jungle.
But you got. This is what you have to understand, though. You know the reason. Let me just say this a little small example.
Mm-hmm.
The reason they say they have an electoral college really is you have people. Some are educated. Some people aren't educated.
Right.
You can't allow a bunch of uneducated people to make any kind of
the
choice.
country.
Right. You can't have uneducated people running anything or deciding anything, being ignorant. So they have, checks and balances for that.
Yeah. In the top right corner when he talks.
So what form of government do you think that's called? And this is a good conversation.
In other words, they're saying the same thing. Like he's asking what form of government that's called. Like Chief X just know the process. He don't know the terminology. He ain't that. He don't give a shit. You dig? This is a MOORgues lane. You dig?
Glad you all are making these points. What form of government do you think that is called? That's called a representative form of government, right? Because the uneducated people can't be in the front line making decisions. It has to be the educated people. So the uneducated people are represented by the educated people, is what you're saying, right?
Well, it's sort of like this. Say I have no kind of...
Chief X, his example, he's basically agreeing, right? But Chief X isn't sure on the question because he's probably unfamiliar with that terminology, right? But yeah, it's called a representative government. Just like we're represented on everything we do. In finances, you see the experts go over that. Any global crisis, the experts go over that. You dig? Our elected officials going to speak on even like crime. You're gonna have you're not gonna have a layman person talking on a microphone representing the city, the state, or the country, talking about some serious topics. It's gonna always be somebody educated. So that's what state we're in. So if you think about it, everything that's important that needs to be addressed, you're gonna see an Al Sharpton, whoever, you're gonna see an educated person speaking on it. You're not gonna see a laywoman speaking on it. So we are in a representative government. So Chief X,
kind of business that
fast for his.
You know what I'm saying? Something to kind of respect intelligence.
Ask now when you go to.
That's a good thing. It's not a negative thing. Are you saying?
No. It's not a good or bad thing. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution.
They only read Article 4 and Article 6. That's all I've ever heard them read. These are some cherry pickers, yeah.
Constitution for the United States of North America, it states that the United States shall guarantee to every state in this union a Republican form of government. They don't say that on the TV. They say democracy.
It doesn't matter, my boy. It doesn't matter. They know the late America talks about a democratic or democracy, but it's not. Like anybody that has studied civics in college or on their own, they understand that this country is not a democracy. It's a republic with representatives. And it has democracy tenets, like little things here and there. But this is not a democracy, right? At all. Okay. So come on, man. Like if you're gonna explain that, explain it correctly. Don't just throw it out there for us just to be in Atlanta limbo to assume, to buy into a conspiracy theory. Like, oh, they're trying to trick you. They're trying to trick you. Nah, they America would preach democracy in other countries and support it, but it won't give them the college electoral system though. It'd be like a true democracy, right? Some bullshit. But our country is not true democracy. The people got a little bit of say so, and all you gotta do is look up republic versus democracy, and you'll see that they're almost the same. Democracy has a little more government regulation. Republic has more people power.
Here's why. I'm about to do screen share. Oh, I can't. Are you gonna allow me to do the screen share?
No, just give me. I'm in the store. Give me. I'm in the liquor store. I'm gonna get something. You know what I mean? Sunday.
Hey, that's
let's discuss this one thing, because I think you came into the chat. What's your name again, brother?
Yeah.
What's your name again, brother?
So he represents enforce the Constitution.
The name is enforce the Constitution. That's the name.
Let me type that in right now. I'm gonna put his I hate this Zoom fucking shit, man. It's in your way, man. So I'm gonna type in his little channel, put in the link in the chat, and I won't get a chance to play his video, but I'll play it next time. So here's his channel right here. This is him being, okay, so let me post his channel inside the chat. That's the link. Anybody want to check it out? Here are his videos. All right. Okay, so let me go back.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you first commented in the chat, it was in regards
I won't even play the whole thing. I just want to get to the part where I intervene.
to a statement about driving, the right to travel. Okay, what's your view on that?
Now, this goes back to the form of government.
No, the hell it doesn't. But go ahead.
Look, that's what I'm getting to. The point is the form of government. That also ties in with driving versus traveling.
No, the hell it doesn't.
So, well, when the brother get a chance, because all I was gonna do, bro, was go to the Republic driving versus traveling, and you'll see the point that I'm getting to.
As I pointed out earlier, what they like to do is they like to go to the Black Law Dictionary edition 4 or 5. That's the watcher point out is 1983. There's a 2019 Black Law edition, and it's number 11. And they don't read from that one. They read from 1983 Black Law edition to make their point about this driving versus travel shit.
If I'm able to do the screen share.
Yeah.
Well, real quick, to drive a car. Is that what you're saying? I mean,
they have a right. No.
Getting a license.
Now here's the deal. What they did to us with education, because the word education means docility training for animals. We want erudition. That means to be learned. Education is how we got in the situation. What they did in those institutions that they called school was they taught us connotative linguistics. Connotation is the suggestive meaning of a word, in addition to the explicit meaning. Denotation is the explicit meaning of a word. So when you say, what is your thoughts on driving? That implies that you are using the word drive to the means to travel. I can't make out somebody.
Yeah, somebody talk.
Nah, good. I'll mute up. Hold on.
Okay, let me just say this, because I don't like to have a lot of confusion when we just have a simple discussion.
No. I don't want to call. No, all I was doing was I wanted to point out the.
No. I just want to make it. I just want to make it. Let me just say this sentence, before we just get into this conversation. Okay, like when you say I said we OGs over here. Okay, so I have extremely great reading comprehension, playing to each other as human as we do. Okay, when someone says, do you think everyone has the a right without to have a license to drive? Do you feel that everyone should be able to drive without a license? What do you?
All right, drive is a commercial word. That's the point that I was getting to.
We understand that. We know what drive means. That means get inside of a car, push your foot on the pedal.
That's not what drive means, brother.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this.
He wanted to read the Black edition, number 5 of the Black's Law Dictionary, edition 5 of the Black's Law Dictionary. That's what he wanted to read about drive. Okay.
Semantic thing. Everybody listening to us.
Wait a minute. The point won't get across if we don't do the semantic thing. That's basically us saying words that don't mean what they really mean, and that's what changes the concept. Because listen,
no, but this is what I'm saying.
Hold on, real quick. Let me give you this example. I heard you. If I was to say elephant, but you means you're the words.
No, this is what I percent of the people I've ever spoken to in my 52 years know exactly what I mean when I say drive. So
right.
We don't have to do that. The world and in 99.5.
That's not the truth. I can prove that. Hey, look, you're saying basically, do you need a driver's license to get on the road, to get in the car, start it, and go forward? That's to travel. You don't.
Yes.
He's wrong there, but go ahead.
You don't need a driver's license. You do not. And I got a bunch of cases on my website.
On your website, I'm sure you do. And there's never been one sovereign citizen case, black or white, to ever win in a court. So he's lying on that. Okay, there's not one in American history where a sovereign citizen, black or white, won their case in court. So he's lying. There's not one win in all of American history.
To show all of these people in the world that you're talking about, you don't need a driver.
What's representing is that a lot of times things get thrown out of court and the Moors are taken as a win. You seen the sister took her tickets and her extra ticket on littering, and she took that as a win. So he's doing the same thing, man.
License. Those are they're certified documents on the website that you can look up on any of the online cases, because you have bus drivers, limousine drivers, taxi drivers, service that they're offering, or they're transporting goods or products.
Right. And
that is driving. Yes, you need a permission. You need a permission from the owner of the company, unless you're driving your own vehicle. No, you do not. If you're doing your own private commerce, you do not need a driver's license. If you are hiring other people to drive for your company, yes, those other people would need a license from you. They would need
one person who could travel without a driver's license is the passenger and the passengers.
License from you, but no license needs to come from the state to drive or to travel on this land. No, absolutely not.
Okay, so are you saying this is some federal rule or some federal thing? Let me just, because I'm about to correct you real quick.
No, it's a constitution thing.
Okay, that's federal, stupid ass. Okay, so you see what I'm saying? Like they're not communicating, but they're saying the same thing. When Chief X says a federal thing, yes, the federal government took over in 1789 with the Constitution. Before then, it was the states. It was the Articles of Confederation. It was the states government in 1781 to 1786, 87, or 1788, something like that. And 1789 and further, it was the federal government who took over. Okay, it was the federal government which reigned supreme. So they're both talking about the federal government. No, it's the constitutional thing. You dumbass, that's the federal government. That's national government.
It comes
now, thank you. I know what you're now I know where you're coming from. So let me correct
I'm coming from the instrument that they all take oaths to uphold and support.
I get you. I get you. 30 seconds. Now, this is what the Moors have always taught. Taj Tariq Bey has taught the same thing, okay? But what they leave out is, and they leave out intentionally, or maybe you guys just don't know, but the feds gave driving rights and privileges over to the state, so they have no say-so.
I read that part. That's actually accurate.
State controls it. That's why they developed a Department of Motor Vehicles. It's called the seat of the Department of Motor Vehicles. They tell you. The feds don't tell you about the rules of driving. Your state does. Okay? But it's not federal.
And what Chief X is explaining, that whole process is called federalism. So keep that in mind. What Chief X is explaining is called federalism. It's a two-state government where the federal government is responsible for certain things and not other things. And state governments are responsible for certain things and not other things. And sometimes they overlap. And then they both have jurisdiction in the same territory. I already showed the image for that earlier in the conversation.
Brother, I don't know if you know or Tariq Bey didn't know, but they didn't turn that over to the state. So that federal thing has been kind of like amended.
Wait a minute. So
now that brother, the Chief X used the wrong term right there. Not amended. They just don't have affairs in the day-to-day act. The federal government has no affair, has no let's say care, for lack of better words, has no care in the day-to-day affairs of the public. That's the state government concerns, not the federal concerns, okay? So they have no concern, that's the word, they have no concern on the public day-to-day activities. That they left that up to state government. That's what Chief X was trying to say. He just used the wrong word. And he gonna harp all over him. It's stupid shit.
Article, wait a minute, hold on. I'm about to quote Article 6, Clause 2, which is called the Supremacy Clause.
Okay, and now watch this. I told you just Article 4, Article 6. That's all of them. They only quote those two.
It says this Constitution. Hold on, because you just said nothing corrected.
Read a federal
Article 6 was standing.
Wait. So brother, the article you're reciting from, what date is that?
What date was the article in the Constitution?
Yes.
Drafted?
Yes.
1789. Yes. That's when it was.
Okay.
That's when it was enacted.
Wait. Chief, I got it.
So that's called the U.S. Constitution. It's part of that. Watch this. But I like to give a date so everybody can pretty much know, like a time stamp where I'm coming from, and where I'm going.
Wait.
The amendment that
my brother.
Yo Gotti got a song. It's called "Put a Date on It." I love that song. But you gotta put a date on things with me. Now he keeps overpowering with his talking points. My brother, just relax, my boy. If you're teaching us, why are you don't want to listen to what the students are missing?
Just hold on 1 second.
Yeah,
hold on.
Okay.
Wait, hold on.
I am listening.
Wait, hold on. All right, because this is my lane right here to some degree. That's why I asked what date. Now, my brother, that date, who was in control of my brother? Who was in control? Because I went to your website. I watched. I seen you got the Articles of Confederation there. So if you got the Articles of Confederation on your website, that means you know something. If you know your own, what's on your website.
Damn right, and the Articles of Association of 1774.
Got it. So who had more control of America at that point? Was it the states or the federal government?
Now this is an easy question to answer.
It was the Continental Congress.
Now he just lied. The Continental Congress. Well, I'm sorry, he might not lie. He might not have lied. He was mistaken, right? He might just not know. The Continental Congress was thrown out when the Articles of Confederation was replaced by the U.S. Constitution. The Continental Congress was the states that ruled the country in 1781 in the Articles of Confederation. They were replaced by the U.S. Constitution and the House of Reps and the senators in Congress. So he said the Continental Congress. I don't know what this brother's talking about at that point.
Okay, wait. The Articles of Confederation, you're supposed to know that.
Oh, wait, hold on. But we have here, well, are you aware of federalism? federalism? You aware of that?
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with who was
Wait,
in
wait,
control.
no.
Okay, so now, and no, ma'am, at this point, you can send indigenous number. I asked the brother, is he aware of federalism? He said, yeah, but that has nothing to do with what they're talking about. He's a goddamn liar. When you mention Articles of Confederation and then mention the U.S. Constitution, you have to mention federalism afterwards. You have to. It's part of the U.S. Constitution. It tells you who have say-so, who is responsible for foreign policies, coining money. That's federalism. What states can do, what they can't do. So it gave the balance of power. Even the executive branch, three branches of government, executive, judicial, and the legislative, man, that's all federalism. So when I asked your brother what is federalism, I don't believe he didn't know. I believe if he answered the question, he kind of knew where I was going to go or was afraid of where I was going to go for his overall point. Listen.
No, hey, brother,
who was in control? Tell me who you think was in control. I know who was in control.
I will, but I'm asking you the questions now. I'm asking you the question now. So you say you're aware of federalism. Explain that to us.
No. Absolutely not. No, that's off the point. We talking about.
He said absolutely not. That's not the point. How the hell can you speak about the U.S. Constitution, Article 4, Article 6, but don't want to speak about federalism, which is part of the same breath?
The supremacy clause being overturned. I want to know what overturned this 1789 supremacy clause.
I thought so. Everybody hold on. Brother, wait, hey, stupid. I got you to say yes or no. Can you explain federalism to us, yes or no? And then Supius can go. Just a simple yes or no question.
I'm not answering that question, bro.
Okay, so now hold on. Wait, so it's my turn.
You can't control me like that, bro. I'm not.
Okay.
He said I can't control. Now it becomes to this shit where he said I'm controlling him. But he asked Chief X question, and are you controlling him? You dig? So when he realized he knows people that now know what he knows and probably more, or at least we know what he's not gonna, what he's leaving out. Now all of a sudden he doesn't want to have this conversation.
I'm not trying to. Wait, hey, Chief. I'm not trying to control this brother. I'm not trying to get him to say anything he doesn't say. He doesn't want to say.
He knows that.
My point is,
we're talking about the Article 6.
Hey, bro, wait, you gotta relax now.
He's cutting me off. I know what Article 6, second clause says, because that's your talking point. I know.
I asked you a question, you didn't want to answer it.
Right.
So
hey, look, if y'all about to do that, I will leave. If y'all about to...
Now all of a sudden, no ma'am, and the chat, now he is talking about leaving. When he thought he was the authority on this conversation and he's talking points and the arguments and information, he wanted to stay. Now that he's no longer feeling like he's the authority on the subject, now all of a sudden he wants to leave.
Yes or no? Can you explain better?
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm almost done. I'm about to be done in like 30 seconds, probably.
No. Don't leave.
Try to set up some questions and then say, look, you don't want to
No.
right there. Nah, I'm not with that, bro. I don't even have a social media account because of shit like that.
Right, so you see that right there? Now, if I'm wrong, let me know I'm wrong. This is the panel in the chat. He's speaking about the Articles of Confederation. He spoke about some bullshit in 1774 that predates all that. And then he mentioned article number 4 in the Constitution. He mentioned the Constitution. He mentioned all these things. How is not Confederalism tied to everything he just said? Federalism is part of the United States Constitution. It is part of the new way government is formed, where finally, for the first time, the federal government has more power than the states. That's what federalism actually means, by the way. The Articles of Confederation means the states got more power than the federal government, national government, also they call it. Federalism means that the government has more power than, and it also had, now for the first time, it has power to tax people and collect on taxes. So that was the brother, and he hung up, of course, and he's welcome to come back or any more. And I'm working on more now in Facebook. But anyway, I'm gonna go on mute and go ahead, take it away.
You talking to me, Unbiased?
Yeah, go ahead. It's your show. I'm on mute.
Oh, hold on. I don't want you to leave yet, brother.
Nah, it's too late. Go ahead.
Just give me a second. Just give me 1 second, all right?
Oh my God.
I just want to show you this real quick. Says you're getting confused.
I can't leave it dry. I got to play something.
Just facts. I don't.
Yeah, right. Go ahead. Yeah, I
realize
just.
this now. They're not talking to no stupid people. Okay.
Right.
Hold
No,
on.
y'all, what y'all doing? What I think y'all doing?
You don't hold on, brother. So you're getting a little bothered and scared, and you're beginning to
Hold on, now I gave you the floor. Hold on, no. I gave you the floor. You said that everything was transferred to the state. You said everything was transferred to the state, and state got control of it. No, because we're going back to the original.
No.
And what I did was I was about to quote Article 6, Clause 2. That's the supremacy clause.
No. You
it says this Constitution and the laws of the United States shall be made in pursuance thereof. And
I got it.
All treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States shall be the supreme law of the land.
Brother, you got to share the microphone.
In every state shall be bound thereby. Then it says anything in the Constitution or laws of any state.
They always do this. They always do this.
Is not
in business. Are you ready or not, my boy? Because I'm not.
Yeah.
I thought you called in ready. I'm not gonna leave the live just silent. I'm gonna end it. So go ahead. I'm going on mute, but you can't leave it silent.
IBM, you ready? Hello.
Oh, my bad. I was muted. Amber.
Who muted you?
Yes.
I muted myself because I was talking. But anyway, unbiased. I didn't want you to leave yet, brother. I wanted you to see this real quick, okay?
I'm on mute.
Well, okay. Well, just don't leave because you said a whole bunch of retarded shit tonight, which shows that you don't know what the fuck you talking about while you on here talking.
Hey, you don't
you set up and talked about me 4, 5, 6, 7 different times, and everybody in the chat can contest to that. So I'm gonna sit here and dog your ass now, nigga, because you sit here and run your fucking mouth and you don't know what the fuck you talking about. Now, firstly, when the brother just told you the Continental Congress, that was the first thing that was going on. It was a series of legislative bodies with some executive function for the 13 of Britain's colonies in North America. Not America's colonies, Britain's colonies, nigga. And I guarantee you don't know a fucking thing about the Virginia Company, which I'm not going to go into. But I would like the chat to look it up because this retarded ass nigga don't know what the fuck he's talking about, because England owned those colonies before the United States went to that American Revolution. Before this happened in the United States, just before, during, and after the American Revolutionary War. All right? Now, the term Continental Congress most specifically refers to the First and Second Congress of 1774 through 1781. Now, the reason why I wanted Unbiased to listen was because his dumb ass says the Articles of Confederation didn't start until 1787. The Articles of Confederation and Perpetual Union was the first written Constitution of the United States, written in 1777 and streaming from wartime urgency. Its progress was slowed by fears of central authority and extensive land claims by states. It was not ratified until March 1st, 1781. Written in 1777, like I've been saying, this coon-ass nigga been saying I was wrong, and it was ratified in March 1st, 1781. So there's two areas that I just debunked your bullshit with your stupid ass. You talking about you don't know what the fuck, well, I don't know what I'm talking about, nigga. You have no idea what the fuck you talking about because you can't even go back to the beginning. But anyway, let's go to what federalism and capitalism is, because I don't think he did a good job at, explaining this to y'all. Now, Unbiased has been on this. Now, don't get me wrong. My brother has been on this, and he has been sharing a whole bunch of good topics and things and putting a lot of information out there. So maybe he did say, just in the case of saving the argument, in an earlier show about, the Articles of Confederation, but I didn't hear that, brother. So I'm talking about yesterday when I said it, and then you started talking. And then today when I come in, wake up, come in, hear you running your mouth about me and what I don't know. Like I said, you fucking went the wrong one. And I offered you to bring whoever you wanted on here to debate it for you, because you can't, obviously, because you don't know what the hell you're talking about. But anyway, yeah, federalism and nationalism, let's get into that, because, he's taking all the goddamn day, and it's not that hard, fam. It's not that hard. We're talking about identification here, basically, national ID and federal ID and, what he's talking about, like with the cops and things of that nature. But at the same time, he's missing a lot of things. And, like I'll read again what I read to him the other day, okay? The Articles of Confederation and Perpetual Union is a set of laws which were used to form the first U.S. government in 1777. And make sure you remember that. These laws reflect the already existing Native American constitutions and created confederacies. So they're just, stealing from them, stealing their ideas, stealing their constitution and confederacies. Each Indian tribe had its own confederacy and its own constitution. And they had a commander, which is the chief. Wonder where we get commander-in-chief from, huh? Well, now you know, nigga. Shut up. Anyway, basically the same idea the 13 colonies took for themselves after meeting up with the white people and talking to them at, what was it called again, Unbiased? Fucking. Anyway, I ain't going to say it. I'm just going to leave it alone. All right, and the U.S. created the Articles of Confederation and Perpetual Union between the states. Congress dissolved any disputes. All right, now, was it a treaty? Was the treaty upheld as planned? Hell no. Okay, in 1744, Benjamin Franklin copied, let me put my damn glasses on, an iconic analogy given by Chief Canasatigo at the Continental Congress, brother. Okay, 1744, Continental Congress. Guess you didn't know about that, though, like the brother was trying to tell you about. But you had no idea about it, obviously, because you would have put it in there. Since you know so fucking much and you've studied every fucking topic everybody comes up with. Yeah, I've seen that. I've read that in a book. Yeah, I knew about that before you. You're a goddamn lie. In 1744, Benjamin Franklin copied an iconic analogy given by Chief Canasatigo at the Continental Congress meeting. When we seen that seal with the eagle, and he had the leaf or something in the right hand, and then he had the 13 arrows in the other one. That's the one he stole. The seal's 13 arrows represent the 13 colonies, in his, quote. But the 13 arrows in the left hand of the eagle and the American seal, right? So, this idea was inspired by the iconic Iroquois analogy for their confederation. You hear what I just said? I'll read it again. This idea was inspired by the iconic Iroquois, that's an Indian tribe, ladies and gentlemen, analogy for their confederation. How easily a single arrow breaks, but many arrows together, even the strongest man cannot bend. It's basically the same. What is the same concept? So your boy Benjamin stole that shit from Chief Canasatigo. Okay. And where did he steal it at again, Unbiased? The Continental Congress, which you have not talked about yet. You keep on preaching the Articles of Confederation, but that's all the fuck you know. Now, a tale of two constitutions: nationalism in the Federalist era. So we got nationalism in the Federalist era. Okay. Now, as to crime, an axiom that every community ought to have within itself and retain its own hands the powers of self-preservation. Now, this is William Patterson in 1789, defining the laws of the United States before the Senate. Now, it is admitted that the United States, for a complete and independent nation, and possesses the powers of sovereignty in as full a manner as a nation on earth. Now, the right of self-defense and preservation is inherent in and necessary to every nation, and therefore the multing of laws to punish libels and seditious publications is the exercise of a proper authority. It flows immediately from the great preservative principle, which forms as an essential part of the law of nations, and which in this particular is derived from the law of nature. Supreme Court Justice William Patterson, 1798. 9 years later, upholding the Constitution of the Sedition Act. All right. So all this was going on before Unbiased. A lot of things that was happening. We had a form of Congress before the Articles of Confederation, so that just shut his dumb ass down. I don't have to go no further. I just showed that this dumb ass don't even know what the hell he's talking about, because he's daily harping on the Articles of Confederation, and he does not go back far enough. Anyway, that being said and done, because I don't need to go no further. Nationalism is fear, it's propaganda. All right? You got a bunch of, well, hold on. Let me before I jump into that, let's go to the identity part that I was talking about. All right. Let's look up what a federal ID is. Since we're talking about identification, traveling, and things of that nature. All right, you have that federal identity management. All right. And it provides single sign-on access to state government intranet applications. All right. There's one. This is federal IDs. All right. And it helps with the federal authority for identity and citizenship, customs and port security, beefs up corporations with Ministry of Interior. All right. So you have the federal authority for identification. All right. ID management and government. So you have different forms. I'm just going through real quick showing you that there's different forms. Now here's a national ID. All right. But like I said, I've already debunked the bias's bullshit that quick, so he's retarded, and that shows. Like I said, because you ain't gonna keep on talking about me like I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, nigga. National identity is a person's identity or a sense of belonging to one or more states or to one or more nations. It is the sense of a nation as a cohesive whole, as represented by distinctive traditions, culture, and language. National identity may refer to the subject feeling one shares with a group of people about a nation, regardless of one's legal citizenship status. National identity is viewed in physiological terms as an awareness or of difference, and a feeling and recognition of we and they. National identity also includes the general population and diaspora of multi-ethnic states and societies that have a shared sense of common identity. So it doesn't just have to be. It's not just a group, one particular group. There's many groups that are nationalists, and we have one of them being the KKK, another one being the women of the KKK. I think another one was the women's suffrage movement. to turn into feminism, you know, things like that. Those are your national programs, and these are the people who started them back in the day. And I'm not going to delve too deep because, like I said, I don't have to, because what I'm saying is the truth. You got Ricardo Montalban on here talking shit. So, like I said, I just had to come on and finally just put his bullshit to rest and show you how ignorant he really is, talking about me like I'm some fool and don't know what the hell I'm talking about. You gonna stop doing that. You gonna stop doing it today. Because what you suffer from is jingoism, nigga. It's a nationalism. It is nationalism in the form of an aggressive and proactive foreign policy, such as countries' advocacy for the use of threats and actual force. That's the United States up and down. Now, this is opposed to, you know, peaceful relations and efforts to what it perceives as a, you know, as its national interest. But we are dealing with an extreme form of nationalism, which is called jingoism, Gingoism, an extreme type of nationalism. This is an extreme, it's excessive bias. You call yourself unbiased, nigga, you're biased as hell. And extreme chauvinism. Okay? So that's what most of the people out here are suffering from, because you are propaganda filled. You believe the bullshit that's coming out of, you know, the people's mouths who is pushing this propaganda on you. And all of this is for division. You know, you got to remember that anytime that these things get to the point to where it's, you know, all over the United States and it's being acted, it's in legislation and things of that nature, it's delegated. You know, and you got all these delegates, which is a person acting for another, you know, or a representative to a convention or conference, a representative of the United States territory in the House of Representatives, you know. I mean, it has so many different definitions, but it's a person acting for another. And see, all these people were acting together for each other. Because, like I said, I don't have to go far with this. I don't even need 2 hours, to be honest with you. Because I don't even feel like fucking with, well, anyway. Let's take a look at when Anshar Rothschild was born. He was born in 1744, ladies and gentlemen. Died in 1812. So the guy that set up the Federal Reserve up there in England, and then they brought it over here later on, you know, and put it in through Woodrow Wilson's pussy ass. But anyway, Johann Friedrich Blumenbach, he was born in 1752. This is the man who, and he died in 1840. Okay? Now, it's the same, you know, he was the one who created the race theory, right? So he's working along with these devils in 1777, because he was born in 1752 and he died in 1840. They was all working together. Let me give you another one. Robert Malthus, pioneer of evolutionary biology. No, you know, his notable students are Charles Darwin and Alfred Russel Wallace. His pussy ass was born in 1766 to 1834. You don't think he was contributing to the bullshit? You're delusional if you don't. Charles Darwin. We don't even need to go deep into his bitch ass. 1809 to 1802. This motherfucker was right there in the mix, involved with the mix. This motherfucker was from across the seas. They ain't having nothing. Fuck him. Francis Galton, 1822 to 1911. Huh? Did you know that? So all these people were around the same time, working together, doing the same shit. All right? Using propaganda to program, telling us that they could do better for us than we could for ourselves, because we will revert back to fucking monkeys or savages if we was given the power to do for ourselves. So they have to do it. And then, you know, I mean, just like 2 years ago when I told him about the 11,000 scientists, you know, talking about something needs to be done immediately because of the population control. They ain't believe that shit neither. But here we are today, right back in the same old bullshit, dealing with the same old dummies who don't know their asshole from a hole in the ground, but always got their mouth hanging open talking about some shit that they supposedly know. Like I said, that easy, that quick, don't take 2 hours. Just as long as you give me my time to say what I got to say like you do with everybody else. But anytime I start going in and getting a little too deep, you always cut me off. Because I'm presenting shit that y'all don't even got. You don't even know anything to fuck about. So, like I said, that easy. Didn't take me 2 hours to do it. Now we can have some fun. Anybody want to call in? Let's call in and talk about this bullshit. Anybody want to call in? Call in. Let's talk about it. Let's make fun of Unbiased. Hopefully he'll come back on the panel, and we can joke his ass all night because, you know. Oh, one more thing, too, I'd like to say. I wanted to do a presentation on Papal Bulls, so I hit Unbiased up on Facebook, right? I asked Unbiased, I said, why don't we do a show about Papal Bulls? Because we was, you know, talking about slavery and stuff at the time. I said, why don't we do a show on Papal Bulls? He said, what's that? I said, those are the things that put your black ass in slavery. They gave them permission to do it. Gave the Spanish and the Portuguese people permission to put our asses in slavery. And as it being a black thing. And then in 1793, they made it, or 1493, I'm sorry, they made it legal for you to put the Native Americans in America into prison. But he has no idea about these things. He says, I'm not getting into religion. I told him it was Catholic Church. Or I don't do religion. I don't do religion. I just do current events and stuff like that. Nigga, that is a current event. When a motherfucker puts you into slavery, a pope signs a motherfucker. And they said that the Papal Bulls was written on human skin. You can look that up, too. The first ones. So what you don't know can hurt you, nigga. And like I said, this was all going on in late 1400s. So I say right about, you know, that time after they stole all the shit that they stole from Spain, all the information and knowledge, and then gave it to their scholars and shit like that, and said they was the first ones to do it when it was actually Spain, first ones to come over here and do all this shit. But, you know, they get a hold of it and they'll change it around just like they do with our shit, you know, here today, you know, or rap music or any fucking thing else that we create. They'll take it and flip-flop it, whitewash it, and say they did it. You know, so, like I said, somebody don't have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. We dealing with, you know, people who are pushing the propaganda, and we are falling for it hook, line, and sinker because we don't know no better. So that's why I'm trying to get everybody to understand that all this shit flows right into the same shit. He's talking about a Continental Congress, but you ain't talking about them other motherfuckers who's over there doing the devious shit in the science world, huh? Because it's all going on at the same time, nigga. But I guess you can't put that shit together, though, can you, with your stupid ass? Well, I just did for you, nigga. Don't you ever talk about me again, like I said. What's wrong with you? Now, let's talk about propaganda. All right, let's get some quotes from some of the top scholars on propaganda. Let's go with Adolf Hitler. The receptivity of the masses is very limited. Their intelligence is small, but their power of forgetting is enormous. And the consequence of these facts, all effective propaganda must be limited to a very few points and must harp on these slogans until the last member of the public understands what you want him to understand by your slogan. Okay? That's sort of saying in a nice way that if you tell a lie enough, and you keep telling that same fucking lie, the motherfuckers are going to start believing it. How about that? That a bitch. But anyway, let's go with George Orwell. How about that? The most effective way to destroy people is to deny and obliterate their own understanding of their history. But if thought corrupts language, language can also corrupt thought. Now, what does that mean, Unbiased? That's why I go with these words that I go with all the time, like guile and stratagem, because that's what they're using against you. You want to hear that again so you can understand what the hell I'm saying? Because I know you're slow. The most effective way to destroy. Wait a minute. Sorry. But if thought corrupts language, language can also corrupt thought. Woo! It's pretty good, ain't it? Pretty damn good. Oh, well, here's John F. Kennedy. He just popped into the scene. What's up, John? How you doing, baby? I ain't seen you in a minute. There is nothing in the record of the past 2 years when both houses of Congress have been controlled by the Republican Party, which can lead any person to believe that those promises will be fulfilled in the future. They follow the Hitler line. John F. Kennedy, why you hurt them like that, John F. Kennedy? What'd you say, John F. Kennedy? They follow the Hitler line? God damn. The Hitler line? You going hard on him, John F. Kennedy. You hurting Unbiased's feelings because Unbiased is a fucking retard, don't know none of this shit. No matter how big the lie, repeat it often enough and the masses will regard it as truth. Do I need to go further? Should I go further? I think I will, just to rub this shit in. Because we got Retardo Montalban, like I said, that's his new nickname since he wants to give me one. Retardo Montalban. All right. I ain't fucking with that one. I'll go to this one. Yeah. I put my paper down and I can't remember where I put it. Ladies and gentlemen, but I'll find it for you. You know, I'm a little unorganized. I ain't used to doing this shit, and I ain't trying to keep on doing it. But here it is. Let's go to the Gospel of Wealth, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind. This is a book, Gospel of Wealth and Other Timely Essays by Andrew Carnegie, who was born in 1835, ladies and gentlemen, died in 1919. Right in the mix. Anyway, the rich are obligated to help the poor. The rich should use their superior wisdom, doing for them better than they would or could do for themselves. Create the world how they see fit because we are unfit. And Andrew Carnegie is a philanthropist. So that's what it is. That's philanthropy. So we're dealing with, we went from the Constitution, then we went to propaganda quotes, and now we're at the philanthropists who are behind this shit also. You take control of the narrative by funding and buying said narrative. Some philanthropists will help to cause the problem, and then through philanthropy offer their solutions, make you want to buy their solutions. I have another one for that on that, but I'll get to you. I'll get to you on that one here in a second. Now, let's hear what J. Edgar Hoover had to say. He was born in 1895 and died in 1972. Hoover directed his agent to prevent militant black nationalist groups and leaders from gaining respectability and discrediting them. Okay? Now, what is he going to use, ladies and gentlemen? He's going to use propaganda. The press, he's going to use the propaganda and push it through the press and keep on telling the same story over and over again until the people who are not paying attention or, the program or all of us will listen. Will believe that lie because I am even guilty of doing it myself. So I'm not saying that I'm not either. So Hoover directed his agent to prevent militant black nationalist groups and leaders from gaining respectability and discrediting them. To the white community, right? Now, he's discrediting them to the white community. How is he doing this? Through propaganda, speeches, or through the press, or sending John Wayne out there somebody like that, you know, like they use Jay-Z and stuff. People like that, that's propaganda, and they use them as philanthropists, call them philanthropists. Jay-Z calls himself a philanthropist. That's why I'm using his name. Following the ways of his fucking oppressors. Anyway, now they're doing this to the white community. Now, this is in one of his quotes right here. My favorite COINTELPRO operation is the one dealing with coloring books. The FBI created children's coloring books showing blacks murdering whites. Now, that's all propaganda. That's also like that movie, The Birth of a Nation, where they had the white men dressed up in blackface running around like savages and acting like monkeys and shit. White men in blackface, mind you. And was saying that that's why we need the Klan, because the niggas want the white women. Yeah. That was The Birth of a Nation. And then we get to Emmett Till, same fucking storyline. Oh, niggas is going after our white women. And then Tulsa, Oklahoma, same fucking propaganda, same fucking story. Oh, the niggas is going after our white women. How many times you got to hear that fucking story before you understand that these motherfuckers is using it against you and to keep you down? But yet you sit up here and quote these raggedy motherfuckers and talk so highly of them like they are so great. When they ain't been nothing but what?
I just want to cut in. So what's the focal point of your conversation again?
Oh, I've already debunked Unbiased's bullshit where he said I didn't know what I was talking about the Constitution when he didn't even know what the hell he was talking about. He's talking about the Articles of Confederation. See, I'm already done with that. I'm just showing the people who are also aligned with all this bullshit at the same time it was going on. I'm going from the philanthropist to the propaganda, the ones who doing the propaganders.
All bullshit. You have to define the bullshit you're talking about. Like, at least
if 1717, the Constitution was the Articles of Confederation was written. Okay. Now in 1744, Benjamin Franklin, he was at the Continental Congress. All right. So the Continental Congress happened way before the Articles of Confederation, which, Lummy the Dummy had no idea about, and didn't even mention it, acting like it didn't ever exist or something. Or just because he didn't know about it, he didn't have the information. He didn't know.
And explain to us
1777. You want me to? 1752. Johann Friedrich Blumenbach was born. He died in 1840. Did he live during 1777? Damn sure did. Did Thomas Malthus live during 1777?Am sure did. He was born 1766 to 1834. He was around in that time doing his bullshit. Charles Darwin was born in 1809.
IBM.
Yeah.
Just because they were born during the time does not mean that they were involved. You have to make that connection. Them simply being.
I already made that connection. You don't know who Johann Friedrich Blumenbach is? He's the man who created the 5 races. He's the one who went around the world, created the 5 races. I've already told the people in the chat, and I'm pretty sure they know because I've got everybody else talking about it. So it seems like in this chat, don't nobody know who the hell Johann Friedrich Blumenbach is all of a sudden, but I'm talking about him for 2 years and telling everybody. He's the guy who created the race theory. Okay? Now, if you want to go to Robert Malthus.
And when did he create the race theory?
Sometime between 1752 and 1840. Okay. Between his birth and his death.
A little while ago, you mentioned something that you wanted Unbiased to talk about that he didn't want to talk about. And you said that that's what made it possible for them to enslave Africans with the whole race thing. So I'm a little confused. So did the theory exist prior, or was the theory created in the 1700s?
No, it wasn't created in the 1700s. So y'all not listening. I said 1400s. 1400 and some, it was like 1490s, 1480s. That's when the Papal Bulls were. That's when the Papal Bulls were created. The Papal Bulls.
Okay, is that
the Papal Bulls that was made it? that made it legal to enslave, the African, and then, in 1493, made it legal to enslave the Native Americans through papal bulls through the Catholic Church.
Okay, and was that concerning
So that's
race?
not hard to understand.
Was that concerning race?
I'm sorry?
The one in the 1400s, was that centered around race?
I'd say so. If you're just, saying, hey, we can, because he got 20 black people over there, and they brought him over there, and he was like, hey, we can use these people as slaves, and yeah. So I would say that it had something to do with the race of the people.
Okay,
Wouldn't you?
so then this theory that you're talking about that the other guy created, that came later.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now what are the tenets of that theory?
The race theory, Amber. He created the races. He created the 5 races. He put us into categories. That was him, not us. Not something we asked for. This is all social constructs that we're dealing with, is where I'm going with this. But anyway, it's all social constructs that was given.
So what I'm saying is, I guess my question is, there was some sort of informal theory already at play, which is what you said led to our
No, it wasn't no theory. It was a law. The papal bulls are Roman, the Roman Church, it's like a law.
But the concept
it's not
was
a theory.
Thought of inferiority versus superiority.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
So I'm not saying theory as in like a scientific theory or like informal. There was some type of ideology that centered around race, or even if it wasn't called that at the time, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. So it was more like a I guess maybe a prehistoric version, not necessarily, but like the earlier form.
More on commerce and economic value, but also with the racial undertones, which advanced throughout the year over the years from 1400.
Right. So then transitioned into the other thing, the one that had the higher tone of race. It was more of an element of race. So I know you think that everyone knows, but this is your teaching moment. So you're the teacher. So you got to treat everybody like they stupid. They don't know nothing. Hold their hand. So what were the tenets of that theory? Who was responsible for it? And how does that tie in to the previous discussion or disagreement?
Yeah, I appreciate that. Slowing me down. I do. Because they do need to hear that. So I appreciate that. But yeah, that's what that is. That's, and we can look it up. Just P-A-P-A-L. That's papal. And then bulls are spelled just like bulls, B-U-L-L-S. That's all it is. You can look them up. And they have the whole list of them. The last one that I seen created was 2015. So they're still going on. They're still creating them, but there's a lot of papal bulls that they had created, and this shows you everyone that they basically have signed in on, and it gives you the description. So just look up the list of papal bulls, and then when you start getting around 1400, that's when you start seeing some crazy shit going on, like I said, there was papal bulls earlier.
I'm not even talking about the papal bulls now. I'm talking about, you said the other guy was born in the 1700s. He the one that created the race theory, went all over the world, propagating this information. So
he didn't have to. Just as long as the governments pushed it through and passed it, and then put it into schools and indoctrinated it into their school system. He didn't have to go all the way around the world, because he had everybody, like I said, they're all working together. The government and these people. That's why I'm giving you these people. They're all living in the same fucking time period, and they're all doing their devilishness at the same goddamn time. It's not that hard to understand. If he was born in 1766, right, That's only 11 years before 1777. He didn't die till 1834. He did all this bullshit in that time, okay? The man was doing the same fucking time. It's that easy to explain. I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at him because it's that easy to explain.
Well, I'm going to say this, IBM. So that means that because you're born during this time, anything going on that the KKK is doing, you definitely have something to do with it because you were born in the
I'm giving you people who are doing devilish shit. There's no question on whether Johann Friedrich Blumenbach was doing devilish shit. Darwin, Galton, Margaret Sanger, all these motherfuckers was doing devilish shit. I've already told y'all about all that.
IBM, I'm not saying that they weren't doing devilish shit. All I'm saying
so
is
I'm not them. You cannot compare me to them. And no, I wouldn't be the same as the Hitler people because I wasn't working with these motherfuckers to enslave the Jews.
IBM. You're not listening. You're getting worked up. I'm drawing a comparison. All you're using as your evidence is the fact that they were alive during the time some other bullshit was going on.
No, I'm not. And I have told you about Galton. I'm not going to say it again. I've told you about Blumenbach, Galton, Darwin, Sanger, all of them.
IBM. That's not how you do this, though. You can't talk about what you talked about on previous shows because everyone in the audience might not have been here for those shows. This is a brand new day. So any information you bring up today, you have to provide a foundation for it. You can't just say, I talked about this before on the show. If you're talking about it in this conversation, you have to give the context in this conversation as to how they're correlated to these other people and how they're related. You can't say I talked about it 2 years ago and where was you? It don't work like that.
I got you.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. I just, like you said, I'm just taking it that everybody's heard, maybe not everybody has. So let me slow it down a little bit. Johann Friedrich Blumenbach. He was a German physician, naturalist, and physiologist, right? And he and also an anthropologist. He's considered to be the main founder of zoology and anthropology. All right. So that's who he is, and he is the man who created the five race theory. You can look him up. Johann, Johann, Friedrich, Fredrich, Blumenbach, Blumenbach. He died in Göttingen. That was his, one of the schools. But yeah, I ain't gonna. Thomas Robert Malthus. Okay. This was the teacher of Darwin. He was born in 1766 to 1834, right? So he's pioneer of evolutionary biology. Notably, his students was Charles Darwin and Alfred Russel Wallace. And he first come to prominence for his 1798 publication, A Essay on the Principle of Population. Okay? Now, in it, raised the question of how population growth related to the economy. Now, he had a lot of crazy quotes that he said, too. I'm not going to get into them. I don't want to take too much time, but I just want you to know who the man is. All right, Charles Darwin, English naturalist, geologist, and biologist. Published the theory of evolution, descent of man, But, we know, that evolution theory, that was Charles Darwin, so that's who we're talking about there. He was born in 1809 to 1882. Okay? Now, like I said, these people were around. Francis Galton, 1822 to 1911. And he was the inspiration for Hitler and the eugenics movement. He was the one who created eugenics. And Hitler's eugenics, the ethnically cleansing movement that he had over there, is the same thing. And it was created by Francis Galton. a man that lives in Virginia and was from America, so the eugenist or the racial purity movement was started by him. I don't think I need to go any further. I don't need to go into Sanger and Freud but I will stop at Edwin Bernays because, like I said, he was the author of. Well, he was the founder of what they call the not the founder, but you know what I'm saying, the one who made propaganda famous. He took the word and weaponized it, just like Galton took eugenics and weaponized it, because eugenics, the definition was just better health. That's all. So propaganda, and he coined the term here in America and put it into effect, taught the business owners how to use it in their ads for selling, taught the newspapers how to put it in there and keep on using the same lie over and over and over again to make people believe it, which was already being used. So, you know, but he was the one who, you know, made it big time, took it to another level, I guess you'd say, in America, you know, and basically helped them to, you know, tell the lie, create the narrative, create the problem, and then come back and offer you a solution. That type of thing too, you know, like with Bill Gates and those guys, people like that. So and those are philanthropists also. Elon Musk and Bezos have their own foundations. You know, Henry Ford had a foundation. There's philanthropy. Anytime you hear those foundations after their names, that's philanthropists. Okay. And these were the people who were around during the same time that the Constitution was doing their bullshit in government. These guys over here doing it in science. And then I just gave you the philanthropists like, you know, Henry Ford, Rockefeller Foundation, those people who were working right along with them. And they're all creating a narrative that they keep on telling over and over. Oh, the white man's better. Oh, you're too slow. Oh, we don't need the dumb people up here talking. We only need the educated people. Why is the educated people always the ones who's the devils, wanting to kill all of humanity? I mean, I just don't get it. And those are the people that we need talking for us. Just like I said, Bill Gates has the same concept. He needs to do better for us than what we could do for ourselves. That's why he's all over the world acting like he's a savior with his bullshit and the vaccines coming out. And it's not if, it's when in 2015. And then all of a sudden we get hit with the shit and we come to find out that this motherfucker's aligned with the vaccine companies, the motherfucking syringe companies, and anything he can get money out of trying to promote his fucking product. Simple as that. That's what they do. That's how they live. And that's, you know, they got us believing that they're out here making a change and helping so much when these motherfucking devils ain't doing nothing but putting us in an even worse position, trying to get us in line or get rid of us, one or the other. That's my feeling. That's how I feel about the shit. And like I said, if you do your research, you can find this out. But if you sit here and listen to unbiased stupid ass talk all night, you might be confused because he don't know what the hell he's talking about. Most of these people on here don't even, I'm talking about in this community, can't even put this shit together when they've been talking about it for all this goddamn time. They should have been put it together 20 years ago. But since it has to be done in 2022, I guess I'll take the stand and do it. I wanted somebody else to put this information out here for me. I ain't even want to talk. I just wanted somebody else to put it out. I'd give it to them, they could have it, and do what you want to with it. But just make sure you get it out there because the people need to hear it. But now, won't nobody do that for me? I guess I'll just have to do it myself, like I've been doing. I'll do it myself.
I wanted somebody else to put it.
Hello? Hello? Oh, hello? Amaya?
We here.
Oh, okay. I was just making sure y'all was there. But yeah. It's sad that it takes this long just to get a little bit of shit out. That needs to be talked about with the bullshit that they talking about, because they don't ever talk about it. It seems like they only talking about what fits their narrative. They don't want to tell you the whole fucking story and how these devils did what they did, because you sitting here promoting them, talking about evolution and all this stupid shit, and you sitting here believing these motherfuckers like they your friends and like they got your best interest at heart, and you just know it. And you ain't nothing but a dumb motherfucker who will fall for any goddamn thing, just like the rest of us. And then now that all this information's coming out, you should be doing your due diligence to try to figure out the truth instead of sitting back and just believing everything that you fucking hear when you have all this information out here for you to study on. And then you're sitting here talking about a topic, you might want to go back to the beginning of that topic. So then that way you can get a better understanding of where you're coming from, because when you start the Articles of Confederation, you're not doing, the Constitution justice. You got to go all the way back to the beginning, brother. I love you to death, but you get on my goddamn nerves with all that lip. And then you sit up and swear to God you didn't say it, or you'll lie and say that I didn't say it, or I wasn't the one that brought it up. I mean, that's just childish. It's just childish. And I don't understand it. I shouldn't have to talk again. After I said what I said, you know what I'm saying? And the ones who are listening, the ones who are hearing, the ones that know, they'll understand where I'm coming from. They don't need you to step in and say, oh, well, you say they. What about the nouns and pronouns? Man, nigga, save that shit to the end of the speech. Don't cut me off talking about some goddamn nouns and pronouns like you did a couple shows ago. What kind of shit is that? I'm teaching you about parta sequitur ventrum. You don't even know what the hell that is. 1600s. But you gonna cut me off. You don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about, but you gonna cut me off and start speaking about some goddamn nouns and pronouns. And then get mad when I get mad for you cutting me off. Like, but you let everybody else talk, say whatever the fuck they gotta say. But like I said, and I think it's going against too much of what you and your little crew teaches, and they don't want the shit out there, because it's gonna fuck their shit up. It's going to change the shit. They're going to have to change their shit, because everybody knows that, it's that easily debunked. But when you keep on pushing that same shit, it's questionable on what the fuck you really got going on. And that's where I'm at with you. You always quoting these motherfuckers and bigging them up and acting like they just, here to save you. They just really working to save your motherfucking life. They ain't doing nothing but making money. Seeing how they can make money and get it off of you. Get yours up off of you. And then, if they tired of dealing with you, get rid of your ass. I mean, there's more important things that we could be talking about. I brought up 2 years ago the adrenochrome. I brought up years ago the stem cells that they was using in the vaccines that they swore to God they wasn't at first. And then now all of a sudden they got stem cell facelifts out this bitch. Why? Just a bunch of fucking retards. And like I said, I ain't trying to ruin your show, so you might want to just come on back on and take this ass whooping. Answer to the bullshit that came out your mouth, how you was misleading the people and trying to tell them that they was wrong, when the brother who was talking about the Continental Congress was telling the absolute truth. And you cut him off, acting like you knew something. You and Chief X both. Now, I said it. Both y'all niggas was wrong. So, what you got to say? You can apologize to him for that. Because I just showed you. Yeah, if you need any more help, give me a call, nigga. Because like I said, you ain't on it. You have no idea what the fuck you talking about. You just sit up here and talk, chap it up, and swear to God you got the information. What is the Indios Barbaros? I just want to know if you know that. You know that? Just tell me what it is. same shit they was calling the Indians, they was calling the motherfucking, the Romans was calling Hannibal way back in 247 BC. They was calling them, what? Indios Barbaros. It's the Native American and the Filipinos calling them barbarians. All right. This is going around the same time. I ain't gonna look for that paper. I mean, that ain't that, you know. But these are the terms, the terminologies, the stuff that they were using for us. They were calling us imbeciles and idiots, and saying that we was, if left to our own devices, we would revert back to our animalistic tendencies. And you got some people saying that they don't say these things. You got some people saying that Darwin never called us monkeys. Well, one of Darwin's famous quotes is, "Whilst, however, well behaved, a man is but a monkey shaved." So whoever that nigga is lying. You know who you are. You're lying. They say that evolution can happen in tens, thousands years. No, it can't. Darwin says millions upon millions of years. So you're lying on Darwin. You don't even know what the hell you're talking about, but you're sitting there promoting him, acting like you know about evolution and all the shit that this man said, and you can't even quote him right. This is what y'all do. Sit up here and talk big time like you know what the fuck you talking about and don't know your asshole from a hole in the ground and can't put the whole story together. Woo! But anyway, I'll digress. Now, like I said, you got anybody else that wants to fight your battle for you, nigga? Because you ain't worthy. You're going to need some help. And I don't give a fuck who you get it from. Like I said, and I've been saying, do not give a fuck. Because ain't none of these niggas out here on this shit. Most of them can't even tell you what the hell I'm talking about. So why do you continue to pretend like I'm this crazy-ass pseudo means not knowing? So obviously you're the pseudo in this instance, nigga. How about that? Let's just take it from there and quit talking shit, like I said. And why don't you just go ahead and give the nigga credit that he deserves for bringing shit that you don't even know about to your goddamn platform and to our people and putting it out here so they can understand the truth and got them hearing about it. I got to hear about it not in just your chat room, but in other chat rooms all in this fucking community. Because I'll be in all of them. Not all of them, but I'll be in a lot of them. They hear what I'm talking about. And they know who I am. And they know that once I get to talking in the chat about a subject that I know about, they know I know what I'm talking about. And what makes y'all niggas mad is because I'll have the whole goddamn chat going against you because they know I'm telling the truth and you full of shit. That's the only reason. It ain't because of my popularity or any of that shit. It's because I'm telling the fucking truth and they know you niggas is lying and I can prove it too. That's the bad part. I can talk all day, but I can also back up the shit that I'm talking about. Now, you put that shit together like that, nigga, because I've already for years had it together like that. And I have not looked in the paper for a good half an hour. I'm talking this shit off the top of my motherfucking head. So in a debate, if I had to study, nigga, I'd light your ass up. You don't want to play with me at all. But you keep acting like you do. You know. You're not allowing this social engineering, and they making billions off of our fucking ignorance, while we sitting around here just ignorant as a motherfucker, following them motherfuckers to their demise. And they making billions of dollars off our fucking ignorance, sitting down being debt slaves and consumers, walking around with credit cards and phones and acting like that's a fucking social status. If you don't have this, then you ain't shit. Well, I don't need it, nigga. I won't be shit. But I won't be you, motherfucker, with all these retarded-ass bills. I guarantee you that. I ain't driving around in a new car living with my grandmother. I guarantee you that bullshit. I'm not that ignorant-ass nigga who's out here worried about what the world says that you're supposed to be and how you're supposed to live and how you're supposed to act and who the fuck you are. I define myself. I control my own brand. You niggas can be played. My brand is mine. And I'll be goddamn, like I said, if I will allow another motherfucker to take me to hell following his bullshit. If I'm going to hell, it's going to be because of what I did. Not because of what some other motherfucker said and I followed his stupid ass to the grave. But anyway, since we got somebody on here, what's up? Who's that?
What's cracking? This is the Watcher, OG.
What's up, homeboy?
How you doing, man?
You think I did a good job on the Watcher?
I got to be honest. I just came back. I just got back like in the last 10, maybe not even 10 minutes ago. So I'm probably going to have to play it back or watch it later on tonight. But I just caught like the last, I can't remember.
Well, I'm glad you're here, brother.
Oh,
yeah, I'm glad you're here. Because, you know, we're talking about 17. I'll give you a quick, you know, run over of what I've been through.
All right.
We're going over 1777 and shit, right?
All right.
Now, I placed Johann Frederick Blumenbach in that time. I placed Charles Darwin. I placed Galton. I placed Sanger. You know, all these people in those times, right? You got one side working the Constitution against us. You got the other side working science, you know, Blumenbach, Galton, Darwin, all of them. And then you got the ones who's working in the medical field, like Sanger and Sigmund Freud with his psychoanalysis, and then his nephew with the propaganda movement, you know, Edwin Bernays. So all this is happening at the same time. How come they couldn't put it together? Why are we only dealing with the Constitution when all these people were working against us at the same time? That's basically what I was saying. Then I started telling them about the papal bulls. You know, I gave them a little history on papal bulls too. Do you know what that is?
The papal bulls, that's what I believe that's the paperwork that they were trying to use to justify Christianity, to enslave people if they didn't believe in indoctrination or they weren't believers.
Well, sort of. And
something from the Pope. The Pope. Go ahead and break it down for me. Break it down.
Well, you're right on track, but it's more like they said that it was okay to, once the Pope at that time, I think it was, I don't even want to say a Pope's name. I was going to say Pope Innocent, but I don't think it might. I'm not exactly sure. You can look it up. It's easy. But the Pope, he said it was okay once he got 20 black slaves. You know, he was like, we could use these as slaves, and we can just say that, you know, it's okay to enslave the African now. Right? So before slavery was like more, you know, for like if you owed somebody something, a debt, or you did a crime and you work off the time, you know, a certain amount of time they would give you, and then they would set you free. But, you know, at that time, but then it was, you know, made through a papal bull, which they said was, the first ones were written on human skin. The papal bulls were.
OG, am I on mute? Okay.
No.
I'm sorry to cut. And I just want to explain to anyone who's listening. If I'm cutting you off, I'm not cutting you off to speak over you.
Right.
Normally, it's not really a cutoff. It's kind of like a quick pause or an interruption to ask a question so I can follow you better. So whenever I'm pausing you or I ask a question or I interject, try to hear me out, because I really want whoever's speaking to finish. I just feel like I lost something and I don't want to be confused. All right. So when you said the papal bull, there's multiple papal bulls, right? So we can't just say the papal bull. It's in particular. Okay. So now I'm gonna have to look up
and find the ones from the 1400s, Watcher. Because I think they have them. I think they started around 1000 BC. It might have been a little bit earlier, but we're talking about the 1400s with these papal bulls. But I mean, an easy way for you know, I don't want to leave the family, but I can't post it in the chat. I wish I could. What the list of papal bulls? It's
real
just
quick. OG,
okay.
just because I'm on Wiki right now, but I see that the papal bulls, they said they've been in use at least since the 6th century, but the phrase wasn't used until around the end of the 13th century. So this is not discrediting anything you're saying. This is just giving their insight. And again, who knows if they're right or wrong? But I'm just doing that. But I'm looking for. I see there's the Pope Leo. I'm looking for the slavery, which that specific one. So I'm gonna keep doing some research just to help you out. But I want you to go ahead and finish. But I'm letting you know I'm looking for that particular papal bull. And if somebody knows, If it was Pope Leo or whoever it is, they can put it in the chat to help out. But I'm doing the research right now. But go ahead and continue.
Here's the one for the Native Americans. Okay, 1493, the Pope asserts rights to colonize, convert, and enslave. All right. Pope Alexander VI issues a papal bull or decree. Enter C-A-T-E-R-A, C-A-E-T-E-R-A, Cateria, but C-A-E-T-E-R-A, enter, I-N-T-E-R-C-A-E-T-E-R-A, enter Caterra, in which he authorizes Spain and Portugal to colonize the Americans and its native people. As a subject of the decree, assess the right of Spain and Portugal to colonize, convert, and enslave.
All right, perfect. So let's break that down, because that was very complex. And if you're not familiar with it, at least a layman, I'm not too much, so you might miss something. So let's break that down. So what do you think generally the real reason behind that papal bull was? Why was it done? Just generally, basically.
Well, like I told Amber earlier, I said I think it was more of the trade and commerce and stuff, that and how much money that they can make. Economic reasons. Also with the backdrop of the superiority with it.
All right,
and then it progressed throughout the years. Because that was 1450. The Pope declared that the black people didn't have souls and wrote it into their law.
All right. Now, what I'm trying to say is, if they wanted to take them as slaves, they could have done that regardless. What was the purpose of the papal bull? The reason why I'm asking that is because it seems like it was a permission slip for people's morals, a justification so you can feel bad. That's all it. Unless you have more insight, I'm trying to boil it down to see, like, was it a permission slip for your conscience so you can go justify? Because other than that, what authority does it have? That piece of paper doesn't. Am I? Maybe I'm not being clear.
No. The Catholic Church had a lot of power at that time. So,
but that's my point. What I'm saying is, did they really need that piece of paper? Couldn't they gone and done all that anyway? Did they need that piece of paper, or was that piece of paper going to make the masses believe that they were justified in what they're doing, so that the people who were enacting that, they were being manipulated by some person at the top writing it? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's like with propaganda. These people are bad. They worship the devil. They come from the devil. All that shit was being said back then. And and it's just propaganda to make it cool, in order to be able to put the black people in prison without the world going crazy and saying, this is wrong and we shouldn't do this. You have to have that propaganda to be able to push it forward, because most of the people, decent people, aren't going to allow that type of shit. Like I said, in 1450, the Pope declared that black people didn't have souls and wrote it into their law.
Wow. So would it
That's
be
propaganda? That's propaganda.
I feel you, OG. So would it be more fair to say that the people may not be as corrupt, in opposed to them being exonerated by their religious leader who told them it's okay to do it? Just like if you have kids and your kids aren't stealing, but if you tell them if they steal something, it's okay. Are we really going to be judging the kids saying that they're bad for stealing when all their authority and all? Okay. All right. So I'm
blaming the Catholic Church. Yeah.
There we go. Okay. All right. So I'm trying to. I just want to narrow it down.
I said they had the power to do this, not nobody else. The Catholic Church. See?
Okay. Yeah. All right. Continue on. I just want to. Again, I'm trying to lay facts so we can have points that we're hitting instead of just too much for people to really swallow. Okay. So right now we got it down. So your point is focusing on the Catholic Church, those papal bulls, and the damage it did to black people by exonerating the troops, the soldiers, allowing them to enact war and usurp people's land and people as property.
And not feel guilty about it because we are of the devil,
All right.
See, that propaganda is what makes it. Just like they say we're imbeciles and idiots. Darwin and Galton and all these people, how they say we're imbeciles and idiots and they could do for us better than we could do for ourselves. They need to do for us better than we can do for ourselves. Because if left to our own devices, we will resort back to our savage state.
Wow. Were these guys Christians?
Yeah.
OG, were
propaganda.
these guys Christians? Were these propagandists, were they Christian? Or were they religious?
I think, now, don't get me wrong, because I ain't check out whether they was religious, but I think Darwin said he had some form of religion. I don't know about the other ones, but I know Darwin believed in some type of religion, maybe, and it might have been at the end, but he definitely had some type of religious belief.
Do you consider yourself Christian along with them?
I guess. Well, yeah. I consider myself Christian. Yeah.
Okay. So you following your doctrine, is it possible for someone who's leading you in your doctrine to come out and say, okay, something that was considered bad, but we're now going to consider it good? Is that an issue? Or you feel right now there's no one who can give authority to change the way the rules are right now?
Well, I don't follow men in their writings and their ways. You know, that's men talking.
But you know, the Bible, but the Bible is nothing but a compilation of men's writing and men's words and men talking.
Yeah, yeah. But let me put it to you like this, Watcher, so we don't have to go far down that rabbit hole. You don't have to keep on asking me a question. All right?
Let's go.
I believe in a man who gave up his life to save the world. Don't cut me off. I believe in a man who gave up his life to save the world. Most these motherfuckers believe in a man who gave up his life through death to save his race. Now, which one you gonna follow? And they both belief systems at the end of the day. So which one you gonna follow?
Well, to me, it sounds more righteous to believe in everyone. But if I was a particular group of people and one person who was from me sacrificed himself, well, then I would claim him. But if I was on the outside and I wanted to be inside of that group and I wanted salvation, then I might try to claim that as well universally. Even though the people who wrote the book and all their religion and doctrine, they're saying, nah, bro, this ain't for you. You a Gentile. But later on down the line, some other people, the same people who enslaved us, rewrote the rules and put us into it, kind of like the Mormons. People talk shit about the Mormons, but they corrected their doctrine and say, hey, black guys, you guys can come to heaven now.
Well,
so now it's okay. But I'm saying it's okay for black people to be Mormons now, but some people will critique you for being a Christian by pulling out the same hypocrisy. Again, I'm not saying they're right, but I like putting everything on the table so you can explain it like we just did.
No, I feel you, Usher. You know, like I said, I know how you build and how you cut people off. We've already been through this, you know. But
right on.
Shit, I forgot what the hell I was talking about. What was I talking about again?
Oh no, you were breaking down like how people will follow religion or Christianity if they would rather follow it if in a racist version as opposed to a universal version. I think that's where you're going. Yeah. Some people want to be Christians, but go ahead.
I only follow one man that has been on this
What
earth.
man is that? What man is that?
Jesus.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
But didn't you find out about Jesus by proxy of other men?
Yeah, I did. Like I said, I've already explained that quite clearly. I don't understand why y'all having a problem with it.
I mean,
are you going to believe the man who died to save the world, or are you going to believe the man who died to save his motherfucking race?
But what I'm saying is, you don't have any personal experience with said man either way. So this is third party information. So that
in your opinion,
that intermediary, you believe in them, like whether you want to look at it like that or not, you believe in that intermediate party that transferred the message that, hey, this man died for you.
Right. Yep. The apostles and all them. Yep, sure do. But this ain't about me and what I believe. This is about telling the truth about the Constitution, about the bullshit that went on around the same time, about the people who were involved, some of the people, not all of them, just a couple of them, ones that y'all are familiar with the names, to show you that all this shit was being designed at the same time. Talking about the Constitution, we were never. This was during slavery, so we were not. They say whatever the hell they want to in that Constitution. That's why they had to create that 13th Amendment. Because once we get out of slavery, they want to put us in jail so they can make money off of us, continue to get free money off of us, just putting us in prison. And I think nowadays it's $250,000 a year to be in there. So, yeah, they want you big time. They'll make up excuses to put you in there because it's big money for them, just like slavery was. You know.
Wow, you said $250 a year?
Shit, check it out. Check it out.
That's
check it out.
Wow.
See what I'm saying?
Wow. Ain't nobody dropping those facts.
That's right. And see, that's the whole point. These motherfuckers, they sit here and try to pretend, oh, well, he's so bad. Look at these black people. They criminals. They super predators and shit. Remember they was calling us super predators? I was like, God damn. I feel like a Tyrannosaurus Rex off this motherfucker. Calling me a super predator. What kind of bullshit is that? You know, but we've been all that. And it happened after slavery, which I got into an argument about unbiased with. Oh, black people. No, it wasn't black people doing it. This was your government. The one that you big up so much. The one that you act like they're your friends and you know so much about and you just got all the information on. Well, how come you didn't have this information? This is what I want to know, since you got it all.
Wow.
These fucking devils.
What's your major discrepancy with the kid? With the guy with unbiased?
Who?
Unbiased.
Because he keeps on. I come in here today. Yesterday I was talking with Zen at the end of the show. We had a good bill. Me and Zen had a good talk. You know. Well, it was just me and him at the end, basically. But then I come in today. I woke up about 6 o'clock this evening. And I woke up early. And probably about 6 o'clock in the morning, did a few things, ran around and came home, fell asleep. And I ain't been feeling good for the last week. And today's like one of the first days that I didn't have the headache and the stomach issue. But, you know, and then I come in today and he's talking about, he's talking shit. He don't know what the hell he's talking about. And, you know, as always. Ain't nothing changed, as always. And then I have to come in and light his bullshit up that he presented. Because he only knows half the story. And he can only put a little bit of the story together when the same timeline that these people were doing the same shit. And they all doing it together. And they're all in cahoots. See? But you can't get these dumbasses to believe that. You know, these people were actually trying to help us. They were trying to save the world. Yeah, save their world and put your black ass in prison. Yeah. But you know, like I said, and see, you even have top scholars. You got top organizations saying the same thing. You know, but you just have to know where to look. I mean, they tell you to their face. I mean, I read you quotes from these people, man, and how they feel about you. You know, we ain't nothing but weeds that needs to be exterminated. That's Margaret Sanger and Darwin, and Galton with eugenics. All them saying the same old shit. And they're working toward white supremacy. All of them, the government, because they was being ran by the Klan at that time. Roger, could you do me a favor?
What's up, bro?
Because I don't want to be the one who tells the people what this is. Could you just type in Google? This is the only thing I'm gonna ask you to type in. All right?
Hold on. I don't think I have those. OG. I don't know if I have those capabilities.
All right. Well, anyway, people in the chat, just type Google. Open up another window and type in the Act of 1871. Let me see. Let me make sure I'm saying it right, okay? Let me see. I got it.
Can Amber do it?
I think she's working.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Is she a host? Yeah, she's the co-host.
Yeah, somebody in the chat, if you could, just type in the 1871.
You can put it in the chat. I can
What you
put it in
need
the
right
chat.
quick?
Oh, he was trying to put something on the screen, or share something, or type some, or have something pasted in the chat. What did you want?
I just wanted y'all to be able to see the Act of 1871 and see what it was.
Oh,
because we talking about
Act of 1871.
Yes, please.
Thank you, sis.
I'm trying to find the Wikipedia regarding the Ku Klux Klan.
Anyway, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, these motherfuckers, look, that's exactly what it was. It was the KKK Act. It was, it was the
wait.
Act for the KKK.
Oh, hold up. It was a KKK act?
It was an act made, I think, well, pushed and promoted by the Klan if it wasn't a KKK Act itself. But they had a lot, and it's the 14th Amendment. See? But like I said, man, and they was even running the governments back then, 1920s, and fucking Woodrow Wilson, like I said, he loved the fucking Klan. He wrote a book, and then when he turned president, they turned it into a fucking movie, and he played it for every dignitary from around the world to come to visit. And the dignitaries would be like, we need, yep.
Oh,
shit.
He
wrote the
Woodrow
book.
did that?
Yes, he wrote the book, and then the motherfuckers turned it into a movie, Watcher.
Wow.
And you know what? Look, let me tell you what social. Let me tell you something real quick. Look it up. Look it up, Watcher. Look. All right, the president. All right, now this is Psychology Today. This is Psychology. Hold on, real quick, Amber. This is Psychology Today. It's just a quick quote. Psychology Today. The most powerful motivator. Okay, this is what they say. The present. A scenario they hope will invoke our sense of fear. Then they show us a solution. A path back to our comfort zone that entails using their product or solution. They present a scenario they hope will invoke our sense of fear. Then they show us a solution, a path back to our comfort zone that entails using their product or solution. So you create the problem, then you offer the fucking solution, like I've been saying, and you got Psychology Today saying the same fucking thing.
Order out of chaos.
Devilish motherfuckers play both sides. Watcher. It's like you'll create the war, and then you'll fund both fucking sides of it. And then you come along at the end like, oh, well, we got the solution. And it always goes back to using their product and solution. See?
I can't say nothing on that.
Nationalism, capitalism, all that shit, man. Nationalism, it runs on fear. And then you get the patriotism. Nationalism is what got all these immigrants into the service. Uncle Sam needs you and all this shit, all that propaganda they putting out there got people feeling like they a part of it. We a part, we America. We gonna go fight for these motherfuckers because they didn't hit us. Yeah, when America is really the American government. They the ones who run shit and they tell you what you gonna do, how to live, and who the fuck you are. Got niggas out here talking about some goddamn DNA test. I'm gonna tell you something. Your black ass keep fucking with this DNA bullshit. They're gonna have you R2D2. That's gonna be your DNA. That's what you're gonna get back on your DNA test. R2D2 and C3PO. Because your stupid ass is gonna be an AI by that time, and you won't even know what the fuck's going on. Keep on believing these raggedy motherfuckers.
He's Zen.
Hey, what's going on? How you doing?
What's up, Zen?
Salute to the bro.
What's going on, man? Who done got Lynn turned up?
Bias called me a liar and shit. Talking about my knowledge was wrong and all that, you know. I had to come on and light him up.
You know damn well Lynn don't like that L word, my boy. That's crazy. What's going on, though?
But you see how, I mean, I'm not mad anymore. I'm not mad at y'all. I'm not mad at Unbiased. Then, you know, I'm just trying to bring the truth. Like I was telling Zen last night, I'm tired of all the motherfucking narratives that they pushing in the community. And you can't put it together. You can't put all this shit together. You can't put, at the time they're making the Constitution, at the same time they're making up this scientific racism bullshit, at the same time they're doing that philanthropy bullshit, at the same time the Catholic Church is over there allowing and co-signing this bullshit. It's all the same. They're all in cahoots. Richard Nixon. All of them. You know, remember, what was that, hold on. That one I read to y'all where the guy was talking and he was telling about, wait a minute. Oh, this is Claude Anderson. Dr. Claude Anderson says, social engineering blacks for the real life monopoly game. Land rights, money, resources, all locked down under their control. Brother's very smart brother, intelligent brother. I would watch him every once in a while. But let's hear what Reagan's advisor one more time had to say. You know, I'm going with what Amber told me. I appreciate that, Amber, slowing me down. But Reagan, before taking office, all right, in 1981, his advisor, his campaign advisor or campaign strategist, Lee Atwater, was caught on tape explaining the Southern strategy. We need to look that up too, the Southern strategy, all right, family? The Southern strategy, write that down. All right, Atwater said, in other words, you start out, and then he told them, y'all don't quote me on this. You start out in 1954 by saying nigger, nigger, nigger. By 1968, you can't say nigger, that hurts, and it backfires. So you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights, and all that stuff. This is what he's saying now. I'm still in his quote. You're getting so abstract now. You're talking about cutting taxes. All of these things you're talking about are totally economic things. Okay? Totally economic. And the byproduct of them is blacks get hurt worse than whites. Now, this is Lee Atwater, the campaign strategist for Ronald Reagan, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? So, like I said, this shit ain't no question on what they doing. Are they all in cahoots, or is this just is this your imagination? Indigenous? No, it's not. It's not my imagination. And I've given you plenty of sources, plenty of things that you can look at to prove that all these people were working around the same time, doing the same bullshit. And the federalism and the nationalism is just, you know, them switching back and forth governments. You know, convention to the Articles of Confederation, the Continental Congress, federalism, nationalism, patriotism. You know, patriotism got motherfuckers out here ready to jump off the roof for America if they asked them to. You know, nationalism had them out here freaking out too, but it was more of the at the beginning of nationalism, it was more of the racist groups that were creating these nationalist parties. And then we turn around, you know, a couple hundred years later and follow their motherfucking, follow them. Just like feminism.
Brother Lynn.
What's up?
All right, bro. You done preached enough, man. Like,
all right, then. I'll give him a break. I won't hurt him too bad.
I'm in the church right now, my boy.
Yeah.
I got you, though.
I feel you.
I got you.
So what y'all think? I mean, was that all right?
I mean,
did I give enough information to back up what I was trying to tell y'all?
I mean, I understand your point. I mean, I want somebody else to chime in. I don't want to be the only person talking right now.
I'll do you better, my guy. I mean, it was, from what I caught, I'm still stuck on the Woodrow Wilson and the birth of the nation and all that implications and how it was able to. I'm looking into that. So I mean, like, that's some information. I've heard a little bit of it before, but I like the way you tied it together, and then also with the Southern strategy. I mean, I didn't know the point of contention, so I pretty much just came on here to hear you talk shit and then drop some knowledge. So I can't say win or loss rounds and all that type of shit, but you dropped wisdom.
My point. Did my point show that these people are all in cahoots? That's all I'm asking. I don't want you to, say. I'm just asking, did my points show that these people were all in cahoots at the same time, doing their same deviltry at the same fucking time? That all this shit is going on.
Well,
that's all I was getting at, and also proving unbiased wrong about the about his little bullshit.
Well, I'm gonna be honest, IBM. I think your point that they were all in cahoots doing the same devilishment, that's like kind of moot, because during that time that was the thing, to oppress Black people, to keep us in bondage, servitude,
the
oppression.
thing of the devils. Not everybody was doing it, and not everybody was on board. You had all kinds of people who were against slavery.
You did have some that were against slavery, but they were in the minority. The majority was for slavery, or at least impartial. They didn't care one way or the other.
Well, I would agree with you there. I would think that the majority, but you still had plenty of people out here. You had the Quakers who was helping during slavery. You had John Brown, who gave up his life for a slave. I mean, that's just a couple of stories, but we can't just say that there wasn't every person like you made that analogy before. I remember we can't say that all those people in that group.
It's not. It's not just like all, we can't. That's not even anything to argue. Like, that is historical fact. Like, no, not everybody was, but that was the standard of the day. Like,
most of the people at the time. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you, sis. But I mean, that just, it was still all in the same time, the same area of history, same years, and like I said, I don't know where we're getting confused, but I'm not going back over. But I showed you that all these people was alive and doing the same, working toward the same goals, and they're still doing the same thing today. It's history repeating itself. You're dealing with the recession, like depression, like you did in the 1920s. Right now, this is some of the worst times that we've, some of the most money that we've spent, in, on this type of thing since the 70s. But it happens, and it happens more frequently than But there's been more than one Great Depression. I mean, recession. The Great Depression in the 20s. But that's when Woodrow Wilson was in office, man. Woodrow Wilson went into office in 1913 and he left in 1921. Okay? So when we talking about that time, you got to put him right at the top, because he's right at the top allowing this shit to go through government, talking to Congress and Supreme Court and all of them. Hey, man, go ahead and let that shit fly on through, man. This is going to help out, and we're going to put it into schools, and we're going to start teaching this shit to the kids and all that. So it's propaganda, and it's not just in music, movies. You're getting it from the schools. You're getting it from your doctor. You're getting it from the president. All in cahoots.
What's the goal?
Pushing the narrative to try to make that supremacy thing real in our eyes, which they have today. Johann Frederick Blumenbach was the one who put the white man in first class. Anyway, the same guy who created the five race. All right? So you're listening to his bullshit, you're following his teachings, and you're preaching it to your people.
What was
so
that?
You're misleading.
Are you talking about the taxidermist dude?
Taxidermist?
Like you said, you talking about
Johann Frederick Blumenbach?
Right.
Yeah, no, he was a German physician, naturalist, physiologist, and he dealt with the human crania and the an anthropologist. So, and he's considered to be the main founder of zoology and anthropology.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, that's that guy. That's him.
Yeah, he dropping knowledge. I'm taking notes.
Yeah, I mean, but I've been to. I don't know. Like I said, I'll just write in the chat and stuff. I expect people to, like Unbiased says, he's right. I do expect people to remember what the hell I said. But, you know, I'm glad Amber slowed me down so I can explain a little better.
So the good women are for. Amongst other things. Don't hop on here trying to flame me, kid. Shit.
Yeah. So, you know, I think I've pretty much filled in my couple hours. Why don't we use this last hour to have some fun and talk about whatever we want to talk about now? Since I've already got, like I said, Unbiased was debunked in the first half an hour, showing that he didn't know what the hell he was talking about. And then I went on to dealing with this propaganda and things that's been put out here to make us believe, and they keep on saying it over and over and over. Like you say, you keep on telling a lie enough, and the people will start to believe it. You know, and then they create the problem, and then they come around and offer the solution. You know, and we're just the, I guess you'd say, the victims. I don't like using the word, like Zane, you know, we was talking last night. I don't like using that word. But if you don't have the knowledge, you're not looking for the knowledge. You're just happy and content with what these raggedy motherfuckers are telling you, knowing they devils. Then maybe you might deserve what you get. Is God going to forgive you if there is a God for listening to these oppressive, retarded motherfuckers when you knew they was oppressive and retarded? And who are you hurting out here? Who are you hurting? Are you hurting yourself? No, because you might know the truth. That's why I said most of the people who's pushing this shit, they know the truth. But it fits their narrative so well that they can't change their narrative. So they got to stick with the bullshit, even though they know that it's bullshit. And it's sickening. Stop the bullshit. Quit fucking around, like I said, until you get a nigga like me to come in and just shut all that shit down. Show you how all these motherfuckers was working together. Y'all swear to God they're your friends. You praise them and shit and act like they just had your best interests at heart. And they tell you to your goddamn face that we'll tell you whatever the fuck we need to tell you to get you to do what we want you to do. We'll tell you some shit to get you to buy our solution, even though we were the ones who created the fucking problem. And we fall for it. That's why you had niggas out here scrambling about the goddamn vaccine. But I see the motherfucker that got vaccinated getting sick almost as much, if not more, than the people who didn't get it. Talking all that shit. Now, how long have I been talking about that, Watcher? You know, you was here.
Yeah, it's been a while. Back with the nanobots. He was the first person that was dropping
That's what
shit
I'm
like
saying.
that.
Yeah. And the niggas was saying I was pseudo and all that shit. Now they telling you to your goddamn face they got nanotech in that shit, nigga. And that they could change your goddamn DNA. But guess what? I'm pseudo, though. Part of playing with you niggas. Y'all niggas ain't ready. and y'all don't want the smoke. So your best bet's to save it and cry to unbiased. Don't come over here with the bullshit, because I'll light your ass up too. Because just like I said, this shit is written down. It's all notable. There ain't no question on what I'm talking about. And these people that I'm talking about, in the time, in the era that I'm talking about. And they all working together doing the same shit. And I'm beating a dead horse saying the same shit over and over again. But I'm trying to get y'all to understand. This is what they doing. And they still doing the same shit today. They created this fucking depression. What was it, the 4 governors who took their money out the goddamn stock market and caused a big drop in the stock market? And then they was under investigation? And all that shit? Y'all know about that?
No, I
That's
didn't.
some of the stuff that they do. It only takes a couple, maybe even one rich person to just pull all this shit out, you know, and start making crazy moves and stuff. Let me give you a perfect example. Okay. Elon Musk has a Dogecoin. All right? Elon Musk came out and said Bitcoin ain't shit, basically. For 2 weeks, Bitcoin went down dramatically. All of a sudden, Elon Musk comes back on and says Bitcoin's okay. And I have me a coin called Dogecoin. Bitcoin goes back up. Market manipulation. You see? Keeping you out of the loop.
No, you right. But you right. But at the end of the day, that just came down to lack of research right there. Unfortunately, you live and you learn, right?
Yeah. Yep. That's true. That's true.
But yeah, go ahead and continue. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's what I'm saying. We just build now, because like I said, I'm done with that. You know, I don't even want to get back into it. You know, but I'm gonna tell you what they're doing.
I mean, don't say that. I mean, you gotta understand you're in a situation where we're still in a very new, emerging market, right? So we're still trying to figure out, how to scale this market, how to troubleshoot it in a way where though it's almost foolproof. It's not easily hackable. It's trustworthy, right? We're trying to trust the system, like how we're trusting somebody who's very close to us. You know what I'm saying? So
I feel you.
It's early. It's early. So don't think about it like that. But just look at it like, out of all the coins out there, right? Most of them are running on Ethereum. How many of these coins on Ethereum have gotten hacked or have gotten pumped and dumped and have gotten all these other things? But when you look at Bitcoin has never got hacked. Bitcoin has been pumped and dumped, yes. But the pump and dump has usually come from otherworldly events. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's usually something going on in the world that's kind of significant where we have these pumps and dump, quote unquote, events. You see what I'm saying? We was just talking about this last night about how the stock market, the S&P and Bitcoin has kind of been correlated. But if you look at, like, if you go to, one of these websites that track prices, when you go on there and you see some news come out, however you see Bitcoin's chart wick, if it wicks to the upside 3%, or you'll go to every other coin behind Bitcoin is number one at the list when you go to these websites. So every other coin, you see that same exact wick in every other coin. Why do they have the same trajectory? It's because every other coin is correlated to this one, right? So that's your main support. So if you want to, as far as an investment long term, and if you're looking for stability, you would be wanting to put your money in Bitcoin. Any other money outside of that is quote unquote speculation. That's your lottery money. You see what I'm saying? That's your play money. You go out and play with that. But as far as like trying to have a stable quote unquote coin in the market, you would be wanting to do Bitcoin, right? Because now you can long term invest in the speculation of price action, right? The up and down volatility, you're now appreciating in that over time, regardless, because you got a long term set. It's not a Dogecoin where it's only, few tenths of a penny per Dogecoin, and you can spend $25 and get a few thousand coins.
Shit, a million.
That's
it's like 0.00000. It was at one time. It was like 6 or 7 zeros before you got to a number.
So what I'm saying is that this is a psychological game that we play as humans, right? We have unit bias as humans. So the more we can get, the more we feel like we're gaining, even though it's only few tenths of a penny per unit of Dogecoin. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So people often forget that. So it's real easy for people to be like, oh, let's put all our money into Dogecoin. We can whatever. But there's trillions of Dogecoins on the market right now. So in order for it to go up to what you think it might go up to, that means everybody in the world would have to buy like the same amount that you buy 4 times over or some crazy shit. Like, it's just not likely. And then you're talking about utility. Utility in it is that, yes, it's fast, but it's only fast because people are not using it. It has no value. So it's fast because nobody is on that particular blockchain exchanging as much as they are on other blockchains like Ethereum. You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't want to ramble too much with that.
Well, I mean, you're on point, but there's a couple, couple coins. It might be up to 10,000 coins now, because everybody's trying to get in on the scam. But like you were saying, the pricing of coins moves up and down with the pricing of Bitcoin. The fluctuation, and Bitcoin is like the one who, if it takes a big rise, then the other coins will rise. But you got, like I said, 10,000 some odd coins out there, and most of them are scamming, or they ain't even, nowhere close to being what the ones who are being implemented into governments and stuff like that, and being used to track the food that goes around, and this type of tracking ain't the type of tracking that they had before. This type of tracking tells you who was the one that planted the seed, what area the garden or whatever you call it that the seed grew in, tells you who packaged it and put it on the truck, who tells you what truck and what time the truck arrived at the grocery store, and then it tells you how, all that. So you could just scan the package and it'll tell you all that, and that's what the supply chain, the blockchain is going to help out with a lot of the. Go ahead with the security of the food, and stuff, the products that they're transporting. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, you're right about that. Like companies like Chainlink and stuff like that. But who's sharing the screen right now? You sharing the screen? Who's sharing the screen?
I think Amber was. She had to. I asked her to put. Is it the Ku Klux Klan Act?
Nah, it's still more utter nonsense. This one.
Oh, I think that's unbiased.
Oh, okay. He might be preparing to do his little thing against mine. I don't know. But yeah.
What I was talking about on the chart.
Yeah. So he's finally back. He didn't think I could make it this far as in. He didn't think I was going to be able to talk for 2 hours. What's wrong with that guy, man?
Nah,
you should know better than that. I can chap them up for days. chap your lips up for days talking. But yeah, yep. And see, like I said, if you look at some of these channels, you just see the onboardings. It's these things. The crypto. They're not. It's not like taking a risk, family. It's not. You can study the coin before you buy it. You can see like say Walmart. They just aligned with Walmart. They just signed a contract with Walmart, or they signed a contract with Western Union, which is the biggest place where you can send things to people. That's the biggest place in the world. And then the one after that is
This is not financial advice.
Right. We're not financial advisors, but shit, I can't remember the name of it. But anyway, yeah, these you can look these things up before you buy. So it's not like you're saying give me number 1457. Which your brother created the number system too. If y'all want to look that up. The brother created the number system, and that's where your lottery comes from today. But it's all. You can look it up. You can type in the ticker of your coin, which is like Ripple is XRP. So if you type in the ticker in Google, it'll come up, and sure, was it CoinMarketCap? Then that's a good one, ain't it? They give you a lot of the history on the side of the coin. You push the coin, and then you'll see something on the side where it'll show you, its movements and its partnerships and government contracts that it's received and all that throughout, the beginning of its time and up more recently. So you can look those things up and see, well, okay, this coin is Wells Fargo and Bank of America. All the banks in America are on this coin. Walmart's with this coin. Western Union. I'm just naming a couple of places that matter, but people like that, you can see the partnerships and the shit that they've made with these people. And and we made the brother last night made a very good point on Crypto.com is the new name of the Lakers arena. Staples Center has been changed to Crypto.com, and it will be that for the next 20 years. They signed a 20-year contract.
Yeah.
This shit is crazy. It's too easy, though.
It is crazy because, I try to, man, ever since 2017, I've been kind of obsessed with this stuff, and it's like I've been trying to tell people, like, yeah, you need to do this, you need to do that, but man, nobody's seen it. But I just kept seeing, like you said, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, all these people just, slowly making adjustments, basically because the SEC didn't find a way to regulate it. Because again, the government, we work slow. You feel me? We don't work fast. Everything has to go down the chain of line, and everything has to go down. It has to follow certain protocols. So, people.
And the coins that are doing good, real quick. And the coins that are doing good went through and worked with the regulators to get regulated. See, so that's the ones you want to be looking at.
No, it came down to the fact that we made so much money so fast that all we have to do is just pay the regulators X, Y, and Z, and that's nothing. That's what we made last month. Well, not even last month, probably the first couple of weeks of last month. You feel me? Like
first quarter.
The type of money they was talking. Let's say the SEC wanted, 20 mil, 10 mil, 20 mil, 10 mil, 20 mil. These guys made 150 mil in the first quarter. It's like, okay, that's a cool tax, whatever. We'll take that for the year. We got, how many other months to go. You see what I'm saying? So people are looking at it differently. So just the onboarding of anything that's on the internet type of scale is exponential, right? The amount of people that you can reach on the internet versus to reaching having, let's say, like a storefront, it's 100-fold, it's 1,000-fold, right? Depends on how much traffic you can attract. It could be 1,000,000-fold. Look at Amazon. Amazon is literally about to open up physical places in grocery stores so you can, you know what I mean? So this is all a scaling project, right? We can think things out hypothetically and in theory, right? But how can we engineer these things to work? That's a whole different thing, right? People like Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk has become famous because they were able to scale out and make things cheaper that the government couldn't do, at least publicly. You feel me? So yeah, it's all, you know, it's all about money, bro. If you follow the money, you'll find out what's going on. Yeah.
Tell them then, preach, brother. You ain't never lied on that statement right there. And is Watcher still here? Watcher must have got off. Yeah. I was waiting for Unbiased to come back. I gotta use his bathroom. Zen, can you hold it down for?
He probably busy. Who got their hand up?
Could you hold it down, Amber and Zen, while I use the bathroom real quick, please?
Zen can rap a little bit.
You mind, Zen?
I need to be able to talk to somebody. I don't know. I mean, I'm here, bro.
I mean,
okay.
I
appreciate you.
I don't want to be typing what I'm talking or what I'm I'm working a little bit.
What you talking?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know. I'm sorry. I gotta use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back on. Just give me a couple minutes, all right?
All right.
Okay.
Got me, Zen?
Yeah, I got you, my bro. Go ahead.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
I ain't talked to Miss Amber in a minute. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Hey, I can't complain. Nah, so I don't even know what the topic of the night is. I mean, I get we got this more nonsense going on, but
well, I really think the contention was initially that something about, I guess, the Bill of Rights and Articles of Confederation and federalism. And so I guess there was some debate about what happened when and what's kind of correlated to each other. So I guess it was a previous discussion between IBM and Unbiased, where you know how they get hung up on the small details, whether it was 1777 or 17 this. So honestly, I can't tell you where the conversation, where the dissension came in at, but I just gathered that today there was some contention about what started when Unbiased was going through his presentation with the Moors, and it was all relevant to the Moorish doctrine and where they're getting these different ideas from and what they're hinging their principles off of. And Unbiased point was pretty much that they're going by a document that was created prior to the Constitution, but you know they're neglecting all of these different changes and what it related to, and you know when federalism became a thing, how that kind of dissolved the previous agreement that people were operating under. Yet they're trying to go back to that first document and disregard everything that has transpired since then. I guess IBM was in the chat and pretty much told Unbiased that he really didn't know anything about that he had mentioned it, and that's the only reason why he's talking about it now. You know, he stole his talking points. So Unbiased told him that he can come on and explain, you know, what these things are and how they're relevant to the doctrine. So that's kind of what this was supposed to be. but IBM said that he
IBM
got
kind
the
of fell
point
off.
across early in the conversation, so he just kind of went into different areas.
Okay. Who's the IBM person?
Indigenous Black man,
Oh, yeah.
Lynn.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh man.
So yeah, that's I've been kind of listening, kind of not. I'm a horrible multitasker, so
Yeah, I know how it be. I just ain't heard this in a minute. I'm in here just being a fly on the wall.
yes, I don't know. I know Unbiased is still on here. I don't know if he sleep or if he, you know how he do. He slide in when you least say,
It
yeah,
seems like
listening. Yeah.
it
Now
seems
look
like
at
every
this.
time I talk, this guy get quiet.
He told him he was giving him 3 hours free reign to, you know, shoot his shot, do whatever he needs to do, speak his speech. IBM said he don't need all that time. It don't take him all day. Unbiased don't know what he's talking
My
about.
man is about to talk until tomorrow.
Yeah.
I woke up this morning for work like I need another hour. Messing with this guy.
I'm really hoping Unbiased come back in so we can, because I mean I can't say I got the point nailed down, the contention. I can't say I got it nailed down. I think that was the gist of it. But I could be wrong.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I got the gist of it. I mean, these guys ain't changed up their doctrine in 1,000 years. So I mean, you can't miss it.
God Body said IBM blowing his guts out in the bathroom. I can't. I cannot. Yeah, but low key, I think I think Unbiased put that up there on purpose for a reason. Because he knew he wasn't gonna be on and this was gonna be IBM segment. So that's a little innuendo, I gather.
A boss over there at the strip club getting his talking about he drinking some wine. Whole time he got that.
Low key, I think
Lord.
I think Unbiased put that up there on purpose for a reason. Because he knew he wasn't gonna be on.
Hello?
It was good, indigenous black man. What's going on?
What's up, brother? Nothing, man. Just chilling. I told him I was sick. I wasn't feeling good for the last week. I'm just starting to feel better today. But, yeah, I had to poop. You know, I had to use the bathroom real quick. I appreciate y'all, though. Who popped in? Was it?
I don't know, bro.
Huh?
I don't know. I don't think anybody popped in.
Oh, nobody popped in.
Oh, okay.
I was saying I hope Unbiased popped in. I see he's still on here. I was hoping that he popped back in so we can get clear on what the actual argument was between y'all.
Yeah.
Y'all niggas making
the
up
monkey. Got the monkeypox. Got the monkey locks. Yeah, shit. Like I said, I'll just, don't. Unbiased was he's hitting points, and I don't want y'all to take it that I was saying that Unbiased hadn't said this before, because Unbiased is doing a pretty good job with, the Moors and nationality and stuff like that. So he might have brought it up in another show, but I didn't hear it. You see what I'm saying? I'm not gonna say he didn't, right? But, you know, that's he swears that he said it before, and I'm not saying that he didn't. I'm just saying that I said it yesterday, and then all of a sudden he starts talking about it. That's what I was talking about, right? And then, you know, they got a lot of us out here, and what we're doing is we're replacing true wisdom with their bullshit isms. That's one of my sayings that I like to use to help to explain situations like this, because, you know, they, you're putting out your propaganda, getting everybody to believe it, you know, and we know, like, when you're talking about ist, like a nationalist, the three letters IST stand for relating to. All right, that's the definition. Ish means like. So if I say you're acting like a child, I'm not calling you a child, I'm saying you're acting like a child. So if you say ish behind any nationality, you're saying, say African-ish. All right, you know what I'm going to say, but I ain't going to use it. Well, let's say African-ish.
Like Moors, they're not actually Moors, they're like Moors. They're Moorish.
That's right. That's what it means. Ish means like. That's all it means, like. I mean, you know, so, you know, if I say I'm child-ish, it means I'm child-like. See? If I say I'm Jewish, that means I'm Jew-like. All right? And then an ism is a theory, by definition. So any ism is a belief, by definition. So you're arguing about religion, but all the things that you're believing in is relating to something, or like something, or a belief that you have. Ist, ish, and ism. Remember those words? You can look them up in the dictionary if you don't believe me. Not that hard. But that's what we're dealing with. We're replacing true religion with bullshit isms. All right? So, you know, and now that I'm done straightening all this shit out, I want to go ahead and see if I can borrow Unc's time machine so I can go back to the Garden of Eden, because y'all niggas is tripping. You can tell him I said it.
What you gonna do in the Garden of Eden? I'm just curious. You gonna bite the apple?
No. I'm going to go play fetch with a motherfucking Tyrannosaurus Rex. That's what I'm going to do.
Oh, they had dinosaurs in the Garden of Eden?
I thought they had them all. There.
You know it.
Yeah, man, shit. I'm gonna go play fetch with a T-Rex.
Speaking of why what's up with the title that they got going on over there right now?
I don't even know. I haven't checked. I've been here talking, running my mouth. It should be a gentrification resegregation in disguise. It is gentrification resegregation in disguise. That's what it should be. Talk about that for a second. Gentrification got us out here fighting over blocks. We out here fighting over blocks, and this is my territory as they being gentrified. Don't make no sense. They buying them up right off from up under you, and you fighting for them, protecting them until they get there, and then run your black ass off their corner. It's not funny. It hurts, but I laugh because that's the only way I can, deal with this crazy shit. But yes, that's what they're doing, and they got us believing that all the stupid shit, that they promote and just following right along, going according to the plan. Ain't trying to step back and say, hey, man, wait a minute. We've been through this shit. We already seen this shit before. We've been here, done that, and we ain't going through it no more. It's time to change the fucking narrative altogether. That's all we got to do. Tell the fucking truth. Have some accountability. You know, you owe motherfuckers billions of dollars. Not just us, but you need to start with us. You know, but you owe the world, and the world owes us, along with you. Because it wasn't just America who's behind all this bullshit. England, America, the Portuguese, the Spanish, you know, the Arabs.
Hey, you ain't getting none of that back, bro.
Yeah, I know. What I'm just saying is, if we was to ask for reparations, we shouldn't just be asking America. We need to ask the fucking world, because the whole world owes us reparations.
Yeah,
basically.
That ain't happening. That's a pipe dream.
Yeah, I think we'd have to go into a revolution state in order for some shit like that to happen. In order for something like that to pass.
Ain't gonna be no revolution, my boy.
Yeah, I don't think so either, brother.
Don't even worry about that. Buy your own 40 acres in Mule.
Yeah.
If it come, it's a bonus. But don't expect that shit.
You say if it comes, you'll have 40 acres. You'll have 80 acres and 2 mules.
If it don't, you still rotting out. You still good.
That's right. That's right. Because they ain't handing out shit out here for us. You can believe that.
I mean, ain't nothing handed out for no human being, bro. Ain't nothing handed out for no organism. You gotta go out here and find your food. Ain't nobody gonna go get that shit for you.
Well, if I ask for $300 a month on food stamps, right?
Well, get the hell
and then you got car companies out here getting bailed out for billions and billions, maybe even trillions of dollars. Who's hurting the economy more? The man who got the trillions, or the man who gets $300 a month?
The man who gets,
because they are passing out shit, but they passing out to the ones that they want to pass it out to, the ones that are following their narrative and fitting in their narrative, even the movie stars and people like that.
The man or woman who is getting $300 a month is a more detriment to the economy than a business that is generating income. Period.
Yeah. That's how you see it.
Nah, man.
I have a different opinion on that one.
I see it. That's reality. If you're not contributing to the world, then you're essentially a ship weight, an anchor to GDP.
So all the people a lot of the people in the third world countries are nothing more than anchors. And their situation wasn't planned and designed to be that way.
Planned and designed. No, I don't.
That's what I was just going over, how they plan to design this shit from the Constitution and Darwin and all them going right along at the same time. That's planned.
Well, yes. I mean, you're not incorrect when you say planned, but I wouldn't even say planned is the right wording for it. But I'm not trying to, go back into what you've been arguing for the past 2 hours, because that's going to be a long conversation, and I really don't care that much.
Right.
But I'm just saying, saying all human beings within their own specific culture are going to try to do things for people in their culture or in who look like them, to be even more general. And I'm being very general. I mean, people might be in the comments or listen to this later and I ain't got time for that. I'm just saying, people who look like you kind of, you would do for them first before you do for somebody else. So saying that it was quote unquote planned, I don't think so, bro. I just think that certain people went into areas or, did trade with different people who they saw, a market for in their own area. You gotta understand, people went to go get resources, brought them back, made things X, Y, and Z, and then they did commerce with other people. So this is an exchange. So if people bought one thing over the other, you start realizing that, oh, this must be a popular thing. And you're going to go back to the people who you bought it from. And if they don't see the same value in it that you see in it, then they may sell it for less price. And
find
they
another
may
market,
have,
or find another market that does accept your price.
no, I mean, you have people,
I
you
mean,
have a demand. You have a demand, right? You have a demand for a certain thing, right? So you being a person who's selling to people, you don't care about um um you know how much the person you're getting it from originally wants for it, because you're always going to upcharge that same difference because it's in demand. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Price gouging.
So it's not even price gouging. It's just the natural way of exchanging things, right? You give your energy to go pick up these things. You want the same time and energy that you think that it was worth for you to go do these things. It's just a natural exchange, bro. It's not like that. But to sum it all up, what I'm saying is that if you're not contributing to this process, if you don't have a real specific skill or something that you're providing to the world, yes, you are a burden for the world, but that doesn't mean that we won't take care of you. That's why you have services like welfare and food stamps and shit like that. Y'all got y'all's, but at the end of the day, that shouldn't be an end all be all for anybody. Everybody should be trying to get themselves up out of whatever situation they're in. I don't care if you're comfortable right now. You should be trying to get more comfortable to be direct with it. But yeah, I mean, playing a victim works through a whole, wide range of situations and scenarios. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
I think you missed. I think you missed a part then.
go
I
ahead.
think I pretty much told the whole chat, people that's been listening from the beginning, loud and clear, that they offer the problem. I mean, they create the problem, and then they offer a solution. And capitalism, to me, is a catch-22. You know the song. Even when you win, someone has to lose. And I wish I never met her. Oh, yeah, that's that bitch. And the computer is a brain. All right, the brain, the computer, is only as good as its programming allows. If it wasn't in your program, they kept that out of your programming, you didn't know about it, then, I mean, you're just only as good as your programming allows. And the programming is propaganda, all that stuff, But to me, the way we live, it all ties back into the scientific racism and social constructs that we live by and will die for because of the propaganda and the teaching. And they keep on telling a lie over and over, and then we begin to believe it. Like I said, It ties back into social races. Scientific racism and social constructs. You're allowing people to tell you your name, you're black, you're Indian, which means savage. You're this or that. They name you. They name names on the map, and then you call yourself that. Those places wasn't named that previously, but because the colonizer come along and creates a map, you start calling yourself that. You see what I'm saying? That's programming, brother. That is what I was talking about. You just
but what you're missing is that you recognizing the programming, yes, but you can choose not to be programmed. Right? You can choose
I agree.
You can choose to play the game at your own leisure. You know, the first step is learning the game, and then you can manipulate it at your own leisure. Right?
Yeah,
That's
right.
the whole
And you have to learn. And the
That's
first
the
thing you
whole
have to
point.
learn is the weapons that are being used against you.
Right.
In order to be able to understand how that works.
Absolutely right. But that's why we are all here, right? That's why we're on channels like these. That's why we're having I'm past having these discussions, but that's why we're having these discussions, because we have like interests, right? Like perspectives, right? I get it. You ain't gotta preach to me.
Right. You're a smart brother then, but you know you got.
But my thing is, IBM, everybody has a program that they subscribe to in some form or another. Like, you'll call a lot of things a program, but then you say that you only follow one man, Jesus. You don't think that that's a program?
Amber, with the ones and twos.
I don't think he came to program us and take us down the route.
But
no, I don't think so.
You speak as if it's fact, right? Which means, and again, I'm not trying to argue or debate whether it is or isn't, but you speak as if this is a fact, whereas to some people that's a program in itself, right? Because that's something you were taught and told. You've been programmed to believe this.
To believe, yeah.
Right. So we all subscribe to some program or another.
Yeah, I say we're all guilty of it. You know, I mean, some of us less than others because there are certain things that we know, but then, you know, some of us more than others. But we've all been programmed, you know, to believe certain ways. And I mean, I said a couple of times that since I started, you know, 15 years ago, doing, you know, investigating, doing information and stuff like that, I've had to change my way of thinking numerous times. You know, just because the beliefs that I had was just bullshit, and then you run into it, the truth, and then you're just like, you know what? I can't think like that no more. I'm not going to continue to talk like that because now I know that I was wrong, and I don't want to misinform nobody. I don't want to be out here, one of the people out here that I'm trying to go against, the people who's out here misinforming and putting out the bad press. I'm just, you know, and I'm still learning. And just like I said, even within science, religion or anything, if something new comes up, pops up, and all of a sudden it can change the way that we think about everything. A new finding. You know, they find Sodom and Gomorrah or something, or they find a whole other race of people, then everything has to change. So we're all going off belief, whether it's the science field, whether it's religion, whether it's just people talking in general. You know, we're going off of what we believe. And my belief system, I believe in Christianity, you know, which is a personal thing, but I don't mind. I don't usually share it, you know, because I don't come here for that. I don't come here to preach to you about the Bible. I come here to preach to you about these fucking devils that they keep on promoting and try to act like they was here to help. And that's all they was trying to do was help. And when they start talking that shit, then that's when I come in. Now, if you're talking about God, I mean, you know, I'll come in on that conversation. If you're talking about history, I'll come in on that conversation. talk about economics, I can come in on that conversation. I can come in on quite a few conversations. I'm not just stuck to one grouping. That's how I can see how to put them together, is because I know a little bit about, of all of it and how they work down.
You right about that, but you diverse. But I ain't about to argue with you about a belief. That's for sure.
Right, exactly. Because beliefs are personal. Certain beliefs are personal. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to stop me from believing what I believe. You know what I'm saying? Just because if I'm arguing Christianity and then the other guy's arguing evolution, we're just arguing beliefs. If religion is a belief, theories are beliefs.
Except you can see evidence of evolution, but it's all good.
Yeah, right. So we're all going off beliefs. It's not just a religion. This belief, science. You got to believe that the shit's true before you can start doing working on it, working on your theory, and being able to prove it a fact. You have to go through so many different types of testings in science, and you got to test it on people.
I would say it's more so you make inferences, right?
Mm-hmm.
You make inferences off of other things, right? So if you observe one thing, you can make an inference about another. But it doesn't become science, quote unquote, until you can replicate it. So it's different. It's not a belief. You're still making observations.
Well, we've had these arguments here. We're talking about trying to make scientific theory sound like it's
not an argument.
Well, scientific theory is a real thing.
I mean, you can do it with just going to cook a steak, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can make an inference based off of how the steak looks.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
That it's done, right?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So it's the same thing. It's still a scientific process. It's just all about, documenting it makes it, quote unquote scientific as far as, you're publishing, you're documenting about cooking this steak. 7 minutes on this side and 7 minutes on that side, and then cooking it in indirect heat for 10 minutes. These are all inferences.
At 350 degrees and stuff
right, until you get it correct, right? It needs an internal temperature of 135 degrees or whatever. These are all inferences until you get it correct to say that, this is medium well, this is you know what I mean? So that is still a scientific process. We just don't think about these basic things that we do every day. That's a scientific process. If you boil an egg, it's still a scientific process, right? You know that it takes 4 minutes to boil an egg if you drop the egg in the water while it's boiling. Because people have measured that it typically takes an internal temperature of X, Y, and Z, and it takes about this amount of time to get there. These are all still scientific methods. You don't think about it like that, but you do these things every day. Right.
Yeah. And then, like I said last night, that science has proven some of their theories to be facts. I'm not saying that they haven't, so they have proven theories to be facts, and just like the religion.
It's not even that, bro. It's just like
I just don't want you to think that I'm saying it's all bogus.
No, I mean, it's not bogus. Like, I don't understand how people think this stuff is bogus. It's just, science is just a way for us to communicate. It's a way for us to know that
Explain the origins of things.
Listen. We're all different human beings, right? You got schizophrenic people who look at the world differently. You got, autistic people who look at the world differently. You got other people who look at the world differently. You got regular people who look at the world differently, right? Science is just a way of measuring how we look at the world, right? So it's not about, some sort of trickery. It's a way of confirming, this is physically what's happening that we're observing. You see what I'm saying? It's not like, I understand, like, yes, people have done bad shit to us out there in the world. Yes, human beings, we fight. That's our thing. But science is separate from that. Science is a bipartisan type of thing. People might have their own personal judgments about, maybe kids shouldn't be aborted and all this other shit, but I'm talking about the benefits that we have all benefit off of, the device that we're using right now to communicate with people all over the world, cell phones, social media, the way we share information right now, the things that we can claim that we know right now is all from the fact that science ain't bullshit. It's the fact that we agree on science. So the fact that y'all keep saying that this shit is the white man and corruption, like, that's bullshit. That's not reality, bro. That is a victim mindset, because everybody benefits off of science. Even these third world countries are now getting to the point where, as though they're becoming less third world, they're becoming second world, first world countries, because they're able to use the technology that me and you love and agree on, right? Cryptocurrency. It's being able to make these people afford to build up their country. That is all because of technology. That is a natural progression in the world. Human history is moving towards technology. So, yes, in developing technology, you have failures. We have to develop prototypes all the time, and we have to fail with them to know what to do to make them work. So, I mean,
I understand where you're coming from. I mean, not all science is bad. No, I'm not saying that. I'm talking about scientific racism. And you said science hasn't been used as, as a weapon. Well, I just gave you names of plenty of people. But if I still have to give you some more, let me give you just one more. Let's go with, since you said abortion, right? Let's go with Margaret Sanger and what she said. And I mean, we all know, well, I don't know if you know or not, Zim, but Sanger admired the eugenics program.
Tracked.
All right, you knew that, right? Okay. All right. So birth control is not contraception indiscriminately and thoughtlessly practiced. It means the release of cultivation of the better racial elements in our society, and the gradual suppression, elimination, and eventual extirpation of defective stocks, the human weeds which threaten the blooming of the finest flowers of American civilization. I wonder who she was talking about. First, we know who she was talking about. It's the poor people, and not just black people. It's poor white people, black people, anybody that was, in the poor class at the time in America. So that's who she was talking about. Now, extirpate, remember she said, and eventually extirpate them, right? Extirpate of defective stocks, all right? Now, extirpate, to destroy totally, kill off. We're going from Webster's dictionary here. Thank you. So there's no question, or this is definitions of extirpate. To destroy, totally kill off, to render absent or non-existent. Synonym, eliminate. All right. Synonym is a word that can be used to describe another word, or not just to describe it, but as a definition. So you can use eliminate in the place of extirpate. But she chose to use both of them. Anyway, third definition, to pull up by the roots. Okay? So this is chauvinism at its finest. All right? Now people take chauvinism and say, oh, that's a male thing. No, it's not. Chauvinism is unwarranted bias, favoritism, or devotion to one's own particular group, cause, idea, gender, or kind. That's the definition of chauvinism. So a woman, man, a dog, cat that loves their group, cause, idea, gender, or kind can be a chauvinist. But anyway, this is chauvinism at its worst. Just like I said, I read y'all the definition of jingoism. This is another ism. What is an ism again, ladies and gentlemen? A theory. Anyway, it's nationalism in the form of aggressive and proactive foreign policies such as countries' advocacy in the use of threats and actual force. That's America. As opposed to peaceful relations and efforts to safeguard what it perceives as its national interest. Okay? So you perceive that this is all in our best interest. You perceive that science is our friend. But we also know that there are people out there who had a big thing to do with modern day science today. I don't call it the white man's science, because I know where science came from. Science came from Africa, the origins of it. Not in a complete package, but the origins of science came from Africa. So I'm not stupid on that part. But evolution, you got Planned Parenthood, you got the eugenics movement, you got psychoanalysis, you got the propaganda movement, PR. I mean, turn to public relations. First, it went from propaganda to, I think, public relations, and then went to human relations. But anyway, it's still all the same shit, and it's still all in effect, and it's all works through science. Huh?
Can I be heard? You can hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I wasn't finished, but go ahead.
That conversation is way deeper than that, bro. That's not. You can't sit up here and act like all science is bad because of certain projects that the United States government did to test certain things. Like,
because if we think about it, then I'm saying the same thing about Christianity. See, when the Hellenists. Hold on, let me finish. Let me bring it. When the Hellenists took over the Christian movement, and then with the Catholic Church, and then the Catholic Church later on getting their power and being overheads of the majority of the religions in the world, they are being able to create the papal bulls to put us into slavery. So it's not just, like I said the church, science, the Constitution, these philanthropists out here are supposed to be helping us, like Rockefeller and fucking Ford Foundation, Rockefeller Foundation. You can name it. You just keep naming them. All these foundations. That's philanthropy. So I went through all these different people and showed you how all not just one group, not just the science. I'm showing you religion and all of them promoting racism and the enslavement of our people. So all these things are being used at the same time on the same timeline together. They were all in cahoots.
Who is promoting racism? That is
right. It wasn't all scientists. It wasn't all religion.
That's not even exactly. So why are you out here acting like that is everybody?
It's not, but these people had a major part in these thoughts being pushed. The scientists, the popes, the philanthropists, the teachers, not just the teacher, the government, all of them.
What about
It was all being pushed on people. And it's a bunch of bullshit and it's propaganda. And it also helps to create division. One of their main things that they want to happen is for us to stay divided.
I mean,
division by any means necessary.
Their own people as well too. So like, you know,
they didn't care. They was making money. They was making money. They didn't give a shit who they was doing it to. And you're right, they was doing it to their own. They started with this racism on their own in England first.
Exactly. So I'm saying, like, racism as of 2022 hasn't gotten worse. It's gotten better. We're not getting hanged. We do have a chance out here in the world to be something better. Like, I don't agree.
If you, like I told you last night, you got to remember your history, because if not, you're bound to repeat it. And that's what we keep doing, because we don't know these things. We don't see.
I don't have a problem with my history. You know what I mean? My life is good.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking on more broad scale than myself. I'm trying to get the information out here to the people.
I'm just saying, I'm giving you my perspective based off of the life that I live. It's anecdotal, right? You know, we're just having a conversation. So based on the choices that I've made, from the things that I've surmised from things that have happened in history, you know, I've gotten away good. I've never been in a George Floyd situation. Because
how old are you, brother?
I'll be 30 in a couple weeks.
Yeah, that got a little bit to do with it too.
I mean, no, it don't. Because I'm not going to be in that situation, and we're not even going to speak nothing like that up. You see what I'm saying? So, I make better choices than that. And I know if there was more men out here who made better choices, we would all be shown in a better light. We could all come on. We could have more than 8 people listening to the live stream, talking about subjects like this, talking about how we can build up the Black family and make ourselves better. I don't necessarily believe we need to invest in the Black community. I believe we need to invest in ourselves, and then we can do whatever we need to do from there. But that's another conversation.
Get yourself straight, and before you can go out and tell somebody else how to fix their house. Like that type of. Yeah, but you were wrong then. Not wrong. I wouldn't say wrong, because if we did have better, more, well, you say better men out here, I guess you said. But I guess you don't remember. I was on the abortion thing too. Hard. And like I told you, you got a lot of women out here saying the same shit. But if we, and I said we, because I don't have no fucking abortion. I can't have an abortion, but I'm saying we anyway, because I know, I'm saying I got my part. I played my part in it too, because I didn't think it was bad when I was younger. And this hoe I was sleeping with, she had 3 abortions. One of them could have been mine. I'm just saying one of them could have been mine. So
entertain an abortion conversation, because I don't.
Well, I'm just saying, but all the people, hold on. We only got 47 million people in America, Black people, around that, okay? We've had 50 million abortions since 1980. It doesn't make a difference. So when you out here talking about if we had better men, if we didn't have all them motherfucking abortions since 1980 in the Black community, we'd have a whole hell of a lot better men out here. We'd have double the number of the people that we have out here. And the same thing when it goes with the white community, because they had way, way more.
IBM.
They've had way, way more.
Yeah.
So when
IBM.
Go ahead.
I just want to know where are the resources coming from to take care of all these children?
Hey, this is the program. This is their talking points. You're using their same talking points that they use all the time.
Well, instead
They
of
wouldn't be able to deal with it. They wouldn't be able to take care of themselves. They would just be bringing another
address the question, where are the
another
resources?
welfare baby into the world. That's bullshit.
You're still waiting on your 40 acres and a mule. You were just talking about
No, I
reparations
ain't.
not long ago. So explain to me where the resources are going to come from to take care of these children. I just would like to know.
Yo, you know what's crazy is it's not even about hold on. It's not even about like yes. All right, the resources is like probably a third order problem in this equation, right? The first problem is that why do we even have this child when we wasn't in a situation where we could do it?
Yeah.
Like, okay, I
Because
understand
through programming, they have promoted hypersexuality, got everybody out here thinking that fucking is good, and everybody should have the right to fuck whenever they want and be able to get rid of their accountability whenever the hell they want. Just whenever the fuck you want. And it had to pass through Congress and all that shit for it to happen. The same motherfuckers, just like I told you, Margaret Sanger and all her bullshit, and then it went through Congress and the Senate and all them people, and then it started getting preached in schools.
So then you're also an advocate for child support then?
I don't know about an
advocate for
no, I'm not, because I told you about parts of sexual intervention where they took their right away, the right of the father out of the Bible away, and then they gave it to the mother so they could keep on selling them and didn't have to have no accountability for their fucking actions. It's the same story.
Well, I guess I'm a little confused. So having abortions is an issue, regardless as to where the resources are going to come from to take care of this child, because then you're saying that it's like a third issue, but then you said, well, why are we even doing this if we don't have what we need to, take care of the child, which again speaks to resources. Like, it's easy to say people should be having these children. Children cost money. Raising a kid costs money. They have to eat every day. They have to be clothed. They have to be sheltered. So I'm just trying to figure out at what point we resolve that problem.
Amber, you're speaking like somebody who has their head on their shoulders. A lot of these people ain't thinking like that. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's a first order thought that you should have before you have sex with a man. You know, a man is going to be attracted to you because of sex. So as a woman, you need to be more choosy on who you decide to lay with.
A man too.
A man too.
And have your contraception ready. If you're gonna have sex, you're gonna be out here having sex, and you ain't ready for a baby, then have your contraception or whatever the hell it is that you need. Since everybody got to be out here fucking and whapping it up and chasing a goddamn bag and sticking fists in their ass.
IBM. We having a chill conversation. It's okay.
Yeah, but this I'm just saying this shit is terrible out here. And look at what they got our kids going through in elementary school. You know I talk about that shit all the time and how that shit pisses me off.
I'm just playing devil's advocate here, okay? So I can agree with what you said and what Zen said, but the issue is that most times you're not in people's bedrooms monitoring them, or you're not like the good angel on their shoulder saying, "Hey, did you think this through? Don't do that." So the fact that people have free will and they have freedom to sleep around, right? Sometimes we have to correct the problem after. You can't really get into people's psyche and tell them how to think, right? So then it's like, okay, well, if we can't control them fucking at random with whoever, then how do we offset the negative impact of people just fucking at random and getting pregnant and having kids, right? Mm-hmm. How do we offset that without draining all of our resources? We provide
education and legislation. Education and legislation. Education and legislation.
It's not as simple as that. You know it's not.
I know. You're right. You're right. Ain't nothing that simple. Ain't nothing ever that simple. You know, it ain't. You're right. You're right.
But I
You're
mean,
right. But you asked me how I would say it. That's what I would say: education and legislation. More education, spend more money out of education. If you have to take it out of the money that you sending over here to all these countries every year,
But
take it
my
out
thing,
of that.
they tried that though. They tried legislation with making abortion legal, with child support. They tried that. They tried making contraception available. They've tried sex education starting from middle school. They've tried all of that, right? Like, these are things that have been in place for quite some time.
and this all goes back to the argument that you was trying to make, right? Like, when you say that these people are racist to a certain demographic, you know, they tried these things on everybody, bro. Like, even the whole Margaret Singer thing. I know you hate Margaret Singer, you know, you don't need to rant after I'm done, but at the same time, like, she was experimenting on her own people. This is something that she tried to scale, quote unquote, like how he was using in the business world, but she couldn't because people didn't agree with it. The results wasn't positive, right? This was an experiment. Once you realize the experiment wasn't working, you stopped doing it. So
As the beat goes on today. And they got us out here fighting for it, marching for it, ready to die for it. Bunch
you
of
racist,
fucking
bro.
propaganda. I ain't racist. I'm
You
telling the
racist.
truth. It ain't. I said us, and I'm talking about humans. It's not just me. It's not just black people. You got all kinds of people out here who back the feminist movements and the things that were created by these racists. Like I said, even the Nationalist Party. But y'all don't hear me, though. You don't hear that feminism was created by your oppressors' women. You don't hear me, though. You're following them down the fucking rabbit hole to their demise.
Bro.
And you don't even see it. That's all I'm saying.
Lynn, we having a conversation. Is we not?
I know, but I get adamant. Then that's just me, brother.
It's getting late, so yeah. But
yeah, I'm gonna be honest. You're saying that women are following white women's feminism, right? Black women. I assume you mean black women following white women's feminism.
Their movement. It's their movement.
It's the same difference with black men and being patriarchal and wanting women to be submissive. So I mean,
yeah, chauvinism on both sides, sis. I thought I clearly said that. I never said race when I said jingoism. I never gave you well, when I went to chauvinism, I did. But when I was telling you about jingoism, I never gave a sex. Okay? I'm talking about human beings, male and female. And you can be chauvinist. Either one can be chauvinist. Go ahead.
Bro, you didn't had how long this show is? But Amber, let me ask you something. Like, you don't think that submissiveness was emergent out of just natural evolution, as far as, like, you know, thinking about how we came from the savannah and how, you know, most of the time most men would go out and hunt, and you know, they might be out for a couple of days and the women would be back, you know, tending to the village and, you know, making sure things were going good around there, cooking for the village. If you had kids, you would be tending to the kids. Like, you don't think that, you know, being quote unquote the behavior that we call submissive, you don't think that that was an emergent trait out of, you know, just that human behavior of, you know, the men go out, hunt, get the food, you
I think
know.
what's missing is I do feel like there are some dynamics that came out of necessity, you know, what made the most sense for the time period. My issue is that, first off, even back then, you have this relationship of reciprocity, right? I'm submissive to you in some ways, you're submissive to me in some ways. However, the narrative has been shifted and changed, whereas submission is only perceived as something that women do. Men get triggered if you say that they're submissive as well, because it comes with this negative connotation that if I'm submissive, I'm feminine, and that is a feminine thing to submit. When no, submission should be a relationship of reciprocity. I submit to you, you submit to me.
Well,
So
I agree with that. But do you think that in the 21st century, that is an emergent property out of the fact that people are trying to, you know, effeminize men, and maybe men are just trying to respond the only way we know how to, and that's kind of aggressively to the idea of women not submitting. So like when
no,
we
to
see
be,
women,
I don't think it's an emergent property amongst men. I think it's an emergent property amongst Black men because they feel effeminized
no,
by
no, you're right,
white
you're right,
society.
you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right. No, you're
Can
right.
I add in?
I meant to say that. I meant to say that. You're right. Yeah, I
Can
agree.
I add in something?
Go ahead.
So I can agree there, Zen. But however, again, they're not bucking up against
I agree
white
with
men.
everything you said, but I'm
They're
just trying
they're
to add perspective. My
Hello?
bad. Go ahead.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Amber.
Yeah, I was gonna say I totally understand where you're coming from, but again, it's like misdirected anger and frustration. You're trying to assert dominance to the wrong person. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
Just
because
like
you
the
feel
woman.
oppressed and effeminized by the white man, you then turn around on your Black woman and say, oh, y'all trying to get us to submit, and y'all trying to, you know, I'm supposed to be your protector and your provider because you feel helpless in the grand scheme of things. When to be, and all it does is further isolate that Black woman from the Black man versus drawing her in. You understand what I'm saying? Like, they
But
want to dominate something.
But hold on, hold on, hold on. You're coming at it from a woman who has their shit together. Most women out here don't have their shit together. So you have two people who don't have their shit together. The person you're describing in a man, but you also have the opposite in a woman, right? That you're not describing, that men see that they aren't describing when they talk to a woman who has their shit together. But you have these both of these people don't have their shit together. So they're trying to figure out life. They might only be attracted to each other sexually, and they have a kid, and then they're trying to figure out shit. And then these are the same people who are the loudest people on social media and on these TV shows, and you know what I mean? These are the people who are getting pushed in media because you have a certain demographic of people who want to push dysfunction out there rather than success, because the successful people are considered boring, and the ratchet people are considered interesting. So you have a dynamic of this going on. Literally 90% of the dating scene is this. You see what I'm saying? So you being a woman who has your shit together, you don't look at the world like one of these women on these Zeus channels with the Jocelyn Hernandez type. You know what I mean? Like, but that's literally the reality of women who are out here that you see when you scroll down Instagram. Like, you can't. I don't even follow these women, and they on my damn timeline. I ain't got no choice no more. But that's what I'm saying. Like, those women, those type of dysfunctional black women are what is pushed, and so is the opposite for black men. The dysfunctional black men that you would see in ATL on a music video holding up a machine gun, you know, pointing it at the guy next to him, you know, doing all types of improper gun etiquette is what you see promoted all over social media. So it's like you got these two dysfunctional units where as though, you know, people like us come on these podcasts and these outlets where as though we try to talk about it, but we simplify it. But we all agree because we wouldn't be here if we didn't agree. But yeah, like we all see it. You know, we just got IBM over here. He preaching it like we at TD Jake's sermon. And we got, you know, Amber over here giving us the female perspective, you know what I mean? To lighten up the man perspective. And at the end of the day, we all got our shit together. We're just barking to each other about shit that we see out here that we don't like. And I had to tell somebody this the other day, like I when I have kids, like I care about the people they will interact with. I don't want them fucking people to be out here all crazy. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, man. But yeah, I'm talking.
Well, let me add this. If you done, then are you done, or you just pause, brother?
No, I'm done, bro. I ain't trying to talk.
Oh, okay. Well, we gotta remember that. I would say it was a transition. It started, I guess, because you know, in Egypt there was Pharaoh. The women who, like, if the king went off and stuff, that they would turn the rights over to the queen to run the city, or you know, or if he died, she would take his place. And then we have the Greeks come along, and they turned into the Pharisees. We're talking the original pharaohs. You know, they would let their women rule if they died or if they left. But then you had the Greeks who turned into the Pharisees, the Hellenists, who one of the first marriages that I've seen, it was Arsinoe II and Ptolemy II. They were brothers and sisters, and she had to marry her brother in order to rule it was either Upper or Lower Egypt. One of them was ruling Upper and one of them was ruling Lower Egypt. So that's, you know, like, and she couldn't have just been given that in a title. Instead, she had to marry her brother, who was the king, in order to be able to rule. And then you come down even further to Rome, and women were just, you know, some women had power, but, you know, mainly women were slaves and concubines, and they, you know, all that stuff. So I think it was, you know, a transition down through time to where we end up today with, you know, the chauvinism that we see. But at the same time, the one thing that I wanted to mark on was just the hypersexuality of the women, and that's being promoted also. Cardi B and people, and even Lil Nas X. Y'all see that video? Hello?
I'm here. I understand.
Yeah, did you see that Lil Nas X video? Where he was giving the devil a lap dance?
Are they being hypersexual, or has society more and more started to sexualize?
Well, like I said, anytime you out here and crazy shit's going on, like shit that I ain't never heard of before. It might have been going on when I was young, but nobody was talking about that shit. You know, the way they having sex and the things that they doing to themselves these days.
I mean,
You
to
know,
keep it a
but
like that whole situation with the whole P Valley shit, like that shit was crazy.
yeah, that's promoting. That's propaganda.
Well, I see. Here's what I have to say about that.
Hold on, wait a minute before you say that. Wait a minute, real quick before you say that. Little Nas X sent me a text. The devil sent me a text after that, and said Little Nas X left shit stains all over his stomach. But go ahead.
Here's what I have to say about that. It's kind of along the same vein of the let a man be a man kind of speech. You know, for me, there are certain things that I don't necessarily think is going to have an impact one way or the other. In my mind, a man doesn't need a woman's permission to be a man. That's kind of an oxymoron, right? So the whole let a man be a man, like to me, that's crazy. Like, wait a minute, I got to allow you to be a man, but then you're a man. Like, so I've never understood that type of language. In the same way, I don't understand straight men who say that there's an agenda and they're pushing being gay. In my mind, if a man does not want to lay with another man and they don't find that appropriate, P Valley is not going to change that for them. So for me, while it is kind of like crazy, the type of interaction on the show, I'm not a fan of sex scenes, period, in general. Like, be it a hetero couple, homo couple, like to me, it's too much. We don't need to see that.
Hold
But
on, Amber. Hold on. Because I made the statement and you had an opinion before I even could say anything. So my thing was never about people being gay. You feel me? And
I was speaking to him saying it's an agenda.
Yeah, but I made the statement.
He kind of piggybacked off your point.
That was
but
me.
That nigga cut me off too. Everybody cut me off because I'm like the lowest.
My bad.
I ain't trying to be yelling in the house.
But go ahead.
I'm just trying to say, like, I grew up in an era where, you know, when I was younger, most of the shows didn't even show couples in a bedroom or a bed. If they was in a bed, like shows like Seventh Heaven, if somebody wants to go look up a scene of them in the bedroom, they was fucking separated in beds. But what I'm saying is like, I'm looking at it from the perspective of, oh, if I got a kid that was my age at that time, a similar age to when I was watching Seventh Heaven or Martin, you know what I mean? Martin, I think they showed one scene on like a later season that was like them in the bed. You feel me? Like it wasn't nothing crazy like that. So when I seen the whole, well, shit, I ain't watch it. My girl said it was about to come on, and I fucking ducked out the room because I already heard on Twitter and shit. This shit was crazy. You feel me? But when she told me that shit was like a fucking porno, I'm like, yo, that shit is crazy. Like, the fuck? Like, people be really talking, this is like a power type. Even Power has some scenes, but I mean, this is like a main type show, whereas though they showing like a whole scene where the shit is just mind-boggling. You don't think that, oh, we went from a time where we wasn't even showing heterosexual sex to a time where we started showing it, and then we got all to the point where we all, butt on butt. Like, it's definitely 100% that they're over sexualizing shit and hypersexualizing shit. It's not
And what did I say, Zen?
Well,
You keep on telling the story. Hold on. You keep telling the story over and over again until everybody believes the motherfucker.
But here's my point. If I could just finish, I agree. I don't think sex scenes are necessary for adults. We already know how that works. Whether you're homosexual or heterosexual, we don't need them, right? So I don't think that they're needed, and I agree with you there. However, my thing is a lot of people have not been vocal about heterosexual sex scenes, even though they have been a lot. Even as you stated, there's been some scenes on Power that have been a lot. There's been some scenes on P Valley that have been a lot between heterosexual couples and between a lesbian. People are now realizing it's an issue because of the homosexual scenes. Now people are being more vocal, like, oh, this is over sexualized, it's too much, because it makes them uncomfortable. They're used to
Amber, you
couple.
know damn well they weren't showing dick until motherfucking spitting into somebody's ass. They was never, even on the Power episodes, they was not just blatantly throwing dick around. Like,
But
you feel me?
so Zen, I think you're missing my point. The scenes on P Valley where the PP has been kind of visual, those have been a lot of heterosexual scenes. Now, they did imply a lot of, like, the homosexual scenes are far more
but the homosexual audience loved it.
But the thing is, the homosexual scenes are far more drawn out and intimate. They do last longer than the heterosexual scenes. So they are definitely putting some emphasis on them. However, they're not showing a man inserting his, but it's implied, right? But what I'm
Got
saying,
the whole room smelling like dookie.
But what I'm saying, I think the first time I heard about it being kind of shown was like the Power episode with Kanan, when he had the burns and the old girl, he was smashing, I think, a jukebox girl or whatever. But a lot of people, women especially, were excited about that scene. Nobody had nothing to say. Nobody. Men could see breasts and booty, and nobody says anything. Nobody is outraged and said this is too far. Now it's too far because they're showing sexual.
That was Zen and them. That was Zen and them. That was his generation. They brought that crazy shit in.
But what I'm saying is, while I understand, because I do think all of it is too much. All I'm saying is, if we're not going to be outraged about the heterosexual scenes, then
you have to understand
the way Black people want representation in their film, gay people want representation too. Like, so at the end of the day, while I'm against all of it, I as long as the heterosexual scenes stand, I can't say nothing about the homosexual scenes.
Nothing is wrong with gay representation. There's been gay representation my whole 30 years that I've been living on this planet. It's just that it's gotten more intense. And if you want to talk about, why we're so numb to female body parts, I mean, you have to go back to evolution again. Like, we negate these things. Like, most of our lives in Africa and outside of Africa, we dealt with fucking women who did not have, adequate clothes on, that we would call it, to these days. So I mean, like, us having a non-response, in general to women not having on a lot of clothes that's not indifferent. But I mean, when you're talking about having sex with opposite partners and putting this on public TV where people's kids are around and they might not want their kids exposed to it right now, nobody's saying that we disagree with it, but I mean, if my kid is 3 years old, I might not want them thinking that they're not a female or they're not a male. So I mean, I'm just saying, like, everybody as a parent should decide when they want to introduce certain things to their kids. And I'm just saying, if every show has all this sexualized stuff on here, we have to start exposing our kids to these things early, because if we don't, they might be influenced to do other things. So it's just now the environment is now putting pressure on you to do things that you might not have planned for as a parent. So now you can't necessarily control what's going on in your household the way that you expected to when you had your kid being a person who has their head on their shoulders. You know what I'm saying? If you're a successful person and you decide that, oh, I want to have a kid next year, but every TV show that I put on has, from a cartoon to a damn, whatever, to a reality TV show or whatever, like has these aspects in it that I don't want introduced into my kid's mind, because maybe I want my kid to grow up similar to how I grew up with just more technology or something. Like, people have these variables in them that they would like to decide about what goes on in their lives. So like having this amount of energy proposed about people's lives to the point where as little kids can go to school and decide that, oh, I feel this type of way, and as a parent you can't even challenge that. Like, I feel like that's crazy. So
And you got to let me say this real quick. When you're dealing with the well, I'll say, because I was right around the beginning of rap. Like I said, I'm 53. I was there and I seen it, in the go-go music, and not only the go-go music, but in the rap. And we were hypersexualizing women at that time, going after the gold chains, worried about what people had on. So we started that shit. So, it's just evolved into this. But, we can't just blame this younger generation. We got to take credit for what we started too, and what we allowed to go on as the parents, and show them how this all connects together and how it was pushed on even my mom and them. I was born in '69, so my mom was, she was a young lady, 17 years old when she had me, or 16, and she turned 17 in August. But I say that to say this: in her time, they were hypersexualized. Remember we talked about that, Amber? In the 70s, when you had the hippie movement and they had the drugs flowing around, flooding the streets with drugs, and preaching free love and all those things. So, this is even a transition, from one stage to another. Because, I believe, like the Bible says, and a lot of top scholars will tell you the same thing, that there's nothing new under the sun. And these people are, they might call it something different, but it's basically the same thing. It's basically, they're using the same tactics and the propaganda to promote it, and then they have their marches and things of that nature. And I'm not saying that these people are bad, and I have family that's like that, and I still love them, hug them, whatever. But it's not, just this generation thing, or, it's just happened recently. This has been going on even back in the day when they started, giving the hallucinogens to the married couples in the 40s and 50s for marriage counseling, to say they would have better sex if they gave it to them, and these people got strung out. So, this is a transition, and we all have our parts in it. And like Amber, I agree with you when you say that we haven't said enough. I guess we haven't hollered loud enough. We haven't made our voices heard, that we don't want this shit, even though it's thrown down our throat. We don't, and we're not prepared for it. That's why everybody gets, sort of shocked, because we're not prepared for this shit when they throw it on us. They don't send out a memo and say, hey, this is what we're about to do in the schools. We're about to start doing this and doing that. We're about to promote this and promote that, and we want the parents, consent. No, They just said, fuck them, we gonna do it. We gonna give the kids the rights, and we taking mama out the house now. Daddy's already gone. We taking mama out the house. They don't know what the fuck's going on. They ignorant.
All right, let number 6. Amber.
No.
Watcher had his hand up first. I wanted to hear his commentary.
Oh, okay. Yeah. What's up, Watcher?
A minute ago, and I didn't want to interrupt, so I had to try to remember the points, but shit, we're so far from it. P-Valley, you guys are talking about is this a premium or what am I trying to say? Is this like HBO and Showtime or something? The premium you gotta pay for?
Stars,
okay. And this is this a gay show, or this is a show that has homosexuality characters and sex things in it?
it just has gay characters in it.
Okay, because I mean, I haven't seen it. I'm just hearing little parts from it when I see stuff online. And so I've never really understood until I heard what you guys are saying right now. And this sounds like some shit I wouldn't watch. But
it's based around the strip club. It's based around the strip club, and the owner of the strip club is a trans man. Trans woman, or dresses in drag, whatever. Because I don't think he has any identifies as female, but trans. No operation. And there's a rapper on the show who is on the low, DL, and he has a relationship with the owner. But the concept is based around the strip club. So there are women on there. You do see a great deal of ass cheeks and ass shaking throughout the episode regularly because it's based around a Black strip club. There is also
a bunch of gay men.
Can't you lure me in, and then I'll be very pissed. Continue.
Yeah. So then, there is a stripper on there who has had a lesbian encounter, on the same show.
Intriguing.
Matter of fact, it was the same episode. Huh?
That sounds intriguing. Go on.
But so I'm just giving you a little background. Now, I agree with some of the things that Zen said. I agree with some of the things that IBM said. But I still think that y'all kind of glossing over my overall point.
No, I agree with you. If you're gonna keep the sex on, you can't discriminate.
Exactly.
You know, I see what you're saying, and it all should be, because like I said, man, I don't know about it. I seen the commercial for P Valley, and I seen the trans guy, and then I thought it was like 4 strippers or something on the cover or whatever when they showed it at the end. But I don't know. I don't know nothing about that shit. I ain't trying to watch it. I don't even watch television anymore because of, and see, the transition for me is a whole lot worse than it is for y'all. Because y'all grew up in some of this stuff. I'm 53 years old. And like I said, I'm just like, man, what in the flying fuck is going on out here?
So y'all gotta understand.
But I do on P Valley what I do on any other show. I literally fast forward through the sex scenes because I have no interest in it. I know how this shit works. Like, I'm a grown ass woman with children. I definitely know how to get it popping when necessary. I don't need any tips, tricks. It don't do nothing for me to watch fake sex on screen. And that's any show. So I just do on P Valley what I do for any other show or movie.
So what I was going to say on that was, because I didn't understand the purpose of the show, but now that you said that, I'm probably, I don't want to say I'm down the middle at all, but your point on gratuitous sex in movies, regardless of your preference, I get it. That could be vulgar. However, if you're putting it on a platform where you're going to purchase it and people know that's what you're paying for, just like whether it's porn or any of these other type of over-sexualized films, you get what you pay for. And if you don't want to watch it, you can turn it. So it's really no point in complaining. However, I do understand that if you don't really know what the show's about, and it's not necessarily people are scared of, I'm a heterosexual man, I watch this and then I see some stuff and now I'm grossed out or I'm turned out. Kind of like what you're saying, Amber, I get it. This is not what I'm into, so it's not going to persuade me or persuade a grown-ass man. I think that's a false reason to complain about it. Shut up, nigga, it ain't going to change anything. Now, with regard to children, that will be my concern. If you're watching someone who's in question or a teenager or someone who ought not be watching that, it may provide a platform where they may switch over, whether you have daughters watching lesbian or sons watching homosexual. If that's not what you prefer, you may not really want to expose your child to that. I think somebody was speaking on that. Now you have to open up a conversation that you may be equipped for, you may not be equipped for, or you may turn your child into a bigot if you can't explain it properly. Now they're hating it. You understand what I mean? It's a very delicate subject and you want to approach it at a certain time with your child. And if it's already put out in media and it's on social media and TikTok and all this other type of stuff, the kids are going to beat you to it anyway. 9 times out of 10, they already know about it. So that's where I can see where Indigenous is bringing up the point, like you're watching a progression over time where you really have no control, and this society is just moving on the train, and you either hop off the train, but that's life. You can't really hop off. So it's I'm pretty sure white people are pissed off when they're seeing black people on television or biracial relationships and then marriages and then the presidency. When the change is happening and you're not used to it, you're like, what the fuck? But if you're behind the bars waiting for that change to benefit you, you're feeling oppressed and you're seeing all the worst in the country. So to me, I don't fuck with it. I don't like it. I wouldn't even watch it. But does it deserve to be on TV? It should be out there on some channel for those who want to watch it. I'm not going to say nobody should watch. I'm not going to act like we need to cancel them and get rid of them, because I know at any given time in society, people can flip that switch. So you got to recognize other people going to do shit. Let them do what they're going to do as long as it's not harming or not trying to persuade or impede on me with this shit. That's just my stand.
So,
yeah, and in regard to the kids, I'm in total agreement. And now, see, I go so far as to say I don't think none of the kids should be exposed to any of this shit. Huh?
What's up? What's going on?
You low. You trying to talk?
Yeah, I'm trying to talk.
It's real faint.
No,
it's real faint, bro. Like when I got off, I can barely hear you. I can only hear you now that I'm actually on my phone, log back onto the Zoom.
Hold on.
I didn't know if you were falling asleep or my batteries are low, but when I was listening on my speaker, I could barely hear you, bro.
Can you hear me better now?
Say something, Amber.
I can hear you better.
Yeah, say something, Indigenous.
Yeah, what's up?
Oh yeah, they're all out.
But we can hear you
better. We can hear you better.
Yeah.
I don't know if you were laying down or the pillow was muffling, but I mean, we can hear you better now, but they still sound louder than you.
Nah, it's crazy. But basically what I was trying to say is if you never watched the show before and you just saw a preview of it, you're gonna think it's about strippers. You're not going to go into it thinking that, oh, it's about to be a whole bunch of gay shit going on as far as men and women, like Amber said. You see what I'm saying? But you do have strippers shaking their ass in between the storyline, but the storyline is mostly about gay people going through life things.
Now you is stretching it. No, it is not. No, it is not.
I got a question.
Hold on. I gotta agree with Zen. Because that's all I did was see the commercial. That's all I seen was the commercial, and that's all I thought was the strippers, and then the trans guy ran it.
Hold
My bad.
on. Because he is right, because I was super generalizing that. It is a lot of different stuff that's going on through it. The show is actually good. Like, I'm not saying that it's a bad show. I'm just saying that there are parts in the show where they're clearly pushing LBGT,
Now, see,
real quick, Amber, just to clarify.
I
don't
don't
want
want
to clarify what he's saying. before you address it. I'm
But
asking him, are they pushing an agenda, or they're trying to get those people who they're trying to mix an audience? Like there's an audience who are going to watch lesbian shit, and it's going to be black people watching. I'm assuming these are black people.
Whoa, hold on, because listen.
Can I get that answer? Is this a black show?
Listen. The whole reason why I'm watching the show is because my girlfriend is into these shows. You feel me? So if we down here spending quality time together, she wants to watch some of these things, we watch it. You see what I'm saying? And if she knows something's about to be suspect or whatever on there, she'd be like, listen, you might want, you know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. So it's not like these shows are not entertaining. They have an entertaining aspect to them. They have a good storyline to them. But when you have to advertise something as, oh, it's just females shaking their ass at the strip club and it's a trans guy who owns it, it's like, oh, all right, cool. You know what I mean? But then when you find out that, oh, you got this gangster dude who posed to be straight, well, not posed to be straight. Let me not say that. That's my own bias. But who looks straight, who carries himself as straight, who you find out is on the DL.
So
he's
can I? So if I may, watcher, the show humanizes a lot of marginalized groups, right? So the stripper, most people look at them as hoes. They, entertainment. They don't have a brain. They don't have any aspirations other than to shake their ass, and use their body. It tells the story of how a lot of them grew up. It gives a backstory. It gives the perspective of the stripper that wants to get out of stripping and just can't because all of this shit keep coming up in their life. It gives the story of the woman who's in an abusive relationship. It gives the story of the trans guy and how he came to be trans, how he didn't fit in anywhere, so he created his own identity, and fought for his respect. It tells a story of the black man who is this thug who went to jail and got turned out, or maybe even was turned out prior to that. But because of his reputation and who he is, he can't be himself. He don't even know how to be a gay man. He's a rapper, he had so it humanizes a lot of people and gives you a story to attach with the stigma. You understand what I'm saying? Like, that's really the premise of
the show. What I'm arguing, I'm just talking from the perspective of trying to raise another young black kid coming up. And this is the type of stuff that's not only being pushed in this show that we're referencing right now at this moment, but it's being pushed in like cartoons and all types of stuff. Yeah, so that's the perspective that I'm coming from. I'm not coming from the perspective that I care about these people's dispositions in life and what they fuck. I don't fuck what they fuck. So I don't care. What I'm saying is that I want to have kids. And this is the world that my kids are going to have to grow up in. And I'm trying to navigate how I'm going to have to deal with that. How I'm going to have to share this and relay this information that I haven't even dealt with that long. This is new to me.
Like,
that's the perspective I'm coming from.
And Zen, I totally understand that. Now, my only thing is, I feel like the conversation needs to be exposing children to sex and sexual identity, period. Like, that's what I think you can't discriminate on, oh, this is too much. Like, kids have been exposed to cartoons where, there's a male and a female counterpart kissing, or they have this, there's this hint of a relationship. That's been a thing. They've been introducing it. So now that has gone unchecked, now they're introducing the idea of homosexuality. And to me, none of it belongs in a child's mind. None of it.
Can I choose when I want to share these things with my kids? Just like you can choose? Like, no. I want to be able to have a choice. Like I want to be able to choose to carry my gun or not. You see what I'm saying? Like, I want to be able to choose these things, Amber. That's all that I'm saying. Like, and you know, our privacy in all aspects is being infringed on. I don't care if it's ideas or if it's your money or if it's your literal who's listening to us right now. Like I just want to be able to choose, right? If I want to choose to expose my child to those types of things at a younger age, I would do it. But I don't have a child right now to even make that decision. So right now I want to be open about it. And I'm looking at the world like, how can I navigate this? I'm just trying to be smart about it. So in my opinion, I just think it's a little bit too much. You feel me? That's just my opinion. I don't.
Yeah, yeah.
It ain't.
Well, I
It
understand
ain't
what you're
nothing
saying.
personal about what you saying. I agree with what you saying wholeheartedly, but I just want to be able to choose what you said versus to maybe what I think down the road when I have a kid. But I don't have a kid right now to be able to make that choice. I'm just thinking about it in hindsight. You see what I'm saying? That's all. That's all. That's all.
Yeah. Well, you got to remember, Zen, you can only control what you can. And you can only control what you can. You know, in your household, you might be able to control it, but when they go stay with their
That's what I'm
cousins
saying.
and they listen
That's
to Cardi, hold on, they listen to Cardi B.
right.
You know, they got their phones now, so all the kids got phones now, so they just, you know, seeing everything that's being put out there. So it's kind of hard unless you, like you said, you just monitor every movement. It's like, but even then, you still got to let them go. Sometimes they got to go to school. You know, they're going to be influenced by kids in school and videos that they see there, and then the trends that go on. What is the trend? You know, what is the clothing style? What is the trend in sex these days? What you know? What is it that they, you know, like when I was coming up, if you was a virgin, then you wasn't cool. You know, shit like that. That was stuff that was put out there. And, you know, in all the movies, they was kissing and dating and, you know, getting the pretty girl and ending up with her in the room and doing the thing, you know. And, you know, now it's just, like I said, they put stuff out there and they don't tell us this is going. They don't send us a memo. We're not a part of the decision-making process. So, like I said, you can only try to control what you can control. Now, when you haven't had a kid yet, so that's all. I'm just trying to give you some advice, brother. I'm not trying to, you know what I'm saying, say you was wrong or say none of the things you were saying was wrong. The only thing I'm saying is that you can only control so much when you have a child.
Watch, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I want to be a part of the conversation, but I got to ask questions. I can't seem to get my questions answered.
What was your question, Roger?
Okay, this P-Valley, I've not seen a poster and shit. So the first question I want to ask, like, what's the percentage of black people or characters of the show? 60, 50, 20, 30? Damn near 100?
100%.
It's a black show. Like, who's the target audience?
It's black people. It's a show based around black people. There are some white, but they're not main characters.
It's in Alabama. It's like 2 white people on that joint.
Mississippi.
I asked the question specifically in the beginning for a reason to try to get a percentage. Because it's going to be a representation of some type of a lifestyle or some type of a environment. So I'm trying to, is it 95% black? I'm sorry?
Go ahead, Watcher. Go ahead, Watcher.
The cast is black.
What's the
Who is their desired programmed audience?
Brother, you know I'm trying to slow walk it. And I do it on purpose. And I want to see people want to check me out.
98% is black.
Like 85%?
90 plus.
Okay, 90. So it sounds like, again, I'm aware that even if it has a 90% target or 90% of African American cast, I know what our percentage of this nation, we're not going to be a majority of people watching no way regardless. I'm aware of that. So what I'm thinking is like, okay, on its packaging, it's packaged as if it's a Black story. And as Amber was saying in the beginning, because she knew where I was going, to me it seems more like what's the term you use, Amber? When I was alluding to it before, but I let you were like they're trying to socially advance the society, because the majority of the people who have the stigma of being anti-homosexuals tends to be the Black male. But I'm also seeing, or at least looking at this, if you're luring people in unsuspecting, and this is me just assuming, again, I have no idea of the promo run up and how it's advertised and whatnot, but to me it sounded like a lot of bait and switch when people talk about it. It's like, I was trying to watch the show where I saw this and all of a sudden I saw some other stuff on it. I still watched it because I wanted to see what it was about, but it was just too much for me, so I stopped watching. That's what I'm kind of getting. But what I'm more interested in, what was the agenda, because even though I feel it is an agenda, regardless if it's nefarious or if it's purposeful or beneficial to a society, there's an agenda behind it. So if you're trying to humanize a society of, like you said, marginalized people, then putting it in cinema and in TV and in movies is the best way to get it out there, so it softens the image. Just like interracial relationships, the more it was put on TV, then it was more accepted in society. People weren't as turned off about it. It didn't change everyone, but it's like, oh, okay, so they're not evil. They're just doing stuff I don't like. All right, fine. I don't want to kill them all, but just keep that shit over there. You understand? So, and again, I don't mean to be vulgar and mean, but it's just speaking generally. If I can.
Describing exactly what I was trying to
There's
say.
plenty of white shows, reality shows, scripted shows where they have trans women on the show, right? In relationships, out of relationships. This has been a thing. So it ain't like, but again, this is one that has Black writers, Black cast, and Black people are taking up to the fact that these things are now in media. Now, I also say, for people who say, oh, it was, I thought it was a show about strippers. Literally, the Uncle Clifford, who is the trans woman, appears in the very first episode. And he's very flamboyant. Well, she's very flamboyantly gay. Like, it's apparent. So no one was tricked into watching this show. Now,
let's not say Amber, we have to be careful. You can say stupid people may have been tricked, or a percentage, but we have to be careful, because I've listened to people who are saying that. And
yeah, I thought it was strippers too.
But what I'm trying to say, Amber, because I know where you're going with it, but I feel like if you're watching the show and you see a trans person running the strip club, it's like, all right, fine. But once you get to that scene when you see another man on man, you're like, man, let me fast forward this quick, because I'm still interested in the storyline, the plot, the writing, and I want to see where they're going with it. Or some people are just so turned off, like, I'm not even watching any of this. I'm canceling stars. I'm writing a letter. There's a big spectrum, and I'm not ever trying to go to any extreme end. I'm just trying to understand.
The storyline is actually good. Like, I just didn't want to see men doing what they was doing, especially for that extended period of time that Amber said that I didn't say. I just knew that she was like, yeah, a few minutes later, come back down. And I'm like, all right, cool. But yeah, the storyline is actually good in the show. Like the show, you know what I mean? Like Amber was saying, like, it shows different perspectives of different people going through different things. Yes, but that still doesn't change my opinion of everything I said about what I thought about the sexual scenes that go on in there. So.
Right.
And that's fair. And I think both of those can lie side by side. They're not mutually exclusive. You can, I think you can appreciate the writing, the scene, and the storytelling, the humanizing of people in their trauma, navigating their way through this world. And at the same time, like, I like Chevys. I don't like that fucking Ford truck right there. When you're watching a car show, that doesn't mean you have to turn the whole shit off or you need to ban it. But just recognize there's scenes in it that you don't really fuck with. Because I think that's what it's trying to do. It's trying to get people to mature, to just acknowledge, or at least look at another. Because you got to realize there was a lot of bigoted, racist people that did not even want Black people on TV. but they had to sit there and stomach it or just turn the fucking channel. Or now baseball's fucked up because they're integrating that shit. Now they're integrating basketball. What the fuck are they doing? Why are they cutting my match for this Martin Luther King dude that just got shot up? I don't give a damn. You're like, there's a lot of people who are not fucking with it, but after it's inundated and pushed on the society or even walked into the society, there's gonna be enough people like, you know what? I thought that was a boogeyman over there, but actually the neighbor moved in next door and they're not really that bad. I still don't fuck with them. I'm not gonna have them over here. You know, I'll give them a bottle of water before I let them drink from one of my glasses, but I don't have beef with them. I think that's the real goal of why they're doing these things. And I'll call it an agenda if they want to, but I'm not scared of that agenda because I don't think that's going to usurp me. I have my own child, and this is to you, Zen, because I was terrified because I have a daughter, she's 5. And it's even worse because during those prime 4, 5, 6 ages, she's not going to the playground or hanging out with her cousins or doing X, Y, Z. So she's being socialized by YouTube kids and all these other Disney stuff that we're doing. So when we take her to the park, I'm watching her have to relearn playground etiquette and how to talk to people and who to wave to and all that type of stuff. And she's behind to a degree. So I'm realizing, and I'm talking to my OGs and my homies who have kids, and everyone was giving me all these terrible stories and scaring shit. But one of my homies which is crazy because he's the most involved of all of them, but he's the wildest. Well, I don't want to get too, but the point is he explained to me, he used the analogy of a bow and arrow. And he said, the truth is with your kids, they have to go out in the world and you can't do shit about it. So they're pretty much the arrow. And you and your wife or your family are the bow. So you're going to pull it back and you're going to do your best to aim it to that fucking target. But once you let go, the arrow is gone. You can't control it anymore. The wind can hit it, the target can fall down or whatever it is. But if you did your job, aligning that arrow, when you let it go, it's supposed to do what it do. So if you teach your children the best you can, they're going to fuck up, they can fuck up. But if you did your job indoctrinating them and putting everything of you and your woman into that kid, then more often than not, it's going to actually make it and hit the target. It may not hit the bullseye, but if you did your job and pull it back, that arrow is just going to go. Now, again, you can't control the wind, you can't control the target that falls down, but it actually gave me some sort of solace, like, all right, I'm going to do, as long as we do our job, I can let go of what the world does. I can't control the world.
That's exactly what I've been preaching this whole time is that, you know, you making the correct decisions or the best decisions. It doesn't even have to be the correct, but the best decisions in your life. And you can point that arrow for when you have a kid. You can set yourself up in a trajectory versus to just, you know, reacting off of an impulse if you horny or something. That's what I've been advocating this whole time, like planning out a life. You know what I mean? I've been sitting up here talking about, you know, planning out kids. You know, I want to be in a certain position to where as though once I have a kid, I can control certain aspects of the environment. So when I put them out into the world or when they go out into the world, we can have an idea of how these kids will react in the world. But of course, it's all trying to point them in the right trajectory, but you have to have the right foundation. You feel me? That's what I'm talking about, that foundation. You have to have some sort of control of that foundation.
One thing, well, I had to, at least how he explained it to me, he said it's going to be harder with me because I have a daughter and I'm a father. And I'm going to want to helicopter parent. I'm going to want to control the environment. And the more I try to control it, the more she's going to try to go the opposite way. She's going to feel like I'm trying to keep something from her. You understand? So I have to be very tactful with how I set up the blocks and create the environment and step back and allow her to go through. I have to pretty much know she's going to make mistakes and accept those mistakes and not spaz out when she makes those mistakes. Bro, like some dudes will be in a relationship with a girl and the first time she calls someone in and argue and fight and break up and do all the extreme shit instead of saying, you know what? I know eventually this is going to happen, instead of saying, like, look, see, I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said, you missing my point, bro. You over there, you
directly towards your point, but go ahead.
I finished my point.
Go ahead, because I might have misunderstood.
All right. What I'm saying is, bro, you over there, you sitting in a nice ass house. You got nice ass cars. You feel me? We done been on this podcast. You in a good place in your life. You see what I'm saying? And
Right.
and you're talking about an environment after your daughter leaves that place where she already has a plentiful life. That's what I'm talking about.
You
Well,
mean after, like,
I
she
think
steps out the door and go to school?
talking
I
about
don't, explain that to me real quick. I'm sorry. You mean like when she grows up at 18 and leaves? Or are you talking about any time she goes outside, or she goes to the movie at 12, or she's hanging out, going to a party, when she leaves her parents' structure and guidance? How is she going to navigate through the world?
What I'm saying is like you're not on welfare.
Right.
You have a good job. You have a stable house. You have a stable environment for your kid to grow up in, for her to be prepared to go outside. That means leaving your front doorstep to enter into the world. So that is a solid foundation. I'm not talking about controlling my kid's life. I don't want to control my kid's life. I'm talking about having a stable home and foundation to where as though I can send them to a school that I have vetted and that I, can somehow, agree with the curriculum that they're teaching my kid and all this other type of stuff. Even if I got to move into a different area because of my kids, I would do that. And that's what I'm saying. I want to be in the predicament to be able to shape my environment in that way. I don't want to control my kid's life. I want to be able to.
I mean,
no. I think he was speaking more to the personal relationship, though, like how he actually interacts and engages with his child, aside from the external environment or the house or the lifestyle that's afforded to his child. Even beyond that, he still knows that there's a certain environment between him and his daughter, a certain relationship that he has to build. He has to parent in a way that, regardless of all of that, he's not being too strict. He's not being too, controlling, where despite all of that, she wants to buck and rebel because she feels like she's being kind of stifled. You understand what I'm saying? Like it takes more than just, a stable roof over your head or a nice neighborhood to really raise and nurture a child to be who they're going to become. You understand? So I think he was speaking more to that, not necessarily,
I don't know why we all disagree. I don't know why y'all are disagreeing with me about that, because I agree 100%. I don't know. I just think that should be an understood part of raising your child that maybe I'm just not voicing.
No, you're right. That is actually that's desired prerequisite.
I agree with everything that y'all are saying, but I just feel like y'all are trying to disagree with me for whatever reason.
No, it's not a disagreement, but I mean the same thing with having a stable house. I think that's kind of like an understood prerequisite amongst the people on this phone, but overall in society, people don't tend to understand that these things factor in to a child's development. Some people believe that all they have to do is be in a good school system and have a nice home and their kids rock the best fashion, and they neglect that relationship. Some people, don't believe that they have to have a stable environment, that, as long as they're there for their kids, that's what's important. So I mean, amongst the people on this phone, I think we kind of understand that, but in society overall, we see that that's just not the case.
Yeah, real quick, Zen, I can't even think of a point of where I disagree with you on. I have tone issues and I speak in a certain pattern, and I've been told that I come across disagreeable, but I'm really thinking, I don't understand why we're at a contention. I'm thinking we're saying the same thing. If anything, I'm trying to strengthen what you're saying. Because but again, I don't know.
I don't necessarily think that you disagree with me, but at the end of the day, like I'm real literal. So if somebody doesn't say they're agreeing with me when you giving me your opinion, but you're not giving contrast to what I was just saying. I don't really know the angle you're coming at it from. I'm sorry.
And that's what I want you to recognize with me. If I'm not contrasting or offering opposition towards your point as if I agree with that opposition, then I don't disagree. What I tend to do is I like putting all the pieces on the table just to give everybody a better perspective. Even if your decision is right, I'm going to put up there the decision or the points that you were wise enough to knock off the table, that you arrived at your correct conclusion, if that makes sense. Because sometimes people say like, man, that was a flippant decision. Like, no, he thought that out or she thought that out. She thought of this, she thought of that, and she took that out before she made that decision. Oh, okay, I see. But since I brought up some other points, people who want to argue with me would look at that. I'm like, why are you bringing this up? Because I wouldn't. And I'm like, that don't make no sense. I'm like, she disqualified that when she made a decision. And I brought it up to show that she's had insight to not make that mistake. But it's I have to get better at rhetoric, I suppose. But I feel I'm sorry?
I don't even care, bro. Like, y'all niggas on here, so I don't. You don't even have to do all that talking for me. I got you, man. Like
but also remember, I don't do this specifically for you. I recognize we have an audience, and this has playback value. So that's why a lot of times I speak generally and over, and I guess I have to be mindful of that.
I'm just saying for the audience, maybe y'all can learn something from me. Don't take everything so personal.
Oh, okay. Why? That's what.
Yeah, I was on mute, but I agree with what Zane is saying.
I agree with everything you
said. To a certain extent, I agree with I agree totally with the Watcher too. I think that for me, what I was hearing, Zane, you can correct me if you want. What I was hearing was Zane just was saying that he wanted to be able to have control over these things, but things are moving so fast that the things, these things that he wants to, play securities over and monitor, the things are moving so fast that you're not given that opportunity. So it's like you have to figure out how to maneuver in this life the way it is, and it's just, it's not the way it should be.
So fast.
Thank you. I see where you're coming from, man. Because when he said, okay, so I understand the point of contention. We weren't disagreeing with you. What we were saying is that's going to be extremely hard to do. As far as, what I'm trying to say is like you controlling what you can control, that's wisdom. You're smart to think of that because majority of the people who are bringing children into the world, they're not in a position where they have that or where they even consider that. You understand? Or not even a place of peace where they can want that. Sometimes they're just moving and boom, the football's in the air and I got to catch the football and I still got to run. Oh, snap, I'm pregnant again. Or, oh, this nigga failed. He wasn't even the guy I thought he was, so now I got to make you work. Or she ain't the female. There's so many other variables that you can't control. So you're wise in doing your best to solidify your foundation. That's why I use the arrow analogy because I was in your boat and I was stressing. Like even hearing this P-Valley stuff, I'm like, shit, how do I probably have to watch this show. The reason why I watch these relationships, like I swallowed the fucking red pill. And I've been watching all this Kendra G and this manosphere and all this type of stuff and women and hitting the wall and all that type of shit. Not because I feel like I need it. I'm married, I'm straight, but I realize I have a 5-year-old daughter and I need to realize and recognize what game am I going to put her out there with. Am I going to put her out there with the game? Is you can't really trust these niggas. You got to make your money and be successful and happy and recognize that eventually if she's not looking for her mate and she doesn't balance it properly, she's going to end up at a higher age where all of her options are gone and she decided to play the field and with serial dating or hookup culture, whatever they want to call it. I just give her the wrong tools to the game because I don't want her to get gamed by some nigga, so I want to make sure she's winning. Or I'm going to try to go the religious route and teach her the morals of how to take care of a man and still get your money and still be professional, do this, but recognize that sometimes you got to submit, you just got to find the right one. It's like all this stuff I got to learn, so I got to watch these shows and see what these niggas are doing wrong that's fucking up these females and see what these females are being overly masculine and why I have to recognize I need to fall back on trying to put a dick on my daughter. You understand? So again, I feel what you're saying, but I'm actually in the middle of where you're at. And I'm recognizing like before that arrow is let go, before she goes to any school, she can be in 3rd grade. And if she hasn't taught how to wipe herself properly, now she smells and now everyone's making fun of her. That's something that should have been taken care of at home. You understand? And so there's so many things that you can control at home, but once you're out in the world, we really can't do it.
Better choices. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you, but like there's so many humans in this planet who thought they were going to make good choices, and it wasn't that simple, or they thought they were in control, and it just life happens to the best of us, bro. And what I had to realize, because I was in your shoes, I'm telling you, I was there, and my OG had to calm me down by making me realize like you never really can control. Like you love your woman and your girl, but you know damn well you can't really control her if she's going to do what she wants to do, because she's her own autonomous person.
No, it's not about controlling her. It's not about controlling anything. It's just that you want to create the best. It's just like, oh,
You're
if
talking
you
about,
have
real
a
quick, when
car,
you say create the best environment, are you talking about the world, or are you talking about what you can control?
say that again.
I think he's talking about what he can control.
Okay. What I'm asking is, are you talking about the world, or are you talking about what you could control?
Yeah, what you can control.
Okay, because I feel like there's two parts of the conversation, because a lot of our contesting with. Oh, go ahead. I'm speaking too much. Go ahead, man.
Come on. My bad, bro. I'm watching. But I'm talking about what you can control as far as like your own environment. Like if you got a car, right? You know you've been driving this car around for fucking 5,000, 7,000 miles. You know damn well you probably need to check the spark plugs. You probably need to check the oil. If you just keep riding around on it, you could potentially blow your motor. You could potentially have all these things that go wrong. It's just like if you're not prepared, if you don't have credit and you're not making enough money to be able to spend $5,000 to get your motor replaced, like you wasn't thinking ahead. These are all things that are quote unquote your environment. That's what I'm talking about. You have to create an environment where as though you have cushion for all these different things. No, you can't stop if you get hit by a car tomorrow, but you can be in a situation where as though if you do get hit by a car tomorrow, you're not hurting that bad that you can't pay your bill. That's what I'm talking about, like creating an environment around everybody in your household under your roof that you can control. You can't control the world. So you have to create the best environment that you can for yourself in your household under your roof. This is why people protect their household with guns and things of that nature. You have to create the environment to have the best outcome. Like I'm from East Baltimore, whereas though my family, my whole family don't really got nothing going on. But my parents was one out of, my mother had at least 10 siblings. My father had at least 4. And they was one out of those siblings who moved out of fucking, where they were, got into a better situation, sent their kids to private schools and all types of shit. And now we're all doing something. Yes, we all went through bullshit because we live in Baltimore. You feel me? We you know what I mean? We went through shit. Some of us gang banged, the sisters was out here fucking around with pookies. I mean, it all happened, but everybody doing something now. You feel me? Like we all got our shit together. So I mean, if you just get your kids in a better situation where they know better, they see better, they can do better. You feel me? If you can see it, you feel me? If you see a Lambo, you touch a Lambo, you probably can figure out a way to get it. You feel me? Like that's what it's about, just creating the environment to be successful. No, it doesn't always pan out that way. We got a bunch of cases of situations where it doesn't. But why wouldn't you want to put your kid in the best situation that you could, even if it does fucking pan out the worst way? It's just like, why wouldn't I try to create the best environment for my kid? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't want to have a kid with some random bitch out here who I just was horny and couldn't think straight until I got a nut off. And then once I got the nut off, it's like, oh, what did I do? Like, I don't want to be in a situation like that. But that's how a lot of men think. A lot of men think with their dick. They don't think logically.
Yeah.
I think it's wrong. I
That's
think
what
these
they
niggas
call
be
their life.
cheating and think they have the logic down. That's what I think. I think most niggas feel like they got it and it ain't gonna happen to them. And then the females will be on the opposite shit, thinking like, I gotta do this to get him. I gotta wear him down, or I gotta prove myself to him. And it goes both ways. Not saying that it's
Or even that
specific
if
goals,
it's
but I mean,
happening,
in relationships. Go ahead.
or
What you
even
say?
if it happened, that ain't their problem.
There you
Yeah,
go.
that too. Yep, that too.
And I'm glad you brought up that
But
point
then again,
because
that's that dirty ass Pookie and Ray Ray mentality. Niggas who don't want to take responsibility for their shit. But it worked the same way on the other side too.
Absolutely.
yeah. But keep it real, bro, because we know the game. The Pookies and the Ray Rays are going after what females after they solidify and they perfect their skills in the neighborhood. They're going
They
after the
going
well-to-do
after the
kids,
lolos,
the
the
kids
lowest.
that are in private school, and the girls who are and the boys who are sheltered and stuff. They're looking for the thought who can shake it or the bad boy. So they're going
Bro,
to be coming for your offspring, especially if
it's
you're trying to raise your offspring with 1 foot in white America and 1 foot in Black America, so they don't completely lose touch with their identity. But they don't completely.
I got so many homegirls who have stuff going for themselves, who are actually good women who can't find nobody, and they sit up here asking me to help them to find people. And I'm like, girl, I don't know. Yo, it's women out here who good, but they be the ones who chilling in the house. They ain't the ones on the social media talking all this rah-rah, having, sex with 8, 9, 10 people. Like, bro, it's really a difference out here in the women who's quality versus the women who's dated. You feel me? Like, it's crazy. It's really not.
But you don't find that some of those women, they don't like the quality of men that's trying to approach them. Like,
Yeah,
almost,
that's a fact. You absolutely right. They have too high expectations some of the times. Yes.
and I'm not gonna say too high expectations. I think a lot of times they're not even making their expectations for themselves. Like they're looking at other people's expectations and mimicking them because they think that that's what they're supposed to expect, right?
Or what they'll do is they'll end up experiencing a whole bunch of 4s or people in 4th grade, and then they'll look up and get someone in 7th and 8th grade, and then that 8th grader one-time incident, one night stand or not, becomes their new measuring bar, and they feel like that's their new value and their new worth. So the second graders or the 3rd graders or whatever levels no longer apply.
I'm gonna be honest.
Go ahead.
For me personally, I do have this idea, and y'all know I'm not like materialistic or no shit like that, but I do have this idea that I look for a certain quality. It has really nothing to do with your money and all that, but all about how you treat me, the type of dynamic that we were able to have. Once I have that is my new standard. So if I can't get better than that, then I'd rather be by myself, and I'm okay with that. Now, I'm not out here asking like, oh, hook me up with somebody, this, that, and the third, because I know that my standard is so particular as to the type of chemistry and interaction that I have to have, that that's not something that somebody can just fix me up with. You understand what I'm saying? Like, that's something that has to happen organically, and I'm okay with that. So if it's not there, then cool. But I don't disagree with women having an experience and then making that experience their new standard. But I just think it should be rooted in the right things.
But we got to recognize, I think, but we got to call it what it is. You're just being turned out. You're being turned out by respect. You're being turned out by character. You're being turned out by you're being turned out by money. You just being turned out, and then it raises your standard to a point to beyond your future happiness, because that experience with that person could have been used to help you grow and to help you develop relationships with other people, in which it's not all about you or your happiness, but it's about you connecting with them, sharing something that you learned. Because it's kind of like if you learn how to paint a picture from Picasso, you're never going to be able to duplicate his ability, but now you want people to teach you instead of realizing like, nigga, you could paint 2 degrees below Picasso, but that's going to be better than everyone else. But it's like, nah, I'm still waiting for my master teacher. That's what's happening a lot. But and you used the appropriate example with respect, but a lot of this is with money or education or with success, because a female or a dude could be turned on or educated or get a job hooked up by someone, and then all of a sudden they're stuck on that, and then they don't even want to look backwards to help someone else or bring someone else or build.
But see,
and it's easy to use the money or the success and say it's a broke nigga or a broke female, but it's like you gave a perfect example. Now, how many other dynamics are there out there like that we're just missing?
But
because
see,
we're stuck on trying to recreate that first high.
I think a lot of people, they want to skip the work of a relationship, the work yourself and the work that happens with that other person. When you're with the right person, shit, like, to me, finances and goal setting and like that's like natural. You want to be your best self for that other person. In my mind, that's how that works. If I don't want to be my best self with you, then you're not for me. You know, like, you're gonna bring something out of me because I don't want to let you down. Like, you know, that's part of what my joy is wrapped up in your joy and your pride of having me on your arm. And likewise, my pride of having you on mine. So when people are worried about money or he ain't got this or he ain't got that, like, to me, the right chemistry, y'all unstoppable together. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just, you're going to.
You absolutely right. You absolutely right. But the problem is that you have so many women out here who use that same rhetoric, but don't have the same intention that you're sitting on here telling us about. So you fooling a lot of good guys potentially in the midst of all the Pookies and Ray Rays. You feel me? So you think that every guy's, well, not you, but a lot of females think that most guys that they meet is going to be Pookie and Ray Ray. They're already assuming that they're going to be Pookie and Ray Ray, but then they hope that they're this knight in shining armor type of situation. But it's usually the opposite. It's usually, because she already assumes that you're Pookie or Ray Ray, she treats you like that. And if you happen to be a decent guy, which is probably, you know, far few in between, you're going to be pushed away, which is why you see more people going to the opposite sex who are these nerdy or people who live in these country towns who have more, you know, population of other races. They go to people.
What I have to me, I feel like your actions betray your true intentions in my mind. So to me, I'm not going to entertain a guy to treat them like a Pookie or Ray Ray because that's who I believe that they are until they show me different. If I think you're a Pookie or Ray Ray, I'm not entertaining you at all because that's not my standard. You understand what I'm saying?
We're not talking about you, Amber.
But what I'm saying is, even these so-called good women, boss women, they betray their true intentions. You have a good package, so to speak, but at your core, you're trash. Like, and that's my personal opinion, because at the end of the day, I'm going to date who I feel like matches me. I'm not going to settle for a Pookie or Ray Ray just to say I have something, and that's what a lot of women do. They just want to have something. You understand what I'm saying?
No, are they doing that, or are they choosing to be alone? Well, maybe I guess there's the degrees, because it seems like the women with, I don't want to say IQ, but with more experience, or with the women who seem to know the game tend to be like, you know what, fuck it, I'd rather be alone. The females that are like below that level know the game, or they're just struggling beyond it. It's like, I wish I was at that level, but I need me a man because I'm not financially or mentally or capable of running this shit without one right now.
Normally it's emotionally. Like, a lot of the women they be financially stable, or at least they can take care of themselves, but they're emotionally immature. So they'll
Can you explain that real quick? I'm sorry, I hate cutting people off, but when you say these things, I need to get clarity. So what do you mean emotionally mature?
like they still, to a degree, even subconsciously, they validate themselves and their ability to have a man. So even if it's not a man that I feel like is really a quality man, I have one that I can talk about, that I can brag about, boast about. A lot of times when the relationship fall apart, you'll see, oh, this nigga wasn't this and he wasn't that, and I had to do this and I had to do that. But all while they was in a relationship, they was painting the picture that this was a wonderful guy, perfect guy, stand-up guy. But as soon as the relationship goes to shit, then he was all of these bad things. It's almost like, well, what was the fucking good about the nigga that kept you in the relationship so long? You understand what I'm saying? Like,
that is exactly why Kevin Samuels got popular, because there's so many women out here who can agree with exactly what you just said, and they made him popular because of it. But that's really what I've been alluding to this whole time, is that we got to make better choices out here as far as the people we choose to have sex with and procreate with and build environments with and all these other types of things. This is really a problem.
Well, I'm gonna be honest, Zen. I think some of it is true, right? I think some of it is true regarding, the quality of men that but again, it speaks to you that this was something you was willing to take as long as you had the relationship. A lot of times these women don't be walking away from these trash ass niggas. These niggas be walking away from them. So he was trash.
Because you gotta understand that as a man, I'm sitting here with my girl right now. Like, this is nothing that we hiding. Like, but as a man, if you're horny, a lot of shit goes out the window. A lot of shit. So as a woman, you definitely need to have some sort of restraint to be able to make a decision on what you about to do for this quote unquote man who's interested in you sexually right now. Like,
I agree with that, but I also, what I was getting ready to say is, I do believe that some of these men aren't quality men, but I also believe that, and y'all have, well, hold on, because I'm finna say something else. I don't know if y'all heard me say it before on this channel, but I believe that women are some of the biggest narcissists there are. A lot of women will call a man trash because he didn't turn out to be what she wanted him to be. It's not that he's trash, is that you just wasn't doing it for him no more. Like, women have a hard time letting go of a relationship when it no longer works. Then the nigga ain't shit. He ain't. And again, like I said, it almost makes you wonder, what if it was all of this bad, then why was you in a relationship? Either he got a problem or you got a problem. So I do feel like the truth lies somewhere in the middle, and I also feel like a lot of men entertain women for the same reason. They may have fucked off their good thing, but okay, I'm getting older, it's time for me to settle down, Huh?
Nah, you're absolutely right.
Let me ask something before we go further. Am I mic mute?
No, your mic unmuted.
Okay, so that's a good point, and I agree. A lot of these dudes probably be jumping ship on these females because they, whatever reason. But I've seen that. But then when you hear the stories, or when they call into their shows, it's always I dumped him. Or I had many guys who engaged me, but it's like they tell the story to save their ego, but they are quick to run him down while they were with him for 6 years. That's one thing I learned about going into these manospheres, listening to these dating shows. But
hey bro, me and my girl, we be watching Kendra G on YouTube, and bro, this shit it's sad, bro. It's entertaining. It's people really depicting their own life. You know what I mean? She asked them, oh, it's like a dating type of deal. I don't know if y'all ever watched it, but she had a chick on there. She like, yeah, when the last time you was in a relationship? Oh, a year ago. Oh, okay, cool. When the last time you had sex? Oh, today. She like, today? You can date the guy that you was, having sex with today? And she was like, nah, I ain't like that. Whoop-de-whoop, whoop-de-whoop. So a few minutes go on, you see dude in the background looking like he grabbing some Kool-Aid. And I'm like, yo, what up? So Shorty, so Kendrick be like, hold up, who is that in the background? Whoop-de-whoop. So she like, oh, that's what I was talking about. And she all scrunched
No.
up and shit, with a little smirk on her face. I'm like, yo, this shit is crazy. You can't make this shit up. It's live, nigga.
Yeah.
Live,
And
like,
Kendra slaughtered her at the end. She was like, "What kind of real woman's gonna take, or what type of quality man are you gonna get when the guy you had sex with is walking in the background and
you
you call
see?
a dating show?" I'm like, if you guys really, she said, if you really want a man like that, go ahead and give me information. Give me his address. Like that was savage. I never
But
seen Kendra get.
is it me for feeling like if you on these shows trying to get matched up, hooked up, or get advice as a grown
You
ass woman,
already
like
got something
there's
going
no
on.
woman on the earth, on the face of this planet, that can tell me my needs or what I want, desire in a partner better than me. I just if you got to do that, I just feel like you're not ready for a relationship. You're just not.
Amber. If you're going to that resort to be able to find your mate, you already got something going on. You got a mental issue going on. Like these people are the bottom of the barrel, going to these extremes trying to find a mate. Anytime you have to go to these extremes, like even being on Tinder or shit like that, like you're going to a extreme to try to find somebody outside of your environment. It all goes back to you. But yeah,
It's bananas to me. I be trying not to judge, but I'll be like, shit, is it that tight?
I have seen a few, maybe like out of, again, I'm probably far behind than you guys because I just started this stuff recently. But let's say if I've seen like about 30 of them, maybe like 2 or 3 of them were actual genuine relationships. Like I was with my woman or my husband and they died, and now I'm trying to get myself back out there. Or I was in a 20-year marriage and it didn't work out. I've been divorced. I tried it for 3 or 4 years and it's not been working out. So I'm just coming to you, girl. You understand? Like it made me, because I was with the same boat. Like people are fucking ratchet and reckless. What the fuck is going on with us? If you're calling this show, you're done. But then when I did feel, I'm like, oh wow, I feel for this person. Actually, I want them to find someone. There were some people that I'm like, damn. But then again, it could be a packaged line. It could be psychopaths and narcissists and shit, just telling great stories to fuck up another relationship. Is my shit on?
I mean, but even in those instances, like when someone has been married for years, I mean, I don't know their story, but a lot of times it's like, well, how did you get that? How did you acquire that relationship? How did you come into that relationship and that marriage? It happened organically. You didn't call into nobody's show to get advice on date. Like to me, people be overthinking it because they're so. And truth be told, most times it's the women. Now, Kevin Samuels, I know he kind of catered more so to men, even though women would call in, but I guess his audience was men. So, but typically it's women who are obsessed about dating and relationships and finding the right one. And it's like, sis, why are you so pressed?
Amber,
like,
you are the
why is it?
realest one. You are the realest one right now, Amber. I want to interrupt you to say that because that was so admirable. Because you were absolutely correct. He was way more on men than he was women. It wasn't until women started calling in that it became a different situation. Go ahead.
Yeah. From what I've seen, is my mic on?
Yeah.
Okay, from what I've seen, it seemed like women were calling in initially to dogpile on the man. Because I was dating a guy like that. I just want to go ahead and go back on that last guy that you were talking to, and I was like, oh wow, and why is he letting this? But then once I saw the pivot, I'm like, oh shit, they don't know. Holy shit.
Bro, he was out for like 5 years.
Wow.
Before he really started having women call in and like catch on to this because it was a man, what you want to call it? Like a
Male centered.
It was a male center, but trying to shape you up, trying to be like, oh, stop wearing, basketball.
He was the hot boy coach.
Yeah, like start wearing suits, start wearing, stop looking like you ain't got money, start doing this, start trying to, you know what I mean? Like really like trying like be like stop being a sloppy nigga, basically.
So he was being black Jordan Peterson. Because Jordan Peterson, self-help guru for black
I'm gonna be
men.
honest though, I feel the same way on that side though, as I do the women. Like at the point where you gotta call in, have somebody guide you, shape you, like, are you really ready to be in a relationship? Like, are you really ready for what you think you want? If you have to have someone show you how to be masculine or alpha or, whatever the case. And even with the different things that was going on with, women calling in, I never felt no type of way about it because the nigga can't dog you out and drag you if you wasn't calling into the goddamn show. Like,
facts.
What keeps drawing y'all in to get this nigga's perspective and opinion? Like, y'all want, and as far as I'm concerned, they wanted to be seen by a male audience. As far as
bingo, that too.
That's why the women got mad is because it's like, yo, they willingly called into his show. It wasn't like he set them up. Like, nah, y'all willingly called into the show. Like
they call in. Go ahead. The whole thing what?
Went left. The whole show went left literally in one show. It was like he went from talking shit about dudes and a female called in agreeing with him, and she was agreeing so much that he had to add in some pushback. It was like, okay, so who are you? What do you do? Type shit. And then he like, oh, okay, and just start the same way, you know what I mean? You would screen anybody.
Yeah, I believe I've seen that one because I haven't watched many of his shows.
One episode, it was like, okay, how did this guy?
I think she came in and she changed the subject matter altogether. Like he wasn't even talking about that, and he asked her question in relation to the subject matter.
Exactly.
And she kept trying to divert the show to what she wanted to, and then he kind of went in from there.
Right. She pushed it, and he went there because she pushed it, and then people be trying to act like, oh, he's like he's some angry black man type of thing. You know what I mean? Like he was really attacking black women. Like, no, he wasn't. He was attacking black men, but a black woman called in and he went viral, and then other black women start calling it. That's literally all that happened, bro. And then his show became about him judging black women.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I never really care one way or the other because, like I just said, people, oh, he's dragging black women. Like at the end of the day, these bitches called in voluntarily. He ain't holding nobody hostage. Like apparently, especially once he went viral that one time, and then people kept calling in. Like clearly, they like this attention, or they're so down bad for answers or some insight into how to get a man that they willing to risk being publicly humiliated. That's on them. I don't feel no type of way about that.
Exactly. Just like people talk shit about P Valley, but they still watch it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna feel no type of way. Let people do what they want to do.
I'm just talking about just in general. This
is
how everything works. Everything has a double-edged sword out there.
God damn it! I'm on mute the whole time. What I was trying to say is, to me, what it seemed like a lot of those women were calling in thinking that they can take him on. They wanted to like debate him, to put him to the test because they felt like they were going to be the ones to win. That's why I feel like a lot of these women with Kendra, they feel like they're going to be able to outsmart her. And it's like, she asked the same damn questions. How y'all keep getting hijacked or surprised or coming out looking bad? She asked the same questions. You ain't worked on your lie that well?
Honestly, I think.
You know what's crazy?
Go ahead.
You know what's crazy? Like, the reason why I fuck with Kendra a little bit more now is because she got to talk to Kevin Samuels one-on-one. And it wasn't until he got to explain where he was coming from to her with her own questions and then used her own logic against her to where as though you start seeing she start carrying people like how he was carrying them, men and women. You feel me? Like you could literally see that to the point where as though if you go in the comments, a lot of people be saying, "Oh, you sound like Kevin Samuels," or "you trying to pander to him," and all, like people be trying to come at her.
She hates that shit. Give me an example. Give me one.
But if you go, the video is up.
I've seen it. It's hilarious. I love it.
And it's funny because I have not watched. I'm not. I think I've seen a piece of her show. Is she the one that called Deuce Dusty?
And she got that's Amber. Another one.
She cop a deuce, Amber. She straight cop a deuce. You know how somebody you be arguing with somebody and then they make a good point and you like, oh, that's a good point.
Touche.
Kind of get quiet. Yeah, she did that a couple times. You feel me? But I didn't. If she would have just let it go and just started acting straight like ratchet, whatever, however she wanted to act, I would have never seen it. But it's the fact that now you can watch these videos in the future. Now that he's passed on, you can see, oh, that interaction actually made sense to her because she sees the dysfunction that he was trying to describe to her that he was a little blunt about, but you make money off of being blunt on YouTube. I'm sorry. So at the end of the day, this is still entertainment, right?
Right.
So people still have some sort of financial business gain off of this. So we can't assume that there's not going to be some things that's going to trigger you, but we can't react too much to triggering stuff. We gotta just look at the information. Information is now, here she is, pretty much taking over exactly what Kevin Samuels was doing as far as her matchmaking and shit. You feel me?
I agree.
Yeah, and even with like again, we are adults. These aren't children. These are whole adults. Like you're in charge of what you consume. If you don't like it, don't watch it. Like I don't understand.
Guilty pleasure.
Especially when at the end of the day, to me, what a lot of women did not like about it was the rating system. Not even necessarily, a lot of women want to believe that, they're the cream of the crop, but they're like, yeah, you
but
can
Amber, was it really the rating system? Because he told them to rate themselves. It was the reality that they weren't what they were trying to say they were.
Exactly.
But that's the whole thing. Like, I mean, to be perfectly honest, because I've seen people do it, if you just sit back and you ask a woman to identify their strong points or, who they are, even with men, like you see it on both sides. If you ask a man, okay, why should a woman be with you? They're going to get, oh, I'm the protector, provider, blah, blah, skippy, woo, woo, woo. They're typically same thing with women. Well, women are nurturing and I'm your backbone. And, I make a house a home and, I clean, I cook, they're just going to bring you down.
They don't say that shit.
Yeah. Typical shit, right?
No, Amber, am I on mute? They don't say they can cook and clean. They say that I am the table. I am the prize. You will be happy to be with me. They use I'm fun and I know how to set the mood. I can make house happy. I watch that show enough. I'm waiting to see like how come they don't leave? They can clean and cook unless they're overweight.
Well, you'll see that on social media. Like,
okay.
I got my own job. I cook. I clean. Like you'll see. And to me, that's like, okay, so you're an adult. Like,
thank you. My wife said the same thing. Congratulations, you're adulting. I got my own job. I take care of this. I take care of that.
Yo, you're an adult. What's crazy? What's crazy to me? Like I find it so difficult just to have these conversations with certain females because they take it personal.
Facts.
It's not a personal conversation. We are not talking about you, right? But it's real easy to relate the conversation to maybe your life. and it might get personal, but it's not personal. We just talking about things that we are observing. Amber, we love you. You know what I mean? It's all love. You feel me? Like my girl, she be like, "Where Amber at?" When I'm, you feel me?
Facts. Same thing over here. I told her that. How many years ago did I tell you this? We team
It's been
Amber
about
over here.
2-3. Yeah.
We team Amber over here, man. Shit.
Yeah, it ain't about that. It's just that we're observing things that is happening outside of us, right? We're having these conversations because we're the observers. So it's, man, I a lot of times I feel like we be combating against each other, but we agree on the same things. Like, you feel me?
Facts.
Like,
It's just there's so many different sides from an argument. We're all going in the same direction, like train tracks. We're not even intersecting. We're just all going to the same destination, but we're just 4 feet to the left and 4 feet to the right.
Right. Watch it. It's like, hey, nigga, you ain't say what I was thinking at the same time you said what you was thinking. So I gotta say what I was thinking. But we all got the same shit.
Facts. We all ended with the same conclusion. Like, Amber, do you know who Corey Holcomb is?
Yes.
And do you like Corey Holcomb?
Yeah.
As a comedian. Now, that's the same thing. Like, my wife, we enjoy Corey Holcomb, but her sisters and other people try to dog him. But I'm like, the only people who have a problem with Corey is unless he's talking to you. If you personalize that shit, then something must hit you a certain way. Other than that, you know how to laugh at. Like I got homies, they say they can't stand Tyler Perry, all the guys in the movie, And I'm like, I feel those are depictions of real people out there in the world. But truth be told, that don't offend me because I ain't that guy. You understand what I mean? I don't understand why people get upset. I don't like the fact that he carries on in a dress and he's propagating that to so many people that is normalized. Just like my neighbor was just like, I love watching. He's white and he's like, I love watching Madea. I know he's trolling me. He's trolling saying that type of shit because we don't really get along. He Trump flagging everything. You know what I mean? Decent dude, and I'll say it that way because he's my neighbor. But he's over there talking about Madea. And what I said to him is, I like, really? You really like that? He's like, yeah, it's entertaining. I said, I don't think so. I said, you got a son too? Now, I get it. You like Miss Doubtfire, right? But if your son came to you and said, Dad, let's watch Miss Doubtfire 17, you'd be like, man, get the fuck out of here with that shit. And he's like, damn, I see your point. Because everyone, and to me, it's like, I'm not offended by it. I get it. But after a while, it's like, come on, bro. How many more movies are we going to do with a guy in a dress? We get it. He's becoming more, it got to the point that he became more grandmother than what your grandmother is. You see what I'm saying? Like, he's teaching grandma how to be a grandma. I'm sorry?
I said, that's the watcher I know. Let's go, baby.
You know what I'm saying? So when I said that to him, he was like, damn, bro, I'll see what you're saying. But I'm not offended by that type of shit. Corey, we can go out and we can see him work in the room, dogging people. We're watching people get up because he comes to Phoenix a lot. So we go. We're gonna rep the homie. But I don't want to say you will be surprised, but it's amazing how many women get up and walk out, and then their husband got to get up and walk out right behind them. Or Corey got to be, hey, you better go with her, man. You better go with her, man. She gonna wait in the car and leave you. I've seen it before. It's fucking hilarious, and he knows he does this shit.
Now I'm gonna be honest though. So while I'm really cool, chill, don't give a fuck about a whole lot of stuff, there are some instances where I will play devil's advocate, right? Just because that's just what I do, right? Just
yeah, we see it.
Yeah, that's just what I do. So, I mean, some people, it may not necessarily apply, but they might be offended by some of the things because it applies to someone that they know, right? I can kind of understand that. Now, I'm not saying that is the case, but I'm saying every instance in which people react is not necessarily because it applies to them personally. It could apply to someone that means something to them in their life, and they're taking offense to it. You know, they're picking up someone else's offense. But I mean, for the most part, a lot of stuff I just don't be giving a fuck about, especially when it comes to relationships, because I've never understood the point of asking people that you don't intend to have a relationship with what their thoughts are. Like, I can't go to to me, I think it's just kind of crazy. Like, women want to be identified as being who they are and being a woman, an individual. But then you could think you can go to random man X and ask him about man Y and what you should do to make him happy versus going to man Y. That's like him going to another woman to ask about your needs. You're going to be like, well, why the fuck would you go and ask her when I'm right here? You understand what I'm saying? Like, to me, it's just kind of crazy. Like, I don't really see the point of getting relationship advice from somebody you don't intend to be in a relationship with. It's just kind of weird to me.
What woman would even think that, who got the right head on her shoulders? Like if I was dealing with a woman like that who had to question something like that, like, she would probably just be a bust down, like a smash or something. Like, it wouldn't be something where I'm like, oh, this is, because most men try to find somebody like their mother or a mother type figure who is in their life type of thing. They don't want to, yeah, the sexual attraction point of view is one thing, but the longevity point of it is another thing. Like, yeah.
And I can even understand, like, so I'm not gonna say I'm difficult, but I can be a little tricky in relationships. Like, I could be a little tricky. What you laughing at?
I'm sorry, that's just funny. I'm not difficult, but I'm tricky. Nigga, if you read that in a sentence, you'd be dying.
No. And let me explain. Let me try to provide some context. Like, I'm a little more complex. Like, I'm a principled person, right? So I might not even give a fuck about the situation. It's the underlying principle. But in an argument, my dude in real life think that it's the situation. And he will argue back and forth about the situation. And I'm like, it ain't about that, nigga. It's the underlying principle. To the point where I have to bring up different comparisons, or sometimes I have to just like table it and then wait for him to do something and have an issue with it. And I'll be like, see the underlying principle that you see here? This is what I was talking about in that other scenario.
Amber, like, you just overthinking.
No, but that's what he says a lot of times. Oh, you're overthinking. No, it's not. I'm overthinking. This is just how my mind works. So in his mind, I'm overthinking.
I must be a psychic.
No.
I was gonna say the same thing, but I figured like my laughing was offensive enough.
But here's the thing though. Even if I am overthinking, that's the way my mind works. It's worked this way my whole life. It's not gonna change. So the only thing
but Amber, everything that you think doesn't need to be said. Like, just because
go ahead, go.
Zen, everything I think isn't safe.
Hold on. Like, even with my own relationship, like, she don't like me saying a whole bunch of shit that I be thinking. So I've learned over time, us being together so long, that I don't need to say everything that I'm fucking thinking. You see what I'm saying? But that's how you compromise with a person who, who has other qualities that are beneficial to your life and your trajectory that you're trying to go towards. Just to
real quick, Zen, if you're willing to make that sacrifice, you might as well marry the female, because you're not going to be able to make that compromise with a lot of women. Because I'm listening to what Amber's saying, and I'm listening to what you're saying, and I'm laughing because 20 years into my game, I had to forget about situations and focus on principalities because I know who my woman is. You understand? And so I know she overthinks things. So I have to recognize, like, this is not what it is, but the possibility of her thinking this, because I know my woman. So let me go and put this away, because I don't even want to get any type of suspicion, because I know her triggers, or I know the way she thinks.
But see, here's the issue that I have with that, right? So like, to me, it's not a fact of me overthinking when you can come into you can have a different set of circumstances, but the same underlying principle, and you focus on the principle and say, this is my issue. And I say, you know what? Absolutely right. I agree with you. And that's what I was saying in this scenario. I'm glad that you now see what I was trying to explain.
Facts.
You
Now,
understand? Like
the fact, Amber, real quick, the fact that you said that is acknowledging that you, even if it's sarcastic or facetiously, you recognize that he's catching up to a level that you were at a while ago. Your intellect may be beyond his, and he's playing catch up, but he can't just say like, "Damn, motherfucker, you smarter than me. It's gonna take you some while," or "I'm kind of slow." Like sometimes I have a conversation, even if I don't believe it, I'll say just to keep the conversation going, like, "Man, I'm kind of slow," or maybe I'm not being understood, or maybe I speak to, like, sometimes you have to concede a point, even if you don't believe it, to allow the situation to go beyond. And sometimes if you're so, I don't want to say domineering, but if you're, to me, it's like you're Jordan with regards to the intellect in a relationship, and he may be the Pippen. And sometimes, even though the world is thinking he's Jordan and you the Pippen, it's hard for him to even pretend to be the Jordan sometimes, because maybe he just can't hit that jumper. And so that's what it is. You have to compromise to a degree and recognize, like, he should be at a level 10, but I have to accept he's at a level 5 because everyone else is at a fucking 4.
Yeah, I mean, so over time, I've learned to just don't debate it back and forth. State, okay, that's not what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, but don't worry about it. So then at the later time, when I can say, okay, see, this is what I was trying to get you to understand then, and this is how these two things correlate to each other, and there's that underlying principle. Do you get me now? Oh, I got you. Okay, cool. We can move on. But I do know now. Now I know that he gets pleasure out of me being triggered. So, so now he just does shit because he like, oh, I knew that was gonna send you off, and I mean, I just couldn't help myself. You was gonna go on a tangent, so I just had to.
I can't even lie. If I had that video game, I would play that game every now and then. Because you are hilarious. Well, no, that's too much fire. That's too close. It's safe over miles and states away to see you amped up in the same household. That's kind of dangerous.
Well, thankfully we're not
right. I don't want to see Amber amped up. She gonna be out
exactly. Nigga, you gotta be right.
Pokey with the 6-inch paring knife from the color.
Y'all got me twisted. I'm not like that, okay? But
she literally puts down the Tech 9.
My
polishing the 9mm the whole time.
My only point though was that sometimes like people can miss. Everybody wants to be understood, right? So a lot of times it's just, if I feel like you're not understanding my point, then it becomes a bigger issue. Or at least if I feel like you're not trying to understand, especially when I feel like I'm clearly stating what my issue is. For you to tell me my issue is something else, like I've never been a liar. I'm very straightforward. If I had a problem with that, I would say I had a problem with that. I don't care about that.
Amber sound like me because I lose my mind in person if somebody don't really get what I'm saying. Like, it's really a problem. Like, we about to fight.
It's, to me, I know where you guys are coming from, but it's the intellectual dishonesty when I know you know better, but you're playing dumb or you're playing like you don't get it. That's my trigger. I hate when, in order to keep from losing the argument or to keep from seeing a point, they do the disingenuous and cut you off or act dumb or try to gaslight you. And that's not what I said, or you must be mistaken thing, or you're getting up. Like, that's the shit that gets me. I just can't deal with
the thing is, I used to think that it was that. Like, I used to think that he was being just disingenuous because he didn't want to acknowledge my point. Like, so it used to kind of set me off. Like, I know the fuck you smart, you understand what I'm saying, but now I know it's not really that. It's just in his and again, it's like in his experience, it's been this thing. So you got to be mad about that. No, I'm not them. If I was mad about that, I would say I'm mad about that. That ain't what the fuck I'm mad about. I'm mad about this. So quit trying to make me mad about that. Like, the fuck.
Oh shit, the energy.
Narcissistic behavior.
Right? Energy.
That's some narcissistic behavior.
Listen, what's narcissistic behavior?
Tread carefully.
Your guy.
Give me an example. Give me an example.
The guy she's just describing it doesn't sound like this guy has his head on his shoulders.
No, it's just with Amber, bro. You gotta be that nigga. And if you're not that nigga, you're gonna struggle every now and then. And he
Yeah.
better
Yeah,
hope
so
that
I
she
mean, I
find
feel like
favor in you.
I feel like he reaches out, and that was kind of my point. I feel like he reaches out to other people around me because he'd be like, okay, I don't know. I said this and now she mad. I don't really know why she mad. Like, so sometimes he needs a translator because things that he's used to being able to kind of, you know, because he's been that nigga, he used to people like leaving an issue alone. You know what I'm saying? Like, not really driving home the issue. For me, no, the problem is the problem, and I want to resolve. Like, if we don't get no resolve, then the problem still stands. I think Watcher fell off. You still here, Zen? Zen.
Oh, my bad. I was on mute. Sorry.
Yeah.
My bad. But yeah. Yeah, I don't really have nothing to say to that. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, he can have some narcissistic traits, as can I. So, hello.
Yeah. I'm here. You hear me?
Yeah, I
You
can
guys hear me?
All right.
Is my mic on? Hello?
Yeah, your mic on.
Okay. Yeah, my headset, when I take it off, I don't know why, it kicks me out of Zoom every time I use this. So.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, okay.
Yo, I'm about to get out of here, though.
Yeah, what time is it over there? It's 11 over here. God damn.
It's 2:20.
Ooh. All right, my guy, I'll let you get out.
All right.
Go lay it down.
All right, Zen.
Have a good one tomorrow, man.
All right.
I don't know if I missed the tail end of the conversation.
No, I was just saying, sometimes I know he reaches out to people because we'll get into it and he'd be like, okay, I said this and I don't really know why she like tripping. Like, what happened? So sometimes he needs that translator.
Must be nice. You ain't got no translator. You gotta learn trial and error. And I'm glad my wife is patient. So they could be fucking up sometimes. But I think if a female really want to fuck with you, she gonna be patient. If she not patient with you, then she really don't fuck with you.
I think people can get tired. It depends. Like, so, like I said, I was at a point shut down. Like, my issue is my issue. We either gonna get some resolve or we not gonna talk. Like, point blank, period. So now I'm a little more flexible with talking through an issue. But before it was just like, no, you ain't talking about what I want to hear. So block, we done talking. Which, isn't the most effective way to communicate.
It's not.
So I had to realize that, he just has a different style. Like, because of his kind of childhood issues, trauma, whatever, he has not developed the same type of attachment style that I have. Like, I'm open, expressive, say how I feel all the time. Whereas talking about feelings, emotions, he can really shut down and don't really want to, like, it's uncomfortable for him, like truly uncomfortable. So before I used to feel like it's just like, oh, you don't give a fuck, you don't care, and I shut down, like, I'm done talking. Because what's the point of me talking by myself? Whereas I'm realizing now, like, it's not even that he don't feel it. It's just he have even a hard time expressing how he feels. It's just really hard for him. He's used to his needs not being met as a child. So what's the point of me expressing myself if, it's gonna make me feel vulnerable, and I can't guarantee that you're gonna actually hear me or meet my needs.
Wow. That's very valid, because the deep to hear. I'm sure there's been plenty of people who are in those situations. However, they didn't have a partner or a friend who was not only capable, but willing to understand that. You know what I mean? Because even if someone is keen or smart enough to understand that, they'll use that as a justification or excuse to get rid of you because you're not an easy relationship.
Yeah.
They're not willing to work on it. Like you said before, I'm sorry, just to put the period on it. Like, they want to come during the Super Bowl party, but they don't want to be there when you're trying to get drafted and put into work in relationships. A lot of these females want the finished product of the dude, but they're not trying to go be with him when he's getting his education. But when he graduates and he's the doctor, that's the six-figure guy that they want. And like you said, they don't want to be there.
Right. So Zen had made the comment like, oh, he sounds like a narcissist. And truth be told, for a while, I struggle back and forth like, oh, he's a narcissist and this, that, and the third, and this, like something wrong with him and blase skippy woo woo. But, it took me some like time to really like, okay, quit overthinking it and really evaluate the relationship. Just in full, not with your emotions and what you want to see or how you want him to communicate with you, and just really try and look at his actions and what he's been to you and, for you over the years. So then I'm like, okay, now what's going on here then? Like, if it ain't that, what is it? So, the crazy thing is, it's a lot of things that he told me early on in the relationship that I just really didn't pay attention to, like, I just really didn't, I kind of just brushed it off, when he's like, man, it's really hard. This is like the first time I've been in a relationship that I wasn't forced in. I don't got no kids by you. Like, I don't have, like, this the first time I've had a woman in my life that wasn't there by force, like, and I don't know how to deal with that. So, it's been a lot of different things over the years that he's shared that I just kind of didn't even really pay attention to what he was trying to communicate. So,
real quick, Amber, and I hate doing this, but I don't like when people just keep talking. And if I have a question, I don't get it. If I don't ask, I'm not paying attention to you. If that makes sense. Right. So I'm just curious, what are the dynamics of being forced in a relationship? I don't understand that. I can pretend I do, because if but I mean, like, if you're dating someone, you got someone pregnant, you're going to try to make it work. I have no idea, because the fact that you're such a contrast to those relationships makes me wonder, like, damn, what is it like to be in that type of relationship? Like, what type of sacrifices, like what type of arguments, or what type of thought process is needed to adjust your mind? Like, I'm forced to be with her, not through love, not that I really wanted or desired. She just gave me this call, and now I got to try to make this work for the kid. That's what I'm asking.
And the thing, and not even necessarily like, because he has quite a few children. So it's not like he's been forced into intimate, but like forced interaction. Like, this is someone that I have to deal with because we have a child in common. And that's the reason that they're still in my life, because I've really lost interest in them, but we still have this child in common. Okay, I see. Versus,
so just interaction, not even a relationship, just in general.
Yeah, just in general, just interacting with them, somebody that he was dealing with, and now it's just like, okay, now they're a part of my life permanently, and I have to deal with them. So, and again, this is the longest relationship that he's been engaged in, even on and off as it has been, with someone that he does not have a child with, So he like, it's just kind of weird to me that we don't really have nothing forcing us to stay connected. We just are. So that's, for a long time, I was like, it's still not good enough for me. Still not good enough for me. But we've taken years apart, and then still come back around to each other. So it took me to step out of, in my mind, I've always felt like, well, if a dude, love you and care about you, they're going to say it, this and the third, blase skippy woo woo. And yes, he does say it, but even when he says it, it's just like, I don't know. In my mind, I'm just like, okay, you don't say it frequently enough. Or you don't, not even knowing that him saying it, period, is like him being naked. You know what I'm saying? Like in front of the world. Like, I don't really do that. He's just not, he's not an emotional person. He's not a, he's not verbally affectionate. He's more so buys you things, gives you things, you know, the smallest thing. Like, okay, nigga, I have a problem getting up in the morning. I sent you an alarm clock, this, that, and the third. Like, it's those things that he, you know, it's not gonna be I'm madly in love with you and I can't, you know, that's just not his way of communicating.
It's practical.
Yeah.
Man, practical guys get neglected so often because they're not the caping guy. They don't cap as well. They're not good as the liar or the serial dater. And he's like, I'm gonna just be upfront and honest. You tell me what you want, you got it. I could be spontaneous occasionally, but that's not my uniform.
Yeah.
I don't see no sign trying to fuck with a nigga like that.
I mean, but truth be told, super affecting either. So to a degree, I kind of get it. Like,
yeah.
we kind of have the same issues. They just manifest in different ways.
And what's the age difference between you guys?
10 years.
Or is there 10? Oh, okay. And he's senior?
Yep.
So he has more maturity. Okay. Or at least experience. What for a woman, what is the benefit directly from you in dating someone 10 years older than you, in your opinion? Just off of your, I don't even want you to speak general, just what are the benefits that you see in opposed to dating someone your age or younger right now?
The benefits that I used to see, I mean, well, to be perfectly honest, I've never really dated someone my age since high school. So it's just something that I'm accustomed to at this point. It used to be the maturity thing. I never liked drama or extra shit. So it was just always the older man was a little more mature, had more to lose, more stable. So, you know, I ain't have to worry about erratic behavior or, you know, bullshit. But I have since run into, you know, some older guys that was on that too. So I can't even say that, you know, that's, I mean, honestly, it's just preference at this point.
Okay. And then P-Valley, that's a Starz show. And would you recommend anybody watching that? Or if you would recommend it, what are the cautions that you would put into place?
I mean, it is super sexual, like we discussed earlier. However, I do think that it's a good show. I mean, I'll say it's decent enough. I'm not like, no, oh my gosh, you gotta watch P-Valley, it's the best. Like, it's a show, you know, like it's decent, you know. It fills the gap, you know, I watch it. But I mean, it's really up to you. I'm not gonna try to boast it as this super, you know, excellent show. And yeah, I hate when people kind of gas stuff up and then people watching it, I be like, nigga, this wasn't even all of that. Like, so I'm not gonna pretend like it's all of that. It's decent. It's decent. If you're interested in seeing some nice pole tricks and, you know, some glitz and glam, you know, some nice music here and there, bad Southern accents, then it's a show for you.
But see, that's what sucks, is because I like the ratchetness. Hell yeah, you're gonna lure me in with some booties on the pole. And I love being into well-written stories with good introductions to characters, you know, middle,
scenarios before you get to the climax and the drama, and then a decent resolution. It doesn't even have to be a happy story. So I like succinct shit. I hate when they just wrap it up. So when these new shows, they come with agendas. Even like when I was watching The Shy, I didn't even, when they did the trans and the stuff, I got it. They had the guy in the pool. Like, there were certain scenes I'm like, come on, bro, do we need this? But I was still interested in the characters because I'm interested in development, where they were going. And then it's a social experiment. I don't have to be gay or have to go in a strip club. I can learn vicariously from other people. And again, everybody, like you said, wants to be understood. So it's good to get these lessons, especially if you're raising children. So I feel like there could be a lot of gems in that. But I just want to make sure that if I'm watching a 20-minute or 44-minute show, I'm getting some sort of dialogue and intellect instead of just gratuitous sex, like soft porn, like Californications. But I thought that would be a cool show. But this nigga was smashing bitches every show.
That's the one. That's the reason why I continue to watch the show, because, well, it is one is based around a strip club, so there's going to be some sex and some sexual scenes. Like it would be kind of unrealistic to have that type of dynamic and there not be sexual interaction when you can find that on damn near any show you watch. So obviously, there's going to be some element of sex introduced. However, I tend to care for this show a lot more, and I continue to watch it because it's not like a lot of shows where they just throw in a gay sex scene. There's really no, background on the character. It's not necessarily relevant to the story and the plot. Like the relationship and the way that they kind of set it up, it's done in a way that gives you it's not like it's they just threw some gay shit in there. It's interwoven into the storyline, so it makes sense to a degree. Like it fits, it works, it's not forced. Like they just trying to do something just to follow the trend. It works.
Is it like I don't mean, like, is it relationship, passion, intimacy, or is it just gay fucking?
It's relationship, passion, intimacy.
Okay, so and it's not like like how it's less than 30 seconds.
So
I might have to get up and walk out like Zen.
I'll say this: this is season 2, and the relationship has been developing since season 1. So they didn't really give you these type of scenes until season 2. They didn't just throw it on you. There was a buildup in the relationship with these characters. So I'll just say that. Now, I'll also say too, like, for me, I mean, do I think there'll be some gems? They talk about like abortion's rights, and now season 2, the pandemic is a part of the storyline, and it's really fun, it's comical, it's really bright, very lively. It's a very lively show.
So it's not dark. I thought it was dark.
There are some dark elements here and there.
Okay,
but I say lively as in personality wise. Like there are some lively personalities on the show. But
because you said Alabama, I'm sorry, but you said Alabama and down south type, so my mind just started thinking like someone like a Hustle and Flow type vibe, just gritty dark.
It's like dark, but not dark. So I don't want to give it away if you're gonna watch it.
I'll probably have the wife watch it, and she'll give me if it's something I can tolerate or not, because she knows my my spectrum. Because there's certain shit she'll watch and be like, yeah, you want to leave on this one, or just come back in a second, or here, let me fast. Like she knows what I can tolerate and what I can't. So I will put her, or I'll direct her to it. But I mean, it has to have I just don't like inundating myself with these images and shit, because I was like, man, fuck this shit. Because I would feel like they're intentionally trying to shoot propaganda at me with an agenda because I got lured in by the females, or thinking or hearing all the strip club stuff. But since you've explained it to me, then it's more like, nigga, if you're watching this for sex, then you shouldn't be watching this unless you want to see sex. But if you're trying to see a good storyline, see some character development, and actually get insight to why, like you said, a female's going to strip, and the dynamics of having a boyfriend, not having a boyfriend, loving the game, not being in the game, trying to get out of the game, being gay, how you got, like all those things I'm not familiar with. So it could be intriguing to a degree, but again, it's something I'm gonna have to get over. If I like Babe Ruth and then it got black pitcher, I gotta watch the damn game with the black pitcher.
I'll say this: it's a lot of men that I know was definitely watching, and like on Facebook, P Valley on that the last show was dope, this, that, and the third. Now they've gotten quiet this season. I'm pretty sure they're still watching, but they just don't want to advertise that they're watching because of the influx in, the homosexual scenes.
So is there that much? Is there like a homosexual scene every episode?
Not really. It kind of started out slow. There was one, well, now recently there have been more, but there was one scene in particular that really made people uncomfortable. And I think it was because, so I guess I'm gonna have to give you a little background. So I told you about the trans woman that runs the club and is the owner. And then the rapper that she had a relationship with. Well, at the end of season 1, they kind of fell out and stopped dealing with each other. So on season 2, the dude goes on tour and they introduce a new character who was going to be his security, one of his homeboys that was fresh out of jail. We find out maybe over the course of 2-3 episodes that they actually had a relationship. Now you could see kind of the buildup in their interaction that they had a relationship at some point. But then there was a point, so the friend had been in jail for several years. He's institutionalized, so he got PTSD. He's spazzing out, he's having all of these issues adjusting because they pulled him fresh out of jail and he went right on tour. So it's all of this shit going on. And he is having a hard time, coming back into society with everything that's going on, police shootings and all of that. So he gets emotional in the scene, like he's having a breakdown. And the rapper goes to, pretty much like, calm him down. And then they have a scene. So that was really like the scene that triggered everybody, because these are two heterosexual males that appear to be heterosexual, right? They supposed to be homeboys. He got fresh out of jail, and then you had a scene where they're really intimate. I think for a lot of men, it made them uncomfortable because now you have to either it's something that's inside them that's making them uncomfortable, or now they're kind of questioning the men around them. If that makes sense.
I get it. Sister. Today, a matter of fact, and you're kind of familiar with Kendra G, right? I'm sure everybody is. I'm the latest.
Not really, but continue.
Yeah, I found out about her maybe a couple of weeks ago. She's the dating lady that we were talking about that asked the questions.
Yeah.
But today they posted a show, and it was a dude. Look straight now. Again, I'm slow. I don't really know what quote unquote gay people look like exactly. But there was a dude on the show, and he said, she's asking him the questions and shit and asking what he's looking for. He said he's looking for a guy and a girl, both. He said he's looking for both, either or. And then like everybody obviously was like, what the fuck? Because the dude didn't look, and I gotta stop saying that, but I wouldn't have been able to tell. What the fuck do I know? But he was from the military, worked for the post office, but he was like very upfront and open, because I guess he said he was married for 10 or 15 years or whatnot. And I don't know if the woman died or left him. No, that's what I think. The girl left him. And it was his like straight out of high school, his first love. They've been together maybe 14, since they were 14, whatever it was, but pretty much his first and only like real relationship. And then he was in the military and going back and forth. And I guess the distance and time apart is where they started to fall apart and whatnot. But the point is, he said she kicked him out. So she kicked him out and he didn't have nowhere to go. And he didn't want to go stay with his family because he was kind of embarrassed. And I guess he was young and he ended up staying with like a dude or someone. He was homeless. And then that happened. He ended up having sex with a dude. And he said afterwards, he was like kind of confused and he didn't know what to do, but he felt damaged. Dude said he felt, felt damaged. Like he couldn't go back to females or whatnot. But I guess he had to go through counseling or whatever. That's how he was able to talk about it. It was real, I don't want to say cringe, but it wasn't even really that tough to get because he was speaking so matter of factly. You're just kind of like in disbelief, like, what the fuck? Why you outing us? It was weird, but he was so straight. Like there was no femininity in the way he's moving, talking, and telling the story. At least I couldn't pick up on it. I didn't finish it. I don't know how it ended.
But I mean, truth be told, and I think that's part of what the show is trying to do. And while I understand it fucks people up mentally, like these niggas don't look gay, or like why? Like I think a lot of people are tied up on that, like because like I said, from day one, the trans woman has been a part of the show, so clearly niggas knew that it was going to be some type of homosexual in the show, right? Like you can clearly tell this is a man, and that's who the character is designed to be, this over the top,
man?
No, this over the top. I'm talking about the owner of the club.
Okay.
This over the top, flamboyantly gay trans woman, right? So that's not people could continue to watch and see that because that's a gay man. Okay, nothing to see here, right? It's the gay men that aren't openly gay, that are closeted homosexuals, that I think that people have the issue with seeing. It's that's what I think that people have the problem with seeing, because although we know they exist, we have not really had the opportunity to see these people on camera or see them being portrayed in real life. Whereas now people is looking at the nigga next to them like, well, nigga, is you gay? Because on TV, you understand what I'm saying? It's like it's been like a myth or a legend. But now people are forced to look at, no, these niggas really do be out here, hardcore, slang a Uzi, ready to kill a nigga and still be bopping off their homeboy. You know what I'm saying?
Come on. Why you have to? Don't say that. Yeah, I get it. I'm sorry. I gotta grow up. Yeah, guys do that. Yeah.
So I mean, I think both men and women are uncomfortable.
Yeah, you hit it right on the head, because it's the fact that now you questioning your homeboys. And what sucks is everybody may have those few situations, a few dudes that you're like, man, what the fuck was up with this guy? Why were they all weird or sus? And you end up getting away with them. But then when you think back, like, yeah, if he was, I get it. I understand it. I can see it. And now I'm second guessing a lot. And to see those types of, it's discouraging. I'll put it that way, because I see there's an attack on a black man, whether he's being disowned in his family, or he's been knocked out by the police, or the black woman don't want him because he's not making enough and he's not a high value statistic or whatever it is. But now we're dealing with it's a continual assault. And you got to try to recognize, like, you know what, nigga, it ain't me. I ain't on the down low. I ain't doing this type of stuff. So I can look at it personal, but it's hard to get out of that group think where it's like, we got to do this for the people, or I got to marry a black woman for the people. And it's just indoctrination. You got to outgrow, but I don't know how willing I'm ready to outgrow
but the reality
towards that.
The reality is this has been a reality. Like, it's just this is art imitating life. It's been a reality. So okay, now you see it portrayed on your TV screen. The thing that you want to believe is so far removed from you, and this only, you heard about it, but you don't know nobody like that. But now maybe you do know somebody like that, or maybe you don't, because they're like, I applaud the man who did not have to tell people that he go both ways, because there was no detection of him being gay, but he said it anyway, because I feel like that's the appropriate thing to do. You understand?
I agree.
I applaud him for that. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't have nothing against anybody doing what they want to do. However, me personally, I like my men all the way heterosexual. So if you want to be bi, baby, do you. I just would like to know that you bi, so I can take my pass.
Fair. That's fair. And I think that's what everybody used to get mad at Corey, because like, why he's always worried about gays? And I'm like, I hear you, it would be better if it was a female that had that angst and like trying to out these dudes and we're trying to figure it out. But when it's another guy going so hard, it's like, damn, bro, it's hard for me to defend you because you really be banging hard, no pun intended, but trying to out dudes or talk about them if you suspect them to be gay, you think they're gay, they're acting gay. And it's just like,
yeah,
why is this your job again? Why is
be,
this your number one job again?
Yeah, I have to side eye dudes who be so invested in what another man do with his penis. Like to me, that's kind of a little questionable. Like, wait a minute, why are you so worried about what this man do with his penis? Why? I don't understand.
Thank you.
Like, I can understand you feeling the type of way, or you want like, okay, people should be honest. But when you like advocating and you really, got your pitchfork out and let's find all the homosexuals, it's like, nigga, why? You trying to slide in the DM or no?
Facts. That's honestly how I got into my first argument. Because this is like, why is that an issue? Why is that a concern? To me, it's like if I go into an ice cream shop and my favorite flavor is mint chip ice cream. If mint chip ice cream is on the shelf, I'm happy. If it's missing, I got a problem. You understand? So if these dudes are saying there's gay people out there, if that's not what you want, you shouldn't even be worried about it. Why are you concerned that there's Rocky Road right there? Where's the Rocky Road at? I need to find a Rocky Road. Why? I thought you liked mint chip. Why are you even concerned about the Rocky Road? You want it to be on the shelf available for you? You want it there for you? You want Rocky Road on the shelf for you? You understand what I mean? It's like, why are you so concerned? Or you got to identify them. It's a non-factor to me. It's not even the thought in my head until people start putting it in my head. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so it be a little weird to me. Like, nigga, why is that your main focus and your nobody at all? What? Now, I said, I can understand like people that was watching the show and felt blindsided by that, but like it'd be real figure out who made you, and you ain't looking for the homosexual women. You looking for the men's. You want to know where all the men's is, and I want to know why you want to know where all the men's is at. Well, really, I don't want to know, but I just got my side eye on you. The quicker you come to terms with your own identity, the better off you'll be.
Facts. And that's why I be getting nervous, because I see that's normally the mantra or the MO of a lot of these quote unquote, I don't want to say Republicans, that's too generalized, but at least traditionally Republicans used to be so anti-gay, but then they were the ones getting caught in the bathroom doing XYZ or having the male mistress or having sex with their male staffers. It was like always the one who were passing the laws to make sure the shit ain't legal and prosecuting people for it was the ones doing it in the back in the safety of their status or their position in the government. It's just wild. And to me, like, if that's what you're going to do it. Just own that shit and keep it over there. Or I can't even say keep it over there. Just own your shit and just, shit, it's hard. It's hard because I realize I have to be acceptable or accepting somewhere down the line. I can't be bigoted about a shit just because it's something I don't like doing. Niggas who eat fucking sour cream and onion chips can't sit at my table because we like cheddar. That's kind of silly. You know what I mean? I don't care what you're doing now. If you want to eat your chips in front of me or you trying to fuck this dude at the lunch table, we got a problem. But y'all two doing what y'all do, I don't care. We can all laugh and joke. When you go home is that, but don't try to slip me into the conversation and slip those jokes around me and stuff, because now I feel like you're trying me, you're testing me, you're playing me, and you disrespect it. But I guess that's me taking it too personal. Because we could make heterosexual jokes all day, but when it's just like, great. Now I'm like, I really question, like, is this a line where I have to look, I have to grow and evolve, like whites allowing blacks into their careers and offices and neighborhood. Like, it's always going to be some sort of an integration with society. I'm recognizing as I'm getting older, because things change. And then what side of the thing do you really want to be on? Am I trying to stop their progress in what they're doing? That's not really my aim. Don't want them offending me and violating me and mine. I don't want that. I'll stand for that. And that's why I didn't want to get into the conversation with Zen, because it would get too complex when you're trying to control the environment outside of you, because that's when you're trying to pass laws. That's when you're picketing. That's when it becomes that important to you, because you're trying to control the world. You want to let your arrow go and then you want to run and catch it in the middle of the air and redirect it and then watch it go and then redirect it again, or you're moving the target so it hits the bullseye type shit. And that's not how life works. I didn't want to go that far because I felt like it was going to steer towards an argument, but I felt we were saying the same thing, so I was willing to concede.
Yeah, and like for me, it's just, I think silence is a virtue in a lot of conversations. Like at the end of the day, if that's not what you're into, then that's fine. But to be so vocal about it when whole time you getting caught in bathrooms and like
Right.
you just set yourself up for a big ass okie doke. Like, just shut the fuck up. Nobody asked you anything. You don't have to have an opinion one way or the other. You can definitely take a vow of silence. Nobody has to know how you feel about it. That way you don't contradict yourself. You don't come out looking like a whole ass hypocrite.
But a lot of times, these guys are internalizing it, and it's just, I think it's something like psychological. They're trying to prove it to themselves and other people type shit. And then when they're doing that, they're looking at it as like a relapse, like a slip. You understand? I think it's something like psychological with it, because I don't understand why you can't just be you. Unless maybe I don't know. But then again, if you have a societal church and you started a family and then you switch teams in your 40s, then I can see how you gotta, oh wow.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to, it's just too much.
I mean, I can, and to be perfectly honest, like, and here's where I have to take, this is why I don't feel no type of way about, like, as long as the heterosexual shit stands, I feel like the homosexual shit should stand. If we're talking about, you know, imagery and like, to me, none of it belongs on the screen, or, you know, because at the end of the day, I think that's something that's very personal that should be developed organically. Because a large part of why a lot of these men are perceived, you know, trying to pass themselves off as straight, even though they are very well bisexual or homosexual, is because of social conditioning. They feel like it's unacceptable because of the imagery, the media, society. So in the same way, we can't say it's an agenda trying to make people, you know, homosexual, when a large part of the agenda has been trying to make homosexual people straight. Like, that's been a large part of the conditioning, which is now
honestly,
why
I agree with you, but I would drive the knife in to say that it's not even really there to condition you to be homosexual. It's there to show you that you can tolerate it. You understand? I mean, like, there could be a key.
But like, that's a lot of the narrative, though, that it's an agenda. They're trying to, you know, make this acceptable, but it's like, okay, so.
But they are. They are trying to make it acceptable. They're normalizing it, is the term.
They're trying to get people to be tolerant of something that's already existing. Like, this is here. So we're trying to expose you all to it so you can be more tolerant of it.
In our community.
Yeah.
And it's by Black writers and Black producers as well. And are any of them of the persuasion?
I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure somebody
obviously, yeah, there could be yeah, that's fair. Obviously. But yeah, so to me, it's like, in order, and I don't like using the extremes, and to me, just trying to say that it's a secret society agenda to try to manipulate, that's, to me, I just feel like going too far without acknowledging a medium or even a far left side. You know what I mean? Because normally the truth is somewhere in the middle. I don't think it was just solely out for that, especially when they have heterosexual characters and it's not gratuitous. You know what I mean? It's not like 10, 15 minutes, like real sex sits. If they wanted to have motherfuckers fucking, they can do that on TV. They had it on HBO, like showing at, like you even brought up the power situation. Like, if they want to show it out there and throw it, they can do it. And the clocking and timing, how much they're doing, is really all up to them. They just have to try to do it tastefully and tactfully, to the point where they're still having a good story, pretty much just showing that, hey, Jackie Robinson can play baseball too. Like, we can have something with homosexuals and gay, and it's not going to fuck up the population or fuck up the people or fuck up your mind. It's just a show, and they just happen to be in it, and this is what they do.
I mean, And it's like, okay, so then are they conditioning young women to become strippers, or to prostitute themselves? Like there's multiple things happening within this storyline. Are they
I see what you're
conditioning
saying.
young
Good
black women
point.
to be in abusive relationships? Like there's so many other things going on in the storyline, whereas, okay, where does the conditioning or the agenda stop?
So you're saying it's more of an expose. They're just exposing this. It's an ink blot.
Yeah,
Now,
I
if you're
mean,
trying to say I'm
this
traumatizing
is
you with the ink blot.
yeah,
Okay,
this
I
is shit
see.
that we know is happening and going on. It's just we want to pretend as though it's not going on. And the crazy thing
That's
is,
true.
at the end of the day, we could talk about Lil Nas X, but when, because IBM brought him up earlier, but when have we had an openly gay artist, black male artist? Like, when have we had that?
I don't know. You said open, right?
Open.
Ricky Martin?
Like Luther Vandross was an artist for years, and it took a long time for people to find out that he was homosexual.
He was really homosexual? I heard about the dance with my father, and I hope that wasn't no innuendos. Never mind.
I believe he was homosexual, and it's been confirmed. But I mean, see, the fact that you have to even guess, you understand what I'm saying? Like, that's
right.
how protected it was, his sexuality. Like, because they not gonna buy his music. They not gonna, like, he can't acquire success if he's openly homosexual. So, I mean, to me, again, it's not a matter of, and I'm gonna be honest, maybe because I'm a woman or I don't know, but me trying to make sure my boys didn't turn out gay is not something that I've focused on. Like, that's not even something I think about.
And that's
my
sad.
thought process is them staying alive. Like, that's what fucks me up. That's what has me fucked up. My son leave next week for school. I'm concerned about him being in a predominantly white area as a young black man. I don't give a fuck about his sexuality. I don't have the luxury of caring about that. He's a young black man in this society.
Yeah. But it's not your responsibility to be the image that he needs to follow. Because that's that opposite of it. Because I was raised by my aunt, and she was in the same manner. There was no concern or no desire, no need to. So a lot of the stuff that I had to pick up in the streets. And OG's pulling my tails like, no, we don't move that way. And no, we don't get emotional about that. No, we don't act that way. And the fact that I was able to go to the Ramada or go to the park at certain hours and get those lessons, and opposed to some other homies who were in the neighborhood who didn't have it, I actually saw in certain ways where they were actually extremely coddled. And then I recognized why some mothers who were more hard, or I don't even want to say masculine, that were just more hard, they presented an ulterior image for their son to gather that hardness, and opposed to being straight feminine, passive, submit, you know what I'm saying? Like, just doing all that with one example. Like, I'm sure you have some.
But the thing, well, for one, my kids have always had male role models in their lives, namely their fathers, but other male role models.
So it doesn't apply to you then.
But number two, even with them, I'm real adamant about being mindful of what you say to kids. I think more than anything, people trying to make sure their kids are straight is what fucks them up at a young age. Like, like a 3-year-old little boy grabbing a Barbie doll because he playing with a girl cousin. Put that down. That's for boys. I mean, that's for girls. You ain't a little girl. Like, to me, it's overkill. They're 3. They have no idea what the fuck that is. It's a toy. They see this, like, you're putting in the mind of a young impressionable child, before they understand what the fuck going on in the world around them, that they like girl shit.
That's true. You know what? That's so true. You said that, because it's because that's what we went through with my daughter, except it was the race thing. Because her first, coming up, she came out during the Frozen era. So she's looking at the Disney songs and it's the Frozen, and they got the cool little songs and it's the little white characters. So, but the first show we showed her was Moana with the rock. So she got the little ethnic girl, and the first doll she got was her Moana doll and everything else. So she loves her dolls. We took her to the aquarium when she was 4 or 5, and they had the little white Elsa and Anna dolls, and then they had a little black doll next to it, the Tiana, at the aquarium, the Little Mermaids or whatever. And so like my daughter was going, and she just grabbed the first one and she called it Anna or Elsa, whatever that's not what they were called, but in her mind, this is like, hey, I got a Frozen character, because she just saw the skin color and the hair. And she grabbed it. And in my mind, I was like, why she got that doll? And my wife saw it and she was like, here, get this one. And I saw the way she looked at my wife, and then she looked at the doll, and then I was like, oh shit. So I'm like, just get both of them. And then we ended up getting both of them. And she recognized it because she watched both of us. The kids are fucking smart. And ever since that, she would always get that. I'm like, this is my favorite one. And she's watching us to see what we're gonna say. And we're like, okay, we're gonna have to hide this fucking doll. And then I'm like, no, let's not do that. You know, again, you probably know me by now. I'm that guy. I'm gonna go extreme. But then my wife, she's the reason. She talks me down, like, no, let me not be the best. Let's just play with it and see where it goes and stuff. But when we're not paying attention, once we stopped with the helicopter parenting and watching, I'm like, okay, well, why don't you get Moana? Or we're going to the store, let's get Moana now. Well, you know, I mean, we were trying little subtle ways, and she's paying attention to all of it. Then I recognized she was doing that intentionally, reading us. And once we stopped caring and making it a big deal, and like, go ahead and get the Anna Nelson. It's like, yeah, I was Anna yesterday. I'm gonna play Moana today. It's like, okay, shit. You can't, and that's what I'm learning. Again, we're new at this. So like, I'm learning you can't overreact, because every time my daughter's doing something wild, I'm like, hey, what are you doing? And she reads my energy. And when I'm out the room, she's going right to that, trying to figure out why was he so energetic, or why I can't, like, hey, kiddo, don't mess with that. And she's like, okay, Papa. And it's just, and this is the shit that I'm like, God damn it. How many times have I fucked up already? You know what I mean? Because I'm bad at reading certain scenarios. And sometimes I'll come and completely misread a situation and go off. And then my wife will come up and explain. I'm like, God damn it. Or I'll catch something later on, like, damn. And now I've evolved to the point where I pull my wife out or bring my daughter down. And I'm like, you know what? When I was yelling at you about this, I apologize. Because I looked in the refrigerator, it was actually there. Or you should have ate all your food, but you did eat your food for dessert. Your mother gave it to you. So I apologize. Like I'm trying consciously to show her that when you fuck up, you got to own it and apologize. You don't hide it. I don't have to, just because I'm the adult, nigga, fuck it. Because that's how I was raised. Like, I get in trouble for something, find out it was someone else. Like, okay, well, whatever. I'm the adult. I'm not looking at you. I'm not apologizing, whatever. Go to your room. You still don't punish me. You know,
and the crazy thing is, I think that happened to me a lot as a kid. And I think that's why I'm so like straightforward, honest. I don't like to lie to my kids. You know, like I'd rather say nothing than a lie. Like, just because in my mind, like, kids need to know that parents ain't always right. Like I know I needed that as a kid. Like, okay, you know I'm right in this situation, or else you feel like you're being gaslit. Like, the fuck? You thought I did this thing. You gave me a whole whooping for it. I didn't do it, and you ain't gonna come back and apologize. Like, that's bullshit. You know, that's bullshit. Like, come on now.
I'm sorry, Amber. You made me get this trauma out. I got to get it out now since you my sister. We talk about this shit all the time. But I have, and I just gotta get it out. Maybe I'll grow from this. I remember one time, and I was raised by my aunt and uncle. My uncle told us we had to clean up under the bed because we had bunk beds, and there was a lot of toys and stuff. So I'm going under the bunk beds and pulling out hangers and toys, and I'm just like, I'm throwing them out because I'm under the bed. My aunt comes in and like, what are you doing playing under the bed? I told you under the bed. Snatch a nigga, just whack, 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 whack. And I'm getting open like, what the fuck? And I'm just like traumatized, like, what the hell is going on? And then I hear, you know, maybe like 20 minutes later, him saying like, I was telling them to clean up under the bed. I don't know if they cleaned yet. And then I'm waiting for her to come in there. This is maybe like 2:00. Yeah, then he calls till 6:00 to dinner and then say shit. I'm waiting for her to call me in there and apologize or to verify the story, something. And since that moment, I'm like, all right, okay. It just taught me right then and there that women don't want to be wrong.
But
and so if they have the power, they don't have to apologize.
So
that's the lesson that I got.
Yeah. So the funny thing is, so I was actually raised by my aunt and uncle as well. So Now that was for a portion of my life. When my mother was, first on drugs or whatever, we went to live with my aunt and uncle. They had 5 kids on their own. And then it was me and my 2 sisters. So I was the youngest out of everyone. Right. So now it was numerous shit that would happen that I would get blamed for. And my aunt was always the one to give out the punishment. Occasionally my uncle would do it, but he would only do it if it was like something really egregious and he seen me do it. Right. Whereas my auntie was more so the one that would just be the accuser. Oh, I know she did it because she the youngest. So it was this one particular situation where my cousin had a little job or whatever. I guess she saved up her money to buy herself some leather boots. So she came home and her boots had been cut. Like the top of her boot was cut. Wow. So my auntie drug, we used to have these family meetings. So she drug everybody in there. Now the oldest daughter was gone because she was at work. So she drug everybody in there. Who cut her boot? Nobody fessed up to it. She like, I know you did it. You be around here cutting up stuff. And I know you did it. I'm like, I didn't do it. Now, no, my uncle was always honesty is the best policy. And I've always been very honest. I would tell on myself when I did stuff. So she was like, I know you did it. And I'm like, no, I didn't do it. When I say I got my ass towed out the frame, because the more I said I didn't do it, the madder she got. Right. So I got my ass towed out the frame. So my oldest cousin comes home. I'm in my room crying. I'm distraught. Right. Ass on fire. So she like, what's wrong with you? I was like, I got a whooping. She like, well, what you do? I said, I didn't do anything. So I told her, I said, such and such boots got cut and I got a whooping. She's like, she gave you a whooping for that? Oh, I cut them boots. They ugly.
Wow.
So she went and told her mom, I cut the boots. They were ugly. So she gonna say, well, she shouldn't have never said she did it.
Wow.
Now, no, I finally said I did it after about her 12 times accusing me. And I know every time I say no, I'm only pissing her off even more. So finally I was like, I did it. Got a whooping and she still did not come back and apologize. Right. So tying it back to what I was saying earlier, I'm a principled person. I don't lie. If I have a problem with something, I'll tell you I have a problem with it. Right. So part of my childhood trauma is people not feeling heard, seen, understood. Don't tell me about me. I'm going to tell you because of not being heard, seen, understood as a kid. You understand what I'm saying? So for me, it's beyond, just a situation. And that's something I got to get past, in my mind. If I'm telling you this thing, it just kind of take me back there. Like, oh, you think I'm lying and I'm telling you the truth. Like, I don't have to lie about that.
Damn. Ain't that something? Damn. And I'm just thinking about all the times I probably already fucked up my kid. Little subtle ways. That's why I was trying to explain the Zen. It's like, bro, it's a continual battle. All the work is going to be done in the beginning, because once they get to a certain age, they're going to be looking towards their friends, towards their teacher, towards everyone else, because they're going to think they know everything you know. Because I was that kid. You know what I mean? Yeah. After a while, you start seeing your parents, you see their strengths, you see their weaknesses, you see where they fall short, and you recognize you're somewhat of them, or at least the people in your environment, and you're doing your best to navigate. And if you're smart enough to not get caught or to not do certain things, that gives you a little more freedom and leeway, and then you have to make your way out. A lot of people don't make their way out. Never been out of their city.
But I understood what he was saying, and I agree. But of course, you want to create an environment for your children to be successful. Like, obviously, at least for us, that's obvious. However, I'm going to be honest, like, I know ultimately my kids choose to do right. I can try to cultivate the environment for it. but I can't take the credit like, oh yeah, I raised them right. It's plenty of people that was raised right. Plenty of people that did their own thing. Like at the end of the day, and I tell my kids that, like, yeah, I want you to do this, but ultimately it's a choice. I can't hold your hand and make these decisions for you. You have to make the decisions because you have to see the good in it. So I try to not just create the environment, but also show them the benefit of doing the right thing. Because a lot of times doing the right thing comes with a delayed reward. You know, like it's just something that's kind of like some people I do believe is in them. You know, like as a kid, I pride myself on being who I say I am. Like that's enough for me. I didn't cheat in school. I didn't, take shortcuts. Like I like doing my own work. I like earning the grades that I got. I like, being honest and, upfront and straightforward. I like those things about myself. I found power in that. However, not everybody finds power in that. It's going to take a little more, like, okay, so what's all this shit going to get me in the end? Like, so some of it is personality and some of it is you having to show your children the real benefit of this thing. It's plenty of people that don't do the right shit that got everything you got, like, or more.
Facts.
So
facts.
That's not even, you know what I'm saying? Like, so to me, it's like, yeah, you can create that environment, you can control that, and you can try to drill these things into it. But you have to know as a parent that a lot of this shit you just do not have control over. Your kids are people. They have their own mind. And the quicker you treat them as people and try to understand how they think, what they think, and why they think the way they do, then you'll be better off. But trying to just lay out what you want them to be rarely works.
That's yeah. And then, but how many kids you have? 2 or 3?
2.
You have 2. You have 2. So and they're ones. They're older than 15, right?
No, so I have an 18-year-old, and then my youngest is 11. He'll be 12 at the end of the month.
Oh, okay. But yeah, so I mean, well, shit, that's still a lot of experience parenting, and because I'm just getting insight because I'm wondering, like, damn, how many times would I have to bump my head in order to get those lessons or to get it solidified? That's just because maybe it was a week or 2 ago, like I was really struggling. I had to call my bigger homie, and he had to give me the analogy with the bow and arrow. You know what I mean? Because it was like I'm getting indoctrinated with all this manosphere.
But also too, you have to kind of like I have a hard time. It got to the point where over the past few years, I had to stop like watching certain things. Like now, like police shootings and all of that, I had to kind of detox myself for that because you can work yourself into a frenzy. Like, I'm an anxious personality. Like, I have anxiety. So some stuff I just had to, you know what? It's time to turn this stuff off because, I mean, seriously, because I will run crazy with the scenarios of what could happen, what could go wrong, and this and the third. And, like, it got to a point during the pandemic, like when it was kind of first easing up and they was letting, kids go back to school and do different stuff, I had chose not to let my kids go back to school. So, no, for real. I had chose not to let my kids go back to school. And, at first I thought that was like, the best thing, I'm protecting them. And then this was around the George Floyd stuff that happened here, So
yikes.
I'm thinking that, I'm doing a good thing. And my son, he's like, Ma, like, it's killing me being in here. Like, you're trying to protect me from something that I'm dying now and here. I need to be out. I need to be social. I need a job. I need human interaction. Like, and that was a hard thing for me to do. Like I had real breakdowns, like serious. I had to go into therapy, but I'm like, this is something that I gotta deal with because I can't control out there. You understand what I'm saying? And
Oh, yeah.
although I can try to communicate to him my worries, he said, "Ma, I know why you concerned. I know why you worried, but like this is killing me. I need to be out. I need to be active. I need to be social. Like I need that." So I just had to eat
Wow.
that.
Especially if he's keen and not poignant, but if he's just directly saying it to you and you can see the maturity and the understanding of his words, it's like, damn, yeah, you're right, bro.
Yeah.
And then you see it's you. It's you. You're like, shit, he's growing up. Wow.
And the crazy thing is, you know, he's not even like my youngest. He's the one that is super, you know, outgoing, extroverted, you know. My oldest is actually more of an introvert. However, he also likes being active and doing shit. You know, he want to be around people, but and it's crazy thing is I'm like that too when I go out. Like I could be around people, but then still be on my own. But he was just like, no, this ain't gonna work. Now I was actually thinking that my youngest was gonna be like, oh, I'm ready to go back to school. He was like, oh, I'm cool here. Like this works for me. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy. But even with that, like I know my child though. Like it wasn't something he was just saying, or you know, he meant that. No, I need to be out this house. I need to be around people. I want to go back to school. I want to have to get up in the morning and go and that wasn't nothing I had to drag him to do. What like I get up, he already gone. Like, oh damn, that nigga really wants to go back to school. he wasn't.
That's funny. I'd have been the same way though. I'd have been the same way.
But honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I did appreciate it though because I think the pandemic matured him. Whereas being social was something that I think he took advantage. You know, he took advantage of not being social in an environment. You know, like he never fully. So at coming off the pandemic, he was more engaged at his school with other students. Even though he's always done sports, he's always kind of been like on the team, but don't really be like engaging with other people. He did it in basketball. Like before he had to play, he would be on the team, but talking and chit chatting with the other players, he would be over there by himself, like fucking people. But like after that, after he joined the team, like he really took the experience to another level. He engaged more. He ended up being like the captain his last year because he really went out there and he used that interaction to be social. You know, because he missed the opportunity for it. You know what I'm saying? So it made him appreciate it that much more when he got back out there.
Wow. I got to talk to Concrete Corey because I remember me, you, and him, we were having a conversation right in the middle of the pandemic, wondering how it was going to affect y'all boys because he has a son who's supposed to be playing basketball as well. And I remember you were having your conversation. So, my guy. But yeah, that's wild because, you know, I never really thought of psychologically how it's going to affect those kids in that age group, or just the point where you're kind of social, but not really social. And then all of a sudden it's shut down. Like they pretty much got locked up or sent to juvie for a while. And then you got turned free. And it's like, man, I've been wasting my time. I need to be doing this. I could have been talking to the prettier girl. And I don't even know if she's going to survive COVID. If I get a chance again, I'm going to ask every girl, you know what I mean? It would probably, for those kids who were on that borderline, give them a second chance at life. But I think what it did to most people who were already in the game of life, it paused them and it shut them down. And it killed a lot of people's motivations. Like a lot of men and women, they just let themselves go and they gave up. They're not motivated anymore to compete, to go out and work, to look good anymore, to get dressed. Like it was even for, I got to be honest, even to me, it was a real struggle to get back into my routine about my appearance again because I ended up shutting that shit down so much. I don't even think I still fully recovered. Like getting my hair braided and everything is not a keen priority anymore. Me washing the car and the tires is not just a keen thing. I mean, it's like other things became more important, like the little cosmetic, superficial shit that I used to do all the time just to be on point, just the little extra shit. Those just,
I find myself like, damn, it's Sunday. Let's get up and wash the car. Like, why are we washing the car again? Where are we going? Why I got to be going somewhere? We wash the car Sundays morning. I can just feel. I felt it.
But
like getting back into my groove. Go ahead.
Now the crazy thing is, for me, so going into the pandemic, I worked at the post office and I worked overnights. So a lot of stuff I couldn't do anyway. Like, of course, I wash my hair, retwisting my hair, but like getting dressed, putting on clothes, going places, getting my nails done, stuff like that. Because of the job I had, it didn't even make sense for me to do it. Right. So once the pandemic hit, I ended up leaving the post office during during 2020. So I got, a different role in the office. So I was able to get dressed, get into, a daily routine or whatever. And it felt good to do that again, because I had been working in an environment where that shit just, it wasn't functional. So then I left that position. So, I carried on through the pandemic, redecorating and just doing different shit for me, the kids, whatever. However, this past year, and I think it's probably a combination of, different stuff that has happened over this past year. When I say I'm so spoiled to this working from home job, and like, no, I'm so serious. Now, I'm gonna be honest. I still find myself like I'm all over the place with my schedule. So I work opposite of everyone else on my team. Everyone else works during regular business hours, but they gave us the freedom to really work whenever, long as you get your cases resolved and this, that, and the third. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna work off, because I'm a key player on the team. So I get pulled in a lot of different directions, and it's hard for me to stay on task and focus. So I resolve that by just working opposite of everybody else. Okay, well, if I'm not there during the day, then I can't get pulled into a million different conversations and asked to do this, do that, the third.
Mm-hmm.
However, it's presenting an issue, because it's going to be time for us to actually return to the office. We're supposed to anyway. They've put it off a couple times. So now I'm trying to really wrap my mind around having to work regular business hours. It's hard, okay?
Ooh.
Like, it's so hard, but I'm like, okay, I'm going to have to get it together and just start really trying to get myself back on that schedule even before I have to, because I'm not used to I'm not a morning person anyway. I never have been. Like, so getting up and getting dressed and going into I'm just like, oh my gosh, if I could work from home forever, I would. Like,
wow.
I'm so not ready to be in the office. Now, the
Are they gonna make you guys go back?
Yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. The previous office I worked in before this one, it was small location. It was only 3 of us in the AP department. This is a larger organization. So there's a large AP department, and so it's a lot of people. And that's kind of what kind of throw me off. Now, I'm not gonna lie, the site itself is real comfortable, and they doing their thing, but I'm just like, oh my gosh, I can't. I'm finna have to go and deal with people all over again.
Wow. And that's a whole nother experience. I working from home got to see how much you actually save, like all the time you don't have to drive to work, gas, all the lunch I was wasting, just the time, the stress dealing with road rage, commuting, just the attitudes from other people, figuring out what you're gonna wear, the extra loads of laundry. I realized how much, man.
Hello. And then I have to factor in too, like, a lot of times I would rely on my oldest son to get my youngest one if there was an issue with, me staying over, or, I'm running late. That's not going to be an option. So a part of it is like, I just hope everything runs smoothly this school year, because his bus will be running late and doing all type of shit. So, I mean, for me, it's just like, I just really need everything to go smooth. My anxiety of returning to the office and then returning to the office and not being here in the event something happens and, you know, I need to be accessible to my child. So it's just a lot going on, but hell, I'm gonna have to get with it to get lost. But yeah, the pandemic has definitely made some changes. Now, as far as like getting my nails done, I don't even do that no more, because truth be told, it was slowing me down with this job. I do a lot of typing, and I was just like, oh, I'm already not the best at typing. So nails on and all of that, I'll be over here struggling. I was like, girl, just let it go. Let them nails go, child. Let them go. So, but yeah, it's definitely different. Now, I've always been the type of person that I do not like putting on clothes unless I'm going somewhere.
Right. Right.
Like I have family members that they will real life get up, get dressed like they going somewhere, be sitting right in the house fully clothed. What?
And see, that's even harder to do in Arizona. It'd be so damn hot. You're wasting your best clothes. You're gonna be sweating them out. No one's gonna see you not going anywhere. But then when you're going to work and you're sitting on your laptop, you want to at least put your nice top on. It's just, it gets, yeah. But I mean,
and they got me real spoiled. We don't even got to cut our camera on. Child,
oh wow, oh wow.
Forget about it. They be like, wow. Oh, you know, if you want to turn your camera on, you can. AE is all they see from me. AE, baby. Listen, I ain't doing none of that.
Fuck around and I might be in the bed one morning. Don't play with me. God damn it. That sounds awesome.
Listen, at first I was working from a desk. I was like, working from the desk. Then that screen went down, and I'm like, I don't got time for this shit. Most days I do my work right from my bed. Occasionally, if I feel like, okay, girl, you've been in the bed for a couple of days, go on to the table. Then I might move it to the table.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't nobody got time for
this. I was just gonna say that. I started from the desk and I was like, all right, man, I don't like this chair. Those chairs in the kitchen are more comfortable. And I don't like sitting in the living room. Like nothing's more comfortable than the bed. And that took all by Friday. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we're from the desk to the kitchen table, it was just boom, 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 boom. Then it was the bedroom. And that was so much easier. But then I realized I was getting lazier production. So like, all right, fine. Let me get back to the kitchen. Let me start getting dressed. It's like little by little, I'm forcing myself to get back to that level. And then I question it every week. I'm like, why am I doing this shit again? Then I'll slack back off. It's like, man, no, you gotta be better. You got your daughter looking at you. And then she's like, Papa, are you gonna wear your shirt? I'm like, oh, shit, we're there now. Because now after those few years I had it, she didn't really care, but now she's paying attention. I'm like, damn, you still got your pajamas on? Fuck. Ugh, yeah.
Yeah, I get up and run to the store or something like that, but I don't know. I've never been a clothes person, like pants, like I have to be comfortable in the house, like comfortable. Shorts and t-shirt or something like that. Like I just can't see how people be fully clothed all day long. Like I just can't see it. Not if I'm not out in public somewhere. Absolutely not. I want to be comfortable.
I went from before the kid to now, and now I understand on Friday, I'm gonna be doing the Ball Johnson dance as soon as this little kid get out this fucking house, walking around butt naked everywhere. Because I used to walk around in my boxers or my wife beater in some shorts and shit, and I can't even do that shit no more because the kid, she's like, you know, my wife is like, she's getting older now. She got to pay attention. Like, all right, I get it. But I didn't understand when he was like, y'all trying to walk around naked? Hell yeah. I'm like, I get it now. Because I want to be comfortable. I'm not comfortable.
They think because they're like, yeah, I know it's just me in the house, but I was always, you know, raised like, oh, you wear, appropriate clothes around the house, this, that, and the third. So that's just how I am now. They might see me in like a nightgown or something like that. But I'm just not, even when they was young, that's just how we was kind of came up, wear decent clothes when your kids, other people, whatever. But they're boys. So I be like, okay, but I need you to put on shorts and a shirt. Like, put on a t-shirt. Like, what
And
you
they're like,
want?
why? It's hot. Why? I ain't going nowhere.
Put
I don't want to
on,
waste my good clothes.
I'll be like, because when people come up, Mom, don't nobody even come over here. It's beside the point. Like, I want you to get used to, accustomed to just what's proper and decent. Like,
yeah.
Because truth be told, I used to have a homegirl. I'll go to her house. I ain't gonna say uncomfortable, men to take their shirt off or whatever, but it's just certain stuff I was like, I feel like that's inappropriate. Like when company over, put on the goddamn shirt. Yeah, you ain't at the basketball court playing basketball. Just put on the damn shirt. You got company.
And that's what I was gonna say. It's normally for company. If you come into my house, I can't. Yeah, we're not doing that. We gotta be presentable. That makes more sense. But again, we were living the early college life. So in the early 20s, it went 19, 20, 21, 22. It was like, there was no rules. We were shopping at the dollar store. Like we was kind of like, what did he say? What did Kevin Samuels say? The IKEA relationship. We all just piecing everything together. We kind of actually lucked out by starting early, by being stuck together early. And I realized like, I would be so fucked up in the game if I had to get back out there now, or if I wasn't somewhat. Now, a nigga wasn't a saint, but a nigga wasn't an asshole. Did what I was supposed to do for the most part, especially between 20 to 24. A nigga super matured beyond that, but just to imagine if I was not locked down, if I was up, I know my life would be completely different. That's why it's like, I look at what Kevin Samuels and these relationship people are saying, and then I look at what religion is talking about, being married or only having sex with one person or getting together early. Like that shit didn't make sense until I started learning about, what is that? Parabonding or some shit. What is it called? Parabonding? I forgot the term, but it's pretty much like when you're having sex with someone and women release certain hormones or whatnot, you build a bond or connection. But if you start having more than X amount of sexual partners, then it becomes harder and harder to pair a bond. And then that's when these women become not hypergamy, but they become hypersexual. And so they don't really bond with anyone. It's easier for them to fuck. Like most women, they were saying, and again, they talk about studies and stuff. I haven't checked anything. I'm just speaking with regards to they would say this study says this, and women who get married before this age, or if a woman has less than 5 sexual partners or whatever it said, then she's 80% more happy in her marriage. And the more it goes up, then the lower the percentage goes down, the more partners, because they end up comparing, well, I was with this guy and he always had this amount of money. So when they're with their husband, they're always going to long for that opportunity to have this money or this size penis or this personality fund. It's like the more guys you're with, then there's more categories that the person that you end up with is going to be falling short in, and opposed to being with just 2 guys and your guy does. You understand what I mean? So I understood that. I don't know how scientific it is, or
I
genetics,
think
DNA.
The same
Go
goes
ahead.
for me, though. I think the same goes.
That's what I was.
Yeah.
And what I was going to say is I've always heard it in relationship to women, but to be honest, I think it's more so true with men. Niggas ain't going to say it. They don't want to hold on to it, because to me, it was like my heart was whole, and every relationship that you mess with, they just chop that shit in half. So the first one that you fuck with down, that bitch has a piece of your heart, and she knew it, and she knows it to a degree, unless she does something that really just scorns you, but then that part of your heart is hardened and you just really can't completely love someone because you were that traumatized by that person. So every time you fuck with someone, they get a piece of your heart, and then you end up seeing them. And that's why some people always go back to that one person, or they'll have a bond or a connection with somebody, and they can't even really explain it, but they bonded because they shared some trauma, or they shared some stories or key moments in their life. They were there for each other. So they always gonna reconnect type shit. And I realized if I would have been out there reconnecting, I was such a, I ain't gonna say cool person, but I didn't, more often than not, I would allow you to fuck up to the point that you knew you fucked up. And so as we slowly stepped apart, I'm not gonna be an asshole, but I made sure it was not on my terms, but I was always forgiving, because I was always raised, if you're a real man, you're a real G, you ain't tripping off other shit. You gotta be able to forgive. So I would never hold grudges. So I was always cool with females. And with that type of personality, I could see me running through a lot more than I did and being well fucked off, having multiple kids, multiple babies, like all that type of shit. So I'm like, damn, maybe there is something to this church shit. And then bonding or getting married early and building your life together with someone, opposed to I'm gonna build me over here, you build yourself over there, and then we're gonna meet up. And it's like, good luck with that shit. Because as I'm seeing through these relationship shit, that shit don't work. Most of the time, these guys want to meet a girl who got all her shit together, but he comes across as like a simp or a bum. Or the females, she want to meet a guy that can meet these categories, but she comes across as too authoritative and set in her ways, and she's not gonna be happy with the dude anyway. Or she wants the dude just becomes an accessory, like a new bag or a new purse, and I'm gonna game him up. Or I'm gonna, well, what if he's only making 40? Well, it doesn't matter, because with my ingenuity, I'm gonna turn that plumbing 40 into 60 a year, 70 years. So like, damn, you already working on your man. He's happy and content, and you're already trying to. So I can just already see the mindset is just backwards if you try to meet someone at the finish line, you know?
Right. But I think also too, not just a piece of their heart, I think sexually as well. So I think the more men are exposed to other women, the more they're like, they're more critical of the woman that they choose to settle down with, because it's like, oh, you ain't really doing it like that, you know.
Come on,
now,
Amber, stop. Please stop.
Yeah, now the thing is mid. Oh, she mid. That's mid. You know,
he got trash box. But these is gosh, guys.
But the funny thing, now I will say that I don't know how many. I say my friends used to think that I was crazy, like, but I've always just taken periods of abstinence, because to me, like, it's crazy if your hormones is running your life. Like, what? You understand what I'm saying? Like, just because you got to move from one nigga to another nigga just to feel like, to me, that I ain't never wanted my relationships to be wrapped up around that, you know, or for me to be so attached to a nigga because of that. Like, no, I can go without it. It's not a big deal, you know. So I do agree that women don't, and men, they don't take enough periods of abstinence to where they just out here just at random, just smash, go, you know, because it's one of those things where people think like, almost like, oh, if you don't use it, you lose it. No, that's not really how that works.
I used to think that way when I was younger, but now that I'm getting older, I see, and I get a lot of dudes call that shit semen retention or whatever they call it, but I'm not with all that shit, but I do see the value in not withholding a nut, but just not, or absence. I guess that's a better way of saying it. Well, that sounds weird to me because I'm married. I just taking a break. I don't even know. I can't even think of
being so driven by that. Like, it's other ways to be intimate without that. Like, and not to say that it's not important or that like, oh, you should, but I mean, especially outside of a relationship. In a relationship, yeah, do it as much as you want to. But like outside of a relationship, just to do it, like, don't get me wrong, I've definitely had my fun, but there was never a point in time where it's like, okay, I have to have it or I have to have somebody. No, I can cut it off and I can be done with it. And I have friends that literally can't cut it off. Like, I don't think that.
And who are these people again? I'm fucking with you. Who are these females again? Where do they live?
I'm not going. Yeah. But I mean, literally, I don't think they probably have ever gone a month from the time that they've started. I don't think they've ever gone a month without it, which is kind of crazy.
What percentage of your friends would you say? Honestly, like what percentage of the friends you say? If you had 10 friends, how many girls you think have not gone a month?
Well, I have far less friends than that. I'll say at least half.
Wow. So 50% of the females. Mm-hmm. Wow. Oh, okay. I guess.
Yeah.
But then also got to consider the circles that you run. They may not be a full or fair representation of the females out there.
Absolutely.
So I guess is what it is, I guess. But because that's I can't even lie. Outside of my girlfriend, outside of my wife,
I would believe that all the females that I had before, but then again, I think I intentionally chose or we intentionally paired because of that reason, if that makes sense. Like I was looking for those type of females, or the females were looking for me, you know? So it was always, that was the bond. And that's probably why everything fizzled out, because that's all it was. Now, when I got to talk to you and I need some intellectual stimulation, like, oh, wow, she's not there. And then you think that you can make it work, but it's like I'm on the phone with your ass for hours. I'm supposed to be to bed at 12 o'clock, kiss everybody goodnight, and I'm just still parlaying because it's intellectually stimulating to have a conversation and work out thought concepts that have been in your head, but you're verbalizing it, and then also hear other people's stuff. And you can't, and if you're in a relationship with someone and you can't do that, it's wild. Like me and my girl, we have these conversations all the time, or different type of conversations, different type of topics. And I'm appreciative because I'm like, if I did it, then there's no way I'd have made it.
It would have worked.
6 months. No, it wouldn't have worked, because there's times where not in the mood for sex. And if I can't tolerate you or fuck with you, then it's just, yeah.
Yeah.
I bet you COVID exposed that in a lot of relationships, I bet.
Yeah.
Because you can't ride. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I say, yeah, but I also feel like, I mean, there's been conversations that I've had with other people around me based off of conversations that I've had, you know, with my dude. And they're like, you know, I ain't never even had that type of like conversation or thought about that. Like, hold on, that's actually a good topic to discuss. Or, you know, like, to be perfectly honest, like I'm the same way. Now, where some people can be in relationships and they're just together and they don't necessarily have to have any stimulating conversations. So the bond is that they're always available and accessible to each other. Like
those work too.
Yeah, for me they work, but for me, that's not like what I need. Like, I don't care how accessible you are to me. I need to have quality conversations. I need to see some type of insight.